Huh? Ning Xiaochuan frowned. Niaolongji's voice was sweet and her face was pure. She said seriously, if it wasn't for fate, why would the little marquis always meet me and be chased twice and again? If it wasn't for fate, why would the little marquis's unique knowledge be suitable for my cultivation? She stared at Ning Xiaochuan without blinking. Ning Xiaochuan was a little embarrassed and said, "You think too much. Don't you believe in fate?" Niaolongji said. "Let's not talk about fate today." Ning Xiaochuan didn't have the energy to talk about love with a little girl. His arms condensed a strong mysterious spirit of martial arts, covered with a layer of white light, and opened the tripod cover of the heart-nourishing tripod. Boom! The pill has been refined and matured. In the tripod, a white light column more than 30 meters high was shot. Inside the light column, there were 10 bright pills, which were as big as thumb fingers. They were dazzling, just like 10 stars. The rich aroma emanates and permeates the night sky. Ning Xiaochuan waved his arm and took back the 10 yuan life pills, checked them, and sighed, they are all high-level pills, but it's a pity. The magic medicine is a treasure material for refining mandan, which can't be found. If I reach the level of a great heart trainer, I might be able to use this 3-leaf yuan life herb to refine a mandan. Only great mental health practitioners can refine human elixir. Ning Xiaochuan has a miraculous medicine for channeling, but it can only be refined into high-level elixir, which is absolutely a waste of materials. If you are known by those big heart therapists, you must beat him to death. Even such a big heart-nourishing master may not be able to find one in his life. It is a real supreme medicine that can refine human elixir. In the Jade Haze Empire, a high-grade pill has been able to be auctioned at a sky-high price, which is extremely rare. It is a treasure that Wu Zun wants to snatch. However, the value of Rendan is dozens or even hundreds of times that of high-grade Dan. In the Yulan Empire, the human pill also has the title of the King of Pills, which can be called the King of Pills. Only one pill can appear for decades. Human elixir has its own soul. It is said that some powerful human elixirs can bring people back to life. White bones and muscles are just like elixirs. Although Ning Xiaochuan has now become a senior mental health teacher, he is still far from a big mental health teacher, and it is impossible to refine human elixir. Ning Xiaochuan took 5 drops of crystal liquid medicine from the heart-nourishing tripod. It was fragrant and brilliant. This was the Yuan Ming liquid medicine that did not condense into a pill. The value of each drop was comparable to an intermediate pill. If you take these 5 drops, you should be able to improve your physique by a large margin. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Niaolongji held 5 drops of medicine in her hand, and she was very uneasy. "Little Marquis, why are you so good to me?" No one answered for a long time. When she looked up, Ning Xiaochuan had swallowed a Yuan Ming Dan and sat in the distance to practice. After refining the first Yuan Ming pill, Ning Xiaochuan directly stepped into the 9th level of secularization. The elixir refined from the miraculous medicine of channeling, even if it is not human elixir, is also very powerful, far superior to other high-level elixirs. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was so happy that he only refined a Yuan Ming pill, which had such an effect, and he might be able to take this opportunity to impact the land of reverence at one stroke. Once you step into the territory of Dizuan, you will enter another world of martial arts, which can be called Wuzuan, which is the realm that any martial artist wants to achieve. No way. Before you step into the talent level of 10,000 years, you must suppress your realm. Before you step into the territory of Dizuan, you'd better shape the martial body. Once you step into the territory of Dizuan, the martial body will be shaped, and it will be much more difficult to improve the talent level again. Ning Xiaochuan also has 9 Yuan life pills, and may be able to use their power to enter the talent level of 10,000 years of difficulty. It took Ning Xiaochuan 3 months to refine the 9 Yuan life pills completely. He was wrapped in white light, and a white cloud appeared above his head, just like a fairy light mask. The red dragon lies down in front of him, opens his mouth, and sucks the white light hard. He is very intoxicated, just like a dragon, swallowing sea water. The dragon's body became glittering and translucent, and auspicious clouds surrounded it. Obviously, it also got great benefits, and grew rapidly. Ning Xiaochuan's heart emits 7 kinds of light: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, condensed into 7 illusory rings, condensed into 7 orifices, suspended around his body, which is a sign that the 7 orifices demon heart palace is about to awaken. The 7 orifices demon heart palace is known as the heart palace that can compete with the chaotic heart palace. Naturally, it has its supreme power, but it is different from the chaotic heart palace. It requires the martial artist to reach the earth realm, and the heart palace will wake up and show the special power of the heart palace. Just as chaotic heart palace can control time and space, 7 orifices demon heart palace also has special power. Once Ning Xiaochuan reaches the territory of Dizuan, this power will be born. Phew! Ning Xiaochuan slowly took back all the white light in his body, and the 7 rings also flew back to his heart, suppressing the realm back to the 9th level of refined realm. He dropped a drop of bright red blood from his body, fell to the ground, and immediately condensed 9 blood-red giant tigers. The 9 giant tigers all looked ferocious and angry, and the divine horse was strong. He raised his head and roared up to the sky, sending out the earth-shaking roar of the tiger. This is the power contained in a drop of blood, which is enough to smash 10,000 gene boulders, shock the warrior to death, play the power of 9 giant tigers, and tear the enemy. A drop of blood essence turns 9 tigers. A drop of blood has reached the realm of 9 divine tigers, which is quite remarkable. Its blood gas is more powerful than many Wu Zuns. It is a very high realm of Wu Dao divine body. After the era of gods, few people have cultivated to this realm before the Lan Zun realm. Ning Xiaochuan roughly estimated that he now probably has a talent level of 9,000 years. I refined a miraculous psychic medicine, and only stepped into the talent level that is difficult to meet in 90-100 years. Now, the medicine power of the 3-leaf Yuan Ming herb has had little impact on my constitution. It seems that only by finding divine blood can I reach the level that is difficult to meet in 10,000 years. The stronger the physique, the harder it will be to grow. Reaching the talent level that is difficult to meet in 90-100 years is already a limit of the human body. Even in the ancient era of gods, there are not many people who can cultivate their physique to this level. It is difficult to improve by drugs alone. Only with the help of rare treasures can we reach the talent level that is difficult to meet in 10,000 years. The divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven did not appear for a long time, and Ning Xiaochuan's realm was difficult to improve. He could only improve the power of the double-headed stone beast. In the past 6 months, Ning Xiaochuan's realm has been completely stabilized, reaching the 9th peak of the refined realm. As long as he wants to break through, he can break through the Dizuan realm at any time. After all, Ning Xiaochuan has been in this world for a whole year. Niao Lanji has always followed Ning Xiaochuan, from a little girl to a real beautiful girl. Her body is like a fog, and her body smells like a fairy in white. Her beauty is no less beautiful than her sister. Lanji, your talent level has reached the level of hard to meet in 60-100 years. Your talent and physique can definitely rank among the top in Yuan Empire. It will be quite difficult to improve in the future. In the past 6 months, Ning Xiaochuan naturally found many 3-leaf Yuan Ming grass at the level of half-strange medicine, which was refined into Yuan Ming pills, some of which were given to Niao Lanji, allowing her to successfully enter the talent level that is difficult to encounter in 60-100 years. Ning Xiaochuan retained the remaining part of Yuan Ming Dan and left it to Ning Shiner and Qi Ming to enhance their talent and potential. Only Ning Xiaochuan can easily create a genius that is difficult to meet in 60-100 years, because he is a senior cardiologist and can make full use of the medicine of trilobal yuan minko. And other martial artists, even if they get 3-leaf yuan ming grass, can only use 1/10 of its medicinal properties. In other words, Ning Xiaochuan found a 3-leaf yuan ming grass, which is equivalent to the value of finding 10 3-leaf yuan ming grass. Of course, they can also save the 3-leaf yuan ming grass. After taking it out, ask a heart-nourishing master to help them refine it into pills. However, Ning Xiaochuan believes that the vast majority of martial artists will take it immediately after they get 3-leaf yuan ming grass to improve their talents and potential and increase their strength. Only when strength becomes strong is the guarantee of survival. Taking the clover with you will cause trouble for yourself. Elder sister probably didn't reach such a high talent level. If you return to the Heavenly Sound sect, the master will be scared. Young Marquis, why are you so good to Longji? Niao Longji asked this question again. Ning Xiaochuan knew what she was thinking, but he didn't want to discuss this problem with her. He continued, although your martial arts heart palace is missing the mind, your cultivation can't break through to the Earth Zune realm. However, this is not inevitable. As long as you can cultivate the 9 palace calculation to a small degree, it is enough to make up for the lack, and your martial arts achievements in the future are unlimited. Well, I know. Niao Longji responded. What she cared about most was not this matter. In fact, she was very worried and wanted to express it. However, Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to discuss the issues she really cared about with her, and she had no way at all. Boom! The double-headed stone beast flew down from the sky. Its wings were more than 100 meters long, and its body was 72 meters high. It fell to the ground like a stone mountain flying from the sky and shook the earth violently. This is simply a behemoth. People standing in front of it are as small as ants. The red dragon stood on the back of the 2-handed stone beast, with a bone hanging around his neck, and his mouth made a ow ow sound, which was quite urgent. It has made great discoveries. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was overjoyed. The Heavenly Emperor Temple was born. Let's go. Ning Xiaochuan and Niao Longji both flew to the back of the double-headed stone beast. Boom! With the wings of the double-headed stone beast stretched, it rushed to a height of hundreds of meters, raised a huge wind, and flew away quickly. The double-headed stone beast flew in the sky for about half an hour. Gradually, on the horizon in the distance, there was a tricolor gorgeous glow, just like a tricolor flame burning. On the horizon, there are white, red and gold lights, burning into a light edge, just like the whole world is burning, emitting a shocking and majestic atmosphere. It flew closer again. Ning Xiaochuan saw a huge white holy palace suspended in 3 colors, with tens of thousands of steps. The gate of the palace was hundreds of meters high, and 72 huge pillars stood, just like the pillars supporting the sky and the earth. The white temple flew above the clouds and was slowly falling down. Fly from the sky to the ground. It turns out that the heavenly palace is hidden in black clouds. No wonder no one can find it, because no one can fly into the black clouds at all, and can only wait for the heavenly palace to fly out of the clouds. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly realized. The heavenly palace cannot always be hidden in black clouds. As long as it waits for a certain time, it will naturally be born. According to Ning Xiaochuan's judgment, the divine palace of the heavenly emperor should be born once a year. This opportunity is also very rare. Once missed, you can only wait another year. The double-headed stone beast flew hundreds of miles away from the heavenly emperor's divine palace, stopped, folded its wings, and the boulder on its body kept moving, and finally turned into a stone mountain, sitting on the ground. When the cultivation of stone beasts reaches a certain level, they can change their bodies at will and become stone palaces, stone mountains, and stone cities. The power of the double-headed stone beast has grown to a terrible situation, enough to fight with Wu Zun and change its shape. It is not difficult for it. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't plan to rush up now and is ready to observe the situation first. The birth of the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven has attracted many martial arts masters and high-level Shan beasts. Some stand under the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven, and some hide in the dark like Ning Xiaochuan, waiting for opportunities to fight. Dada! Footsteps sounded. Yuqing hugged the waist of a gorgeous girl and swaggered towards the direction of the Heavenly Emperor Temple. No. It's not a girl, it's a high-level mysterious beast. Under the skirt of the girl, a fluffy fox tail was exposed. She was graceful and exquisite, with charming appearance and provocative eyes. She took Yuqing's arm and looked like a little bird. The little prince really deserves to be called a little whirlwind of flowers. He is really accompanied by a beauty wherever he goes. Ning Xiaochuan came out of the stone mountain. Yuqing's eyes lit up and he said with great joy, "Brother Ning, I've seen you. You don't know, I've been living a hard life recently, and I almost died." Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows picked up, slightly looked at the beautiful girl in his arms, and said with a smile, "Is it so miserable? How do I think your life is more nourishing than anyone? Alas! Appearances are all appearances. Let me introduce you. This is Hu Xiaoyao, the future successor of the Magic Fox clan. Xiaoyao, this is the first Tianjiao of the famous imperial city, Ning Xiaochuan, the little marquis of the Marquis House of Jiangya." Yuqing rode. Hu Xiaoyao was wearing fragrant gauze, with a snow-white chest and a waist as thin as a willow branch. She said delicately, "The little marquis is really handsome." Yuqing whispered with a smile, "If Brother Ning likes a fox woman, Xiaoyao is definitely the first choice. It's very tasty. How about Xiaoyao serving Brother Ning all night?" The princes and grandchildren in the imperial city live extravagant lives, with wives and concubines in groups and countless beautiful attendants. It is quite normal to give beautiful concubines to each other. Hu Xiaoyao's eyes blinked, gently pursed his lips, and he was really moved by Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan quickly refused, then cut off the topic and said, "The little prince didn't say he was almost killed. What's the matter?" Yuqing became angry, with a strong murderous look in his eyes, and the momentum of the whole person became completely different, saying, "It's not Yinan Tian, he wanted to seize the 3-leaf yuan life grass on me, and unexpectedly attacked me secretly. If I didn't have the means to protect my life, he must have died in his hands." "Are you sure it's Yinan Tian?" Ning Xiaochuan didn't have much bad feelings for Yinan Tian, and some didn't believe he would be such a person. At least on the surface, Yinan Tian is indeed a very gracious person, who can not only conquer thousands of girls, but also many talented teenagers are willing to follow him. Yuqing said, "He was wearing a mask and wrapped his body with xuanqi at that time. However, I fought with him more than once, and I was very clear about his martial arts methods. Even if he deliberately hid it, it was absolutely impossible to hide my eyes. He was also called the successor of the Sword Saint. He thought he was a righteous gentleman, but in fact, he was not as aboveboard as he showed. Without evidence, it's best not to say such words easily, so as not to bring hatred to the Dragon Palace." Ning Xiaochuan frowned and believed what Yuqing said in his heart. However, this kind of words really can't be said easily. A little carelessness will cause the shopping of the two forces. Yuqing also nodded cautiously. Young Master Ning still knows what's right and wrong. The little prince really shouldn't talk nonsense. I'm afraid the damage to my reputation is small, and the damage to the reputation of the Sword Saint is the big thing. Above the sky, a purple sword light flew, fell to the ground, and condensed into a handsome man. Just like a sword light landing, standing in human form. Yinan Tian carries a purple ancient sword on his back, with long hair tied behind him. He wears a white crown on his head. He is handsome and vigorous. He wears a white robe, with a faint smile on his face, giving people a feeling of spring breeze, blowing his face. His body exudes a strong sense of sword. Every wisp of wind blowing around him will become a sharp sword. He is like the reincarnation of a sword fairy, and his bearing is not ordinary people can have. Phew! Niao Lanqing put away the holy light wings and landed like a fairy in white. She was ordered by the elders of the school to exchange martial arts experience with Yinan Tian, cultivate tacit understanding, and prepare for the marriage of the two major schools in the future. Although her face was veiled, she could still see that there was deep sadness in her eyes, and her heart was worried about her sister Niao Lanji. A year has passed, and no trace of her sister has been found. She is afraid that her sister has suffered something unexpected. Her beautiful eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan and immediately looked away. Yinan Tian, dare you say that you didn't attack me half a month ago? If I hadn't had a sword pill to protect my body, I would have died in your hands. Yuqing is very angry and wants to rush up and fight with Yinan Tian. Ning Xiaochuan will hold him, lest he do something impulsive. Now, Yinan Tian is not only as simple as reason, but also a strong swordsman in Dizun territory. The younger generation is invincible. Yuqing's action at this moment will not only be unjustifiable, but also likely to be humiliated by Yinan Tian, causing hundreds of harm but no benefit. Yinan Tian said solemnly, the little prince must have recognized the wrong person. Yi has been practicing with Fang and has never attacked you secretly, which Fang can testify. Niao Lan said in his heart, brother, you really didn't lie. Little prince, you said brother Yi attacked you secretly. Can you see the man's face? Is it brother Yi? Yuqing clenched her teeth tightly and didn't say anything. Yinan Tian smiled faintly, since the little prince didn't see the man's face, why did he say that it was me? Lan Xian, let's go to the Heavenly Emperor Temple first. Niao Lan stared at Ning Xiaochuan in his heart, and then spread the holy light wings, flew up with a slim posture, and flew towards one of the doors of the Heavenly Emperor's palace. Yinan Tian of Yuan sect and Niao Lanqing of Tianyin sect are going to break into the temple of the Heavenly Emperor. I don't know if they can break the barrier outside the temple of the Heavenly Emperor with their strength. The martial artists outside the Divine Palace stared at the direction of the Divine Palace of the Emperor of Heaven, and their eyes showed a look of expectation. In the past 2 days, more than a dozen martial arts masters have broken into the Heavenly Emperor Temple, but they have been blocked by the barrier. Some people were even hurt by the border. It is said that Yinan Tian and Niao Lanqing both have heterogeneous heart palaces, and their cultivation is far beyond the martial arts of the same realm. They may be able to break the barrier of the Divine Palace of the Emperor of Heaven. All martial artists who can come here are top heroes, and the most legendary figure is naturally the spiritual virtual venerable. Ling Shuzun is not only a descendant of the Emperor of Heaven, but also a master of Taoism. She has analyzed that there are 2 students in the enchantment outside the temple of the Emperor of Heaven. Only when 2 masters break the door at the same time, it is possible to open the enchantment. The boundary outside the temple of the Emperor of Heaven is strong in case of strength and weak in case of weakness. The spiritual void venerable once tried to break the door of life, but failed. Unless there is a strong person who cooperates with her tacitly and cooperates with her, it is possible to break the barrier. Yinan Tian and Niao Lanqing are both young masters in the world. They cooperate with each other tacitly and become everyone's hope. If they can't open the barrier, I'm afraid everyone will have no chance to enter the Heavenly Emperor's palace. Boom! There was a powerful tricolor light outside the temple of the Emperor of Heaven, and thousands of wrist-thick lightning chopped out, like tentacles, toward Yinan Tian and Niao Lanqing. Back! Yinan's face changed greatly, and he quickly took back the Ziyun flying sword. His body was integrated with the flying sword, and turned into a sword light and flew back. Niao Lanqing also sensed the terror of those lightning, and quickly displayed his magic power, retreating hundreds of feet away in an instant. Boom! A flash of lightning turned into a huge war knife, making a crackling sound and cutting to her head. Niao Lanxin's eyebrows condensed a glittering divine light, and a dazzling light column flew out, bombarded the blade of the lightning saber, and broke the saber. Wow! She retreated with lingering palpitations. Her hands were full of cold sweat. Just now she almost died under the lightning knife. It was simply too dangerous. Even Yi Nantian and Niao Lanxin failed to work together. Is it true that no one can break the barrier of the Heavenly Emperor Temple? Obviously, he has come to the outside of the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven, but he can't enter it. This is a perpetual regret, which makes many martial artists can't let go. This is the ancient boundary in the strange gate Dang Jia. There are 2 birth gates, Kem Palace and Kuan Palace. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the distance, carefully looked at the Heavenly Emperor Temple, and found some clues, with a faint smile on the corners of his mouth. Brother Ning, is there a way to break the barrier? Yuqing asked. Ning Xiaochuan gently shook his head and said, this is the boundary that the Emperor of Heaven once laid. Even if I know the way to crack it, it is not so easy to break it. I have to continue to study it and make a perfect plan before I can make a move. The Marquis in the clouds and the spiritual virtual venerable have all made moves, but they can't shake the border outside the Heavenly Emperor's temple, and no one can break in. Even the descendants of the Emperor of Heaven cannot enter. It seems that only gods can enter and leave the holy palace. Many martial artists feel sorry that they can't enter the palace outside the God Palace. However, there is no way. The enchantment was once laid by the Emperor of Heaven, and not mortals can crack it. After 3 days in a row, Yuqing, the saint of the Demon Gate, Jindu Shizi, and other strong men went to attack the barrier, but they all ended in failure. Finally, the martial arts masters of the Terran are ready to abandon their past grievances and unite to attack the barrier with the strength of all people, intending to forcibly break the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven. There are more than 100 masters of each large sect, the strong of the imperial court, and the masters of the demon sect, gathered together to discuss ways to break the barrier. The spiritual and virtual venerable person has a dense dark light on his body. His posture is beautiful and absolutely dust, hazy and illusory. He stands under the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven. With a gentle wave of a pair of jade arms, he presents a large piece of dense lines in the void. This is the thousands of lines condensed by the mysterious qi, which are complex and form a certain law, which makes many of the favorite people present dizzy and keep sweating on their foreheads. Only a strong person like the spiritual virtual venerable can write down the route of line text and arrange it with xuanqi. These are 8.45 million hubs that constitute the barrier, and each hub represents a force of 90,000 jin. If ordinary people come to the barrier, they will only touch one hub, that is, a force of 90,000 jin. If we go to the barrier, we will touch 100 or 1,000 hubs. The stronger our cultivation is, the more hubs will be touched, and the stronger the strength we will bear. It is almost impossible to break the barrier with the power of one person. Lingxi Venerable was very young, less than 20 years old, but her status was extremely high. She was the descendant of the Emperor of Heaven, the master of the Emperor of Heaven Academy, and became the backbone of the presence. Everyone was very respectful to her. No one can see what she looks like, but can only feel the fairy-like temperament on her, just like an immortal who doesn't belong to the world. Yi Nantian said, even if I attack the 2 students in the enchantment at the same time, I can't help it. If I use the power of one sword, it will give me the power of 9 swords. If I don't run fast, I will be shocked to death by the power of the enchantment. In the distance, the strong men of the Terran are discussing ways to break the enchantment. At the same time, there are masters who try to attack again, use their magic powers, play mysterious qi, shake the void, and shake the earth. Ning Xiaochuan sat hundreds of miles away and continued to study Dang Jia. He also arranged 8.45 million lines on the ground, just like a huge scroll, forming a magnificent picture. Little Marquis, everyone gathered together to study ways to break the barrier. Why don't you communicate with them? You have such high attainments in array. If you can work together with the spiritual virtual venerable, you may be able to break the barrier. Niao Longji said. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head. My thinking is different from that of Lingshu Venerable. Lingshu Venerable believes that the two birth gates are the key to breaking the barrier. However, I think the most important thing about Jiu Dang Jia is the word qi. There may be changes in the three strange gates, B, C, D, and it is uncertain that this is the only way to break the barrier. Longji, you have also practiced Jiu Dang Jia. You can also study the three strange doors and go to break the barrier with me later. Me? Niao Longji shook her head hard and said, even my sister and brother Yi failed. I'm sure I can't do it. If you don't try, how can you say you can't? Ning Xiaochuan stared at her. Niao Longji's heart trembled, and then he nodded gently, and began to study the boundary outside the emperor's palace. One day later, Ning Xiaochuan took back a trace of mysterious qi, closed his eyes and meditated for a moment, then stood up. At the moment Ning Xiaochuan stood up, the mysterious aura of dragon and tiger burst out in his body, and a bright column of light rushed up above his head, pointing directly at the direction of the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven. Ning Xiaochuan's strength is rising, and his momentum is surging. There are many virtual shadows in the form of dragons and tigers flying around his body, converging into a dragon and tiger ocean. He wants to use his strength to blow out the three strange doors of the Heavenly Emperor's divine palace. When Ning Xiaochuan's momentum broke out, the mysterious air of heaven and earth in the air gathered frantically towards him, startling all talented martial artists hundreds of miles away. These warriors are discussing ways to break the barrier. At the same time, they are staring at 100 miles away. It was Ning Xiaochuan, and he also came. But why was he hundreds of miles away and didn't meet us? He has such a powerful momentum that he has mobilized the mysterious qi of heaven and earth within 100 miles. What is he doing? Is it possible that he will also try to break through the barrier? Everyone showed a curious look. It was not clear why Ning Xiaochuan had such a powerful force. Phew! Ning Xiaochuan's body moved and turned into a huge rainbow bridge, spanning 50 miles. It was only a leap completed in an instant. The speed made many martial artists present dumbfounded. Boom! Above the sky, lightning covered Ning Xiaochuan's head and condensed into a huge animal claw. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan beat out the beast's claws and bombarded the temple of the Heavenly Emperor. The beast's claws were blocked by an invisible barrier, kilometers away from the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven. The beast's claws were torn and broken into wisps of smoke. Ning Xiaochuan then slapped the second palm, the third palm. A young martial artist sneered and said, Ning Xiaochuan is too timid. He wants to break the barrier outside the temple of the Emperor of Heaven 50 miles away? Yuqing glared at the martial artist and said, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand, so no one will think you're a fool. Ning Xiaochuan is looking for the gateway of the border by means of attack, which is also called throwing stones to ask the way. Many people nodded, and they could see that Ning Xiaochuan's attack was very regular, like testing the strength of every position in the barrier. Ning Xiaochuan slapped out 36 palms in a row, put away his Shan Qi, and then quickly rushed to the direction of the Heavenly Emperor Temple. Ow! The red dragon and his body are integrated into a set of red dragon armor and a crystal clear sword. Many people are very jealous of Ning Xiaochuan and have the dragon cub as a pet. Some of them have a killing intention in their eyes and want to kill Ning Xiaochuan and take the dragon cub away. Ning Xiaochuan is only one person after all. Is it too arrogant for him to break the barrier by himself? A high-level mysterious beast sneered. Boom! Suddenly, the earth shook violently, and a huge stone beast with wings rushed towards the direction of the Heavenly Emperor Temple. The stone beast, which was more than 70 meters high, ran and shook the earth and mountains, frightening many warriors and causing great panic. Stone beasts of the earth statue level, everyone run away. God! How can you attract such a huge stone beast? Don't cause a wave of stone beasts. Everyone was shocked and began to run around. No, there is a girl standing on the back of the stone beast, who is Niaolanji of the Voice Sect. How could she stand on the back of the stone beast? Did she subdue the stone beast with supreme magic? Impossible. Even if her sister meets such a terrible stone beast, I'm afraid she can only avoid it. Many people saw Niaolanji standing on the back of the double-headed stone beast, and immediately stopped and talked. It's really Lanji. Niaolanji's beautiful eyes had an incredible look, and she didn't expect to appear in front of her eyes in this way. She drove the stone beast and rushed in the direction of the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven. Could it be that she was Ning Xiaochuan's assistant? Many people are so guessing. This conjecture was soon proved. Ning Xiaochuan made a gesture to Niaolanji, and Niaolanji immediately rushed to an orientation of the Heavenly Emperor Temple, which was the Ding Gate of the Three Strange Gates. Ning Xiaochuan rushed to the other direction, slapped on the border, and immediately propped up an illusory door. Niaolanji stood on the back of the double-headed stone beast, just like standing in the void. His white clothes fluttered with the wind, and every inch of his skin emitted bright starlight. Her fingers made strange fingerprints, which unexpectedly summoned the wisps of starlight in the universe, condensed into a beam of light, and the slender jade pointed to the junction point. She is borrowing strength from heaven and earth. Boom! The boundary trembled for a moment, found variables, and even set up a second door. Previously, many warriors attacked the enchantment, but they were all counterattacked by the enchantment, and even nearly fell. However, Ning Xiaochuan and Niaolanji worked together to support the barrier, and they were not backfired by the barrier. A genius girl of 8 different sects exclaimed, I always knew that Fairy Nia of the Heavenly Sound sect was a genius in the world. I didn't expect that her sister was even more talented than her. What kind of peerless wonder is this? She borrowed all the star light from the sky. Niesher Shuangshu is really more and more surprised. Her sister is better than her sister and completely overshadows her sister's light. Many people are amazed that Niaolanji's talent is higher than his sister's, and his face is beautiful and pure, which makes people breathtaking and envious. I'm curious now, why do Niaolanji and Ning Xiaochuan cooperate so tacitly? Is Nia Shuangshu's sister going to marry into the marquis? I don't know who said such a sentence. The eyes of the Saint of the Magic Door immediately stared in the direction of Niaolanji, and a chill flashed in her beautiful pupils, and her fingers couldn't help tightening. This is indeed a very unsightly remark, which pushed Ning Xiaochuan and Niaolanji to the forefront. If Niaolanji joined the Marquis Gate, wouldn't he tie the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion with the Heavenly Sound sect? It's not a strange thing that the disciples of the sect marry the descendants of princes. It's just that now is a sensitive period, and any small measure may cause major disasters. Niaolanji stared at Ning Xiaochuan with a chill in her eyes, which could not make Ning Xiaochuan have any relationship with her sister. This is something she can't tolerate. Absolutely not. Yuqing spit on the ground and said, I'll go. I guessed that he wouldn't let go of his sister-in-law. It's really worthy of being a descendant of a prince. Sisters kill all. It's really a man's nature. I admire it. Ning Xiaochuan and Niaolanji did cooperate very tacitly, and their magic powers were similar. Obviously, they used some kind of homologous magic power, which made people have to guess whether they had some unusual relationship. I see. He attacked the 3 strange gates. There was change in the strange gate. He wanted to break the barrier with the variables in the strange gate Jiu Dang Jia. The spirit void venerable also read the fragments of the strange Jiu Dang Jia left by his ancestors, and then realized it. Shua. She took a step towards the void, and fell below the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven, standing in the position of Gate C of the three strange gates. Her jade hand stretched out and propped up the third door. Thank you. Ning Xiaochuan stared in the direction of the spiritual void venerable. He had long guessed that the spiritual virtual venerable would attack, and only by combining the power of the three people could he really shake the three strange doors and break the barrier of the Heavenly Emperor's divine palace. 9 palaces and 8 winds. Ning Xiaochuan's head burst out a column of light, bombarding the black clouds in the sky. Lightning and thunder suddenly flashed in the clouds, and strands of lightning shuttled through the void, turning into a gust of wind, sweeping over. This is the wind transformed by lightning, which is called Thor electric wind. Thor electric wind is the initial wind of the 9 palaces and 8 winds, which is called the source of the 8 winds. Thunderobot electric wind and Ning Xiaochuan's martial art lightning beast were integrated together, and a blow hit the barrier, and thousands of currents poured out of Ning Xiaochuan's fist, breaking the main door B of the 3 strange doors. Later, the spirit virtual venerable and Niao Longji both shot at the same time to break the C gate and D gate. The 3 strange doors were broken open, and the barrier outside the Emperor's palace suddenly collapsed. The whole picture of the Temple of the Emperor of Heaven is displayed. A main road, Jade Stairs, is located in the void and extends upward to the magnificent palace. 18 palaces are listed together and suspended in the void, just like the residence of gods. Inside the holy palace, the light is bright and emits 3 colored lights. The 3 divine rivers are suspended in the void, showing white, red, and gold light, respectively. The white God River flows with milky water. Every drop of water is like fairy dew, emitting a faint fragrance. The red God River flows like a flame, and every drop of water is like a beating flame. Golden God River, every drop of water is like a golden solution, pouring down from the sky, like a golden waterfall. The 3 rivers are all made of the essence of heaven and earth, which is comparable to the nectar and jade dew. Only in the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven can you encounter such a divine spring. If you can drink a drop, it will definitely be of infinite use to practice. Wow! The marquis in the clouds exuded a huge momentum, and burst out with golden martial vitality. He was the first to rush into the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven. Later, all the martial artists rushed into the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven, to seize the treasures left by the Emperor of Heaven. As soon as they rushed up the stairs, they disappeared out of thin air, like a handful of yellow sand spilled into the sea, fell into the water, and became invisible. The reason why Ning Xiaochuan didn't enter the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven at the first time was to prevent this kind of situation. As expected, he guessed that the inner space of the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven was not a parallel space, but a chaotic space. Every step he took could lead to a space that was not used. Chaotic space is more terrible than enchantment. Ning Xiaochuan, I have something to tell you. The saint of the demon gate, dressed in clean white, came to Ning Xiaochuan's side, her face covered with a veil, and her eyes were not good at staring at Niao Longji. Niao Longqin and Yinan Tian also rushed over, leaving with Niao Longji and entering the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven. Niao Longji was afraid that Ning Xiaochuan would be poisoned by the saint of the demon sect, so she refused to leave, but Niao Longqin forcibly took her away and would not allow her to continue to be with Ning Xiaochuan. Outside the temple of the Emperor of Heaven, only Ning Xiaochuan and the Saint of Mormon were left. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Your Highness, what advice?" The Saint of the Demon Gate was full of questions and wanted to ask, but at the moment, she couldn't say a word. After considering for a long time, she said, "I got 11 beads and 3 leaves yuan ming grass, and I've been reluctant to take it. Can you help me refine it into a pill?" Originally, she wanted to ask about the relationship between Ning Xiaochuan and Niao Longji, but she swallowed the words and didn't ask. Of course. Ning Xiaochuan rode. The saint of the demon gate just took out the 3-leaf yuanming grass. Suddenly, black smoke came from the horizon, and there was a huge force surging in it. The devil's laughter rang out from the black smoke. The black fog surged in the direction of the Heavenly Emperor Temple. Even with the cultivation of Mormon Saint and Ning Xiaochuan, I felt a huge murderous spirit coming out of the black fog, which was creepy. Ning Xiaochuan, I will poke you to the bone and raise ashes. A cold horse howl sounded from the black smoke. A huge black ancient city, flying out of the smoke. The wall is full of fine lightning, forming a huge power grid. The sound just now came from the black ancient city. Boom! The shape of the black ancient city is changing rapidly. The boulder breaks down and turns into a civet cat with a height of more than 100 meters, grinning at Ning Xiaochuan. Its mouth gave a shriek, and the air turned into a cold wind, blowing to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's hair was blown up, his face was solemn, and he said, "Young Master Bailey, you unexpectedly." Cluck. Didn't you expect that? Didn't you expect that I didn't die? I'm a 9-rank Shan beast with noble blood. I really think a few broken stones can make me fall? The stone beast White Beaver has a cruel smile. The blood of the little master of White Beaver was integrated into the stone beast's body. Not only did he not die, but he insisted on it with an adverse will. He integrated the blood into the stone beast's body. Instead, he refined the stone beast into a stone body, and his cultivation was more powerful than before. Although the little master of White Beaver got the stone body, he lost his body and could only be a pile of stone pimples forever. Therefore, it hated Ning Xiaochuan and vowed to break Ning Xiaochuan into pieces. The little master of White Beaver inherited the power of the stone beast giant once, and his combat power was increased to a rather terrible level, and a claw slapped at Ning Xiaochuan. The stone claws were full of lightning. Ow! When the two-headed stone beast came up, the left head spit out flames, and the right head spits out cold air. The two forces twisted together and bombarded at the same time. After a blow, the two huge stone beasts attacked each other and fought together. Although they are two stone beasts, their combat power is at the level of Wuzun, which has caused great damage, completely smashing the earth outside the temple of the Emperor of Heaven, with rubble everywhere. Crackle! Finally, the double-headed stone beast was defeated and flew back, knocking out a huge groove on the ground. Even the left head was smashed half, and the body was beaten to pieces. Red Bruce Lee quickly took the double-headed stone beast into the Shan beast's mirror, flapped his wings, flew to Ning Xiaochuan's shoulder, and stared warily at the huge stone beast civet that came step by step. Ning Xiaochuan, return my miraculous medicine. The stone beast civet hit angrily, and its claws slapped Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan summoned the 7th-grade mysterious weapon Blood City Iron Seal, which turned into a large seal dozens of meters high, like a steel blood city, smashing a large area of the stone beast civet's claws. Get back quickly. Enter the Tiandi Academy. Ning Xiaochuan is well aware of the horror of the stone beast giant. Since the little master of White Beaver has inherited its power, Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation is certainly not its opponent. Moreover, it also has the body of immortality. Before the claws of the stone beast civet came down again, Ning Xiaochuan and the saint of the demon gate both broke into the Tiandi Academy at the same time. They had just climbed the stone ladder, and their bodies were like passing through an invisible door, disappearing from the stone ladder and entering the chaotic space. Damn! The stone beast civet cat condensed into a stone beast giant more than 100 meters high. The surface of the body kept flashing electric light, and the body became only 12 meters high. The stones all over it become like black gold and iron, emitting metallic light. Although his body is 10 times smaller than before, his strength has not weakened. It also broke into the heavenly palace and chased Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan and the Saint of the Demon Gate broke into the temple of the Emperor of Heaven and came to a dilapidated ruins of the ancient city. It was empty and silent around. Except for the two of them, no one had any living creatures. Looking up at the sky, I still can only see black clouds. Don't move. Ning Xiaochuan's face was dignified and said, "This is a chaotic space. Every step you take, you will enter a different space interlayer. Hold my hand, and I can find the most correct way." The demon saint hesitated for a moment, stared at Ning Xiaochuan with beautiful eyes, and said solemnly, "Ning Xiaochuan, are you sure you want to hold my hand? Once you hold it, I won't release it again." Ning Xiaochuan was slightly stunned and immediately became solemn, because he understood what she said, but he really didn't think about it now. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Can we talk about this later? The little master of White Beaver is catching up now. If he catches up, even if we work together, he may not be his opponent." The demon saint's face was covered with white gauze, only showing a pair of firm eyes, without any retreat, and said, "Is it so difficult for you to make a decision? Do you think our identities are too different to come together? Or, in your heart, there are other women? Women are like this. The more critical the moment, the more you have to make a choice." Ning Xiaochuan's mind flashed the shadow of UCC, and recalled the night with Nialanqin. Finally, he calmed down and said, "I have something I want to tell you." Ning Xiaochuan just wanted to say, the space was violently shocked, and a dark murderous spirit swept over, blowing his robe up. Boom! The little master of White Beaver rushed in and broke into the crack of the space. He was dark and shining with flowing metal. He gave a sharp smile in his mouth and chopped an axe towards Ning Xiaochuan. Its body became only more than 10 meters high, but the stones on its body became extremely hard and full of explosive power. The power contained in the axe is very frightening, and it can almost break the mountains and the earth. The sun and the moon are on the same day. Ice and snow. Ning Xiaochuan and the Saint of the Demon Gate play a martial magic at the same time. Ning Xiaochuan's body rushed out of yin and yang, condensed into a huge sun-moon yin and yang map, stirring the mysterious air of the whole space. The Saint of the Demon Gate sent out a biting cold, and the sky continued to fall with flying snow, frozen thousands of miles, condensed into a huge iceberg. After the White Beaver Master fused the power of the Stone Beast Giant, his power was extremely terrifying, and he had the power to kill the Wu Zun with an axe. The strength of He Ning Ogawa and the Saint of the Demon Gate barely blocked this axe. "Come with me." Ning Xiaochuan's eyes sank, and a trace of hesitation appeared in his pupils. Finally, he squeezed the hand of the Saint of the Demon Gate tightly, clasped it between his fingers, and escaped into the next space. The moment Ning Xiaochuan held the hand of the Saint of the Demon Gate, she knew that Ning Xiaochuan had made a choice. At the moment, her heart was full of joy and sweetness. It was an unspeakable feeling, like a little girl stealing honey. The Saint of the Demon Gate is naturally not an ignorant and naive little girl. Instead, she is very intelligent, wise, and has her own unique charm. How did the little master of White Beaver become like this? Magic Door Saint. White Beavers are the only ethnic group in the land of Yulan Empire with 9-grade Xian beast lineage. Their innate constitution is extremely strong. As long as you are gifted, you can awaken the blood of the Jupingxuan beast in your body and become a real Jupingxuan beast. It can be said that there are only 2 Jiupingxian beasts in the whole Yulan Empire. On one end is the ancestor of White Beaver, and on the other is the young master of White Beaver. The ancestor of the White Beaver is the emperor of the Xian beasts. The hundreds of millions of Xian beasts that rule the world are the supreme existence. The little master of the White Beaver is the heir of the emperor of the Xian beast. How can the little master of White Beaver, who has become a Jiuping Xian beast, abandon his noble body? It's a long story. I'll tell you slowly after I go out. Ning Xiaochuan's solemn way. It was indeed beyond Ning Xiaochuan's expectation that he did not kill the young master of the white beaver. He was likely to cause great trouble to himself, and even bring disaster to the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. Ning Xiaochuan can't afford to provoke the old ancestor behind the little master Bailey. We must find a way to kill the little master of white beaver. Only by finding the divine blood and breaking through to the territory of the earth, may we be able to kill the little master of the white beaver. Ning Xiaochuan uses the knowledge of Jiu Dang Jia to find the storage place of divine blood, which is the treasure that Ning Xiaochuan most urgently wants. Divine blood is definitely one of the most precious treasures in the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven. It must be stored in the real divine palace. Boom! Through 37 chaotic spaces in a row, I finally came to the outside of the real palace of the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven. The temple of the Heavenly Emperor is indeed very magnificent. It is more magnificent than any building in Yulan Empire. Even columns are carved from a whole piece of basalt. On the column, there are words left by gods, but ordinary people can't understand it and can't understand the meaning expressed above. Someone reached the outside of the temple of the Heavenly Emperor before Ning Xiaochuan and the Saint of the Demon Gate. That person was the spiritual virtual venerable. The spiritual virtual venerable is standing in a white river above the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven, and is subduing this river with his powerful power. This is not a real river, but a collection of the essence of heaven and earth. It has the power to refine martial arts, stimulate physical potential, and awaken human treasures. Every drop can be called fairy syrup. If you can subdue the whole river, you may be able to make martial artists reach the talent level of hard to meet in 10,000 years. Although the spirit virtual venerable stood in the void, his eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan and the demon sect saint. Seeing that they actually held hands, his eyes suddenly showed a trace of surprise. One is the heir of the Marquis of the Imperial Court, and the other is the Saint of the Demon Gate. How could the relationship between the two be so close? This is absolutely unacceptable to heaven and earth. Once it is spread, the two of them are likely to follow in the footsteps of Ning Ogawa's parents, and the outcome will be very tragic. The Devil Saint's eyes showed a murderous intention, ready to get rid of the spirit-empty venerable. Ning Xiaochuan slowly released his hand, shook his head slightly to her, and whispered with his heart, "The cultivation of the spiritual void venerable is unpredictable, so it's best not to do it easily. Leave this matter to me, and you go to collect the essence of heaven and earth first." There are 3 rivers above the temple of the Heavenly Emperor. They are white, red, and gold. The 3 rivers are all formed by the essence of heaven and earth, representing 3 different forces. Every river contains enormous energy, which is almost like a vast ocean, inexhaustible. The Saint of Demon Gate chose the Red River, and with a wave of her arm, a white snowflake fell down in the void. Her toes stepped on the snow, like a ferryman dance, took off towards the Red River. She didn't give birth to the martial arts magic that can fly, so she can only fly by stepping on snow. Ow! The space fluctuated, producing circles of ripples, and a black stone arm bombarded it down, hitting the magic door saint flying in the air. Young Master Bailey is catching up. It came fast enough. Ning Xiaochuan was wearing red dragon armor and holding a dragon sword. His body was full of war. He shouted loudly and spit out a rosy breath, "Your opponent is me." Boom! Ning Xiaochuan kicked on the ground, his legs slightly bent, and his body took off. The dragon sword became 18 meters long and turned into a huge sword that cut the sky, cutting off the black stone arm and turning it into gravel. Ning Xiaochuan, don't go, have the ability to really compete with me. The little master of White Beaver gathered his stone arm again, and spit out a mouthful of lightning. The lightning condensed into a god general wearing armor. The god general held a battle axe in his hand, and an axe hit Ning Xiaochuan's head. Ning Xiaochuan didn't fight hard with the little master, Bailey. He launched the fast body method of rainbow moving and broke into the palace. It is said that the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven is the dormitory of the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven once lived here for a long time, leaving an indelible mark. All martial artists who enter the temple of the Emperor of Heaven will feel the immortal power of the Emperor, which makes people feel awed. They can't help kneeling on the stairs to worship the Emperor and God. Ning Xiaochuan broke into the first shrine. Inside the palace, there are bronze bookshelves, on which are all kinds of ancient books and secret scriptures, including jiashu made of tortoise shells, bright jade books, ancient and old bone books, as well as iron scroll, golden sutra. There are tens of millions of books. Daozong 9 Swords Painting. Lingshu Sutra. Innate Skill. Heaven and Earth Xuanqi. The Emperor of Heaven is a person who becomes a god. He is invincible in the world. He even killed the secondary god and beat the ancestors of all the great caves and blessed places to their knees. He collected the skills of various gates, caves and families and stored them in the first palace of the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven. The classics that can be included here by the Emperor of Heaven are naturally not ordinary. Any volume taken out is a treasure of divine skill. Ning Xiaochuan tried to pick up a stone book with the mysterious qi of heaven and earth engraved on the page, but that book seemed to be as heavy as billions of kilograms. No matter how hard Ning Xiaochuan tried, the book did not move. This is a spirit left by the gods, guarding the treasures in the temple. The little master of White Beaver who chased and killed him was also stunned by the classics here. The classics collected by the gods also make it very exciting. Unfortunately, like Ning Xiaochuan, he had no way to take down the books on the bookshelf. The Emperor of Heaven did leave something for posterity in the Holy Palace, but what he left was specific. In fact, 99% of the things in the temple can't be taken away by martial artists. The young master Bailey was unwilling and wanted to get the second ancient book. Boom! At this time, a huge black magic tablet flew out of the temple of the Emperor of Heaven. The inscription was wrapped in ice-cold chains, and a black magic light burst out, suppressing the little master of White Beaver. Ning Xiaochuan came out from the back of the bookshelf, stared at the little master of the White Beaver suppressed by the stone tablet of the god of destruction, and then hurried to the depths of the temple. Ning Xiaochuan was successful only by sneak attack. With the power of the world-destroying god monument, he can only suppress the time of 9 breaths of the White Beaver at most. He must use the time of 9 breaths to find the divine blood left by the Emperor of Heaven. If you are entangled by the little master of White Beaver, Yun Songhao, Jindu Shizi, Yi Nantian and others will come at that time. It is difficult for Ning Xiaochuan to seize the divine blood again. Red Dragon was even more anxious than Ning Xiaochuan. He stretched his nose and sniffed hard. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and his mouth shouted, "Ow, ow." It found something and pointed its way to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan rushed to the direction directed by the red dragon, passed through 7 sacred palaces, and came to a lotus pond. This lotus pond is only more than 10 meters long. The water inside is very clear, emitting wisps of white smoke. Through the smoke, you can see the green lotus leaves in the pond. Lotus Pond is located outside the 7th temple, emitting huge vitality. The smoke condensed into small dragons, flying on the pool surface, or pressing, and even waving their teeth and claws at Ning Xiaochuan. I knew you were unreliable. This is a lotus pond at all. Divine blood is not here at all. Ning Xiaochuan patted Xiaohong's head. Suddenly, his eyes shrunk and he said to himself, "No. I haven't seen any living creatures in the temple of the Emperor of Heaven, from beginning to end. Why can the lotus in this pool grow for thousands of years without dying? Where does their vitality come from?" The lotus leaves in the lotus pond are green and oily, emitting the fragrance of lotus and full of vitality. Ning Xiaochuan shouted, 9 palaces and 8 winds, Vulcan refining wind. This is the wind of destruction among the 8 winds. A little red fire essence escaped from his hands, condensed red flames, and slowly moved forward to form a hot flame wind. Crackling. The wind gathered by flames. The lotus leaves on the lotus pond were burned to ashes by the fire, and the black dust fell into the water. The originally clear water of the pond gradually turned blood red. This is actually a pool of blood. This is an illusion. Only those who know how to crack the illusion can see the real appearance of the blood pool. A pool full of blood, gradually gathered together, condensed into a drop of bright blood, flew up from the pool, suspended in the void. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was so excited that he quickly put away this drop of divine blood. For him, this is the most precious treasure in the heavenly palace. Compared with this drop of divine blood, other treasures can only be regarded as ordinary products. Just as Ning Xiaochuan put away the divine blood, the little master of White Beaver caught up with him and hit his vest with a slap. Ning Xiaochuan spread out a pair of dragon wings and took off. Instead of fighting with the White Beaver, he drew an arc and flew to the cornice of a holy palace. Ning Xiaochuan held the sword in both hands and chopped out the sword chi. Wow! A blood-red dragon sword chi flew out and chopped at the little master of White Beaver. Ning Xiaochuan is now the 9th peak of martial arts cultivation in the refined realm. Even without using the magic sword and the power of the red dragon, he can compete with Wu Zun. Now, Ning Xiaochuan combines with the red dragon and incarnates as the battle holy dragon envoy. The combat power soars several times, and the power of each sword is earth-shattering, enough to compete with those old princes in the court. Boom! The power of the little master of the White Beaver is very terrible. The axe blows down and tears a hole in the space. Ning Xiaochuan jumped up from the cornice of the temple, spread out a pair of huge dragon wings, and flew through the air. The little master of the White Beaver pursued him closely, and his body swelled, becoming more than 100 meters tall, turning into an indomitable giant, with the palm print of destroying the sky and the earth. Little master, if we fight hard like this, the treasures in the temple will be taken away by others, which is not good for us. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want people to know that God's blood was taken away by him, so he deliberately said so. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan is not interested in other treasures in the heavenly palace at all. Because he knew that no one could take away the real treasures in the heavenly palace. Divine blood should be the most precious treasure. The young master of the White Beaver snorted coldly, "Even if I don't want any treasures, I'll take your life first. Then there are Yi Nantian and Niao Lanqin. None of you can escape." Young Master Baili, do you still want to return to Yulan Empire? Ning Xiaochuan's voice sank. Do you know the way to return to Yulan Empire? The attack of the young master of White Beaver slowed down a lot. Of course I know. Ning Xiaochuan is very confident. Then I'll catch you first and kill you when I return to the Jade Haze Empire. Little Master Baili didn't mean to stop. He stretched out a big hand, slapped Ning Xiaochuan on his body, and flew Ning Xiaochuan out. Fortunately, Ning Xiaochuan is wearing dragon armor, otherwise he will be seriously injured. It seems that the little master of White Beaver not only turned his body into stone, but also his head into stone. Ning Xiaochuan wanted to refine the divine blood now, impacting the land and turning the little master of White Beaver into stone dregs. However, this idea only slightly appeared in his mind, and then rationally restrained himself. Now we can't refine divine blood. The existence of divine blood must not be known to anyone. Otherwise, even if he refined his divine blood and reached the realm of earthly honor, countless masters would definitely come to the door and want to drink the blood in his body. It is estimated that someone will catch him and use him as a mysterious medicine for refining. For the sake of divine blood, I'm afraid even figures at the level of swordsman will definitely fight Ning Xiaochuan. Therefore, divine blood can only be refined secretly, and it must not be known by anyone. Boom! The chaotic space has been constantly broken open, and many people have broken into the Heavenly Emperor Temple to collect treasures that can be taken away. This is the former residence of the Emperor of Heaven. Even a copper lamp is definitely a great mysterious treasure. While everyone was robbing the treasures in the Heavenly Emperor's divine palace, Ning Xiaochuan and the little master Bailey were fighting and were inseparable. There are a total of 18 sacred palaces, some of which are filled with classics, some with Xuanqi, some with Dan medicine, and some with Xianqi. Although the vast majority of the palaces cannot be taken away, they still found many rare treasures by them. Every warrior returned with a full load and got at least one treasure. Before long, all the treasures that could be taken away from the Heavenly Emperor's divine palace were collected, and all martial artists gathered outside the 7th divine palace. There is a dry lake with fine array patterns carved at the bottom of the lake. Everyone guesses that the array pattern at the bottom of the lake is the transmission array that returns to the Yuan Empire. Only a drop of blood from the spiritual void venerable can open the transmission array. In fact, this dry lake is the lotus pond that once contained divine blood. Ning Xiaochuan found the array pattern at the bottom of the lake when he collected his blood, so he was so confident that he knew the way to return to Yuan Empire. Ning Xiaochuan and that stone man are still fighting. They really fought from beginning to end and never stopped. Ning Xiaochuan is also pathetic. He was the first to break into the Holy Palace, but he met a great enemy and was forced to fight. As a result, he didn't get any treasure. Hey! Many martial artists are complacent. There are many treasures hidden in the Qianquan cloth bag, and they think they have gained a lot. Yan Canghao and Jingdu Shizi had a war, and they each took away half of the world essence of the river. A young warrior said admiringly. Above the temple of the Heavenly Emperor, there are 3 rivers formed by the essence of heaven and earth. Among them, the largest one was taken away by the spiritual virtual venerable. The demon saint also took one. Yan Canghao and Jingdu Shizi were one step behind them and divided the 3rd river of heaven and earth. It is said that Nia's 2 Shu have jointly won a mysterious ancient weapon, which is at least the level of 9-grade Xuanqi, and even half of the Supreme Emperor's weapon. Everyone was surprised and said, how can this be possible? The treasure of Tianyin sect's Zhenzong Taishan Qin is also a 9-grade Xuanqi. Just because of the existence of Taishan Qin, Tianyin sect has stood for thousands of years, and has become one of the few large doors to deter the world. Now, Tianyin sect has added another 9-grade Xuanqi. Isn't it more powerful? If half of the Supreme Emperors were as born, I'm afraid the Tianyin sect will surpass the Yuan sect and become the first sect in the world, which is enough to deter the imperial court. Almost everyone got great treasures, but some people hid them secretly, while others were accidentally exposed and found. Look, Nia Xuanshu is here. Everyone stared at Nia Xuanshu. Among them, some Tianjiao, who was strong in martial arts, showed a greedy look in their eyes. Niao Lanqin's eyes were burning, and a martial spirit Dharma body rushed out of his body, condensed into a purple guqin, and suspended on his head. My God! Wusul Dharma body, she has broken through to the Earth Zun realm. The warrior who originally wanted to rob immediately suppressed his thoughts. A martial master's combat power is quite terrible, which makes people taboo and dare not act rashly. Moreover, Wu Zun's life-saving skills are also very strong. If you want to kill Wu Zun, you can do it only if you have more than 10 times her fighting power. It's easy to defeat Wu Zun, but it's difficult to kill Wu Zun. Sister, please save the little Marquis. He was chased by a big stone. Niao Lanji also knew the power of the stone beast giant and was very worried about the safety of Ning Xiaochuan. Niao Lanqin's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and she could clearly feel her sister's affection for Ning Xiaochuan, which made her feel uneasy. In no case could Lanji and Ning Xiaochuan have any disputes. She said softly, "Don't worry. The power of the stone beast giant is indeed very strong, but Ning Xiaochuan is protected by a dragon, so it's not so easy to be killed. But the young marquis has been injured. If you don't help him, I'll help him. Niao Lanji's heart was very anxious, and her big eyes were glittering and translucent, as if tears were about to flow out. Ning Xiaochuan saved her more than once and took good care of her. The two spent a year together. Niao Lanji has long had feelings for Ning Xiaochuan, which is a real feeling, not a simple worship and respect. Niao Lanji used martial arts magic to give her a place to live, and would not allow her to continue to tangle with Ning Xiaochuan. Almost all the warriors came to the dry stone lake. Naturally, someone went to help Ning Xiaochuan, and Yuqing was quite loyal. He stood on the top of the seventh temple, took out the xuanqi, and bombarded the stone beast giant. Yuqing also benefited from the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven. He broke through the barrier and hit the land of reverence, and his accomplishments increased several times. He spread out the martial spirit Dharma body, fought quite madly, and played 8 mysterious weapons at the same time, posing a great threat to the stone beast giant. Thank you for your help. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Why do our brothers say so much? Back in the imperial city, you must invite me to watch the jade building and have a good drink. You'd better invite Miss Ningxing to sing a song, which would be wonderful. Yuqing's mouth burst into laughter, as if he was not afraid of the revenge of the little master of the white beaver at all. The 3 masters were turned upside down, and xuanqi and martial arts magical powers flew all over the sky. Shua. The spirit empty venerable flew in the sky, and his body was wrapped in a layer of misty white fog. His posture was very graceful, and he stood above the dry stone lake. A drop of blood dropped from her fingertips and fell into the bottom of the stone lake, which immediately activated the array at the bottom of the stone lake. Wow! A blood-red light rushed up from the bottom of the stone lake, emitting dazzling brilliance, wrapping the spiritual virtual venerable. A flash of light. The spiritual void venerable disappeared from the sky over the stone lake. Later, Ho in the clouds, Shitzi in Jindu, Yinan Tian. And so on, all left through the transmission array. Half an hour later, in addition to Ning Xiaochuan, Yuqing and Bailey, who were still fighting, only the masters of the demon sect had not left and stood by the dry stone lake to watch the battle. The saint of the demon gate stared at the battle of the 3 masters closely, with an anxious look in her eyes. Until everyone left, she said, Ning Xiaochuan once helped our demon gate, and I can't stand by. Linger, you take others first, and I'll help him. Other demon sect warriors did not know the relationship between the saint and Ning Xiaochuan, and did not know that the saint of the demon sect had another identity as the first beauty of the imperial city. Yu Ningxing. Ning Xiaochuan did once help the demon gate, and it is normal for her highness to help him. Only Duan Kazuka knew the fishiness. She stared deeply at the saint of the demon gate, bowed down and said, Your Highness, take care of it. Duan Mulinger took other demon sect masters and left through the transmission array in turn. The light of the array began to weaken, and the blood gas in the lake became weaker and weaker. When the blood gas in the transmission array is completely exhausted, the transmission array will be closed. If they don't leave again, they will be trapped in the heavenly palace forever. Congealing. The saint of the demon gate stood beside the transmission array, her hands folded, and a cold air escaped with her as the center, condensed into a light blue cold ice handprint, and bombarded the little master of the white beaver. At the same time, Yuqing smashed 8 mysterious objects at the same time, transforming them into 8 bright halos. Ning Xiaochuan offered a 7-grade xuanqi Blood City Iron Seal, which also bombarded the past. With the strength of the 3 of them, the little master of the white beaver was finally blown out. Ning Xiaochuan roared, The transmission array can only transmit 1 person at a time. Little prince, you leave first. Yuqing glanced at the transmission array. Sure enough, He saw that the light of the transmission array was weakening rapidly, so he immediately withdrew. He passed by the saint of the magic gate, and immediately stopped slightly, laughing. The saint is just the second person of the magic gate, and her heart is not comparable to other figures of the magic gate. Just give us a hand today, and the king will give you a break next time. Hey. Yuqing didn't know the identity of the saint of the demon gate. After saying this, he stepped into the transmission array and returned to the Jade Haze Empire. Subsequently, the Mormon saint and Ning Xiaochuan also left through the transmission array one after another. When Ning Xiaochuan came out from the other end of the transmission array, the warriors in the Dragon Valley had gone clean, and only Yuqing was still waiting outside. Almost every warrior who came out of the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven had a huge treasure and was afraid of being robbed, so he left immediately. Yuqing looked at the exit of the Dragon Valley with admiration in her eyes, and said in a confused way, static as delicate flowers shine on the water, dynamic as weak willows fufum. Its shape is also, as graceful as a startling goose, as gentle as a dragon. She is really a beauty in the world, but why don't you say she didn't look at me more? Ning Xiaochuan asked, who are you talking about? Demon Saint. Yuqing's face was obsessed and said, you can't see it. Just now she came out of the transmission array. Although she was wearing a veil, her eyes were affectionate and moving, which made me unable to forget her. Ning Xiaochuan smiled, is her eyes really so affectionate? Of course, I have reason to believe that she has fallen in love with me at first sight. Yuqing's eyes looked into the distance and said, the tenderness of that look back is the most embarrassing. She glanced at me lightly and took away my heart without taking away a cloud. Ning Xiaochuan said, maybe the deep feeling in her eyes is thinking of her lover in her heart. Maybe she looks back and is waiting for another person. Cut. You are jealous of me. There are outsiders here, besides the king? Yuqing rode. Ning Xiaochuan laughed, isn't there still me? You already have Nia Xuanshu, so don't get involved anymore. The saint of the demon gate must be the king's dish. I want her to shed tears for me. She is so heartbroken and painful that she can't extricate herself from the entanglement of love and hate. This is definitely my ultimate challenge. Yuqing vowed. Can I get involved in this? A familiar voice sounded. Shi Jinggan stumbled out of the Dragon Valley, with a big stomach and shaking fat all over, but his pace was steady, not slow, not urgent, like a goose with a big head. This big-headed goose is very leisurely, just like watching the scenery in the Dragon Valley. Why did you go to the Dragon Valley instead of the Heavenly Emperor Temple? Ning Xiaochuan and Yuqing were surprised. Shi Jinggan looked regretful and said, gnashing his teeth, damn it. I originally wanted to go to the Heavenly Palace to find treasure, but when I entered the transmission array, the energy of the array was actually exhausted, which was not enough to support me to transmit it. Without going to the Heavenly Palace, I had to stay in the Dragon Valley and wait. This was a whole year, and I found an amazing thing. What? Yuqing rode. The dragon clan moved away and left the Yulan Empire. Shi Jin trunk rode. Ning Xiaochuan and Yuqing looked at each other, and their faces showed a dignified look. This is not good news for the imperial court. Ning Xiaochuan said, the dragon clan who joined the dragon warrior camp has also left the Jade Haze Empire? Shi Jinggan touched his chin, nodded, and said, I asked the dragon girl sister of the dragon family. All the dragon families in the Yulan Empire were recalled, and then left together. This is the real relocation of the Jiu family. It may move to the depths of the Tianshu continent, or to the deep ocean. Ning Xiaochuan and Yuqing's faces were extremely embarrassed, and they said, the most powerful military branch of the imperial court dragon warrior camp has disappeared, and the world is afraid to be in chaos. We spent a whole year in the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven. Maybe chaos has come. Ning Xiaochuan rode. The two most powerful deterrents of the imperial court, master of the academy and dragon warrior battalion. Now, these two deterrents are gone, and the power of the imperial court must suffer a heavy blow. I'm afraid those who didn't dare to oppose the imperial court in the past will come forward one after another. Ning Xiaochuan and Yuqing decided to return to the imperial city immediately. Shi Jinggan, like a follower, closely followed Ning Xiaochuan and claimed that he wanted to see the world in the imperial city, but his eyes glanced at the red dragon from time to time. This little guy is also a dragon, isn't he? He is probably the only dragon in the Jade Orchid Empire. He is really cute, but he is a little fat. Xiaohong, call Uncle Shi quickly. Uncle Shi will give you the dragon-greedy fruit, which is the favorite of the dragon people. Shi Jinggan is very interested in Red Bruce Lee and has been flirting with him, just like a strange uncle who is tricking a little girl. Boom. The three men stood in the distance and looked in the direction of Longu. They saw a stone beast giant more than 100 meters high rush out, break down the mountain, trample a Wupingshuan beast to death, hold a stone axe, and roar up to the sky. Ning Xiaochuan, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will crush your bones and ashes. Then, the stone beast giant turned into a huge black ancient city, flew up the clouds and disappeared in the sky. The young master of the white beaver was badly dented by you. At least he is a 9-grade Xian beast, but now he has become a pile of stone pimples. Even if he sees the beautiful Xian beast girl, he can only sigh. Yuqing laughed. Ning Xiaochuan couldn't laugh at all and said, everyone has got treasures from the Heavenly Emperor's palace. Any one of them can shake the world. Some of these treasures must be jealous and ambush in the dark. We'd better be careful. Ning Xiaochuan did not guess wrong. Before he got out of the MTO forest, he saw a bloody body in the jungle. This is the favored son of heaven in the Marquis of Heaven. Luo Chong is the 4th strongest person in the realm of immortality. He also entered the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven. Who on earth killed him? Yuqing looked at the corpse on the ground and said seriously. Everything on Luo Chong's body was searched. Obviously, he was ambushed, robbed of the treasure, and lost his life. At this time, the hairs on Ning Xiaochuan's back suddenly stood up and felt a danger approaching. The Wu Daoxian qi in his body automatically spread all over his body. Wu Daoxian qi stirred up and immediately launched the rainbow movement, knocking Yuqing and Shi Jinggan out. Boom! A huge footprint fell from the sky, crushing the ground where Ning Xiaochuan and his 3 men had just stood, cracking ground cracks, leaving a huge footprint of more than 50 meters long, more than 5 meters deep. This is a huge footprint condensed by Wu Dao's vitality, which crushed a large area of trees and crushed 1,000 kilograms of boulders into powder. Shit! What's the situation? How dare you attack us secretly? How dare you? Yuqing's eyes burst into anger, slapped on the ground, and his body bounced up. Yuqing was originally a person who was not afraid of heaven and earth. After stepping into the territory of Dizuan, he had martial arts cultivation as his capital, so he was naturally more daring, and the King of Heaven and Lao Tzu were not afraid. Ning Xiaochuan, you've made me suffer so much. Today I want you to pay back your principal and interest. A big man with disheveled hair flew down from above, and suddenly sand and stones flew, and leaves flew all over the sky. His face is full of beard, his eyes are round, and he stares murderously at Ning Xiaochuan. The most important thing is that this man actually has no arms, just like a human-shaped column standing on the ground, which looks very strange. Why did you come to you again? How many people did you pit? Yuqing rode. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the big man for a long time before recognizing him and said, Mu Hong, are you still alive? This big man with disheveled hair is the former master of the General Altar of Tianmido, Mu Hong Lai. It is normal for Mu Hong to regard Ning Xiaochuan as an enemy. After all, his arms were destroyed by the Taoist master of Tianmi Dao because of Ning Xiaochuan. But why did he appear in Mudo Forest? Ning Xiaochuan felt that there must be another reason, and laughed. Master Mu, it's really all right. I don't know who ordered you to kill me. Don't talk so much nonsense. Hand over Biming divine skill and the dragon cub, and I can leave you a whole corpse. Wood Red came sternly. Your hands are ruined, and you can't take care of yourself. Do you believe that this king can make you disappear from this world at any time? Yuqing rode. Mu Hong stared at Yuqing coldly. Two dark lights shone from her pupils, condensed into two ferocious beasts, and knocked Yuqing out. Yuqing got up from the ground, his arms became bloody, and a mouthful of blood came out of his mouth. This is the third level of the Lanzun realm. Mu Honglai has indeed entered the third level of the territory of Dizuan, and is a strong one among the martial Zuns. All martial artists who enter the territory of Dizun can be called Wu Zun. However, Dizuan realm is also divided into 9 small realms, and the gap between each small realm is huge. At the same time, it is extremely difficult to improve each small realm. The same as Wu Zun, but the strength gap is quite large. Yuqing just broke through to Dizuan realm, and even the realm was still a little unstable. However, Mu Honglai is already the third strongest in Dizuan territory, with a strength difference of nearly 10 times. If it weren't for my disabled hands, a slap would kill you. Boy, you're still very young. Mu Honglai's body rotated, and immediately formed a huge vortex, moved horizontally in front of Yuqing, and kicked Yuqing out with one leg. Yuqing's body broke a tree with a diameter of 1 meter, rolled into the bushes, and coughed blood in his mouth. Cough. Shit. I'm not ready yet. Fit. Ning Xiaochuan and the Red Dragon are integrated, holding a blood-red dragon sword, and chopping at Mu Hong. Haha. Ning Xiaochuan, with your current cultivation, you want to fight me? Even if you have dragon armor, I can kill you. Mu Hong's Wu Soul Dharma body rushed out, turned into a huge figure, and slapped Ning Xiaochuan with a palm. Ning Xiaochuan put the dragon sword in front of him, forming a layer of sword gas barrier, but he was still smashed by the palm print of Mu Hong, and he was blown out. Rather than fight, Ning Xiaochuan flew up directly with a pair of dragon wings. Mu Hong's biggest goal is Ning Xiaochuan. Since Ning Xiaochuan wants to escape, he naturally catches up immediately. He couldn't fly, but his speed stepped into the thunder and lightning, ran wildly on the ground, closely followed Ning Xiaochuan, and from time to time hit a martial magic power to bombard the sky, causing a great threat to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan deliberately wanted to attract Mu Hong to leave. With Yuqing and Shijing gone present, Ning Xiaochuan can't give full play to his full strength at all. Only when he fights with Mu Hong alone can he use the cards of Magic Sword and Stone Tablet of the God of Destruction. Ning Xiaochuan has been flying in the sky, flying out 600 miles, and Mu Honglai has also chased down 600 miles. Mu Hong showed her martial arts magic, stood on her feet, condensed a pair of huge arms, pulled down a hill as high as 100 meters, and threw it at the sky. Ning Xiaochuan also stopped, spread his wings, stood in the void, and summoned the magic sword. Suddenly, the magic gas around his body was overwhelming, turning half the sky into the color of ink. His hands lifted the magic sword, his hair rushed up, his eyes became red, and a huge magic shadow rose behind him. Destroy the World Sword Soul. Ning Xiaochuan waved a sword and immediately cut out a blood-red sword, gas hundreds of meters long, splitting the hill in half. The sword chi bombarded Mu Honglai's head and crushed the unresponsive Mu Honglai out into a mountain. When Mu Honglai crawled out of the mountain, blood was dripping on his chest, and a bloody sword scar cut his ribs open. Wisps of magic gas penetrated into the wound and invaded his body. But Ning Xiaochuan has disappeared, just like evaporating from the world. Ning Xiaochuan, you can't escape. Mu Hong roared up to the sky, and her face was extremely ferocious. The demonic gas invaded his body and corroded his flesh and blood, forcing him to find a safe place to heal. Where did Ning Xiaochuan go? In fact, Ning Xiaochuan didn't leave, but just hid under the ground and hid in the soil 100 meters deep from the ground. Refine God's blood first, and break through to the realm of earthly honor. Then you won't be afraid of anyone. Ning Xiaochuan sat deep in the ground, took out the divine blood, wrapped it with dragon and tiger xuanqi, and began to refine the divine blood slowly. The energy contained in this drop of divine blood is beyond Ning Xiaochuan's imagination, and is many times higher than the total energy in his body. Which is a drop of blood? It's like an ocean. Ning Xiaochuan's speed of absorbing divine blood is like digging a stream from the ocean. It may take at least several years for a stream to absorb all the water in the ocean. No, I can't wait that long. Ning Xiaochuan turned the skill of heaven and earth xuanqi, and the speed of absorbing divine blood immediately increased by 64 times, from a stream to a river. The power contained in divine blood flows into the body, melts into the blood, and hardens the whole body. This drop of divine blood is the blood left by the Emperor of Heaven before he became a god. It not only contains huge blood gas, but also has the will of gods and the brand of martial arts. For gods, a drop of blood is enough to penetrate a world and exterminate a race. While absorbing the power of divine blood, Ning Xiaochuan understood the will and martial brand contained in divine blood. If he can penetrate something from it, he will be used for life. It took only 3 days, and the blood gas in Ning Xiaochuan began to change, and the blood vessels began to expand, and the blood gas began to condense. Ow! In the body, the first drop of blood condensed into a dragon and made a dragon sing. This is about to enter the realm of blood like a dragon, and now it has reached the first coincidence point. Before refining divine blood, Ning Xiaochuan had reached the realm of liquefying 9 tigers with a drop of blood. Another step is the legendary blood like a dragon. A drop of blood can condense into a blood dragon. This is the legendary realm. Only gods can cultivate to this realm when they are young, which represents the innate constitution of 10,000 years of difficulty. Other martial artists, even if they get divine blood, may not be able to reach the talent level of 10,000 years. This is not the realm that can be achieved with sufficient resources after tomorrow, but also needs the innate foundation of martial artists. Some martial artists have weak innate aptitude. Even if they get the supreme treasure medicine such as 3-leaf yuan ming grass and divine blood, it will only be a waste of resources, and can only reach the talent level that is once in a century at most. This is a congenital deficiency that cannot be made up for the day after tomorrow. However, Ning Xiaochuan is different. He was born with the 7 orifices demon heart palace, with top physique and the qualification to impact the talent of 10,000 years of difficulty. Now, the first drop of blood in his body has changed, which is a quite good start, proving that Ning Xiaochuan has the potential to enter the talent level of 10,000 years. Next, everything will come naturally. It took another 3 days, and every drop of blood in Ning Xiaochuan's body degenerated into a dragon. His body was like a 10,000 dragon galloping, and his body emitted a red light. If it were not covered by thick soil, the light emitted from his body would be enough to reflect the sky red. A huge virtual shadow of the divine dragon was coiled on his head, sacred and solemn, emitting a breath of terror. This is the dragon's shadow that can only be cultivated by a genius who is hard to meet in 10,000 years, which represents the birth of a juvenile supreme. In the future, he will fight the world and be invincible in all battles. Finally reached the talent level that is difficult to meet in 10,000 years. Ning Xiaochuan was extremely excited and ready to immediately impact the land of honor. Wait a minute. A woman's voice sounded in Ning Xiaochuan's heart. The sound came from the magic sword. Ning Xiaochuan quickly gathered his mind, condensed his spirit, entered the blood of his body, came outside his heart, bowed to the magic sword and said, "Master, you finally speak again." The magic sword is suspended in the blood hole, and the shadow of a beautiful woman condenses on the sword body, which is the third-generation successor of Mishideo, Sui Hanyu. Sui Hanyu is not in the magic sword, but in a corner of the world hundreds of millions of miles away from Ning Xiaochuan. Only through the power of the magic sword can we manifest a spiritual will and make simple communication with Ning Xiaochuan. Her shadow was very illusory, floating on the body of the magic sword, and said, "I have the ability to communicate with you again with the help of the power of God's blood this time. I don't have much time, so I can only tell you that the talent of 10,000 years is not the limit of martial arts, so don't be easily satisfied. How is it possible? 10,000 is a polar number, and no one can surpass it." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Sui Hanyu shook his head and said, "Although 10,000 is an extreme number, there are still some unique figures who can break the extreme number and cultivate supreme body. Supreme body? What is supreme body?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Cold rain path. The supreme body does not refer to the talent level, but a martial arts constitution beyond the talent level, which has been sublimated to the ordinary body. Using different ways, you can cultivate different supreme bodies. Of course, if you can cultivate the supreme body, it will be difficult to ascend to heaven, and even I did not succeed in cultivating it. Among our descendants of the world-destroying Tao, only the first generation of ancestors cultivated the world-destroying supreme body, which is invincible in the world, and handy a sword can pierce the stars, and it can kill the gods between the fingers. If you can cultivate into the supreme body, it is naturally the best. Of course, even if you don't cultivate into the supreme body, with your talent level that you can't meet in 10,000 years, you can still be the king among the martial arts of the same level, so that people all over the world can only look up to you. 10,000-year hard encounter is already the most legendary martial art recorded in ancient books, and it is the supreme talent level. When the Emperor of Heaven was young, he was a rare talent level. He fought the world and never lost. Unexpectedly, there is a more powerful, supreme body. Ning Xiaochuan decided to fight hard and continue to refine his constitution. However, now the blood in the body is comparable to the real dragon, and the blood gas has reached the limit of martial arts, so it is impossible to break through it again. Supreme body, how to practice? Impossible, there is no supreme body at all, which is nonsense. How amazing is the Emperor of Heaven! He has never been defeated in the world. This is because he has a talent and constitution that is difficult to meet in 10,000 years, so no one can compare with him in that era. The mood of Tiandaran is very excited. Sui Hanyu said, "The talent level that is difficult to meet in 10,000 years is indeed an extreme situation. I have cultivated to the talent level that is difficult to meet in 10,000 years, but I haven't been able to make further breakthroughs in my life, and I haven't peeped into the secret of the supreme body. However, I firmly believe that the supreme body must exist." Blow it. I've been with the Emperor for many years. Many people who claim to be 10,000 years gifted people, in fact, have only a talent level of 8,000 years and 9,000 years. In the battle of the same realm, the Emperor will kill them with one move. Tiandi Blade doesn't believe that Sui Hanyu can have the talent of hard to meet in 10,000 years, because that is the limit of the human body and represents the extreme physique. Many people can approach the limit, but they will never reach the limit. It seems that there is only 1,000 years difference between the 9,000-year hard encounter and the 10,000-year hard encounter. However, the gap is likely to be 1,000 times, 10,000 times. The difference is a millimeter, and 1,000 miles will be lost. The talent that is hard to encounter in 10,000 years is the real talent that can only appear in 10,000 years. Just like the Emperor of Heaven, who has dominated the world for 10,000 years, no one can compete with him. In the era of the Emperor of Heaven, there is no enemy who can let him use the second move, so we can see the strength of the Emperor of Heaven. The 10,000 year represents the supremacy. It is almost impossible for two 10,000-year geniuses to appear at the same time in the same era. Cold rain, smoke in her eyes, supercilious, and her momentum is extremely vast. However, she doesn't look like a goddess, but her evil spirit is awe-inspiring, like an immortal witch. Cold voice said, "That's because you're ignorant." In the ancient era of gods, there were a large number of strong people, and every time there were outstanding heroes, young gods walked between heaven and earth. In the most powerful era, all ethnic groups had geniuses who were difficult to meet in 10,000 years, and each supported a piece of heaven and earth. After the era of gods, the mysterious atmosphere of heaven and earth changed, so there was the phenomenon that geniuses who were difficult to meet in 10,000 years were rarely born. The Emperor of Heaven Blade said, "The ancient era of gods has passed endless years, and it has long been a vicissitudes of life. Even the ancient books record only some fragmented fairy tales, and no one can tell what era it is." Although Tiandi Blade hates Tiandi very much, he absolutely believes in the strength of Tiandi. He continued, "Ning Xiaochuan can cultivate to the talent level of 10,000 years, in fact, this is not a miracle. As early as 10,000 years ago, the Emperor of Heaven had seen that he would be born, so he left a drop of divine blood to help him. Ning Xiaochuan, I have decided that I will not accept you as a knife slave in the future. I want to help you grow up, and then go to the 9 heaven realm together, to help you defeat the Emperor of Heaven." Sui Hanyu didn't argue with the Emperor Blade at all, and there was no need to say too much to a weapon in her capacity. She said faintly, "The world doesn't know the existence of the supreme body, but we, the heirs of the world-destroying Tao, must know, because the first generation of ancestors did cultivate and refine the supreme body." Ning Xiaochuan naturally believes in Sui Hanyu's words more, because, in Ning Xiaochuan's view, Sui Hanyu should at least be on an equal footing with the Emperor of Heaven, and even her life should be longer than the Emperor of Heaven. Sui Hanyu said, "Cultivating the supreme body is not an overnight thing, nor is it limited to the realm of the earth. As long as the cultivation does not enter the realm of heaven and man, it is possible to successfully cultivate the supreme body. Heaven and man is a realm behind the earth reverence realm, which surpasses the 9 heavens of the earth reverence realm. However, it is as difficult for ordinary people to climb from the ground to the sky if they want to practice in the realm of heaven and man. The gap between earth and heaven is the gap between heaven and earth. In Yulan Empire, the only person who can enter the realm of heaven and man is the master of the academy." The shadow of the cold rain became more and more illusory, and said, "My Buddha's state has become worse and worse. I must take away the 9 layers of blood from this drop of secondary God's blood to help me continue to live. When the future comes, I will pay you 1,000 times. Are you willing?" Ning Xiaochuan's eyes stared at the second God blood. The energy contained in the second God blood is extremely huge. Even if Ning Xiaochuan breaks through the talent level of 10,000 years, he does not consume 1% of his energy. It is estimated that it will take at least a year and a half for Ning Xiaochuan to refine the blood of the second God completely. He thought for a moment and said, "Master, I'm afraid there's a deeper reason to take away the blood of the 9 layers of secondary gods?" "That's right. Your martial arts cultivation is just beginning. If you absorb all the power of the secondary God's blood, you can reach a very high level in a short time, but it will break your own martial arts and be assimilated by the martial arts of the Emperor of Heaven. When your martial arts are weaker than the martial arts of the Emperor of Heaven, you have no choice but to follow the martial arts of the Emperor of Heaven. The final result is that you can't achieve anything in your life, can surpass the Emperor of Heaven." The cold rain path. Ning Xiaochuan naturally understands her meaning. The Wu Dao brand contained in the blood of the secondary God is far more than that in Ning Xiaochuan's body. If Ning Xiaochuan can't stand the temptation of the secondary God's blood, he will completely refine the secondary God's blood into the body. At that time, the huge Wu Dao brand of the secondary God's blood will assimilate and even defeat Ning Xiaochuan's own Wu Dao brand in the body. If a martial artist only has the brand of martial arts of the Emperor of Heaven, his achievements in this life can't exceed that of the Emperor of Heaven. Of course, for other martial artists, it is a dream to get the Wu Dao brand of the Emperor of Heaven. However, for Ning Xiaochuan, his goal is to catch up with, or even stronger than, the Emperor of Heaven. The magic sword makes a clank sound. Take the sword body as the center, form a blood-red vortex, rotate from left to right, and frantically absorb the power of the secondary god's blood. The magic sword absorbed blood gas at an amazing speed. Within an hour, it took 90% of the blood gas from the secondary god. The light of the magic sword became stronger, and the beautiful shadow of the cold rain also became more and more condensed. Dai Mei was like a willow leaf, Qiong's nose was straight, and her cheeks were carved like magic, full of extreme beauty. Her eyes are as vast as 2 universes, and each long hair seems to contain a world. The magic sword is like a mirror, on which her shadow appears. It is full of magic and evil light, emitting a frightening evil spirit. Even the unstoppable Emperor Blade dared not dry his tongue. It trembled and felt the breath of fear for the first time. Absorb a drop of your secondary blood today, and in the future, exchange 10,000 drops for you. Although Sui Hanyu is Ning Xiaochuan's master, he is a person who pays attention to fairness and does not want to take advantage of Ning Xiaochuan. Boast. 10,000 drops of God's blood, unless you can kill God. The Emperor Blade whispered. For the heirs of Mishideo, if they can't kill gods, they are not qualified to practice Mishideo. Ning Xiaochuan, you have to control the magic sword as soon as possible, fully integrate the Mishideo and the magic sword, and then immediately come to meet me. I can feel that the world has changed, and a big era is coming. When the big era comes, it is also the time for our heirs of Mishideo to fear people all over the world again. Ning Xiaochuan said, as long as I can fully control the magic sword, I can find you. To be exact, only when you fully control the magic sword, can you initially have the strength to cross hundreds of millions of miles without being killed by fierce beasts and strong men on the way. For you, only when you fully control the magic sword, can you be regarded as the beginning of the cultivation of the world-destroying Tao. Sui Hanyu said. Ning Xiaochuan's heart is a little sad. Now he is also a strong martial artist who can step into the territory of Dizuan at any time, and his combat power is comparable to that of Wuzuan. In the eyes of Sui Hanyu, you haven't even started to destroy the world? Is she too arrogant? Or is your martial arts cultivation really not enough? Sui Hanyu said again, with your current cultivation, it will take at least a month to absorb the remaining energy in the blood of the secondary god. Let me help you. The energy of the secondary god's blood has been absorbed by the cold rain for 9 layers, but the remaining energy is still huge. Although Sui Hanyu was just a projection, she stretched out an arm from the body of the magic sword and stretched out 5 snow-white fingers, each of which was carefully carved like the Creator, neither thick nor thin, without defects. Boom! The second god's blood trembled for a moment and directly integrated into Ning Xiaochuan's body. The blood of the secondary god, with the blood flowing to the heart, suddenly exploded in the heart, bursting into huge power. Ning Xiaochuan was shocked violently, and his body emitted dazzling blood light. With the heart as the center, it emits 7 rays of light, showing the colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, forming 7 rings, which rotate around the heart, like 7 channels, constantly absorbing the power of the secondary god's blood. After absorbing the blood of the secondary god, the 7 rings became more and more condensed, and the light became brighter and brighter. The 7 orifices of the heart are open. Ning Xiaochuan's 7 orifices demon heart palace woke up. Boom! A loud noise sounded in the body, like the Big Bang. Ning Xiaochuan's whole body opened every pore, and there was a bleeding red air flow inside. He was shaped like a flying dragon, with an obvious dragon head and tail, and his body was like a snake, with fuzzy dragon horns. 1,000, 10,000, 1,000,000. Countless dragon-shaped blood gases twisted together and began to condense into a blood-red ball. Blood-colored round balls sometimes take on the shape of sword, sometimes take on the shape of Ding, sometimes take on the shape of Ning Xiaochuan's body. Ning Xiaochuan is going to condense the martial soul Dharma. What kind of martial soul Dharma body condenses determines what kind of martial road the martial artist will take. Most of the martial spirit Dharma bodies of martial artists are the body form of martial artists themselves, which is called the original image Dharma body. Only a few martial arts practitioners can cultivate visional Dharma bodies. The so-called supernatural Dharma body refers to that the martial spirit takes on other forms, such as sword-shaped martial soul Dharma body, flag-shaped martial soul Dharma body, beast-shaped martial soul Dharma body, thunder and lightning martial soul Dharma body, and so on. The form of visional Dharma body is ever-changing, and most of them have special power. Ning Xiaochuan now has 3 options, which can condense the martial soul Dharma body into a sword. Because what he cultivates is world-destroying kendo. If the martial spirit is condensed into a sword shape, it will be very helpful to cultivate the world-destroying kendo, and its power will be more powerful. He can also condense the martial soul Dharma body into a tripod. Because he is a spiritual master. If the tripod-shaped martial soul Dharma body is condensed, it can not only help cultivate the mind and medicine, but also have strong attack and defense power. There is also a third option, which is to condense the martial soul Dharma body into its own form, that is, the original image Dharma body. It can refine the martial body, strengthen the body, and explode the strongest strength of the body. Ning Xiaochuan only thought in his mind for a moment, then he made a decision and began to condense the martial soul Dharma body. The blood-colored ball suspended above the head began to change and slowly condensed into a blood-red tripod with 4 tripod feet and 2 tripod ears. The martial soul Dharma body slowly takes shape. Chi. Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment, and immediately burned mysterious words on the tripod to jointly cast the martial soul Dharma body. These words were copied by Ning Xiaochuan from the stone tablet of the god of destruction. Although he didn't understand the meaning of the inscription, every time Ning Xiaochuan saw the inscription, his mind would show a sea of corpses, avalanches, and debris, which was very shocking. It can be inferred that the inscriptions of extermination are absolutely powerful, but now he doesn't understand what the secret is? Casting Wu Soul Dharma with the inscriptions of extermination will definitely increase the power of Wu Soul Dharma. It took a whole day, and Ning Xiaochuan finally condensed the martial soul Dharma body successfully. A 9-meter-high red cauldron emits bleeding light. The edge of the cauldron body is cast into the shape of 10,000 dragons arch the moon, and the cauldron body is engraved with detailed inscriptions of destruction. When the martial soul Dharma body condensed successfully, the inscriptions of extermination once again burst into magical glory. On the huge tripod, a scroll appeared out of thin air, the painting of Corpse Mountain and Blood Sea. This is the breath of the inscriptions of extermination, which has aroused a certain force between heaven and earth, awakened the idea of extermination, and automatically condensed an extermination map on Ning Xiaochuan's martial soul method. How could this happen? Ning Xiaochuan wrote. Sui Hanyu said, the inscription of extermination represents the highest profound meaning of extermination. It is a good thing for you to engrave the inscription of extermination on your own martial soul Dharma. Good thing? Ning Xiaochuan wrote. Sui Hanyu said, your martial spirit has become different from others. What's different? Your martial spirit can grow. Sui Hanyu said, there are 3,000 kinds of esoteric meanings of extermination recorded on the inscription of extermination, which are called 3,000 ways of extermination, and each of them can be turned into an extermination map. There is only one extermination map on your current Wu Soul Dharma body. If you can condense the second extermination map, the power of your Wu soul, Dharma body will be doubled. If you condense the third extermination map, the Wu soul, Dharma body will continue to grow. Ning Xiaochuan said, what if you cultivate 3,000 pictures of destruction? Sui Hanyu stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply and said, if you can understand the 3,000 ways of destroying the world, you can live forever. The heaven and the earth cannot be buried, and you can live the same life as heaven and earth. Among the 4 generations of descendants of the way of destroying the world, only the first generation of ancestors of the way of destroying the world cultivated the 3,000 ways of destroying the world into great perfection. Ning Xiaochuan has always believed that it is quite amazing that martial artists can live to 200 years old, but there are actually people in this world who can live forever. Does immortality really exist? Or is it just a legend? Ning Xiaochuan said, I have always had a question. How many descendants of the way of destroying the world? Sui Hanyu was silent for a moment and said, since ancient times, with you, there are only 4 successors in total. There is only 1 successor in each generation. Therefore, the selection of successors is quite strict. In fact, with your character, it is not suitable for practicing the destruction of the world at all. Only because the gas of destruction chose you, you are barely qualified to become the 4th generation successor of the destruction of the world. The Emperor Blade laughed and said, no wonder I haven't heard of the way to destroy the world. There are only a few heirs in total. I'm really laughing to death. It's a miracle that such a byway hasn't been lost. Ning Xiaochuan, you have a talent that's hard to meet in 10,000 years. Don't waste time on such a byway. Sui Hanyu directly ignored the Emperor's blade and said, Ning Xiaochuan, do you know what the purpose of the world-destroying Tao is? Although Ning Xiaochuan cultivates the way of destroying the world, he only cultivates the kendo among them. In fact, he does not know the purpose and profound meaning of the way of destroying the world. Sui Hanyu said, the purpose of destroying the world is to destroy the world. Destroy heaven and earth, exterminate creatures, cut off all hypocrisy, filthy, treachery, hypocrisy, and ferocity, and then dig out a new world and establish a new order. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, do you have to destroy the world? Is it too extreme? You will ask this question, which shows that your heart is not hard enough, not evil enough, not evil enough, not cold enough. This is the reason why your character is not suitable for cultivating the world-destroying way. You should have been a doctor, but you mistakenly entered the world-destroying way. You should have spent your life quietly, but you were pushed to the forefront by fate. Will you become a miracle doctor who practices medicine in the future, or a demon king who wants to kill the world? I can't see it at all. Ning Xiaochuan glanced slightly at the shadow of the cold rain, although she was indeed graceful and beautiful, like a fairy on a painted scroll. However, there was only a murderous, dead and demonic spirit on her, and people would be afraid of her at a glance. It can be seen that she is definitely not a just and kind-hearted person, but more like a witch who destroys the world. In her body, only death can be seen. Perhaps, what she represents is the real way of killing the world, supported by the idea of killing the world. All living beings die, and I am the only one. The cold air on the body of the year-round cold rain was threatening, and the evil spirit was cold. He said, once you enter the world of destruction, there is no way back. If you don't die, I will die. Bury the sky, bury the earth, bury yourself. Ning Xiaochuan frowned and said, there is really no way back. If you cultivate the way of destroying the world, you will eventually become as ruthless and cold-blooded as the winter cold rain. Ning Xiaochuan really doesn't want to practice anymore. Sui Hanyu stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, if you go forward, you can bury heaven and earth, if you turn back, you can only bury yourself. In the process of cultivation, there are too many involuntarily, and any kind of Tao is the same. She added, you have condensed into a martial spirit Dharma body, which is the first priority to officially enter the land of Dizan. Originally, with the power of the secondary god blood, you can directly break through to the third level of the land of Dizan. However, you are still very young now, and if you break through the realm too quickly, it will only be bad for you, not good. Therefore, I will melt the residual power of the secondary god blood into the depths of your blood vessels, and with the passage of time, the secondary god blood will slowly emanate from your body. In other words, although Ning Xiaochuan is only the most important realm of Dizuan realm now, the cultivation speed will be very fast in the next period of time. Because the sub-god blood power hidden in his blood will be slowly released, making his realm grow rapidly in a subtle way. Ning Xiaochuan slightly closed his eyes, and did feel that he was full of strength, much stronger than before. Compared with the present self, the former self is simply not a level of power. Sui Hanyu said, "When you completely control the magic sword, I will appear again. At that time I will tell you the true way to destroy the world." After saying this, the shadow of Sui Hanyu disappeared from the magic sword, and there was not even a trace of breath left. Completely control the magic sword, Ning Xiaochuan said to himself. To fully control the magic sword, Ning Xiaochuan must cultivate 9 world-destroying qi. Now, he has cultivated 7 world-destroying qi, only 2 of which are missing. I really want to know what kind of power can be exerted by taking full control of the magic sword. Ning Xiaochuan stood up, slightly raised his hand, and immediately felt that everything between heaven and earth was in his own hands. Is this the power of Wuzun? His legs bent, his body turned into a bow, and then, suddenly ejected. Boom! He broke through the 100-meter deep soil layer with flesh and blood, smashed the rock belt, and returned to the ground. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the green grass, surrounded by tall and sturdy trees, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. The mysterious qi of heaven and earth within a radius of 10 miles turned into wisps of air, pouring into his body. With one breath, the mysterious qi of heaven and earth within a radius of 10 miles is evacuated. Other Wuzun couldn't do it at all, but Ning Xiaochuan did. Because Ning Xiaochuan is stronger than other Wuzun, and his physique is 10 times, 100 times, and 1,000 times stronger. Ning Xiaochuan's 7 orifices demon heart has awakened, and his mind perception has become extremely powerful, and he can feel the breath of wood red almost in an instant. Phew! Ning Xiaochuan's body moved slightly and disappeared directly from the original place. The next moment, he stood at the bottom of a mountain hundreds of miles away, as if he appeared out of thin air. No one could see how he came here. If the speed is fast enough to a certain extent, it can exceed the discrimination ability of the eyes. Obviously, Ning Xiaochuan's speed now exceeds the resolution of the naked eye. This mountain is as high as kilometers, steep, surrounded by cliffs, covered by a large number of white stones, with only a small amount of green vegetation. Mu Hong was hurt by the magic sword, and the magic gas invaded his blood and corroded his body. Therefore, I have been hiding in this mountain to heal, trying to force the magic qi out of my body. Ning Xiaochuan just appeared at the bottom of the mountain, and Mu Hong immediately sensed his breath. A pair of evil eyes burst open, and in the eyes, all the whites of the eyes, were wrapped by blood. Ning Xiaochuan stretched out a finger and pointed to the sky. The vitality of Wu Dao on his body communicated with heaven and earth and changed the weather of clouds and fog. The sky suddenly changed color, and black clouds kept coming, accumulating in the sky, covering the light of the scorching sun. If you look at the sky, it's like an inky sea, with black waves rolling on the sea, showing skeletons, wings, talons, and other forms. Thunderbolt. A purple lightning bolt, passing through the dark clouds, crossed most of the sky and divided the whole sky into 2 parts. Then, more and more lightning appeared, like dozens of electric dragons twisting, chopping, and netting in the sky. At the same time, accompanied by the sound of thunder, the mysterious beasts in the mountains were terrified. The breath in the air becomes more and more dull and desolate. Ning Xiaochuan stood under the dark clouds, his black hair flying in the wind, his eyes deep in calm, as if he had become the center of the whole world. The sky is changing, and lightning is surging. Boom! A purple lightning bolt as thick as a bucket fell from the sky and hit the top of the stone mountain. At the same time, thousands of lightning followed and poured down, connecting the sky and the earth, like a lightning waterfall. That picture is extremely spectacular and shocking. If ordinary people see it, they will think it is the gods who are angry. Boom! The Baishar mountain was blown by lightning, and the smoke rolled, the boulders rolled down, the earth trembled, and the vegetation instantly turned into fly ash. Lightning struck for a quarter of an hour, and a mountain as high as kilometers was flattened. On the ground, the earth and rock are scorched and bare. This is an extremely terrifying picture. It's not like human beings can do it at all. It's estimated that only the divine has such tremendous power. Ning Xiaochuan, you finally appear again, Gaga. I want to frustrate you. Mu Hong had vigorous qi to protect her body, but she was not hurt. She rushed out from the ground, spitting out a black iron chain. On the iron chain was cast a cyan sickle, and strange pictures and texts flowed on the blade. This is a powerful xuanqi, which is hidden in the body by wood red. Although he lost his hands, he was able to use mysterious weapons and attack. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Mu Hong's chest. The sword wound, caused by the magic sword, has not healed yet. The wound is black, and black blood is constantly dripping inside. The wound, caused by the magic sword, has a strong demonic nature. Even if Mu Hong's cultivation can't force the demonic qi out, he can only watch the injury worsen. The cyan sickle flew from Ning Xiaochuan's neck, and drew a cyan light of fire, which twisted the air slightly. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes coagulated, and a trace of lightning overflowed between his 5 fingers, wrapped his palm, and slapped the cyan sickle back with one palm. The huge palm print drove Mu Hong back. Bang, bang, bang. Ning Xiaochuan hit 3 palms in a row, and each palm fell. It would blow Mu Hong back a few steps. When the 3rd palm fell, Mu Hong Lai was blown out, rolled to the ground, and coughed up blood in his mouth. Mu Hong Lai's legs hurt, her bones seemed to have been broken, and her eyes looked shocked. She couldn't believe that she would be defeated by a junior with 3 palms. Moreover, the power that Ning Xiaochuan just burst out made him feel unable to defeat the enemy at all. You have just entered the territory of Dizuan, and your combat power can't be so strong. Absolutely impossible. It has been 30 years since Mu Hong came to Dizuan territory, and she has deep cultivation. She knows that there is a great gap in every small realm of Dizuan territory, and it is impossible to defeat the enemy across the realm. Ning Xiaochuan looked calm, his fingers flicked the dust in the corners of his clothes, and walked step by step. Avenue, there is not only a gap in the realm between martial artists, but also a gap in physique. Your talent level is 1 out of hundreds of millions, which can only be regarded as an ordinary genius, while my talent level is hard to meet in 10,000 years. It is also a sword, one forged with black iron and one forged with ordinary iron. Which sword is more powerful? Don't say you don't have 2 arms, even if your combat power is in its heyday. I also have 10 enough assurance can defeat you. After reaching the territory of Dizuan, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is no longer the same as before, and it is not just as simple as improving a realm. In the 9th level of refined realm, he can challenge Wu Zun, and now naturally stronger. Roar. Would red to be unwilling, the body turned into a whirlpool, rolled the ground into flying sand and stones, like a meteorite hitting the ground, 1 foot to Ning Xiaochuan to suppress. This is a blow that he gathered all his strength and burst out. Ning Xiaochuan had a hand behind him and an arm stretched out. The virtual shadow of thousands of stars appeared in the palm of his hand, and a bright moon suspended in the palm, showing a scene of stars and moon in the same sky, just like a vast universe appeared in his palm. The picture was extremely magnificent. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan's hand actually held Mu Honglai's feet firmly, and removed all the forces that Mu Honglai burst out. With a turn of his arm, he threw Mu Honglai out. Throw a Wu Zun, casually. If you are seen, you must frighten your chin off. Bang! 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 Mu Hong came and flew out, breaking a large row of trees. Half of her body was inlaid in the soil, covered with smoke and dust, and she was extremely embarrassed. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Who told you I was in MTO Forest?" After Ning Xiaochuan came to MTO Forest, he went to the Heavenly Emperor Temple. If someone hadn't leaked out his whereabouts, Mu Honglai would never have found him here. Mu Hong endured the pain, stood up and laughed. Ning Xiaochuan, do you think I will tell you? It doesn't matter. I have my own way to know what I want to know. Ning Xiaochuan's body moved, instantly standing behind Mu Honglai, pressing his hand wrapped by lightning on Mu Honglai's head, suppressing Mu Honglai to kneel on the ground. In the body, the 7 orifices expand. Mu Honglai's thoughts and ideas were automatically introduced into Ning Xiaochuan's sea of consciousness. This is Ning Xiaochuan's increased ability to know what others are thinking, see through the thinking in others' hearts, and discover the secrets hidden in others after the awakening of the 7 orifices demon heart. In other words, Ning Xiaochuan will detect any thoughts in the other party's heart at the first time. I said, how can you escape from the hand of Lord Tianmi? It was the Marquis in the cloud who saved you. Anyway, you used to be the master of Tianmi, but now you have become a slave of Marquis in the cloud. It seems that not only your body is disabled, but also your heart of martial arts has been destroyed. Ning Xiaochuan already knew who wanted to deal with himself, so he let go of his hand. The shock in Mu Honglai's heart was even stronger. Ning Xiaochuan was able to forcibly open his memory bank and see through the thoughts in his heart. This means is simply terrible. Close to demon. You. Mu Honglai didn't even have the idea of making an enemy of Ning Xiaochuan, and was about to escape immediately. Ning Xiaochuan stared at him, immediately mobilized the power of the 7 orifices demon heart, and said, "Come back to me." Mu Honglai's body was completely out of his control. Unexpectedly, she really retreated back and knelt down in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan has been able to control his heart and naturally his every move. Even if Ning Xiaochuan wants him to commit suicide now, he will immediately end his life with a knife. After the 7 orifices demon heart palace woke up, it was really powerful. I don't know whether I can control the chaotic heart palace of the spiritual virtual venerable. Ning Xiaochuan had a strong sense of war. The chaotic heart palace of the spiritual void venerable can control the power of time and space. It is simply unpredictable, and can reverse time and space and win thousands of miles away. If she can't break the rules of time and space, no one can defeat her. The 7 orifices demon heart palace can see through the minds of all martial artists and control the minds of martial artists. If Ning Xiaochuan can use the 7 orifices demon heart to control the mind of the chaotic heart, it proves that he can defeat the spiritual virtual venerable. However, since the chaotic heart is not in space and time, and exists outside the 5 elements, can this 7 orifices god demon heart really control it? Chaos heart and 7 orifices demon heart do have their own merits. They are both likely to defeat each other and also be defeated by each other. Both of them are the top martial arts in the world, and it's hard to tell the strong from the weak. Mu Honglai was suppressed by Ning Xiaochuan and became Ning Xiaochuan's heart slave. Wu Zun, the 3rd heaviest Wu Zun in the territory of Di Zun, although his arms have been destroyed, his combat effectiveness is still considerable. Double-headed stone beast, take me back to the imperial city. The double-headed stone beast flew out of the Xian beast, Jian. Its body was 72 meters high. The wings made of stones were more than 100 meters long. Its body was as huge as a stone hill. Its breath was thick, and the Xian beasts in the mountains were terrified and trembled. Ning Xiaochuan, Xiao Hong and Mu Hong flew to the back of the double-headed stone beast. The double-headed stone beast had a pair of huge wings, and its body rocked up, like a huge monster rushing into the clouds. For the next 2 days, Ning Xiaochuan was practicing and consolidating his realm. I have left the imperial city for more than a year, and I don't know what the current situation is like in the imperial city. How far have Spirit Mountain Matter and Sword Palace developed? When night fell, Ning Xiaochuan returned to Spirit Mountain Matter. The villa is full of colorful begonia flowers. The 4 seasons are like spring. The flowers are fragrant all over the world. Under the illumination of night lights, they are extraordinarily purplish. Who could have expected that Ghost Mountain Matter, which makes martial artists in the world fear like tigers, should be such a beautiful place? To the west of the villa, there is a cliff and a huge martial arts field below. In the 4 directions of the martial arts field, 8 copper pillars were built up to 10 feet high, in which tung oil was burning. The flames kept beating, making the shadows on the ground constantly change. In the martial arts arena, there are girls in black clothes. The youngest is only 14 years old, and the oldest is no more than 20. Their faces are all beautiful, and there are even some beautiful women. They are all practicing swords. The person leading the sword in the front is the top expert under the master of Spirit Mountain Matter, Spirit Messenger. The Ghost Messenger is also a woman, with excellent figure, proud peaks, slender jade waist, wearing a black robe with gold border, a black cloak, and a gold mask. The shadow of the sword is unpredictable. The sword chi danced, forming a dense sword shadow within a radius of 10 meters, forming a sword vigorous field. The Ghost Messenger stopped his sword, and the sword chi around his body also dissipated one after another. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at the girl in black in the martial arts arena, and said in a cold voice, "You are all the proud women selected from all families and sections. If you want your family and sex to have a higher status, you must work hard to cultivate. If you become a sword attendant around the villa leader, it will be a great honor for you." Among them, a girl with a soft figure, snow-white skin and long hair waist-high said, "I don't know what kind of cultivation is needed to be qualified to become the sword attendant around the villa leader." Her forehead was full of fine sweat. Just now she practiced sword formula, which consumed a lot of physical strength. The Spirit Messenger said, "At least 4 sword attendants who can be dispatched at any time are needed around the villa leader. Not only should the martial arts cultivation be strong and can help the villa leader do things. The appearance must also be beautiful and know how to serve the villa leader." There were a total of more than 120 girls present, all of whom were carefully selected by families and sects from all over the world. Some were the daughter of the master, and some were the granddaughter of the sect elders. They all wanted to become the sword attendants of the master of the Spirit Mountain Matter, so that their families and sects could receive special care from the Spirit Mountain Matter. The sword attendant, beside the manor master of Spirit Mountain Matter, has considerable power. Just like the Sidu Feng dance of the Sidu family, now he is the only swordsman beside the leader of the Spirit Mountain Matter. The Shanbing Hall in charge of the Spirit Mountain Matter is comparable to the leader of the hall and has an unattainable position. Phew! A breaking wind sounded over the martial arts field, making the flames in the copper pillars beside the martial arts field beat more violently. The Ghost Messenger's eyes couldn't help looking into the night sky, his slender eyebrows slightly coagulated, and the sword in his hand burst out a meter-long Shan Mang, who dares to break into Haitang Villa at night? Ghost Messenger, the villa master, is back. Ning Xiaochuan, wearing a white robe and a gold mask on his face, walked against the wind and flew down from the sky. Mu Honglai followed closely behind Ning Xiaochuan, with a thick breath of Wuzun level. The Ghost Messenger immediately put away the sword, showed a happy look in her eyes, knelt on one knee, "See the villa master." Those girls in black in the martial arts field were all stunned for a long time when they first saw the legendary Gong Sichuan. Then, they immediately knelt down and heard a respectful voice, "Meet the villa master." Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the martial arts arena, and his heart jumped slightly. They were all beautiful women, and every cultivation was not weak. Among them, the beauty of some women could be called overwhelming. Get up. Ghost Messenger, what are you doing? Training killers? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ghost Messenger is naturally Dream Shadow. She was once the first gold medal killer in the Dark Imperial City. Ning Xiaochuan naturally thought that she was helping Ghost Mountain Manor train killers. Menging said, 1 year after the villa leader left the villa, 217 side collections outside the Imperial City have been strongly subdued by the Spirit Mountain Villa. There are more than 560 families and 745 sects who submit to the Spirit Mountain Villa and become the peripheral forces of the Spirit Mountain Villa. Of course, the vast majority of them are small and medium-sized forces. Those large families and large sects have princes in the Imperial City as backers, so it is difficult to make them surrender, and it will take a lot of time to deal with them. I can pay them. There are a total of 128 Tiantigio girls here, all the top talented girls selected from various families and sections. I plan to help the Villa Master choose 3 sword attendants from them, and form 4 sword attendants with Situ Fengwu for the Villa Master's dispatch. The rest plan to train into killers, to form the Killer Hall of Spirit Mountain Manor. Menjing can clearly perceive that Ning Xiaochuan has become completely different this time. Even standing in front of Ning Xiaochuan, he will feel great pressure. Therefore, she did not dare to behave as presumptuous as before in front of Ning Xiaochuan, and appeared to be quite respectful. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, I really have a lot to do when I come back this time. I really need a few people around me. Let me choose 3 swordsmen. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the martial arts arena, glanced over the girls and said, you should be ready. I will not treat her badly if you can become the sword attendant beside me. In the field, all the Tiantigio girls were nervous, and the manor master of Spirit Mountain Manor personally selected the swordsman. If you can become a swordsman, you can step up to the sky and work next to this evil overlord in the future. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were sharp to the extreme, and a strong momentum of Wuzun rushed out and filled the arena. Ah! A large number of girls in black were blown out by the invisible momentum of Wuzun and fell to the ground. Some fainted, some were seriously injured and coughed up blood constantly. Only 8 girls in black resisted Wuzun's momentum, only stepped back a few steps, and immediately stabilized their steps and resisted hard. Among them, a girl of 17 or 8 years old is the most powerful. Her body forms a spherical vigorous qi to protect her body. Under Ning Xiaochuan's powerful Wuzun momentum, she didn't even step back. As time passed, the remaining 8 shadow girls fell to the ground, leaving only 1 girl still standing in the martial arts field, her body constantly retreating. Obviously, she has also reached the edge of collapse. Ning Xiaochuan took back Wuzun's momentum, stared at the 17-year-old girl and said, "What's your name?" The girl's figure is very tall, especially her legs are extremely slender. Even if she wears a black martial robe, she can see her excellent figure. She knelt on one knee, her black hair hanging on the ground, and said, "Qian Muji, Hua family, Hua Shirin, meet the villa master." Later, Ning Xiaochuan selected 2 girls with excellent cultivation. They are Qin Jiuxuan and Yu Yushan respectively. Both Qin Jiuxuan and Yi Tian are only 16 years old, and their martial arts cultivation has reached the 1st level of the divine body realm. Hua Shirin's martial arts cultivation has reached the 7th level of the divine body realm. Judging from their age, their accomplishments have been considerable, and their physique is not weak. If they have enough resources, their accomplishments will surely advance by leaps and bounds. Those girls in black who were not selected were extremely disappointed and envied Hua Shirin. From then on, their status will soar. Ning Xiaochuan waved his sleeve, and a 9-color divine light flew out and fell into the hands of those girls in black, saying, "This is 9-color Xian water, and everyone has a drop." Try to cultivate. Working for Spirit Mountain Manor will benefit you in the future. Huashirin, Jiu Jiaochuan, and Yi Tian, you three will go to inform the left and right Dharma guardians now, and the lord of the 5 main halls will come to the hall to see me. Slaves are ready. 3 beautiful swordsmen knelt on the ground, their faces beaming. They know that they have the qualification to listen to the high-level conversation of Spirit Mountain Manor, which is a symbol of identity. The remaining girls in black got a drop of 9-color Xian water, and they were extremely excited. A drop of 9-color Xian water was equivalent to a pure Xian stone, and the villa leader's action was indeed extraordinary. Of course, some of them are gloomy. Even they can get treasures like Jiucai Shanshui. Then Huashirin, who became the sword attendant, can get more cultivation resources? Spirit Mountain Manor, Conference Hall. The 2 Dharma guardians and the 5 main halls came one after another. Protect the King of Dharma on the left and Lin Sanji. Protect the King of Dharma on the right, Moronghua. Lord of Law Enforcement Hall, Han Fu. As for the remaining 4 hall masters, Ning Xiaochuan is not familiar with them. The 4 main halls were all dressed in black robes and ghost masks, standing in a row and kneeling on one knee. Chang Shizi, deputy head of Xianbing Hall. Zhang Xiaolong, deputy leader of the Killer Hall. Lord of the Flying Eagle Hall, Wan Shui. The Lord of the Golden Jade Hall, the Jade is full of buildings. The 5 halls established in Spirit Mountain Manor have special existence value. Law Enforcement Temple to maintain internal order, Xianbing Hall manages weapons and war horses, Killer Hall assassinates the strong in martial arts, Flying Eagle Hall forms the intelligence network of Spirit Mountain Manor, Golden Jade Hall is the wealth of Spirit Mountain Manor. Under the 5 halls, there are 18 ghost battle camps. However, the 18 ghost battalions have not been established for a long time and have not yet formed a scale. Therefore, the 18 ghost knights did not come to the meeting. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the people below and said, "First of all, I'll announce one thing. From today on, there will be 4 more sword attendants around me, Situ Fengwu, Huashirin, Jiu Jiaochuan, and Yi Tian. If I have orders, they will convey them on their behalf. I'll take a word from each of their names and abbreviate the 4 sword attendants to Feng Yin Jiutian. Obey the will of the villa leader." Everyone said in unison. The second thing. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Mu Hong slightly. Mu Honglai immediately knelt down in front of Ning Xiaochuan, "Meet the villa master." Ning Xiaochuan said, "I canonize Menjing as the first ghost messenger, and this broken arm venerable is the second ghost messenger of Spirit Mountain Manor. Dare you ask the villa leader, who is this person on earth? Can he act as the second ghost messenger?" Han Fu, the lord of the Law Enforcement Hall, was quite skeptical. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Han Fu, your martial arts cultivation has entered the 8th level of secularity?" Han Fu straightened his chest slightly and said, "My subordinates are enough to defeat the 9th heaviest master in the refined realm." "Very good. Then try to fight with the second ghost messenger. If you can catch him, I can taste your 7th-grade Xian weapon." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "Is that true?" Han Fu was quite confident in his cultivation. He rubbed his fist and stood up from the chair. "Seriously?" Ning Xiaochuan's face was smiling. Bang! At the moment when Ning Xiaochuan's voice fell, Han Fu was kicked in the chest, flew out upside down, broke the door of the assembly hall, and rolled to the ground. The second ghost messenger was still kneeling in the center of the lobby, as if he had not moved from beginning to end. The speed was so fast that people were stunned. In addition to Ning Xiaochuan, the person with the highest cultivation was Lin Sanji. As long as he sensed the unusual power, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly and said, "The power of Wu Zun level." Everyone in the assembly hall was shocked, and there was another Wu Zun in Spirit Mountain Manor. You know, even if it is as powerful as the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, there are only 2 martial dignitaries. Now, coupled with Xiaochuan, Spirit Mountain Manor has 3 martial dignitaries, steadily stepping into the category of top forces. Mu Honglai's face was also wearing a ghost mask and grey clothes. Everyone did not know its true identity, only that there was another Wu Zun, the second ghost messenger, beside Xiaochuan. Han Fu covered his bloody chest and returned to the council hall, staring at the second ghost messenger, with fear in his heart. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, Han Fu, since you follow our villa leader will never treat you badly. This earth-only pill belongs to you. Try to cultivate and strive to add another martial master to Spirit Mountain Manor. Ning Xiaochuan's sleeve waved, and a Xianling wooden box fell into Han Fu's hands. Ask for a monthly ticket. In the last few days of this month, the website has double monthly tickets. If you vote for 1 monthly ticket for God, Demon, and God, it will automatically become 2. Now it's the end of the month. Let's give the first month ticket of God, Demon, and God. Although Laojiu can't add too many updates this month. However, Laojiu promised to add another chapter as long as the monthly ticket reached 500. Now there are more than 400 monthly tickets for God, Demon, and God. If book friends work hard, the monthly tickets may reach 500 at noon tomorrow, and Laojiu will add more immediately. Han Fu opened a corner of the box, and a dazzling 9-color dark light escaped from it, and the fragrance of medicine filled the whole hall. It's really the legendary Earth-only pill. Moreover, it's stronger than the general Earth-only pill gas, with 9-colored light and vast smoke, just like a spirit bead suspended in the box. Han Fu's eyes widened, his fingers trembled, closed the box, knelt on the ground with great excitement, and said, "Thank you, Villa Master. My subordinates must be Spirit Mountain Manor, and shed blood for the Villa Master. I'll die." With this Earth-only pill, Han Fu believes that he will be able to reach the territory of the Earth in a very short time and become the Wu Zun respected by everyone. Other martial artists present were also extremely excited, with envy and jealousy in their eyes. If they had a unique Earth pill, they believed that they could also reach the Earth realm. There is only one difference between the refined realm and the land respect realm. However, the cultivation of martial arts and the status are very different, which cannot be compared with each other. Finally, someone couldn't sit still. Wan Shui, the lord of the Flying Eagle Hall, stood up and said, after the law enforcement lord came to the Spirit Mountain Manor, he didn't make any achievements. I'm afraid many people will refuse to accept the fact that the Manor Lord rewarded him with such a treasure as Earth-only Dan. Han Fu shouted loudly, "Bold, the Villa Master rewarded me with the Earth's-only Dan, because he wanted me to do more for the Villa, which represents the Villa Master's expectations for me. The Lord of the Hall is so dissatisfied. Does he think the Villa Master can't do things, and wants to teach the Villa Master how to do things? Subordinates dare not." Wan Shui's face changed, and she fell to her knees. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Get up. It's not a Earth-only pill. All martial artists who have reached the 9th level of the secular realm can get a Earth-only pill today." Boom! Everyone was shocked. The Villa leader and the Earth's-only Dan? The Earth-only pill is a scarce pill among the high-level pills. The appearance of one pill will cause a sensation, not to mention several. It is precisely because the Earth's exclusive Dan is scarce, so it is extremely difficult to reach the Wu Zun state. Only Ning Xiaochuan, an alternative, can refine several Earth-only pills at one time. Ning Xiaochuan refined a total of 7 Earth-only pills. The first Earth-only pill was given to Qiu Xinghui, the great elder of Tianmi Dao, and the second Earth-only pill was given to Han Fu, leaving 5 Earth-only pills. Ning Xiaochuan said, "The Earth-only pill is the supreme treasure of martial arts, and the Villa Master only has a few, so one can't be wasted. If I don't have confidence to break through to the Earth-only pill in a short time, I won't give it to him. My subordinates are confident that they will break through to the land of reverence within 3 days, and ask the villa lord to give Dan. Menjing's posture is slim and graceful, like flowers flying in the fog, half kneeling on the ground, with a pair of beautiful eyes with strong confidence. Ning Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Okay. What you want is such confidence. This earth-only pill is given to you." Ning Xiaochuan took out an earth-only pill and handed it to Menjing. Muronghua also couldn't sit still. He knelt on one knee and said, "My subordinates are also confident that they will break through to the earth within 3 days, and ask the villa lord to give Dan. Please get up, Master Murong. Even if you don't take the initiative, I'll leave you a unique earth pill." Ning Xiaochuan handed the 4th earth-only pill to Muronghua. Wan Shui, the lord of the Flying Eagle Hall, hesitated slightly, knelt down again and said, "My subordinates are confident that they will break through to the land of honor within half a month. Please give me a pill. If they fail to break through, my subordinates will break their hearts." Yuman Lu, the lord of the Golden Jade Hall, also knelt on the ground and said, "My subordinates also have the same faith as the lord of the 10,000 Hall. If the villa lord can reward my subordinates with the earth's only Dan, after I become a Wu Zun, my subordinates must go through fire and water for the villa lord." Wan Shui and Yuman Lu are the 9th cultivation of the refined realm, and they have been suspended in the 9th cultivation of the refined realm for more than 10 years. If there was no earth-only Dan, they would never have broken through to Earth Zun in their life. Therefore, they must fight for this opportunity, even with their lives. Ning Xiaochuan stared at them deeply and said, "Although your talent is general, since you have such hard work, it shows that your martial will is still beyond ordinary people, and it is worth our villa master to cultivate you with 2 earth-only pills." The earth's only Dan appeared in the hands of Wan Shui and Yuman Lu respectively, which made them ecstatic, constantly kowtowing to Ning Xiaochuan, and simply regarded Ning Xiaochuan as their biological parents. The Deputy Hall Master of Xianbing Hall and the Deputy Hall Master of Killer Hall also want to get the Earth-exclusive Dan, but their cultivation is only the 7th highest in the refined realm. Even if there is the Earth-exclusive Dan, it is impossible to break through the Earth-exclusive realm in a short time. Therefore, they dare not go to ask Ning Xiaochuan to give Dan. At this point, 5 people in the whole assembly hall got the earth-only pill. Ning Xiaochuan took out cold ice jade bottles from the Chankuan cloth bag and said, "Yin Jiancher, send the cold ice jade bottles to everyone, 1 bottle for each one. You 3, Jiancher, can also have 1 bottle." Huashirin bowed slightly and asked respectfully, "Villa leader, what's in this?" 9-colored Shan water. Ning Xiaochuan rode. 9-colored Shan water is also the treasure of martial arts cultivation. A drop of Shan water is comparable to a shancher, and a bottle of 9-colored Shan water is simply priceless. Wan Shui and Yuman Lu were excited again after they got the 9-colored Shan water and said, "With the help of the 9-colored Shan water, I'm fully confident that I can break through to the ground." Everyone in the assembly hall felt that the villa leader's means were too powerful. Even treasures such as Jiucai Shanshui and the Earth-exclusive Dan could be taken out in batches. They were simply gods and men. In half a month, I will add 5 Wu Zuns to Spirit Mountain matter, adding up to 8 Wu Zuns. At that time, the whole world will tremble for us. Han Fu laughed. The 8 Wu Zuns are indeed quite terrible things, which will shock the government and the public, and make all kings and Ho in the imperial city shocked. Muronghua laughed. "The dark imperial city wants to use our Spirit Mountain matter to deal with the demon gate. I think they have made a wrong calculation. Once the Spirit Mountain matter has full wings, it is time to fight the dark imperial city. The reason why Spirit Mountain matter can accept 217 side collections in 1 year is that the Dark Imperial City secretly supports it. The Dark Imperial City wants to cultivate the Spirit Mountain matter as a tool for them to deal with the Demon Gate." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Have the forces of the demon sect invaded the Imperial City?" Muronghua said, "Recently, the big figures of the Demon Gate have appeared frequently in the Imperial City, especially at the level of Taoist masters. According to the information coming from below, the Demon Gate is likely to attack the Marquee House of the Sword Pavilion. Others don't know Ning Xiaochuan's identity, but Mirongwa knows it. He said this, obviously to remind Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and sneered, the devil's courage is not small. The Marquis of Jiangya is a hereditary marquis with a deep heritage. If they dare to fight against the Marquis of Jiangya, they will surely cause a joint boycott of the palaces of the kings in the imperial city. At that time, they must have no place in the imperial city. Mirongwa gently shook his head and said, the world knows that the Marquis of Jiangya and the Jade Orchid Emperor are incompatible. 3 years ago, Ning Xiaochuan, the little Marquis of Jiangya Marquis, openly slandered the imperial power and despised the emperor, causing a huge storm. Then, Ning Qiancheng, the second son of Jiangya Marquis, almost led a large army into the imperial city. Many people in the world are privately talking about that the Marquis of Jiangya is opposed and is likely to raise troops to rebel. Nowadays, the world is turbulent, and everyone strives to protect themselves. At this juncture, those princes in the imperial city dare not get too close to the Marquee House of the Sword Pavilion. Now, the Demon Gate wants to deal with the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. Those who speculate about the holy will probably think that Emperor Yulan wants to use the hand of the Demon Gate to get rid of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. Therefore, it is estimated that no one dares to help the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes coagulated, and his 5 fingers pinched tightly. Main Road of Flying Eagle Hall, the world knows that the Marquis of Jiangya has no threat to the throne of Emperor Yulan. The biggest threat of Emperor Yulan is that his brother grew up to be King Jinping, and only King Dajinping's mansion has the potential to seize the world. Over the past year, from the princes in the imperial court to the national masters in major prefectures, they have stood in secret. Some stood on the side of Emperor Yulan to support the imperial power, others stood on the side of King Dajinping's mansion to support King Dajinping. The Marquee House of Jiangya holds a lot of military power, but it still remains neutral until now. In fact, Emperor Yulan is likely to be using the power of the Demon Gate to force the Marquee House of Jiangya to stand in line. It is said that the daughter of Emperor Yulan, Princess Lanfei, once asked the emperor to marry, and the object of marriage is the little Marquis of the Marquee House of Jiangya, Ning Xiaochuan. This matter caused quite a stir in the court, and I don't know whether it was true or false. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes became more dignified. After the meeting, everyone left one after another, ready to practice in seclusion, and wanted to break through to the land of reverence in the near future. Ning Xiaochuan paced in the purple garden with his hands on his back. Phew! 6 black smoke flew over and condensed into a charming woman with a graceful figure. Her peaks were as full as jade, her legs were straight and slender, and her skirt was slightly lifted, and then a large area of snow white was almost exposed, especially fragrant. Menjing didn't wear a mask, revealing a charming face, bright eyes, dark eyebrows, and slender long hair flying in the wind. Like a beautiful snake, she snuggled up to Ning Xiaochuan's chest and whispered, "The villa master loves her so much, but she wants to lead the masters of the Demon Gate to deal with the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. Such a person is not worth the villa master's love at all." That she naturally refers to the devil saint. Ning Xiaochuan said, "I believe this is not what she meant. The forces in the Demon Gate are also very complex. Although she is a saint, she can't cover the sky with only one hand. Why don't you practice?" Menjing hissed, raised her snow-white chin, stared at Ning Xiaochuan with bright eyes, and said, "I know the villa leader's heart will be worried, so I want to accompany the villa leader. Tonight." Her skirt is wide open. As long as Ning Xiaochuan slightly lowers his head, he can see 2 snow-white arcs, and her skin is very delicate. "No. Tonight, I have other things to do. Go to practice first. I guess that before long, there will be great turbulence in the world, and the source of this turbulence is likely to be in the imperial city. Ning Xiaochuan entered the imperial city overnight, and did not immediately return to the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, but went to the Guanyu building. This time, when he came to Guanyu building, Ning Xiaochuan obviously felt that there were many strong martial arts masters hidden in the dark, and they were obviously masters of the magic door. Yu Ningxing sits in the pavilion, with a piano on the stone platform, and the slender jade fingers beat on the strings. Every time, it is elegant and moving, and its temperament is out of the world. In the bamboo forest, the green leaves fell in droves, some on the pavilion, some at her feet, and some across her cheeks. The breeze blew a corner of the veil on her cheek, revealing the fairy face of the glittering jade, just like a female relegated fairy playing the piano. Sha. Ning Xiaochuan walked into the courtyard, stood outside the pavilion, closed his eyes, and listened to her playing the piano. The monthly tickets of all book friends are really awesome. It's nearly 700 tickets. Work hard. If you get 1,000 tickets today, add another chapter. Now you can cast one vote, counting 2 votes. The sound of the piano is vast and melodious. Beauty is like jade, fairy heart and bone. The whole world became extremely quiet, as if only Ning Xiaochuan, Yu Ningxing and the sound of qin were left, and nothing was left. After a long time, the piano stopped. Yu Ningxing's Fang eyes stared at the strings, and his voice was soft as water, saying, Taoist priest Wuxing and Taoist priest Shura came to the imperial city in person, bringing a large number of masters, and the goal was the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion. I didn't know this news until I returned to the imperial city. Ning Xiaochuan opened his eyes and said, Is the Lord of Wuxing aimed at me? Ning Xiaochuan killed the son and daughter-in-law of Wu Xingdao Lord, which is completely to offend Wu Xingdao. It is also normal for Wu Xingdao Lord to hate him to the bone. As for Taoist Shura, naturally, he also had a big enemy with the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. 13 years ago, one leg of the Shura Taoist Lord was cut off by the Sword Pavilion Marquis. He has always harbored a grudge and naturally wants to come back for revenge. The Taoist masters of the 2 great demons came to the imperial city in person. Although they only appeared, dozens of martial monks in the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion had died in the hands of the Demon Gate. The target of Demon Sect is obviously Jiangnan Marquis Mansion. This matter has already made a storm all over the city. Many people feel that the comeback of the Demon Gate is definitely not as simple as a small fight. Since they decide to take the Sword Pavilion Marquis Mansion for surgery, there will be big moves. If it were, the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion could not resist the attack of the Demon Gate, and it was likely to be destroyed overnight. Yu Ningxing said, For the martial arts of the Demon Sect, you are now a fugitive of the Demon Sect. If anyone can catch you back, he can get a heavy reward. However, the Lord of the Wuxing Sect doesn't just want to revenge you, but also wants to get your Biming divine skill. The goal of Taoist Wuxing is you, not the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. It is for this reason that he has not started, just waiting for you to appear. Ning Xiaochuan narrowed his eyes and said, Thank you for telling me. I'm leaving now. Yu Ningxing gently pursed his lips and said, Ogawa, you should know better than me how powerful the Demon Gate is. Taoist Wuxing and Taoist Shura joined hands, and there is no way to live in the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. I hope you can stay in the Guanyu building in the next few days, and don't go back to the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. Do you want me to watch the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion helplessly? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yu Ningxing said, I'm afraid of you. Something unexpected. The Marquis is very kind to me. I can't watch him bear the pressure alone. Ning Xiaochuan turned and walked out, with a determined look in his eyes. Yu Ningxing suddenly stood up and said, Did you promise to help me refine Yuan Mingdan? Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stopped and said, Count. Yu Ningxing knew that Ning Xiaochuan was a man who kept his promises, so he bound him with promises and left him behind. It takes half a month for even a senior heart-nourishing master to refine 11 3-leaf Yuanming herbs into Yuanming pills. As long as Ning Xiaochuan can be kept for half a month, the situation in the imperial city will certainly change. However, Yu Ningxing underestimated Ning Xiaochuan. In just one night, Ning Xiaochuan completely refined 11 3-leaf Yuanming herbs into Yuanming pills and handed them to her. Yu Ningxing tightly bit Bei's teeth and sighed deeply. She knew that she couldn't keep Ning Xiaochuan at all. No one can change what he has decided. Ning Xiaochuan also stared at her deeply and said, if you become enemies in the future, you must cherish each other. Xiaohong, go. After arriving at Guanyu building, Xiaohong is playing with Xiaolinger. Although they met for the first time, they were very intimate and soon had a lot of fun. Xiaolinger bared a pair of white and tender feet, held Xiaohong in her arms, and her big eyes kept blinking, saying, Dad, why are you leaving again? Can't you stay and play with Xiaolinger? Ning Xiaochuan gently pinched Xiaolinger's face and said with a smile, is Xiaolinger willing to go with her father? Xiaolinger is willing. Xiaolinger nodded hard and said, but my mother must also come with us. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Yu Ningxing standing in the distance, then shook his head and said, no, Xiaolinger's mother can't go with us. Who said no? If the little marquis is welcome, Ningxing can also go to the marquis house of the Sword Pavilion as a guest. Yu Ningxing came over, stretched out a delicate jade hand, took Xiaolinger's hand, and said softly, Xiaolinger, do you think Dad will allow Mom to go with you? Daddy will definitely. Xiaolinger said excitedly. Xiaohong lies on Xiaolinger's neck and nods hard. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Yu Ningxing to make such a decision. Even if he understood again, he understood Yu Ningxing's intention. Since she couldn't keep him, she would have to follow him, so that she could feel relieved. If the first beauty of the imperial city is willing to visit the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, I naturally welcome it. Ning Xiaochuan sighed in his heart. Now, I'm afraid rumors will fly all over the imperial city. It was already noon the next day. A gorgeous fragrant car drove out of the Guanyu building and headed for the Marquis house of the Jian Pavilion. Ning Xiaochuan was driving outside the carriage, with a wry smile on his face, a little helpless in his heart, but he seemed very calm. This may be the first time he took a woman back to the Marquis house in a real sense. Last time, although he also took Duenka Suzuki back, Ning Xiaochuan only took Duenka Suzuki as his cousin, so he seemed very calm and not afraid of being criticized. It is getting closer and closer to the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. Many people gathered in front of the street, blocking the road, and Ning Xiaochuan had to stop and drive. The servant of the crown prince came to the door to propose marriage, but was beaten out. The second lady of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion is really powerful enough to not even buy the crown prince's account. A martial artist with a bronze sword on his back sneered, who knows that the second lady of the Marquis house of the Sword Pavilion is one of the beauties in the imperial city. Moreover, she is the sister of Ning Xiaochuan, the first genius of the imperial city. Naturally, many people want to marry her. But I heard that the Marquis of Jiangya has been in great trouble recently, which seems to have offended the Demon Gate. Several bodies are sent to the Marquis Gate every day. The direct disciples of the Marquis of Jiangya have been recalled. The gate of the Marquis Gate has been closed for half a month. Recently, there have been 4 or 5 times more soldiers patrolling inside and outside the Marquis. It seems that the Marquis of Jiangya is going to be unlucky. The prince just saw the opportunity and wanted to take advantage of the fire. If he really wanted to marry the second young lady, he would definitely come to propose marriage in person. Now, what kind of thing is it to send a servant to propose marriage? A eunuch in a green dove palace dress flew out of the gate of the Marquis of the Jian Pavilion, fell 7 meat and 8 vegetables, and his mouth was full of blood. He screamed, Ning Xiner, don't be unkind. The crown prince of our family accepted you as a concubine. It's for your face, the glory of your marquis of the Jian Pavilion, don't be shameless. Get out of here. Ning Xiaochuan, wearing white plain clothes, came out of the marquis house of the Sword Pavilion, with cold eyes and said, if you are Tu Wum, if you dare to come to the marquis house of the Sword Pavilion, I will make you all become Xiaohei's rations. Beside Ning Xiaochuan, followed by a small black tiger as big as a lazy cat, with green eyes, she shouted at the servants and bodyguards in Tai Wum. Everyone who has too much uterus knows that Xiaohei is powerful and keeps retreating. Ning Xiaochuan, wait. You will regret that one day, the master of the Demon Gate has arrived at the Imperial City, and your Sword Pavilion marquis house will be destroyed in a few days. A bodyguard in Tai Wum sneered. What a big tone. Ning Xiaochuan drove the car and slowly squeezed out of the crowd. Then, he stepped down from the shaft, stared at the person in the Tai Wum coldly, and said, go back and tell your Royal Highness, the prince of your family, that the Demon Gate can't move the marquis of the Sword Pavilion. If you want to marry my sister, it depends on whether I agree or not. Ning Xiaochuan. My God. Ning Xiaochuan is back. Everyone in the womb was shocked to see Ning Xiaochuan appear, and no one dared to say a cruel word again. Get out of here. Ning Xiaochuan slapped out with a palm, making a palm print dozens of meters large, and blowing dozens of martial artists in Tai Wum away. Tu Wum people get up from the ground and rush to escape. Brother, you are finally back. Ning Xiaochuan was very happy and flew directly to Ning Xiaochuan's arms. She felt that she was most secure by leaning against her brother's chest. The martial artists gathered outside the Marquis mansion in Jiangnan originally came to see the excitement, but they didn't expect to meet Ning Xiaochuan, the legendary first genius of the Imperial City, who rarely appeared. Today, they finally saw a real person. Ning Xiaochuan was no longer the little girl she once was. She was slim and beautiful, with a worried look on her face, and said, brother, recently, people from the Demon Gate came to find trouble one after another. More than 40 martial artists of the Marquis had died miserably, and the bodies were directly sent to the door of the Marquis. Ning Xiaochuan interrupted her and continued, why don't you go back to the Marquis house? Ning Xiaochuan listened to Ning Xiaochuan and nodded gently. At this time, Yu Ningxing and Xiao Linger came down from the fragrant car. A faint fragrance filled the air, and they were surrounded by xuanqi, which attracted the eyes of many martial artists. Yu Ningxing was simply dressed in a white damask dress, with long hair hanging behind him, tied with a light blue hair belt at his waist, as soft as a waterfall. A beauty like her can't hide her peerless face even if she wears a veil. This is... My God, it's the Ningxing girl in the Jade Building. What? Ningxing girl? Absolutely right. I've seen Ningxing girl from a distance. The appearance of Yu Ningxing caused a great sensation, and everyone was very excited. Yu Ningxing and they simply don't look like people in the same world. In ordinary times, even if it costs thousands of dollars, they may not be able to see her. She is like Xianji on the Jiuchong Heavenly Palace. She only hears her name, but she doesn't see her. The appearance of Yu Ningxing outside the Marquis mansion in the Jian Pavilion naturally caused a great sensation. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes dribbled, sometimes staring at Ning Xiaochuan, sometimes staring at Yu Ningxing, and whispered, brother, this is... Ning Xiaochuan said, go and tell your servants to clean an elegant guest room. Miss Ningxing will stay in the Marquis house for a period of time. If the Marquis knows, I'm afraid. I'm afraid. Ning Xiaochuan winked hard at Ning Xiaochuan. I'll explain to the Marquis. Why are you waiting? Go quickly. Ah? Oh. Ning Xiaochuan stared back at Yu Ningxing step by step. Obviously, she hadn't reacted to what was going on, but she was sighing in her heart that her brother was so bold that he dared to take the brothel woman back to the Marquis house openly for lodging, which would definitely be scolded by the old Marquis. Ning Xiaochuan took Yu Ningxing and Xiaolinger up the steps and was about to enter the gate of the marquee. Xiaolinger held Yu Ningxing's hand and said naively, "Mom, this house is so big. Will we live here forever?" Outside, those martial artists who were still curious about Xiaolinger's identity were stunned. Feelings Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Ningxing even gave birth to their daughter? This is absolutely explosive news, enough to shake the whole imperial city. Many martial artists quietly retreated, ready to report what happened in the Marquis of Jianghe to their master. King Dajinpeng's mansion. Yusasai was reading the dossier. Hearing the news reported by her subordinates, she immediately put the dossier down and said happily, "Ning Xiaochuan is finally back? Prepare a car and go to the Marquis house of Jianghe." Princess. The servant kneeling on the ground was about to say something, and seemed to be hesitating. "Is there anything else?" Yusasai was in a good mood, with bright eyes and teeth and a bright smile. The servant said, I heard that Ning Xiaochuan also brought Yu Ningxing back to the Marquis house of the Sword Pavilion." The smile on Yusasai's face immediately disappeared, and a pair of lovely beauties slightly picked up and said, "The Marquis of Jianghe is the hereditary Marquis residence, and Ning Xiaochuan is the heir of the Marquis of Jianghe. Will the old Marquis allow him to openly bring a brothel woman back to the Marquis residence?" Her heart was sour and very angry. Bei's teeth bit her lips tightly, and her fingers were pinched like claws. The servant said cautiously, "It is said that the relationship between Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Ningxing has been extraordinary. They have already had flesh and blood and brought them back to the Marquis of Jianghe together. Now, many people in the imperial city are saying that Ning Xiaochuan's return to the Marquis of Jianghe this time is to directly force the palace to the old Marquis, and the old Marquis must agree even if he doesn't agree." Yu Cixi, as a chair, pursed her lips. "It's impossible. It's time for the Marquis of Jianghe to have internal and external troubles. With Ning Xiaochuan's composure, it's impossible to do such an extraordinary thing. Your Highness, will you go to the Marquis house of the Sword Pavilion?" Yusasai shook her head, nodded again, and said, "Go. I heard that the first beauty of the imperial city was so beautiful that she came down to earth with celestial beings. She usually lived in seclusion, and it was even difficult to see her. Now she went to the Marquis of the Jian Pavilion for a temporary stay. Of course, I have to pay a visit to her at such a good opportunity. My subordinates are going to arrange the driving," said the servant. "Wait a minute." Royal Sissy gently pursed her red lips, with a wise light in her eyes, and said, "I'm going to take my father's 8-dragon chariot to the Marquis house of the Sword Pavilion, and then choose 800 accompanying bodyguards, 32 servants, and 32 maidens for me. When my hands are arranged, wait for me outside, and I'll make up first." "Your Highness, is it too heavy?" The servant sighed in his heart that this was the standard for princes to travel. The princess made such a big show. "Are you sure it's just a visit? When you visit for the first time, you should always leave a good impression on the other party." Yusasai thought for a while, and then said so. Ning Xiaochuan's return to the imperial city did cause quite a stir. The news spread to all kings and home mansions, and even the imperial palace received news, which was even more influential than a prince's return to the imperial city. To uterus. The prince and Yunzhonghao were playing chess, when a general in armor hurriedly came in and reported the affairs of the Marquis house of the Sword Pavilion. "Pa." The prince slapped the chess pieces on the chess table and flew out, with a grim look on his face. Damn, the prince accepted her as the crown princess to save face for the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. She was so ignorant that she dared to beat my servant out. It's up to the master to beat a dog. The general said coldly. Ning Xiner naturally doesn't have the courage. The key is that there is someone behind her, so she doesn't pay attention to the crown prince. It's the demon gate that should be the headache of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. How can I have time to care about such a small matter? The prince's eyes were very gloomy, and his 5 fingers were tightly pinched together. In his mind, he recalled Ning Xiner's beautiful appearance. How wonderful would it be if she could lie on her own bed? "It's not Jiang Ho, it's Ning Xiaochuan," said the general. Ho in the cloud narrowed his eyes and said, "Ning Xiaochuan. Has he returned to the imperial city? My subordinates saw him go back to the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion with their own eyes," said the general. Yan Tonghao sent Mu Hong to kill Ning Xiaochuan. He thought that with Mu Hong's cultivation, Ning Xiaochuan could die without a burial place, but he didn't expect that even Mu Hong couldn't kill him. The prince disdained and said with a smile, "Isn't it just Ning Xiaochuan? Does the famous Yan Tonghao still care about such a small person?" In the prince's view, Ning Xiaochuan's talent is high, but after all, he is only a young man, which is not enough to be afraid of. Yun Zhongho's eyes were very deep. He shook his head and said, "It's not that simple. Ning Xiaochuan is a person who can't be underestimated. Don't forget that he has a royal decree, which is enough to challenge the emperor." 21711 The prince's face wore a sneering smile. Ho in the cloud flashed a look of disdain in his pupils. He just felt that the prince was too ignorant, but he naturally wouldn't say this, just a faint smile. The general said again, "There's another thing to report. Ning Xiaochuan brought the Yuningxing of Guanyu building back to the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion." Oh! Yun Zhongho and the prince were surprised. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't look like a fool. How can he be more retarded than a fool? Haha. It's time for the life and death of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, and he's actually interested in playing with a cheap prostitute. Female, he's simply looking for his own death. Prince rode. Ho in the cloud's eyes also became dignified and said, "Abnormal, too abnormal. This is not Ning Xiaochuan's style of doing things, this son is not so cynical." "Ho Yi, what are you talking about?" The prince stared at Ho in the clouds. Ho in the cloud said with a smile, "I'm thinking that since Ning Xiaochuan wants to play with fire, we'll help him. Yuningxing is a sinner, and the emperor has a purpose, to make her a prostitute forever. Now Ning Xiaochuan actually takes her back to the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion in a big way, which simply doesn't pay attention to the emperor, and someone must denounce him. That's right. I'll go into the palace, to see my father now. As long as I clean up Ning Xiaochuan first, Ning Xiner is not within reach." Haha. The prince immediately got up and walked out of the courtyard. Ho in the cloud was still sitting by the chess table, with a playful smile on his mouth, and his eyes gradually became gloomy. Returning to the Marquis mansion in Jiangya, Ning Xiaochuan obviously felt that the atmosphere of the Marquis mansion was very heavy. There were sergeants patrolling everywhere. Many of the Marquis mansion children who had been trained outside had returned, and no one had a smile on their faces. The demon gate is coming fiercely, and I don't know if the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion can stop it. It is said that even the second generation of Ninka Elder died miserably in the hands of the demon sect master. There were 75 knife wounds on his body, and he was hacked to death alive. If the second master can lead the army back, it will certainly solve the plight of the Marquis, but it's a pity that far water can't save near fire. The 3 maidens were whispering. When they saw Ning Xiaochuan, they immediately shut up and knelt on both sides of the road. Ning Xiaochuan went straight to the old Marquis study, came outside the study, stopped and said, "Grandson, please see the Marquis." At this time, the mysterious chi of heaven and earth in the study fluctuated violently, and a reddish martial spirit rushed out, with a fierce howl like a giant beast, condensed into a huge palm print that was more than 10 meters long. Ow! The palm print is pressing towards Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's face didn't change, calmly stood in place, his clothes were calm, and dozens of purple flashes automatically condensed around his body, converging to his arms. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan slapped his hands out, and his fingers were like blades, passing through the huge palm print and breaking it. Ning Xiaochuan's body exploded back 3 feet, unharmed, and the lightning on his arms slowly dispersed. Inside the study, there was a light each, and soon the door of the study was opened. Seeing a red vitality rushing out of the study, the old marquis was already standing at the door, carefully looked at Ning Xiaochuan, and immediately laughed loudly, saying, "Dizun Jing. Good. I have successors in the Marquis of Jiangya at last." Jibo also came out with a kind smile on his face and said, "Finally, there is a third Wu Zun in the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion." Ning Xiaochuan said, "I heard that the demon sect will attack the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion?" The old marquis's face became dignified and nodded. He said, "Unless all the masters of the demon sect come to the imperial city, it is impossible to shake the foundation of the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion. The Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion has been inherited for thousands of years, and it is not so easy to collapse. Originally, your second uncle led the troops in the frontier, and I am still a little helpless, so I will have some difficulties in coping with it, but since you have entered the territory of the earth, you can help me a lot." Ning Xiaochuan said, "How does the Marquis plan to deal with it?" "The enemy is in the dark, and I am in the light. For the time being, I can only be on guard. As long as the masters of the demon sect dare to come, I can make them come back," said the Marquis. "The Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion can stand for thousands of years without falling down, and its own heritage is very strong. It has survived all kinds of storms and waves. The Marquis House of Jiangya seems to be just a mansion. In fact, the ancestors of the Marquis House of Jiangya have operated here for thousands of years, and have long turned this place into an unbreakable fortress. With dense arrays and dense mechanisms, it is definitely not as calm as it seems. Today, you book friends are very awesome." In just one day, the number of monthly tickets increased by more than 300. There are still more than 100 tickets to 1,000. Let's continue to awesome. If there are 1,000 tickets at noon tomorrow, we will add another chapter. The Demon Gate came fiercely, but it could not take the initiative to attack. It could only wait for them to take the initiative to attack, and the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion became extremely passive. Ning Xiaochuan then told the old marquis about Ningxing. The old marquis stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply and said, "You have grown up. I believe you also have a steelyard in your heart. You don't need me to teach you how to do things." The marquis knew that Ning Xiaochuan was steady and would not really mess with a brothel woman, so he didn't ask much. "Grandson understands." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Xiaochuan discussed with the old marquis about dealing with the Demon Gate again, and left the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion, intending to go to the Sword Palace. Xinjian Palace is now the largest industry of the Marquis of Jiangya, and Ning Xiaochuan is naturally particularly interested. Not long after Ning Xiaochuan left the Marquis of Jiangya, Yusasai came to visit. The Marquis of Jiangya came out to meet her personally and took her into the Marquis House. The rising speed of Xinjian Palace is far faster than Ning Xiaochuan's estimate. Because, with the support of the Marquis of Jiangya at all costs and the participation of a large number of weapon forging experts, the Xinjian Palace soon became the first mysterious weapon trading holy land in the imperial city, occupying the market share of the 7th floor of the imperial city, which is a complete monopoly of the weapons industry in the imperial city. In addition to the imperial city, the Sword Palace is still developing to major states, and has initially formed a scale. The Xinjian Palace is located in the bustling area of the imperial city, with forests of green trees, 99 floors of stairs paved with jade, and palaces built of jade, nanmu, and gold pillars, each of which is promoting the luxury and grandeur of the Xinjian Palace. The most eye-catching buildings are not these palaces, but the 87-meter-long giant sword inserted outside the palace. It is said that this huge sword weighs 3.7 million jin and has been forged by the great master of forging tools. It has reached the level of 7th grade Xuanqi. Why is the Sword Palace famous? Just this big sword of 7th-grade Xuanqi level can make the Divine Sword Palace famous all over the world. Besides the Sword Palace, which family has such a big pen? Placing a cheap pin Xuanqi on the street naturally attracted the covet of many martial arts masters. At the beginning, martial artists came to steal the sword almost every night. However, these martial artists who came to steal the sword were all killed by the sword-guarding masters arranged by the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, and their bodies were thrown under the sword. Under the huge sword, a huge corpse mountain has been piled up, with more than 70 bones. Gradually, no one dared to steal the sword again. Lu Wenyu, the deputy palace master of the Divine Sword Palace, led Ning Xiaochuan to visit the major Xuanqi palaces, while explaining the development process of the Divine Sword Palace over the past year, saying, "Now the industry of the Divine Sword Palace has covered all the major states of the empire, and almost every city has a branch of the Divine Sword Palace." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Is it developing so fast?" Lu Wenyu said with a smile, "It's not fast. Little Marquis, you know, in order to build the Divine Sword Palace, the old Marquis ordered to give up other store industries of the Marquis Mansion, and these industries were directly rebuilt and hung the sign of Divine Sword Palace. Now there are more than 18,000 sub-palaces of the Divine Sword Palace of the whole empire, and 32 forging bases have been opened, and countless forging masters and warriors under the Marquis. If you change a self-made person, even if you give him 200 years, it is impossible to reach the current scale of the Sword Palace." Joking, with the accumulation of thousands of years in the Marquis of Jiang'a, its own wealth has spread all over every corner of the whole empire. As long as the Marquis is willing to do it, it can form a super large-scale industry in a very short time. Of course, there is another premise: brand effect is very important. Without the reputation of Xinjiang Palace in the imperial city, martial artists would not rush to buy the weapons of Xinjiang Palace, and forge masters would not rush to join Xinjiang Palace. How did the reputation of the Sword Palace come into being? Yu Mingsong deserves great credit. Xinjiang Palace hyped that Yu Mingsong was a great master of forging tools. This incident caused a sensation in the imperial city a year ago. A great master of forging tools personally presided over the Divine Sword Palace, which was not believed by many people at first. After all, the great master of forging tools has a high status and lives in seclusion and simplicity. How can he casually help a newly built Divine Sword Palace forge tools? However, what happened later made the martial artists in the whole imperial city dumbfounded and speechless. The great master of forging tools turned out to be a crazy demon of forging tools. Every other month, the Divine Sword Palace would auction at least 3 pieces of 7th-grade mysterious tools, and the most one month, it would take out 7 pieces of 7th-grade mysterious tools. What is the concept of Qiping Xuanqi? Before that, even Wu Zun may not have a piece of Xuanqi. After that, Qiping Xuanqi was mass-produced by Xinjiang Palace, which was simply a package sale. Therefore, the great master of forging tools in the Divine Sword Palace is called the Demon of Forging Tools. The reputation of Xinjiang Palace soared crazily for this reason, and it was like thunder in the imperial city. Then, it caused the butterfly effect. Those forge masters came to the Sword Palace one after another to get the guidance of the great master of forge, which led to the development of the Sword Palace exceeding expectations and dominating the imperial city in a very short time. The world thinks that this great master of forging tools must be forging tools day and night. However, only Lu Wenyu knew that the great master's life was quite unrestrained and decadent. He spent all day with the maid around him, drinking and eating, and was as happy as a fairy. Lu Wenyu was even more impressed by the great master, because the great master's forge was as easy as drinking water. He picked up a piece of scrap iron and pinched it, and a 7th-grade xianware was pinched out. Lu Wenyu only needs to go to the grass outside the Grand Master's residence every time, and he can always find 1 or 2 pieces of cheap pinned xianware, and then take it away as if it were a treasure and send it to the auction table. After hearing this, Ning Xiaochuan was more shocked than Lu Wenyu. This great master is really a divine man. I'm afraid that other great masters of forging tools in Yulan Empire are not as powerful as his finger. Lu Wenyu sighed. Ning Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Take me to see him." Yu Mingsong lives in a palace in the deepest part of the Divine Sword Palace. It is the most luxuriously built, with gold pillars, jade walls, and silver floors. It is simply more luxuriant and extravagant than the imperial city. Before entering, you can hear the laughter of women and the sound of musical instruments. As soon as Ning Xiaochuan opened the door, a smell of wine came out. Beside the wine pool, under the palace wall, and beside the osmanthus tree, there are dozens of beautiful women in colorful clothes. Some sat in the distance, playing the qin and xing, some are dancing, some are playing in the wine pool, some lie on Yu Mingsong's body, holding a wine cup and feeding him wine. "Brother Ning, you are back. I miss you so much." Yu Mingsong stopped a petite maid in both hands, and the palm was very irregular, stroking the maid's white thigh. Ning Xiaochuan said, unexpectedly, "They are all wearing clothes. It's much better than I expected." Yu Mingsong's eyebrows coagulated and said with a smile, "Brother Ning, who do you think I am? We are just discussing life and enjoying spiritual fun, which is not as unbearable as you think. Don't look at my beautiful women here, flirtatious and beautiful, in fact, I'm just looking at them." Ning Xiaochuan just smiled faintly. Yu Mingsong said, "Don't believe it. For our forge master, the most important thing is not the cultivation of martial arts, but the will. People who don't have a strong will, the forged weapons are definitely not strong. People who don't have a strong will, the forged weapons are also 100% broken." Ning Xiaochuan was slightly moved and said, "It seems to make some sense. Don't tell me that you are spending time here with a lot of beauties in your arms in order to cultivate your will?" "That's right," Yu Mingsong said very seriously. "Then your ambition is really strong enough." Ning Xiaochuan naturally doesn't believe Yu Mingsong's nonsense. Ning Xiaochuan thinks that his ambition is firm enough, but he should spend all day with a group of beautiful women, embrace each other, and restrain his heart, so that his heart will not be corrupted and resist love at the same time. Desire, do not have any meat with them. Body relationship. Ning Xiaochuan thinks he can't do it. If there is really a man who can do it, this man is not a physical problem, it must be a psychological problem. Under Ning Xiaochuan's order, the maidens retreated one after another, leaving only Yu Mingsong and Ning Xiaochuan. "Brother Ning, can you give me the rest of the chapter of the Qimeng instrument classic now?" Yu Mingsong is most interested in this calcining treasure book. Now he has only got the first 900 articles, and the remaining volumes are still in Ning Xiaochuan's hands. Ning Xiaochuan took out a jade the size of a fingernail, handed it to him, and said, "This volume of jade book also records 900 articles. Brother-in-law, take it to practice first." "Only 900, too stingy? Give me the rest." Yu Mingsong picked up the jade book and quickly put it in his sleeve. Ning Xiaochuan's heart secretly said that if you were to hand over all the chapters of Qimeng Qidian, wouldn't you just run away? Who will sit in the sword palace then? Ning Xiaochuan laughed, "The classic of strange door instruments will be yours sooner or later. Why should Brother Yu be in a hurry? Brother Yu continues to practice, and I'll leave first. Go. Go." After Yu Mingsong got the new chapter of Qimeng Qidian, he didn't want to keep Ning Xiaochuan, and planned to start studying the volume immediately. Ning Xiaochuan walked out of the palace gate, and Lu Wenyu greeted him and bowed to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan said, "How about it?" Lu Wenyu said, "I have tested my body for them, but they are still virgins." Ning Xiaochuan raised his eyebrows and touched his chin. He secretly said, "What is the origin of this guy, Yu Mingsong? Is it true that, as he said, he is only using those maids to cultivate his mind?" This kind of cultivation method is also too inhumane. Abnormal. Even Ning Xiaochuan himself couldn't be completely indifferent to women, but Yu Mingsong did. This kind of person is definitely not a simple person. Lu Wenyu said, "Little Marquis, the Demon Gate has been making a lot of trouble recently, and even the Sword Palace has been affected. In case they attack the Sword Palace, how should we deal with it? Don't worry about this, for the time being. The Marquis and I have our own arrangements. By the way, how's the weapon ranking spectrum going?" Ning Xiaochuan asked. Lu Wenyu said, "Miss Situ has always been in charge of this matter." Is the little Marquis ready to publish the list? Ning Xiaochuan smiled and said, "The scale of the Divine Sword Palace has been formed. It's time to publish the weapons ranking spectrum. At that time, the reputation of the Divine Sword Palace must rise again, and it may even establish the status of the Holy Land of Divine Weapons at one stroke. Grandly recommend 2 fantasy masterpieces, Taiga Chaos Formula and Chaos God." After taking the weapons ranking manual from Situ Fengwu, Ning Xiaochuan returned to the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion. As soon as he walked into the gate of the Marquis House, he obviously noticed that the atmosphere of the Marquis House was wrong. "Brother, you are back." Ning Shiner had been waiting at the gate of the Marquis mansion. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan coming back, she was finally relieved. Ning Xiaochuan said, "What happened?" "I saw many strangers in the Marquis house, and the guards were more vigilant." Ning Shiner whispered, "Princess Cece is coming." Royal Watermelon. Ning Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Her news is well informed." "Where is she now?" "She has gone to Jingxiuan, where Miss Yu lives, and said she was going to discuss poetry and ode with Miss Yu." Ning Shiner said. "Yu Watermelon and Yu Ningxing are not very familiar. Why does she visit Yu Ningxing?" Ning Xiaochuan's heart jumped, and he immediately rushed to Jingxiuan. "Little Marquis, you are here. I think your highness is really angry this time. Only you can stop her," Yusasai's maid said anxiously. Outside Jingxiuan, there are many maids and martial artists. They are all waiting outside. Yusasai has ordered that no matter what happens inside, they are not allowed to break in. Anyone who dares to break in will be killed without mercy. Ning Xiaochuan's face became dignified. Did the vinegar jar of Yuwa tourmaline overturn? Yusasai was pampered since childhood. Her heart naturally likes Ning Xiaochuan, and naturally she can't tolerate Ning Xiaochuan's side to become a woman. It's quite normal for her to trouble Yu Ningxing. However, Ning Xiaochuan is not worried about Yu Ningxing, but about Yu Cece. Inside the courtyard wall, made of white stones, the sound of Qinxing singing together is intertwined into a beautiful piece of music. Yu Cece sat by the bank of the pool, with a purple-wood ancient qin on her knee. The jade finger fell rapidly, and each sound wave condensed into a xuanqi sword, forming a scene of 10,000 swords Chaozong, and bombarded the jade Ningxing. Her eyes were cold and her momentum kept climbing. The vegetation, stones, and rockeries around her body were crushed by the sword gas and turned into stone dust and sawdust. Yu Ningxing is sitting on the attic, leaning against the railing, holding a white jade ancient xing, playing a moving melody, forming a circle of smoke around the entire attic, dissolving the sound waves played by Yu Cece into invisibility. No matter how strong Yu Cece's attack is, she can't hurt a hair of Yu Ningxing. You little bitch's cultivation is so strong that you must be planning something wrong when you enter the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. Royal Sissy said. Yu Ningxing's mind moved, and the sound wave automatically condensed into an ethereal voice. The little woman and the princess have no grievances, why do you force each other? Yu Cece's delicate arms, completely wrapped in xuanqi, are ready to condense the martial magic into the sound wave, play a greater destructive force, and drive Yu Ningxing out of the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion. Ow, ow. Red Bruce Lee rushed in and ran to Yu Cece's piano platform. A pair of claws broke the strings and roared in his mouth. The piano stopped suddenly. Yusasai's forehead was covered with black lines, and she slapped Xiaohong on the head, which made Xiaohong dizzy and full of stars. Ning Xiaochuan, I know you're back. What's the ability to call a stupid dragon out to make trouble? If you have the ability to destroy my piano by yourself? Royal Sissy suddenly stood up, looking very angry. Jia. Ning Xiaochuan pushed the door and walked in, scolding, Xiaohong, you are simply fooling around. How dare you destroy the princess piano? Even if you sell it, you can't afford to pay for it. Hey. Your Highness, it's been a long time since I saw you. I originally planned to go to the palace tomorrow, to see you in person and send you a gift that will be ready for a long time. I didn't expect your Highness to come first. Royal Sissy bit her lips and said angrily, Ning Xiaochuan, this princess is here to save you, so that you don't go astray, play with things and lose your will, and ruin your future. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, the princess said very well. Since you know it yourself, are you still wrong again and again? Royal Sissy said. Ning Xiaochuan said, please express your Highness, what did you do wrong? You know. Yusasai kept grinding her teeth. The more she looked at Ning Xiaochuan, the more she thought he was hateful. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, I really don't know this. Yusisi stepped on Ning Xiaochuan's vamp, and her boots pressed down, saying in a low voice, Ningxing is the daughter of a sinner, and the Holy Lord himself ordered to demote her as a prostitute slave forever. But you are the heir of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, and you hang out with her all day. This is not self-destruction, loss of ambition, and going astray? Ning Xiaochuan slightly grinned and said, Your Highness, your feet are not in the right position. Yusisi increased her strength again and said, My feet are here. Xiaochuan, listen to the princess's advice, don't associate with Ningxing, she will hurt you. Ningxing came down from the attic, his long hair floating, his body as bright as jade, his eyes as bright as 2 stars, and his soft voice said, The princess's highness is too wide-ranging. My family and the little Marquis are bosom friends. They are interlinked, know each other, and are only friends who understand each other. How can my family harm the little Marquis? Little Marquis, are you right? Ning Xiaochuan nodded with a smile and said, Girl Ningxing is indeed my confidant. Your Highness, you are worried too much. Yusasai was so angry that she gnashed her teeth and said, I think she is a seducer who specifically seduces men and wants to climb the big backer of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. I'm so angry. Come on, drag this bitch out to death. A group of soldiers rushed in, stared at Ningxing covetously, and pulled out their swords together, revealing a large amount of knife light and cold light. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes sank and said, Your Highness, this is Jiang'a Marquis Mansion, and you can't touch my guests here at will. Exiner, see me off. How dare you be cruel to me? How dare you drive me away? Yusisi stared at Ning Xiaochuan tightly, her eyes full of glittering tears, and said angrily, Ning Xiaochuan, your business will not be managed by the princess in the future, and you don't care. Let this fox be your confidant. Yusasai turned and left, holding her hands tightly, and left the Marquis house of the Sword Pavilion directly. Ning Xiner sent her out of the gate of the Marquis. Your Highness, in fact, my brother's favorite person is you. Now he is just confused by the brothel woman. Ning Xiner said. Yusasai stopped, her eyes brightened, and said, Xiner, you also think that your brother was poisoned by that fox? But your brother is a senior heart-nourishing teacher. Won't he refine the antidote for himself? Ning Xiner shook her head and said, I don't know. Your Highness, are you really going to leave like this? Yusasai nodded, as if she had made some decision, and said, I'll go to a fire to burn the Guanyu building now. What do you think? I don't know. Ning Xiner said. That's it. With these words, she boarded the 8-dragon chariot and took the people from King Dajinpeng's mansion, ready to burn the Jade Observation Building. However, when she was halfway there, she thought that if she burned the Guanyu Building, wouldn't Yu Ningxing have more reason to live in the marquee mansion of the Jian Pavilion? No, you can't do that. Yu Sisai decided to go back to the palace for the time being and slowly think about countermeasures. She was the princess of the king's mansion of Dajinpeng. Couldn't she deal with a brothel, Xiaohumeizi? Splendid one. Ning Xiaochuan frowned, looked at the broken piano on the ground, and sighed deeply. Yu Ningxing seemed to be able to see through what was thinking in his heart and said, regret. No. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, in fact, Princess Cece is usually very gentle and generous, calm and wise, and I don't know why she is so abnormal today? Yu Ningxing said with a smile, because she likes you, she thinks I stole you. When a woman meets a rival in love, even a female cat will become a tigress. Don't talk about her. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head with a smile, took out a volume of Xian beast skin book, put it on the stone platform, spread it out, and said, this is the weapon ranking spectrum compiled by the Divine Sword Palace after consulting a large amount of data and careful analysis. Come and have a look first. Knowing that Yu Ningxing is erudite and the saint of the demon sect, Ning Xiaochuan must know the strength of many martial arts masters, so he plans to discuss with her again and strive to make the weapon ranking manual more authoritative. Ranked first in the weapon spectrum, blood-eating bead. Holder, Demon Emperor, Duan Muhan. Second in the weapon ranking spectrum, Tai Chi diagram. The holder is a national master of the first grade. Tai Chu asks the flower. Weapons rank third in the spectrum, mysterious yellow sword. The holder is the sword saint, Yuan Luo. This is a scroll made of Xian beast skin, which records the names of hundreds of Xian wares, ranking from high to low. The name of the person holding the xuanqi is recorded on the back of each xuanqi. And with a large text to record this person's legend, after the text rendering, almost everyone's name to the myth. After the text rendering, and then tell the reasons for ranking in this position, to increase the persuasion of the list. For example, the 47th place in weapons ranking spectrum, Ghost Demon Sword. The holder is the Manor Master, Child Chuan, of Spirit Mountain Manor. There is an introduction about Gong Zichuan above. Identity, mysterious. Gender, mysterious. Age, mysterious. The world only knows that Child Chuan is the owner of Spirit Mountain Manor, but no one has ever seen his true face. He is one of the most mysterious masters in the world today. The most dazzling battle of Gong Zichuan should be traced back to the 31st year of Yuqing. Outside the imperial city, by the moat. The prince of the dynasty, the Marquis of Yunzhong and the national division of Lingyi joined hands to surround and kill Gong Zichuan. The battle broke the moat and flooded Hanboji, resulting in the death of more than 360 people. The three masters could not defeat Gong Zichuan. Finally, the prince and Lingyi were injured, and Gong Zichuan calmly ran away. Therefore, the martial arts cultivation of Gong Zichuan is enough to rank in the top 50. After seeing this paragraph, Ning Xiaochuan just laughed at himself. Even with his current cultivation, he may not be able to rank in the top 50, and it was even more impossible to rank in the top 50 before. The reason why weapons ranking spectrum is written like this is just to build momentum for Spirit Mountain Manor. If the leader of Spirit Mountain Manor cannot even rank in the top 50, the influence of Spirit Mountain Manor will be much weaker, which is very detrimental to the development of Spirit Mountain Manor. Yu Ningxing stared at the weapons ranking spectrum, carefully analyzed it, and said, the Demon Emperor can't be the first, we need to change someone. The Demon Emperor has cultivated the 9th level of blood-eating demon skill. After the master of the school left, I'm afraid no one in the Jade Haze Empire is his opponent. Is there anyone more powerful than the Demon Emperor? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Continue to ask for monthly tickets. Tomorrow, at 12 p.m. Ningxiang shook his head and said, I don't know if there is anyone stronger than the Demon Emperor in the Yulan Empire. However, the martial arts accomplishments of the four masters in the world today are indistinguishable. Even if anyone is placed in the first place, it is impossible to convince the public. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, anyone who is called the number one in the world will be pushed to the forefront and become the target of everyone's challenge. However, it is also extremely difficult to choose a person who is stronger than the four masters. After a pause, he added, however, there are two people who can become the number one candidate in the world. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes became playful. Ningxiang knew Ning Xiaochuan very well. Even if Ning Xiaochuan's eyes changed, she could guess the meaning in those eyes. She said, these two people must be your enemies. That's right. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and smiled and said, the first candidate is naturally to be a pilgrim. Emperor Yulan? But the world knows that the first master of the court is King Dajinpeng. Emperor Yulan is inferior to King Dajinpeng. How can he become the first master in the world? Ningxiang shook his head slightly and felt something wrong. Ning Xiaochuan said, although everyone thinks that the great Jinpeng king is more powerful than the great Yulan emperor, the great Yulan emperor is expensive to be a pilgrim and has not fought with people for decades. No one knows how strong the great Yulan emperor is? The great Yulan emperor must be weaker than the great Jinpeng king? I don't think so. Ningxiang's eyes also became dignified and said, that's right. Emperor Yulan can become the master of the empire, and he is definitely not an ordinary person. The cultivation of martial arts is likely to be more powerful than we imagined. It's likely that we all underestimated him before. If he is ranked first and listed as the world's first master, although it will cause controversy, but no one can refute it. Unless he dares to challenge Emperor Yulan. In Yulan Empire, who dares to challenge Yulan Emperor openly? Ning Xiaochuan laughed. Ning Xiaochuan listed Yulan as the best master in the world. It seems that he is flattering Yulan, but in fact, he is indirectly stimulating the world's masters to deal with Yulan. The more people in high positions, the more people want to push him down the altar. This seems to be just a ranking, but in the face of the delicate world situation, it will definitely cause huge repercussions, and it is likely to destroy the entire Yulan Empire at one fell swoop. Who doesn't want to be the best in the world? You are the first in the world, and I also want to be the first in the world, but there is only one first in the world, who will do it. Of course, whoever can kill Yulan Emperor is the new number one in the world. This is the murderous opportunity hidden in the weapons ranking spectrum. Ningxiang said, who is your second candidate? Ning Xiaochuan said, Lord of the Dead. Another person with mysterious identity and unpredictable cultivation. Ningxiang weak quality orchid heart, a pair of star eyes with a thoughtful look, said, however, in contrast, let Yulan Emperor be the best master in the world, we can get more benefits. That's right. The identity of the city master of the dead is too mysterious, and his cultivation is unpredictable. Even if he is the best in the world, people want to challenge him, and it is estimated that even his figure can't be found. The most suitable candidate, of course, is Emperor Yulan. Ning Xiaochuan picked up the pen and added the name of Yulan Emperor on the top of the Demon Emperor, the first place in the weapon ranking spectrum, the Emperor's pen. Later, Ning Xiaochuan and Ningxiang discussed the ranking of other martial artists in the weapons ranking spectrum. For their own interests, they have made many modifications. Then, Ning Xiaochuan added several new names to the weapon ranking spectrum, such as the first Ghost Messenger, the second Ghost Messenger, the right Dharma Protector of Ghost Mountain Matter, and so on. These names are all the names of the warriors in Spirit Mountain Matter who are about to enter the territory of Dizun. Ning Xiaochuan wants to build momentum for Spirit Mountain Matter with the help of weapon ranking spectrum, so that everyone can realize the power of Spirit Mountain Matter. After formulating the weapons ranking spectrum, Ning Xiaochuan returned to the Sword Palace again, and asked Yu Mingsong to refine the weapons ranking spectrum into a scroll of 7-grade Xuanqi level, which was hung on the top of the huge sword outside the sword palace. This is a golden scroll with a length of more than 60 meters, emitting a bright divine light. Hundreds of names are flashing on it. Even standing hundreds of miles away, you can see the light of the weapons ranking spectrum. At the same time, the weapons ranking spectrum was formulated into 10,000 volume pages of manuals, which were distributed overnight to major bookstores, restaurants, and youth in the imperial city. Building, tea house. The next morning, the weapons ranking spectrum really caused a huge shock in the imperial city. Almost all major restaurants and tea houses can hear Wu Zhi talking about weapons ranking, which has become a topic of great interest to everyone. In a tea house, not far from the marquee house of the Jian Pavilion, many people were browsing through the weapons ranking manual they had just bought. The best martial arts master in the world is actually today's holy master. I thought it would be King de Jinping. An old man in his 60s twists his beard gently and looks at the scroll in his hand with relish. A general in armor also held the weapons ranking manual in his hand, and said coldly, "Didn't you see the above explanation? The Holy Lord has cultivated the 9th 5-year plan dragon spirit to the highest level, reaching the unpredictable realm of heaven and man. Although King de Jinping is powerful, can he defeat the Holy Lord?" Another general next to him said, "That's right. Over the years, everyone thinks that King Da Jinping is more powerful than the Holy One. It's really ignorant. If the Holy One was not as strong as King Da Jinping, how could he take the throne from King Da Jinping in those years? King Da Jinping's red flame will only ranks 5th in the world, while the Holy Emperor's pen ranks 1st in the world. This is the gap. Once the Emperor's pen is created, it is enough to sweep all demons and ghosts in the world. Throughout the empire, there were rebellions everywhere. Everyone thought that after the leader of the school palace left, the Yulan Empire was not as strong as before. They didn't know that the Emperor was the best master in the world. Wait and see. Under the threat of the Emperor, those rebels soon failed to attack and break down. The weapons ranking manual formulated by the Divine Sword Palace is still of great reference value. The legendary deeds of each Wu Zun are recorded on it, which can be called the encyclopedia of the martial arts world. Every Wu Zun in the weapons ranking spectrum must be famous all over the world and become a legend sought after by people all over the world. Many beauties will throw themselves into their arms. It's really fame and wealth, and I wish I could be included in the list. Don't dream. Only Wu Zun with strong cultivation can be included in the weapons ranking spectrum, and others can only watch it. That's not necessarily. I heard that the Divine Sword Palace will change the list every year. Maybe my name will appear on the list next year. All the streets and alleys in the Imperial City are discussing the weapons ranking spectrum, and even many martial artists have rushed outside the Sword Palace to watch the essence of the weapons ranking spectrum with their own eyes. Although it's only a golden scroll, it's a 7-grade Xianware. The pen of the Divine Sword Palace is really big enough. At the same time, the weapons ranking spectrum was also sent to the hands of all kings and Ho early in the morning. Because almost all the names of the princes are included in the list, but some of them are in the front and some are behind. Ning Xiaochuan came out of the room and even heard the maid and servant in the marquee of the Sword Pavilion discussing the weapons ranking spectrum. The Sword Pavilion is actually ranked 16th in the weapon ranking spectrum. Anyway, the Sword Palace is also the industry of the marquee of the Sword Pavilion. How can they rank the old marquee so low, at least in the top 10? It's already very good. Among all the marques in the imperial court, the old marquis is only behind the Lord Luo. Luo Shenhou is only ranked 15th, and the old marquis will soon surpass him. Ning Xiaochuan smiled faintly, knowing that the weapons ranking spectrum has successfully caused a topic in the imperial city, which is a good thing. After breakfast, Ning Xiaochuan planned to go to King Da Jinping's mansion. What he said to Yusasai yesterday was really too heavy. Ning Xiaochuan plans to choose a gift to send to him and apologize in person. Brother, are you going to Dajanpeng Mansion? Ning Xiaochuan asked. Yes. Ning Xiaochuan rode. I want to go with my brother. Good. Ning Xiaochuan and Ning Xiaochuan boarded the car at the same time and sat in the carriage. Then a servant drove to King Dajanpeng's house. Ning Xiaochuan has been busy practicing martial arts for the past 2 years. He really cares little about Ning Xiaochuan and fails to fulfill his responsibility of being a brother, which makes Ning Xiaochuan feel quite guilty. Ning Xiaochuan took out 10 yuan life pills, put them in a cold jade bottle, handed them to Ning Xiaochuan, and said, "There are 10 yuan life pills in total. If you can refine them completely, it is enough to make your talent level reach the level that is difficult to encounter in 60-100 years. You must wrap them properly, and no one can see them." Ning Xiaochuan was holding a cold ice jade bottle, and she knew very well the value of the elixir in it. It was a talent level that she couldn't imagine before. Could she really reach that level? She thought it was too dreamy, but she firmly chose to trust her brother. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Ning Xiaochuan's round eyes, with a trace of warmth in his heart. In this world, perhaps only Ning Xiaochuan can bring him the warmth of family affection. Ning Xiaochuan's face is very white and tender. The standard oval face has slender eyebrows, round and bright eyes, clear black and white, eyelashes slightly upward, and lips are particularly beautiful. She is already 18 years old, no longer a little girl, but a beautiful woman with a good reputation throughout the imperial city. However, she is already very sticky to Ning Xiaochuan, holding Ning Xiaochuan's arm at any time, and the little bird snuggles on Ning Xiaochuan's chest. If you don't know, you still think they are a couple. It's the last 2 days of this month. Ask for a monthly ticket. Xian Beast pulls the shaft, the ground is very flat, and the carriage is naturally extremely stable. Brother, are you going to give Yuan Mingdan to Princess Cece? Ning Xiaochuan's voice is elegant and soft, like a small bridge and flowing water. The breeze blows through the bamboo forest, which is very enjoyable. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, Princess Cece doesn't lack Yuan Mingdan, because she also has a brother. The Prince of Jindu is the brother of Yusasai. You know, in the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven, the Prince of Jindu got no less treasure than Ning Xiaochuan. He must have brought back a lot of 3-leaf Yuan Ming grass to Yusasai. Yesterday, when Cece and Yu Ningxing fought, Ning Xiaochuan had found that Cece's martial arts cultivation had become much stronger, reaching the 5th level of secularity. Moreover, her physique has also stepped into a level that is difficult to meet in 50-100 years. Obviously, she has taken a lot of natural materials and earth treasures. Ning Xiaochuan pursed her lips and said, Brother, do you love the princess more or the girl Ningxing more? Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, Don't worry about it. Don't just talk about me, what about you? You're 18 years old. You're a big girl, but do you have a favorite? Ning Xiaochuan was very shy, and her face became red. She said coyly, Brother, people don't want to marry. Ning Xiaochuan became more interested and said, I heard that my sister is now one of the beauties in the imperial city, and there are many suitors. Isn't there anyone who likes it? I don't like them. None of them can match my brother. Ning Xiaochuan said coquettishly. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, If you want to find a man who is better than me, I'm afraid you can't get married all your life. If I can't get married, I'll stick to my brother all my life. Ning Xiaochuan said. Good, 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 even if you stick to me all my life, I must be able to afford it. Absolutely no one dares to bully you. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Xiaochuan will not forcibly interfere with her feelings and let her make her own choice. However, if someone dares to bully her, Ning Xiaochuan will definitely send that person to hell at the first time. Coming to the outside of King Dajanpeng's mansion, Ning Xiaochuan came down from the car and handed over the prayer post in person. After reading the name on the prayer post, the bodyguard of the royal residence immediately respected Ning Xiaochuan, bowed down and said, "It was the little marquis who came to Dajinpeng royal residence. His subordinates will report it to the princess now." Not long after, the bodyguard came out of the palace with an embarrassed look on his face and said, "Your Highness said." She said. Ning Xiaochuan said, "What did she say?" She said, "Let you die." The bodyguard said nervously. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "Then please go to the princess again and say that I don't want to die now." Before long, the bodyguard returned again and said, "Your Highness said that you can see her if you want, unless the little marquis can take the girl Ningxing to King Dajinpeng's residence for a few days, and your Highness wants to talk with her." Ning Xiaochuan knew that Yusasai must still be angry and didn't want to touch the mold again. He said, "Since your Highness doesn't want to see me, I'll visit again another day." Just when Ning Xiaochuan was about to leave, the gate of the palace was opened, and a bodyguard ran out quickly, saying, "Little Marquis, stay, the princess wants to see you." Ning Xiaochuan immediately stopped, with a surprised look on his face. "Princess?" He did not expect that this incident should have alerted the princess. King Dajinpeng's mansion is worthy of being the best in the world. In the mansion, it is extremely luxurious, and there are many martial arts masters. You can feel the strong flavor of martial arts at any time. Although hidden in the dark, it can't hide Ning Xiaochuan's mental induction. This is simply an iron fortress. Anyone who wants to forcibly break into the palace must pass 5 passes and kill 6 generals. Ning Xiaochuan thinks that he has stepped into the list of first-class masters, but if he wants to break into King Dajinpeng's mansion, he is still likely to fall into the mansion. Princess Shimu is the favorite concubine of King Dajinpeng and the biological mother of Yusasai. The princess is not only beautiful, but also a martial master with profound cultivation. She has a good position and power in King Dajinpeng's mansion and can even mobilize a large number of troops. A 16-year-old beautiful maid led the way in front, took Ning Xiaochuan outside a 3-story purple bamboo building, and asked Ning Xiaochuan to wait outside now. She wanted to report first. Ning Xiaochuan naturally understood the rules in the royal residence, so he waited in place and began to look at the surrounding environment. Although it is only a purple bamboo building, it does not make people feel shabby. The pillars of the bamboo tower are all made of shanling wood, with gold silk and white gauze curtains hanging on it. The walls are also hung with all kinds of Xuanqi weapons, including scarlet sabers, bronze spears, Shantai war swords, and so on. There are dozens of Xuanqi. Outside the bamboo building, there is a small garden full of shanyao. In the garden, there are even 3 jiupin shanyao, completely wrapped by xuanguang, emitting a strong fragrance of medicine, attracting some xuanwu spirit butterflies and flying in the medicine garden. These Shan beast spirit butterflies are all first-class Shan beasts with the power to kill low-level warriors. Ning Xiaochuan, do you know why the palace invited you here? The voice of Princess Shimu sounded in the purple bamboo building. The tone was slow and not urgent, which made people unable to fathom the real thoughts in her heart. Listening to the voice, the princess seemed to be young, like a woman in her 20s, whose voice was clear and sweet. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Is it related to Princess Cici? Cici's affection for you can't be seen with your intelligence. You should never hurt her heart for a young woman." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Your Highness is sincere to me, but Ningxing is also affectionate to me. I dare to ask the princess, if you stand in my perspective, how should you choose?" Princess Shimu's voice became cold and solemn, and said, "As the successor of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, it is necessary to inherit the Marquis. You need others to help you make decisions about small things, like children and women. How to achieve great things?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "The princess taught me a lesson." Princess Shimu continued, "Look at Cici's father, there are hundreds of women around him, and there are countless concubines. Is it true that he is only devoted to one woman? As a prince, he not only has to support a family by strength, but also has to reproduce and make future generations prosperous. If future generations wither, it is simply sorry for the ancestors, and what about the Chongqing family? It doesn't matter how many women there are around the prince. It's just a small matter. It's up to you to decide how to grasp it. Cece loses her temper. It's because she's not sensible enough. I spoiled him from childhood. After all, she's still very young. It's normal for her to have a little girl's temper. You should be more tolerant of her. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was sweating violently, and he didn't expect that Princess Shimu's mind should be like this. Are you sure you're not kidding your daughter? In fact, Ning Xiaochuan's thought still stays in his previous life, so he can't understand what Princess Shimu said. You know, this is a world where men are superior to women. Especially in the court, men must have absolute dignity, and wives and concubines must absolutely obey his will. In the view of Princess Shimu, Ning Xiaochuan is, after all, a person who wants to become a prince. If he can't deal with such a trivial matter as love affairs, he must be looked down upon by many people, and such a person can't achieve great things. Although she loves you, Cece, she will not allow her to mess around. Of course, if Yusasai was really wronged, she would certainly come forward to settle accounts with Ning Xiaochuan. The two must be treated differently. Ning Xiaochuan said, since the princess didn't come to me because of the princess, what was it? Princess Shimu said, you compiled the weapon ranking spectrum, didn't you? Ning Xiaochuan's heart jumped, but he immediately calmed down and said, I did review the list before it was released. However, the editor is not me. Then what is the purpose of formulating the weapon ranking spectrum? Princess Shimu's voice pressed, and a momentum of Wuzun rose, stifling the whole air. Her attitude is extremely serious. Ning Xiaochuan calmly said, it's just a ranking, just for fun, with no other intention. Are you kidding? I think your list is comparable to 1,000,000 troops. Can you solve many opponents without blood blade? Princess Shimu said. Ning Xiaochuan said with a smile, the princess is worried too much. All right. You go down. Princess Shimu said. That's it? Ning Xiaochuan breathed a sigh of relief and resigned. Because Ning Xiaochuan was in respect of Princess Shimu and did not use his mind to sense the situation in Zizulu. Therefore, he did not know that not only Princess Shimu was in the Purple Bamboo Tower, but also the world-renowned King Jinping, the son of Jindu and Yusasai were in the Purple Bamboo Tower. Mom, am I your own? Are you actually helping him speak? Are you deliberately helping him to be arrogant? He dares to bring green today. The building woman returns to the marquee house, and he dares to bring a group of green in the future. The building woman returns to the marquee house. Yusasai pursed her lips and kept grinding her teeth to express her dissatisfaction. Princess Shimu laughed and said, it's just a brothel woman. How can she compare with our Princess Cece? Are you still worried that Ning Xiaochuan really married her? The Prince of Jindu said, Ning Xiaochuan's taking Yu Ningxing into the Marquis of Jiangya is actually extremely beneficial to our King Dajinpeng's mansion. Ning Xiaochuan's indirect indication is that he has stood in the absolute opposite with Emperor Yulan. Princess Shimu said, that's right. If Ning Xiaochuan wants to redeem Yu Ningxing, he must stand on the opposite side of Yulan the Great Emperor. He wrote the weapons ranking spectrum and listed Yulan, the Great Emperor, first. Why doesn't it have a deeper meaning? I'm afraid it won't be long before the Yulan Empire will really be divided and rebellious. The Prince of Jindu slightly glanced at King Dajinpeng, and it was obvious that they all wanted to know what King Dajinpeng thought. Now is the best time for Dajinpeng Palace to seize the throne. I recommend 2 mysterious masterpieces, Taiga Chaos Formula and Chaos God. King Dajinpeng's eyes are deep, and no one knows what he is thinking. Anyone standing in front of him will feel huge pressure, which is a feeling of towering. Only when the cultivation reaches his level, can it give people a sense of expectation and inaccessibility. Wait. Now is not the best time. King Dajinpeng was not angry, and there was a dragon-shaped airflow flowing on his body. A pair of pupils seemed to contain a sea of stars, deep and unpredictable. With these words, King Dajinpeng stood up and walked out of the purple bamboo tower. After King Dajinpeng left, a maid came in, holding a Shanling wooden box in her hand, knelt on the ground, and said respectfully, "Your Highness, this is a gift of apology from the little Marquis." Since this guy still knows how to give gifts. Sure enough, men are not good things, so he knows to please girls. Although Yusasai's mouth said so, her heart was very sweet and she was very looking forward to it. A trace of radiance appeared at the corner of her mouth. She immediately took the Shanling wooden box over, opened the box to a gap, and immediately overflowed with milky white elixir light. Yuyandan. According to legend, it is a pill that can make women beautiful forever. As soon as Ning Xiaochuan walked out of King Dajinpeng's mansion, he saw Yu Qing and Shi Jinggan waiting outside. "Brother Ning, I've been waiting so hard. Let's go, and have a drink first. It's my treat." Yu Qing hurriedly greeted him, took Ning Xiaochuan's arm, and walked towards Huangqing Street, looking quite enthusiastic. Yu Qing dragged Ning Xiaochuan to an elegant pavilion under the Shenlong Palace, hurriedly summoned the most beautiful singer here to cheer up, and brought a jar of wine refined from Shanyao from the Shenlong Palace to fill Ning Xiaochuan in person. "Brother Ning, you're welcome. It's my treat today." Yu Qing hurriedly asked the servant to carry up 2 large iron boxes. I didn't know what was in the box. It was extremely heavy, and the servants in the 4 Xuanqi realm were all covered with sweat. "What's in it?" Ning Xiaochuan felt very uncomfortable and felt that Yu Qing was a little too enthusiastic. This is not normal. Yu Qing hurriedly ordered someone to open the box. Suddenly, there was a blue light in it. It was golden and dazzling, so that people couldn't open their eyes. 2 boxes of green gold. Ordinary warriors can't even take out a piece of green gold. Yu Qing is good. He carried up 2 boxes, all of which are gold bars one by one, at least 100,000 liang. It's really Zhumen dog meat smelly, and the road has frozen bones. Ordinary people can't compete with the little prince of the Dragon Mansion. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "What is this, little prince?" Yu Qing kept blinking at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Brother Ning, we are all brothers, so we don't hide and pinch. There are a total of 200,000 liang of green gold here. How many places can you see on the weapons ranking list?" Ning Xiaochuan suddenly realized, shook his head and sighed. The Divine Sword Palace wrote the weapons ranking spectrum in a fair and just attitude. The little prince has just reached the land of honor, so he can only take this ranking now. I'll go. I'm the little prince of the dynasty and your friend. Why should I be at the bottom of the list, and Yunantian's ranking is more than 30 higher than me? Yu Qing said again, I can lose to anyone, but I must not lose to Yunantian. How shameless. Brother Ning, 200,000 liang of green gold, you can take it. Don't rank high, just ahead of Yunantian, how about it? Ning Xiaochuan sighed, it's hard to do. I'm very embarrassed. Why is it difficult? The weapon I used in the weapon ranking manual is Tianchi Yunkong sword, which is only a 6th-level mysterious weapon, so the ranking is lower. In order to improve the ranking, I went to the Cangbing Pavilion of the Dragon Palace to get a 7th-level mysterious weapon. Yu Qing took out a new sword and put it on the table with a bang. This is a 6-foot-long green blade sword with a palm width. The sword is covered with a layer of blue light, and dozens of ancient seal characters can be vaguely seen floating on it. It's really a 7th-grade Xuanqi. Even if you don't use it, you can feel the cold from the sword. Ning Xiaochuan still shook his head and said, I am a person with principles. Unless you can defeat Yi Nantian personally, otherwise, I will never change the ranking on the weapon ranking spectrum. Do you mean that as long as I defeat the person who ranks higher than me, I can replace him? Yu Qing's eyes lit up. Ning Xiaochuan said, naturally, this is the most powerful proof of force. However, since the Divine Sword Palace ranks you behind Yi Nantian, it shows that your strength is indeed weaker than him. Even if you challenge, you can't defeat him. I'll go. I don't believe it. Wait, I'll go to Yuyuanzong and beat Yi Nantian to the ground. Yu Qing patted the table and was just about to stand up and walk out. Suddenly, he stopped, his eyes became playful, and said with a smile, how do I feel that you are deliberately encouraging me to kill Yi Nantian? I don't need it. Ning Xiaochuan laughed. Yu Qing sat back on his chair, laughed, why isn't it necessary? Yi Nantian's fiancée has been slept by you. Alas. Obviously she is as pure and clean as a fairy, but you have made her a ruined flower and a ruined willow. Once Yi Nantian and Niao Lanqing get married, you will surely find that she is not perfect and can only wear broken shoes. Yi Nantian can bear this tone? I'm afraid that the martial arts elders of Yuan sect and Tianyin sect will come to the imperial city to settle accounts with you. Hey. Now, you are the only one, the way is to let me kill Yi Nantian, so it's all over. Don't you want to kill him? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yu Qing's eyes became colder and murderous, and he said, I'm not just thinking about it. Tell you a secret inside the army, the imperial army has begun to assemble to suppress rebellions everywhere in a tough way. Ning Xiaochuan's expression was so moving that he could be called a tough measure by the army. Naturally, the word massacre was inseparable. Yu Qing whispered, do you know who is behind the rebel leaders everywhere? Almost all of these rebel leaders come from major sects, either disciples of sects or inextricably connected with these sections. The names of Yuyuanzong and Tianyinzong are recorded in the secret report of the imperial court. If the imperial court wants to take tough measures, it will certainly bloody wash a large gate to deter those rebels. Yuan sect and Tianyin sect are the leaders of each major sect. If the imperial court doesn't start, it will be done. Once it starts, it is likely to uproot these two major sects, and all sect disciples will become ghosts. The power of Zongmen is indeed strong, but it is still far from the imperial court. After all, the imperial court controls the lifeline of the world and has hundreds of millions of troops. If it really wants to use bloody policies, no sect can stop it. It seems that Emperor Yulan is also aware of the current crisis of the imperial court. He wants to show the iron will of the imperial court to the world. Only by making everyone realize the power of the imperial court can he deter those who want to rebel so much. Rebellion is like a rumor. Once someone comes out, others will follow suit. There are rebels in all the major prefectures of the Yulan Empire. People lose their direction and the heroes are separated. At that time, even if the power of the imperial court is strong, it will collapse. King Dajinpeng is aware of the severe situation of the Yulan Empire, so even he does not dare to act rashly now. If something goes wrong, not only will he not win the throne, but the state name of the Yulan Empire may be replaced by others. Now, the princes in the imperial court are having a headache about how to deal with the rising rebels, and the biggest enemy of Jianghe Mansion now is the threat from the Demon Gate. While Ning Xiaochuan, Yu Qing and Shi Jinggan were drinking, suddenly, a dark magic cloud flew over their heads and flew in the direction of the Divine Sword Palace. The streets, buildings, and pedestrians on the ground were shrouded in shadows, and a cold air was felt overhead. Inside the black magic cloud, a huge handprint stretched out, wrapped the weapon ranking manual, which was more than 60 meters long, and forcibly put it into the magic claw. Inside the magic cloud, there stood an old man with white hair, standing on the back of a black-haired bat beast, holding the golden weapon ranking spectrum, and sounded a loud cold laughter, a 7th-grade mysterious weapon is here. Thank you for the treasure given by the Divine Sword Palace, and I'm not polite. Bold, do you dare to take the Xuanqi of the Divine Sword Palace? In the Divine Sword Palace, 3 5th-grade Xian beasts flew out and rushed towards the magic cloud. On the back of each Xian beast stands a strong warrior. They were the elders sent by the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion to guard the Divine Sword Palace. They all had the cultivation of being free from vulgarity. They each played a mysterious weapon and bombarded the old man standing in the magic cloud. The old man looked extremely calm, sneered, and made a strange sound in his mouth. The black-haired bat beast under him opened his mouth, spit out a red flame, condensed into a cloud of fire, and directly pressed on the top of the 3 elders of the Divine Sword Palace. The 3 elders of the Divine Sword Palace didn't expect that the other side should be so powerful. Just the combat power of a mount can burn the earth and refine the sky. At least they are all 7th-grade Xian beasts. The 3 of them wanted to retreat, but they were still a step late. They were wrapped by fire clouds, and their robes burned immediately. 3 martial arts masters have become 3 flame lanterns. The old man with white hair standing on the back of the black-haired bat beast laughed and said, "The 3 elders of the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion are just like this. This level of martial slag can only be regarded as the 3rd-class level in our Demon Gate." Just when the old man with white hair laughed proudly, the cloud of fire was absorbed into his body by a young man, and there was not even a flame left in the air. The skin of the 3 elders was scorched, and blood beads appeared on the surface of their bodies, which had been seriously burned. The warrior in the Divine Sword Palace immediately took the 3 elders back and protected them closely. The people of the Demon Gate became more and more arrogant, and actually began to fight against the Sword Palace. The old man's laughter immediately stopped, staring at the young man suspended below, frowning, Bai Ming Shengong. Are you Ning Xiaochuan of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion? On the last day of this month, let's see if there are any monthly tickets left. If you don't vote today, it won't happen the day after tomorrow. Ask for the last 24-hour monthly ticket and strive to reach 1500 chapter monthly ticket. We will continue to add more. During the double monthly ticket period, it is not impossible to reach 1500 monthly tickets. Explode. Ning Xiaochuan's back spread a pair of huge wings, condensed by martial arts' supernatural powers. His wings fanned and suspended his body in the void, saying, "Ghost Bat King, this is the Imperial City. At the foot of the Emperor, you are not afraid to die if you kill and seize treasure here?" The Ghost Bat King is a demon sect warrior of Wuxing Dao. He has lived for more than 110 years and is definitely a demon sect giant. In terms of seniority, he is 1 generation higher than the Taoist masters of Wuxing Dao. Wuxing Dao wants to call martial uncle when he sees him. The Ghost Bat King's long hair is scattered, his eyes are dark, and his mouth is full of yellow teeth. His teeth fall off in some places, and his mouth will leak when he speaks. He said, "At the foot of the Son of Heaven, I'm really scared to death. Boy, hand over the Bai Ming divine skill and lend it to me for 3 days. I promise I won't let you die too ugly." Ning Xiaochuan snorted coldly, his eyes became sharp, and said, "Do you really think that with your cultivation, you can be unscrupulous in the Imperial City?" Ghost Bat King felt that Ning Xiaochuan's body had a murderous spirit of Mori cold. It was condensed from the huge vitality of martial arts, which caused the temperature in the air to drop suddenly, making the black-haired bat beast under his feet feel uneasy, and the black gas was constantly spitting out from his nostrils. Is it an illusion to feel a dangerous breath from this boy? After all, the Ghost Bat King is a 100-year-old demon. Naturally, he won't be frightened by Ning Xiaochuan and feels that he has an illusion. Even if Ning Xiaochuan is strong, he is only 20 years old. He absolutely did not expect that Ning Xiaochuan, who was only 20 years old, had entered the territory of Dizuan and became the youngest Wuzun in the Yulan Empire. Haha. How dare you speak to me in such a big tone? Except for the old guy of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion can't find the second person who can be dangerous to me. The Ghost Bat King has made up his mind that he must capture Ning Xiaochuan alive and force him to ask Biming divine skill. According to the rumor, this is a wonderful skill that can be compared with blood-eating demon skill. I really don't know the height of heaven and earth. Today, I'll let you know whether the Marquis of Jianghe is the place where your demon sect can move if it wants to. Ning Xiaochuan was also angry. The demon sect was really too rampant. If you don't teach them some lessons, you will never know that strong China is stronger than strong China. As soon as his arm was lifted, a powerful martial spirit rushed out of his body. Only Wu Zun can cultivate Wu Dao vitality. In terms of power level, Wu Dao vitality is more than 100 times that of Wu Dao Xuanqi. A trace of vitality is enough to easily break the Xuanqi Wu gang of the martial artist under the territory of Di Zun. This is the gap between Wu Zun and martial artists in the refined realm. However, Ning Xiaochuan was different. When he was free from vulgarity, he had already cultivated Wu Dao Xian Qi to the level of Dragon and Tiger Xian Qi, and his combat effectiveness was no longer weaker than Wu Zun's vitality. Now he has stepped into the territory of Dizun, and the Dragon and Tiger Xuanqi has changed into Dragon and Tiger vitality, which is far more powerful than the Wu Zun in the same realm. Driven by the vitality of Wu Dao and Ning Xiaochuan's body, the huge sword inserted outside the Divine Sword Palace began to vibrate, cracking the thick bluestone street into a palm-wide gap. Phew! The 87-meter-high giant sword rose from the sky and fell into Ning Xiaochuan's palm, dragging out a wave-like sword. Ning Xiaochuan waved his arm and cut off the huge sword. The body of the sword is full of lightning, not only the martial magic of Ning Xiaochuan, but also the lightning array originally contained in the body of the sword. The whole sky was filled with electric light and the sound of thunder rolling. The Ghost Bat King's face changed greatly, and he felt like he was in the center of the storm. He immediately opened the weapon ranking spectrum in his hand, and a golden light rushed out. Hundreds of names on the spectrum were flashing, and thousands of text prints flew out. Wow! Golden words become powerful blades. Weapon ranking manual is also a 7-grade mysterious weapon, but as long as the defense is strong, the attack power is far inferior to the huge sword in Ning Xiaochuan's hand. Boom! The Ghost Bat King was blown out, and his body flew more than 100 meters high. If it weren't for the weapon ranking manual to protect his body, Ning Xiaochuan's sword would have hit him hard. Ning Xiaochuan dragged a huge sword and pursued the victory. A sword crossed the sky and stabbed the Ghost Bat King. The sword body formed a huge shadow on the ground. The sky was full of sword qi, and hundreds of sword qi virtual shadows flew around Ning Xiaochuan. Seeing that the giant sword was about to stab the Ghost Bat King. Ow! The claws of the black-haired ghost bat beast slapped out and bombarded the sword body of the giant sword, shifting the sword tip of the giant sword, buying time for the Ghost Bat King to avoid Ning Xiaochuan's killing move. The black-haired ghost bat beast has followed the Ghost Bat King for many years. It is a 7-level Xian beast. Its combat power is very strong, not inferior to a warrior in the Land of Honor. The combat effectiveness of the combination of Ghost Bat King and black-haired Ghost Bat Beast is even stronger than that of the two martial masters. The Ghost Bat King had stabilized his body and flew back to the back of the black-haired Ghost Bat Beast. He was shocked and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, you've actually stepped into the land of reverence. How is this possible?" No wonder the Ghost Bat King was taken by surprise by Ning Xiaochuan. You know, in the history of the Jade Haze Empire, the youngest Wu Zun was the Marquis in the Clouds, and he entered the Wu Zun territory at the age of 24. At that time it caused a huge sensation, making Yanzhonghao the idol of the younger generation of martial artists. However, Ning Xiaochuan broke the historical record of Yanzhonghao and became a Wu Zun at the age of 20. This can only be described as a demon, which makes people feel unsurpassed. Not only the Ghost Bat King was shocked, but those martial artists in the Imperial City were even more shocked. 20-year-old Wu Zun, is this still a human? The first genius of the Imperial City really deserves the name. Many people sigh like this. Some martial artists who boast of genius are ashamed of it. When they are 20 years old, they are also in the realm of divine body, but Ning Xiaochuan has stepped into the realm of Dizuan and is titled Wu Zuan. How big is the gap? Where there is Ning Xiaochuan, something extraordinary must happen. Ordinary sons of the Marquis don't dare to openly bring brothel women into the Marquis for lodging, but Ning Xiaochuan is accepted, because he is a martial god, and the cultivation of martial arts is his foundation. It's normal that the first beauty of the Imperial City will fall in love with him. If I can, I want to join Homen even if I can only be a concubine. A civilized princess said. With Ning Xiaochuan being honored at the age of 20, it will definitely cause a big shock in the martial arts world. The youngest Wu Zun in the history of Yulan Empire is definitely the focus of everyone wherever he goes. Yu Qing patted the table and sighed. Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation speed is really abnormal, and he can't even make people unconvinced. When I was at his age, my cultivation was just entering the realm of immortality. Yu Qing is also a top genius. At the age of less than 40, he has entered the territory of Dizuan and can definitely rank in the top 5 among the princes of the Imperial City. Shi Jinggan narrowed his eyes, stared at Ning Xiaochuan, who was fighting with the Ghost Bat King with a huge sword in the distance, and said meaningfully, Ning Xiaochuan's talent, even in the whole Tianshu continent, is enough to challenge those outstanding disciples of ancient aristocratic families and peerless Dong Tian. Qua. It is worthy of being the hometown of the Emperor of Heaven, and there are really many outstanding people. Yu Qing said, Brother Gon, it seems that you know a lot about Tianshu mainland? Shi Jing'an's bloated body shook, laughed. I like to travel all over the world and have been to some places outside the Yulan Empire, so I need to be more knowledgeable. Brother Qing is now a genius who can't be seen in 400 years. Are you interested in joining an ancient family? This ancient family once had a sub-god ancestor in the era of the gods, with many masters in the family, hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and a very deep foundation. If you are willing to join him, you will be able to gain great recognition. Point culture. Yu Qing smiled thoughtfully and said, Brother Gon, it's not easy. Even ancient aristocratic families can connect online. It seems that you are really not an ordinary person. I'm a very ordinary person, but my second uncle is working in that ancient aristocratic family, so I want to recommend Brother Qing to my second uncle. To be honest, in front of that ancient aristocratic family, I'm not even a fart. Shi Jinggan laughed. Yu Qing was also a ghost spirit, so he also laughed, but he never mentioned joining the ancient aristocratic family. The Ghost Bat King has the second highest cultivation in the territory of Dizun. The combination of black-haired ghost bat beasts is like two martial masters fighting with Ning Xiaochuan. The black-haired bat beast's mouth spits out flames, forming dozens of long flame waves, and palm-sized fireballs are everywhere, like fire rain falling to the ground. Among the 36 inner cities, this one is called Heavenly City. The array and enchantment of the whole Tianqi city were opened, and wide arrays were propped up to guard the buildings and streets on the ground. Otherwise, the war between Ning Xiaochuan and the Ghost Bat King would certainly damage a large area of the city. After a long battle, the Ghost Bat King also began to be impatient. He was a demon giant, and he couldn't even take a 20-year-old boy. Where did he put his face? At the age of 20, I entered the land of reverence, and how about my future achievements? He must be removed and wiped out in the cradle, and he must not be given a chance to grow. The Ghost Bat King's eyes sank, mobilized the vitality of martial arts all over his body, and rushed out of his body a thick spirit of evil spirits, displayed martial arts magic, and made a white bone paw print. The huge paw prints, like the hand of the heavenly ghost, stretched out from the magic cloud. Ning Xiaochuan stood under him, with long hair and shawls, his back straight, holding an 87-meter-long giant sword, and said, "It's over." Ning Xiaochuan was just practicing with the Ghost Bat King before. After all, after he reached the Wu Zun level, this was the first time he really fought with a Wu Zun level master. The last time I subdued Mu Hong, it was entirely due to the power of the Seven Orifices demon heart, and there was no real outbreak of armed combat. The lightning on the surface of the giant sword became more powerful, and 9 thick bolts of lightning came from the sky. Ning Xiaochuan cut down with a sword, and the sword intention surged to the extreme, easily tearing the white bone claws, and the sword chi penetrated the body of the Ghost Bat King. Stabbed. One arm was cut off, and a lot of Wu Zun's blood was flowing, which was dazzling red. The Ghost Bat King's mouth made a muffled sound, mobilized Wu Dao's vitality to stop the blood of the wound, and turned into a magical gas, fleeing towards the horizon. The Ghost Bat King has been frightened by Ning Xiaochuan's sword just now, and found that Ning Xiaochuan's real combat power is much stronger than himself, and he can't compete. He can only escape. The demon body disintegrated. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly. Originally, Ning Xiaochuan's sword just now was enough to break the Ghost Bat King's body and kill him. However, the Ghost Bat King used the magic power of disintegration of the demon body to save his life at the cost of losing an arm. Ning Xiaochuan naturally can't let the Ghost Bat King escape. If he lets a Wu Zun escape, there will definitely be endless trouble, and he must be eradicated. Ning Xiaochuan spread the magic power of rainbow moving quickly and chased the Ghost Bat King. It is extremely difficult to kill a Wu Zun. First, it is because Wu Zun has strong vitality and is difficult to be killed. Second, Wu Zun has means to protect his life. If he wants to escape, he can generally escape unless the gap between cultivation and practice is too large. However, for Ning Xiaochuan, it's different. First of all, Ning Xiaochuan's speed is far faster than that of Wu Zun in the same realm. Even if Wu Zun in the same realm wants to escape, he will soon be caught up by Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan hit a big palm print, slapped the black-haired bat beast to the ground, and hurled the 87-meter-long giant sword, piercing a huge black wing of the black-haired bat beast, nailing it to the ground. The black-haired bat beast struggled on the ground and made a strange sound in its mouth, but it could not shake the huge sword away. Without the weight of the giant sword, Ning Xiaochuan's speed became faster, and soon caught up with the Ghost Bat King, and a claw tore at his vest. Fingers were wrapped by lightning, making a crackling sound. Behind the Ghost Bat King, a huge martial soul, Dharma body rushed out. A black figure 7 meters tall, very similar to the Ghost Bat King, with a pair of black bat wings on his back. This martial soul, Dharma body blocked Ning Xiaochuan's fingers. Chi. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes sank, playing the magical martial arts of Lightning Beast, and splitting the martial spirit Dharma body of the Ghost Bat King. The broken Wu soul, Dharma body turned into vitality, and flowed back to the body of the Ghost Bat King. The Wu soul, Dharma body was broken, just like the soul suffered a heavy blow, and the Ghost Bat King's face turned pale. The Ghost Bat King covered his aching chest, his viscera seemed to have been broken, and he vomited blood in his mouth. Ning Xiaochuan. Ghost Bat King still can't imagine that he will be defeated by a younger generation. His eyes were full of resentment. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to talk more nonsense with the Ghost Bat King at all, and slapped him on the top of his head. At this time, a circle of ripples appeared behind the Ghost Bat King, and a steel arm stretched out from the ripples, slapped Ning Xiaochuan's palm, and slapped Ning Xiaochuan firmly. Boom! It was like two huge iron mountains hitting each other, breaking out the sound of steel collision. Ning Xiaochuan only felt a huge force coming from the palm of his hand, and his bones hurt slightly, so he immediately withdrew and fell more than 60 meters away. Standing still, his face was dignified, and said, "Who is it?" A warrior covered with steel armor came out of the void. His back is inlaid with a pair of red steel wings, which are stacked with sharp blades. On the edge of the wings, there are sharp sword tips, and the sword air flows cold. His eyes, mouth and ears are covered with armor. He doesn't know whether he is a man or a woman at all. I don't know what he looks like. However, when this Iron Man appeared, it caused a sensation in the imperial city, and many older martial artists who were watching the excitement were shocked. In legend, the armored death god of Wuxing Dao. Even standing on the ground, you can feel the cold and murderous spirit from the god of death in armor, which makes people shiver. It is said that every generation of Taoist masters of Wuxing Tao will cultivate 2 armored death gods. They are the most powerful beings, besides the Taoist masters. To become a god of death in armor, you must have the talent to surpass ordinary people, and replace the bones in your body with rare metals since childhood, so that the metal and the body can be integrated. Man is metal, and metal is man. The god of death in armor has a long lifespan. Even if the former Taoist master of Wuxing Dao dies of old age, they may not die. Now, there are 4 armored death gods in Wuxing Dao, 2 of whom are dead men trained by the former Taoist master, and the other 2 are dead men trained by the current Taoist master. The 2 dead men cultivated by the former Taoist master will generally stay at the Taoist altar of Wuxing Dao and guard the tomb for the dead Taoist master. Unless Wuxing Dao comes to the moment of life and death, otherwise, they will never fight until they die in front of the tomb of the former Taoist master. Obviously, this armored god of death is one of the 2 dead men who are currently the Lord of Immortality. Not bad. The Marquis of Jiangya is really talented. When Ning Xiaochuan dies, Ning Xiaochuan emerges. His son is better than his father. The iron sword wings on the back of the iron armor god of death kept flapping, making a metal collision sound of clattering. His voice was harsh, like metal rubbing. After the appearance of death in armor, the Ghost Bat King finally breathed a sigh of relief. With death, even if Ning Xiaochuan has 3 heads and 6 arms, he will never survive today. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Wuxing Dao is also a master like clouds? However, if Wuxing Dao dares to offend the Marquis of Jiangya, I promise to drive Wuxing Dao into the bottom of the abyss, and it will be difficult to turn over forever." What a big breath. Qua qua. However, you are only 20 years old and can reach the land of honor. It is even more important to defeat the Ghost Bat King. It is normal to have such pride. Ironclad Death laughed. The Ghost Bat King said, "It's not because of Baiming divine skill that he can cultivate to the earth at the age of 20. If we can get Baiming divine skill, Wuxing Tao will be invincible." After seeing Ning Xiaochuan's power, everyone felt that this was the credit of Baiming divine skill, and they were more eager for this kind of magic skill and wanted to take it as their own. Ning Xiaochuan, dare to fight with me in different time and space? Tijia Death said. Why dare? Ning Xiaochuan behaved calmly, not like a young man at all, calm, sophisticated, but without losing his pride. The god of death in armor waved the sickle in his hand and immediately opened the alien spacetime, breaking into the alien spacetime first. The Ghost Bat King wanted to escape, but was blocked by Ning Xiaochuan and slapped him into different time and space. At the same time, he himself also flew into different time and space. 3 masters of Wuzun level disappeared over the imperial city. Ning Xiaochuan, what does this mean? Does he want to fight with the armored god of death? You know, the armored god of death is the existence of Wuzun. This is death. Is Ning Xiaochuan too conceited to force the Ghost Bat King into different time and space? Does it mean that he wants to fight against 2 demon giants at the same time? Many people think Ning Xiaochuan is too confident. He can't resist the power of the armored god of death. He is unlikely to die of hatred and become a young withered bone. The elders in the Divine Sword Palace were all anxious, and felt that Ning Xiaochuan was too careless. He was attacked by the iron armor and death, and was likely to fall into different time and space. They immediately sent someone to send the news back to the Duke's mansion in the Jian Pavilion. Only the old Duke could save the young Duke. Only Wu Zun can open different time and space. Generally speaking, Wu Zun will fight in different time and space. There are two reasons. First, Wu Zun's destructive power is too strong. If you fight in a small city, it is enough to destroy the whole city. Second, Wu Zun has his own unique skills and doesn't want to be known by outsiders. Entering into a duel in different time and space can well keep your strength secret. Ning Xiaochuan is also the first time to enter different time and space. The so-called different time and space is actually a ruins world that has not yet taken shape. Comparing real time and space to a sea, then alien time and space is like small bubbles floating in the sea. As long as the cultivation reaches the land respect, you can sense some small spaces outside the real time and space, break the space wall, and start a one-on-one competition inside. The Ghost Bat King was very oppressed. It was a great shame to lose an arm. Now, he was unexpectedly forced into different time and space by Ning Xiaochuan. Young generation, you kill yourself, no wonder we. The martial arts of our demon sect will not compete with you one-on-one. God of Death, I will block his retreat, and you go and capture him alive. Ning Xiaochuan looked very calm and said, do you think I will escape? It's too late to escape. The wings of the iron armor God of Death fanned, and the sharp iron sword flew out, with 72 handles, just like a wave of sword rain to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan didn't retreat but entered. He touched the bloody iron seal of the city and turned it into a huge iron seal more than 60 meters high. He smashed 72 iron swords out and bombarded the God of Death in iron armor. The body of the God of Death in iron armor was indeed strong. It was hit by the 7th Xuanqi, and it only dented the armor on his body a little, but it didn't hurt him. The fighting power of the iron armor God of Death is comparable to the third heaviest warrior in the land. Of course, the iron armor God of Death is much stronger than the original Wood Red. When Wood Red came to fight with Ning Xiaochuan, his arms were destroyed, and he was invaded by the magic sword. His combat effectiveness is less than 3 layers, which is far from being comparable with the iron armor God of Death. Ning Xiaochuan was very aggressive and fast. He didn't leave his hand at all. He called out the magic sword and cut off one of the steel wings of the iron armor God of Death with one sword. My iron sword wing is made of Tianyi meteorite iron. Even if it is a 7-grade Xuanqi, it is impossible to cut off the iron wing. Jia Death felt quite bad, because the murderous spirit of the magic sword in Ning Xiaochuan's hand was too thick. Ning Xiaochuan's evil spirit is heavier than that of their demon sect giant. Now you know who is afraid? Now you know who should escape? It's a pity that you can't escape today. Ning Xiaochuan's body was full of evil spirit, and he stepped on a magic map of Corpse Mountain and Blood Sea under his feet, swept the Ghost Bat King over, stabbed the magic sword into his head, and died in the center of the magic map. At the beginning of the month, ask for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Oh yeah. Ning Xiaochuan's head, black hair flying, feet pressed on the shoulders of the Ghost Bat King, holding the sword handle of the magic sword. The blood-red magic sword penetrated the body of the Ghost Bat King, and the crimson blood spring gushed out of the skull and was absorbed by the magic sword. On the surface of the magic sword, veins like blood vessels were born, and the blood gushing from the Ghost Bat King was extracted. Xing. Absorb Wu Zun's blood and let the magic sword ring happily. The Ghost Bat King's mouth made a painful roar, but the magic sword had penetrated his canopy, neck, chest, abdominal cavity, and pierced his whole body, like a human corpse baked on an iron frame. His body gradually shriveled, his white hair fell off, his skin withered and yellow, and his bones protruded, and finally he became a dry corpse without any water. A mummy of Wu Zun. If it were other martial masters, even after death, their bones would be as hard as black iron, which could be used to forge xianware. However, after the Ghost Bat King's skeleton fell to the ground, the skeleton immediately turned into powder. Because the magic sword has completely absorbed the essence of the Ghost Bat King's martial body, and the vitality of martial arts has become the nourishment of the magic sword. Ghost Demon Sword. You are the Manor Master of Spirit Mountain Manor, Ning Xiaochuan. The god of death in iron armor spread out his body method, retreated quickly, stared at the magic sword in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, and felt a little bad in his heart. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at him obliquely and said, "Good vision." The god of death in iron armor stared at the Sea of Corpses magic map at the foot of Ning Xiaochuan. Many scenes of destruction appeared in his mind, and his heart naturally gave birth to a sense of fear. The successor of the way of destroying the world can cultivate fear originally, and once released, it can shock people's minds. I should have thought, that the Ghost Mountain Manor can rise so quickly, and there must be the shadow of the prince's residence in the imperial city behind it. However, your identity has been exposed too early. Now, not only will you be unlucky in Jianghe's residence, but Ghost Mountain Manor will also be uprooted by the Demon Gate. The voice of the god of death in armor was hoarse and heavy, and it was hardly like the voice of human beings. Ning Xiaochuan took back the weapon ranking spectrum on the Ghost Bat King, put it into the heaven and earth bag, stared at the iron armor god of death, and said faintly, "Do you think you can kill me?" Child Chuan ranks 47th in the weapon ranking spectrum. Naturally, I am not your opponent, but no matter how powerful you are definitely not the opponent of the Taoist priest. As long as I tell the Taoist priest your secret, he can kill you with his fingers. The iron armor god of death retreated, waved the black sickle in his hand to the void wall, and immediately cut a huge hole in the void wall. He never thought he could defeat Ning Xiaochuan and prepared to escape from different time and space. Still want to escape? Ning Xiaochuan spread out quickly, his body turned into colorful light, flew to the crack of the void wall, blocked the path of the armored god of death, and with a sword, forced him back. In alien time and space, Ning Xiaochuan has no taboos. All means can be used, and he is not afraid to expose his identity. Ning Xiaochuan, although you are strong enough, I am immortal. You can't kill me. Ironclad death sickle waved and cut out, cleaving to Ning Xiaochuan's neck. Pa! The magic sword collides with the death sickle, and the death sickle is cut off in an instant. With the sharp of the magic sword, how can a mere death sickle stop it? Half of the sickle of death, thrown up, fell in different time and space. Ning Xiaochuan flew to the side of the iron death god, and the blood light on the magic sword kept flashing, cutting the iron death god's armor, and a large piece of metal flew out, separated from the iron death god's body. The whole bones of the god of death in iron armor are forged from metal. Even the skin is inlaid with iron scales. Every inch of muscle is covered with barbed wire. It can hardly be called human. On the body of the iron armor god of death, there was a silver light. The body cut off by the magic sword healed quickly, grew iron wires, painted and woven into a mesh, and condensed into new arms. Is it really immortal? Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly. The iron armor god of death slapped the past, carrying a huge force of tens of thousands of kilograms, bombarded the sword body of the magic sword, and shocked Ning Xiaochuan and the magic sword for tens of meters. His strength is very terrible, far beyond the martial arts of Dizun territory. If Ning Xiaochuan is hit by his palm, he is likely to suffer heavy damage. Haha. Ning Xiaochuan, you may be able to defeat me, but you are far from killing me. Jia Death naturally knew that he couldn't help Ning Xiaochuan, so he planned to leave immediately and didn't love war at all. The god of death in iron armor broke the void wall of different time and space again and ran away, calmly. Ning Xiaochuan snorted coldly, closed his eyes, and the 7 orifices demon heart in his body emitted red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple colors. 7 circles were born and flew around the heart. A powerful mind burst out and directly attacked the mind of the armored god of death. Even though the body of the armored god of death is made of metal, the heart is absolutely the same as ordinary people, and the heart will still breed a mind. The power of the 7 orifices demon heart is to specifically control the minds of others. This is not a pure power attack, but it is more mysterious and defenseless than a power attack. Iron Death's heart suddenly twitched, and the blood in his body unexpectedly began to flow counter, which was not under his control at all. The god of death in armor became frightened. This situation had never been encountered before, and his body was not under his control. He hurriedly mobilized his mind to resist the control of the 7 orifices, but everything was in vain. The 7 orifices had occupied his heart palace, suppressed his mind, and became a slave of the 7 orifices. The heart was enslaved, and the god of iron death naturally had to retreat obediently and kneel down in front of Ning Xiaochuan. The god of death in iron armor also became the slave of Ning Xiaochuan's mind. Ning Xiaochuan breathed a sigh of relief, and finally controlled the mind of Jia death. 7 orifices demon heart, although mysterious, powerful. However, if you encounter a martial artist who is extremely strong in mind or whose cultivation is much stronger than that of Ning Xiaochuan, you may encounter accidents if you rashly use the power of the 7 orifices demon heart. It is very dangerous to fight with the heart of God. Without full confidence, Ning Xiaochuan will not rashly use the power of the 7 orifices demon heart. In the Imperial City. In a magic door subaltar not far from the Divine Sword Palace, there stood an old man holding a dragon's head and an iron staff. His face was dignified and said, "Taoist Lord, with the cultivation of the god of death in iron armor, it doesn't take so long to pay Ning Xiaochuan. Will there be an accident?" Lord Wuxing sat beside the stone platform and tasted tea with Lord Shura. He seemed very calm and did not worry about the result of the battle at all. Everything in the Imperial City was under his control, and he was not afraid of accidents. The Lord of Wuxing gently twisted his white beard, with a faint smile, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation was indeed unexpected. Even the Ghost Bat King was defeated in his hands, some beyond my estimation. However, no matter how talented a person is, he can't defeat his opponent across 2 realms in the land of reverence. Don't worry. The god of death in armor should have caught him and is torturing by mean divine skill." Both Lord Wuxing and Lord Shura are the top figures of the demon sect. Even if one of them comes to the Imperial City, it will cause an uproar. The 2 demon sect masters came to the Imperial City at the same time to deal with the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. The Lord of Shura was older than the Lord of Wuxing. His eyebrows and beard were all white, the hair on his head fell off a lot, and his body was covered with shriveled wrinkles. He smiled coldly and said, "Do you think the old man of Jianghe will save people?" Master Wuxing held a bronze teacup in his hand, with a light expression on his face, and said with a smile, "Does he dare to leave the Jianghe Marquis? As long as he leaves the Jianghe Marquis, there will be no martial master in the Jianghe Marquis, and the martial arts of the demon sect will immediately level the entire Jianghe Marquis." Qua qua. Just when Master Wuxing and Master Shura were talking and laughing, a crack appeared in the air. Ning Xiaochuan flew out of it and fell on the top of the Divine Sword Palace. With a wave of his sleeve, a golden light flew out. Weapon ranking spectrum flew out, suspended outside the Sword Palace, emitting a bright golden light. The Ghost Bat King is dead, and the iron armor god of death was suppressed by me, so I decided to abandon the darkness and turn to the Sword Palace. From now on, whoever dares to be an enemy of the Sword Palace, even the Wu Zun, cannot escape death. Ning Xiaochuan showed his martial arts magic of Thunderbolt Hongzhong, and every word he spit out is like a thunderbolt. All martial artists in this city can clearly hear Ning Xiaochuan's voice, shaking people's hearts. Those warriors in the Divine Sword Palace were still worried about Ning Xiaochuan, But they didn't expect that the little Marquis was so powerful that he not only successfully returned from the alien time and space, but also suppressed the two giants of the Demon Gate. The armored god of death, which made everyone afraid, stood behind the little Marquis at the moment and was extremely respectful to the little Marquis. A giant of the demon sect, so he took refuge in the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion? This is simply unacceptable, especially the demon warrior hidden in the crowd, who is almost angry to vomit blood. Is it so easy to accept people of Wuzun level? This? Impossible. The Lord of Wuxing clenched his teeth and pinched his fingers with a cluck sound. A surge of evil qi rushed out of his body and condensed into a whirlwind of evil qi, connecting the sky from the ground and sweeping the whole imperial city. Lord Wuxing was so angry that he lost 2 martial masters in just one day. Before the official war with the Marquis of Jianghe, it had been defeated miserably. It is more unacceptable to lose a warrior than to lose 100 martial arts masters. Wuxing Dao is not only as simple as losing 2 Wuzuns, but also losing his face. Haha. Lin Tianyi, don't feel hard to accept. You should learn more from the god of death in iron armor. If you abandon the secret and join the Marquis of Jianghe, the Marquis will make you an elder. The old Marquis sat in the hall of the Marquis mansion in the Sword Pavilion, spitting clouds, and his voice spread hundreds of miles away. His eyes showed golden light, and he could see everything that happened outside the Sword Palace. Lin Tianyi is the name of Lord Wuxing. Seeing the Taoist priest Wuxing's frantic appearance, the old Marquis was naturally very happy. He was very comfortable all over, and his bones were light. Cool. Recently, the Demon Gate killed dozens of masters in the Marquis house of the Sword Pavilion, and this sullen breath finally doubled and returned. Well done. The Taoist priest of Wuxing was extremely angry. It was like being slapped in the face by the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. He raised his arm and slammed it down on Ning Xiaochuan's head. He is going to attack Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan also felt the huge magic gas surging, looked up, and saw the black cloud surging above, and the air between the whole heaven and earth seemed to be pumped clean. A huge palm pressed down from the clouds, which was more than 100 meters long. The momentum was extremely frightening, and many wooden buildings on the ground instantly turned into sawdust. This is the power of the master level of the Devil's Way, not comparable to ordinary martial masters. At the same time, the old Marquis sitting in the Marquis house of the Sword Pavilion threw out a white exquisite pagoda, flew into the sky, and instantly flew over the Sword Palace. The original small and exquisite pagoda instantly turned into a huge divine pagoda, which erupted into the terror power of the whole city. Boom! Just a breath emanating from the divine tower shattered the palm print of the Lord Wuxing, turned into wisps of magic smoke, and retreated. Jianghe, the most precious treasure of the Marquis of Jianghe, Jianghe. Taoist Wu's face changed slightly. You rewrite. This pagoda is the legendary Sword Pavilion, a 9-grade Xuanqi. The Sword Pavilion is an ancient mysterious weapon refined from 9 small worlds. Once its power is fully deployed, it can destroy a city with one blow. The Sword Pavilion is the treasure to suppress the aura of the Marquis. It is so powerful that even Wuzun can hardly control it. It is rare to launch it once in 100 years. It can be said that as long as the Sword Pavilion is still in the Marquis Mansion, people who want to deal with the Sword Pavilion Marquis Mansion must carefully consider whether they can withstand the attack of the 9-grade Xuanqi. Jiuping Xuanqi is already the top deterrent. It is difficult for the whole Yulan Empire to find 20 pieces. Each piece is extremely terrifying. Once the power is completely erupted, even the Wuzun will instantly disappear. Of course, if you want to use all the power of Jiuping Xuanqi, even Wuzun will pay a huge price. Take the Marquis of Jianghe, for example. If you really put the Jiuping Xuanqi into full operation and launch a battle, your life will be reduced by at least 10 years. Because Wuzun's power can't bear the operation of Jiuping Xuanqi at all. Forcibly operating Jiu Dang Jia will certainly cause great damage to Wu Xun's body, resulting in a shorter lifespan. It is for this reason that no one will really launch the power of Jiu Dang Jia unless it comes to the moment of life and death. Jiu Dang Jia is more of a deterrent, so the sword pavilion has not been sacrificed for hundreds of years. Just now, Marquis Jiang just used a breath of Jiang, which was not really the power of Jiang. Jianga Ho, do you really dare to use Jianga? Aren't you afraid to kill yourself? Under the deterrence of Jiu Dang Jia, the Taoist priest Wuxing did not dare to act rashly. The martial spirit Dharma body of Jiang Marquis flew out of the body and hung in the void. He said with a loud smile, since the Demon Gate wants to deal with Jiang Marquis Mansion, it must pay a huge price. Anyway, Jiang Marquis Mansion has successors. Even if it catches my old life, there is no worry about it. Ning Xiaochuan's face was unprecedentedly dignified, and he felt that the atmosphere was very wrong, with a feeling of wind and rain. Even the Marquis had the determination to return to death, which shows that this crisis is definitely more difficult than he imagined. The atmosphere of the whole imperial city became repressed, and many princes broke through the barrier. They all felt the huge breath of Jiu Dang Jia to be urged. The storm had escalated, exceeding many people's expectations. The duel between the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion and the Demon Gate broke out again after 14 years. Order Jiu Gong to open the Tiangang de Luo array immediately, and I'm afraid there will be a war in the imperial city that will not happen in 100 years. Sitting on the dragon chair, Emperor Yulan looked at the black clouds and smoke over the imperial city, issued 9 edicts in a row, turned into 9 golden streamers, and flew to the 9 Taoist temples in the imperial city. Jiu Gong is the most powerful 9 people in the Taoism except for the first-class national master Taichi Wenhua. He is the head of all the ministers. Each of them is highly respected and has disciples all over the world. 9 princes are all second-class national masters, and their status is no lower than that of princes. At this moment, Jiu Gong received the imperial edict and immediately started the Tiangang de Luo array. A dazzling column of light rose from the 9 Taoist temples, rushed into the sky, broke through the clouds, and seemed to shoot into the universe. Tiangang de Luo array began to work, guarding the whole imperial city. When Tiangang de Luo array was running, many people had realized the unusual breath. Fight. Today is the time to uproot the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion. Taoist Wuxing's face was gloomy, and he made a difficult decision. He raised his palm, which was wrapped by Wu Dao's vitality. A blood-red millstone slowly flew up and rushed straight into the sky. It is also a 9-grade mysterious weapon, the top demon soldier of Wuxing Dao, Tuxing Millstone. In order to deal with the Marquis of Jiang, Taoist priest Wuxing brought this supreme metaphysical weapon to suppress the Taoist field, which was used to resist the Jiang of the Marquis of Jiang. Of course, if the Marquis of Jiang didn't use the 9-grade Xuanqi, the Lord of Wuxing would never use it. However, the Marquis of Jiang obviously has made up his mind to fight the Devil's Gate to the death. The Taoist priest of Wuxing will not shrink back and fight the Marquis of Jiang to the end at the risk of reducing his life. Let me help you. Master Shura and Master Wuxing joined hands, and at the same time, the vitality of martial arts in his body was injected into the Tuxing Millstone. Combined with the power of the 2 demon sect masters, the power of the Tuxing Millstone was gradually awakened, and a fierce spirit swept into an imperial city. The brilliance of Jiu Dang Jia broke out completely. A blood-red millstone up to 100 meters high, suspended in the void, made a buzzing sound. That picture is like a blood mill flying out of hell, which can grind all sentient beings into plasma. Boom! Tuxing Millstone shook that section of the city wall across the Tiangang de Luo array, buried the 3 palaces of the Divine Sword Palace, and dozens of servants and maids were buried under the boulder, turning into a pool of blood mud. Once the power of Jiu Dang Jia is fully displayed, even Tiangang, de Luo Array, cannot completely resist the power of Xuanqi. The strength of Jiang Ho burst out, and a blood-red furnace appeared behind him, and the red light flooded his body. The city below his body completely turned into a red world, and the Jiang God Tower suspended in the sky also began to shine violently, and its volume continued to expand. It was like a huge mountain, very majestic, frightening and shaking. The 9-story Jiang God Tower is 30 meters high on each floor, and there is a small world in each floor. The Sword Pavilion ranks 16th in the weapons ranking spectrum and the Tushing Millstone ranks 19th. Today, let's see whether the Xinjiang Palace's ranking is accurate. The Taoist priest Wu Xing laughed, and the evil spirit rose, bombarding the butcher god's grinding plate and colliding with the Sword Pavilion God Tower. When the two Jiu Dang Jia hit each other, a turbulent shock wave suddenly broke out, pushing out the thick clouds over the imperial city and squeezing the Tiangang de Luo array downward, as if to break the large array guarding the imperial city. The warrior on the ground couldn't stand steadily at all. The earth was shaking, and the streets cracked. Many wooden buildings collapsed and became ruins. In the moat, water waves can hit the sky. Ning Xiaochuan flew to the top of the sword palace and said in a deep voice, "It's not fair. The two Taoist masters of your demon sect jointly preside over the Tushing Millstone, but the old marquis has only one person to control the sword pavilion. If you want to fight, count me in. It's more expensive to control Jiu Dang Jia by one person than by two people. Ning Xiaochuan wants to join hands with the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion and control the Sword Pavilion to meet the great enemy of the demon sect." Knowing that Ning Xiaochuan could not intervene in their battle at this level, the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion said in a deep voice, "Go back to the Marquis house quickly and protect the people in the Marquis house. You must not let the people of the Demon Gate damage the foundation of the Marquis house." Ning Xiaochuan's mind expanded, and sure enough, he found that the Marquis mansion in Jianghe was besieged by a large number of masters of the demon sect, and many mysterious weapons were flying over the Marquis mansion. The courtyard wall of the Marquis house of the Sword Pavilion was broken, and the demon warriors entered the Marquis house of the Sword Pavilion, harvesting the lives of the children of the Marquis house of the Sword Pavilion everywhere, leaving dead bodies all over the ground. There were old people of the Marquis house, young talents, beautiful girls of the Marquis house, and bodyguards wearing armor. The killing spread in Jiang Ho's mansion. At the moment when the Marquis of Jiang fought with the masters of the two main roads of the Demon Gate, the warriors of the Demon Gate had already begun to fight and wanted to kill all the Marquis of Jiang with the momentum of lightning. Ning Xiaochuan spread out his body method and immediately rushed to the Marquis house of Jiang. On the way, he met Yu Qing and Shi Jingan. Can the little prince mobilize the power of the Dragon Palace to help the Marquis house of the Sword Pavilion? Ning Xiaochuan stopped briefly. Yu Qing's face showed an embarrassed look and said, "My father has ordered that I can't intervene in the fight between the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion and the Demon Gate. However, I can help Brother Ning as a friend. If you don't dislike it, Shi is also willing to help." Shi Jin trunk road. "Thank you both." Ning Xiaochuan spread out the rapid movement of the rainbow, and his body trajectory turned into a rainbow bridge, spanning dozens of miles of the city, and first fell outside the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. Because there were no strong men of Wuzun level in the Marquis house, the array of the Marquis house was broken by the strong men of the Demon Gate, the high wall was pushed down, and a large number of Demon Gate warriors poured into the Marquis house and began to burn, kill and loot. In the Marquis mansion, many buildings were ignited by flames, with flames everywhere, continuous cries and screams, and the ground paved with blue stones was dyed red into the color of blood. Jibo, whom Ning Xiaochuan found on the ground, was an old man in the Marquis. His flesh and blood were cold, his bones were beaten into powder, and there was a faint flow of martial vitality in his body. He was an expert at the Wuzun level of the demon sect, and killed Jibo. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan's eyes burst, his eyes were extremely cold, and his long hair almost rushed up, making a big handprint, killing more than 20 martial artists of the Demon Gate, and clearing a way to the Marquis house. I wish you all a happy National Day. There are many arrays guarding the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, and each array is controlled by someone. If it weren't for the action of Wu Zun-level figures in the Demon Gate, it would be impossible to break the array. The attack of Wu Zun level is not an ordinary array that can be blocked. Unless there is a person equal to Wu Zun presiding over the array, the power of the array can become the strongest. The guard array of the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion was broken, and the masters of the Demon Gate poured into the Marquis House in an endless stream. Iron Armor God of Death, look, hold the gap in the array, and all demon fighters who break in will be killed. After Ning Xiaochuan gave the order, the God of Death in armor blocked the gap of the wall, holding a broken knife in his hand, and was very angry. Although he could not completely block the invasion of the magic door, he could kill many masters in the magic door. He kept harvesting the heads of the masters of the demon sect. His hands rose and fell, and his head fell to the ground. Soon, dozens of bloody heads were piled on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan enters Hofu. An immortal demon sect elder robbed a lot of treasure and was covered with blood. Obviously, he had just killed a lot of people. He came out of the burning temple and saw Ning Xiaochuan blocking the door. He thought Ning Xiaochuan was just an ordinary son of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. With a sneering smile on his face, he slapped Ning Xiaochuan on the head. Ning Xiaochuan turned his knife with his palm, and the head of the demon sect elder in the refined realm flew up. At the moment of death, his face was still with a grim smile, and he didn't expect to die in the hands of a young man. Many demon sect masters broke into the Marquis house, seized treasures, slaughtered the Marquis disciples, and burned the buildings in the Marquis house. The attack of the Demon Gate on the Marquis of Jianghe is definitely more than revenge. The main goal of the Marquis of Jianghe is to accumulate wealth for thousands of years. What is the greatest wealth of Jianghe Marquis Mansion? Naturally, the cultivation secret script in the library, the Xuanqi in the 7-star treasure cave, and the gold, silver, and shanshur in the Marquis treasury. These treasures are coveted by all people in the world. If you can take away the treasures of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, Wuxing Dao and Shura Dao can get a lot of cultivation resources. The cultivation resources of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion are definitely richer than the two evil ways combined. You know, cultivation resources and the number of martial arts masters are completely different things. Some Marquis houses are surrounded by thousands of miles of mines and fertile forest farms. They are simply invincible, and their cultivation resources are inexhaustible. However, it is difficult for them to produce a warrior. The cultivation resources of the demon sect are far less than those of the kings, but it can recruit disciples and believers all over the world. It fights all year round and the competition is bad. On the contrary, experts emerge endlessly to deter the world. In a word, it's still because the world has been peaceful for too long. The children of all kings and Ho have been greedy for pleasure. It's normal that they are not as powerful as the Demon Gate. Ning Xiaochuan immediately rushed to the library, and sure enough, he saw dozens of demon sect masters, whose accomplishments were above the realm of immortality, including the existence of Wu Zun level. Ning Shiner and some old people in the Marquis are surrounded in the center and are struggling to resist, preventing the masters of the Demon Gate from entering the library. The library pavilion is the foundation of the inheritance of the Marquis of the Jian Pavilion. It collects all kinds of books and secret scriptures, and the cultivation classics of the Great Martial Arts Mansion and the Sect Gate are included. In addition, it also hides a large number of secret volumes of the imperial court, recording the secrets of the palaces of the kings and marquis. If the classics in the library are lost, it will be a disaster for the Marquis of Jianghe, and it is likely to collapse. A demon sect, Wu Zun, came out, dressed in gold Xian clothes, with a slender figure and cold eyes. Just the momentum of Wu Zun showed, forcing the masters of the Marquee House of the Sword Pavilion back and forth. He is the Shura in gold of Shura Demon. After ranking 300 in the weapons ranking spectrum, he is not powerful among the martial masters, but he can sweep the martial masters under the martial masters. Bang! His eyes were very frightening, and when his body moved, he slapped an old man in the Marquee House to death. No one could stop him at all, and strode towards the library. However, before he reached the door of the library, he was stopped by Ning Xiaochuan, standing with a horizontal sword. There was no fear in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "In the important place of the Marquee, the demons dare to break through and kill them." Haha. Little girl, she looks very delicate. Go back to the demon gate with this master. Sarah in gold stretched out a finger and wanted to hook Ning Xiaochuan's snow-white chin. Bang! Sarah in gold was slapped by a black little tiger and flew back upside down. Ow! The black little tiger's eyes were green and his black hair stood up. When he opened his mouth, he could see that every tooth of it was emitting lightning. Qiping Xian beast, roaring tiger. Xiaolua in gold was shocked and immediately retreated. He never dreamed that the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion had also raised a 7-grade Xian beast. Guardian beast? This is comparable to Wu Zun's combat power. Ning Xiaochuan and the elders of the Marquis are guarding the library. When they see the hand of Wu Zun of the Demon Gate, they have been in despair, thinking that they will die in the hand of Wu Zun of the Demon Gate. However, no one thought that the little tiger, who has been eating and drinking with Ning Xiaochuan, turned out to be an adult Capingxuan beast. The faces of the old people in the Marquee House were all beaming. Xiaohei. Ning Xiaochuan was also completely unaware, shocked, and felt very incredible. Xiaohei's body continued to become huge, growing to more than 100 meters high. It was like a black hill. He stamped his feet, the ground was shaking, and a tiger roared in his mouth, avoiding dozens of demon sect masters. Ning Xiaochuan rushed in quickly and hit more than a dozen elder-level figures of the Demon Gate with the martial magic power of 10,000 swords melt rain. Poof, poof, poof. Their bodies were punctured by sword gas, leaving blood holes the size of wine glasses, and they fled one after another. Ning Xiaochuan is back. Run away. All the masters of the demon sect knew Ning Xiaochuan's strength, so they didn't dare to fight him head-on and ran around towards the Marquee House. Even Xiaolua in gold immediately ran away and dared not compete with Ning Xiaochuan. Although Ning Xiaochuan is powerful, after all, he is only a person and lacks skills. It is impossible to deal with many demon masters. He beheaded 3 demon sect elders in the secular realm, returned to the library, stared at Ning Xiaochuan with concern, and said, "Xiaochuan, are you okay?" Ning Xiaochuan saw a bloody sword wound on Ning Xiaochuan's shoulder and wanted to help her heal it first. In Ning Xiaochuan's view, nothing is more important than her. Ning Xiaochuan shook her head hard and said, "Brother, I'm fine with Xiaohei protecting me. Go to the 7-star treasure cave quickly, and many demon sect masters have gone there. Xiaohei, take care of Xiaochuan for me. If she has any mistakes, I'll boil you into tiger bone soup." Ning Xiaochuan rode. After hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, Xiaohei immediately widened his tiger eyes and spit out a flame in his mouth, which burned more than a dozen demon warriors, and also lit a large number of buildings in the Marquee of the Sword Pavilion. Many places in Jiang'a Marquee Mansion have become a sea of fire, with endless cries of killing. Ning Xiaochuan determined that Ning Xiaochuan's injury was not serious, so he immediately rushed to the 7-star treasure cave and reached the outside of the cave. As expected, he felt the breath of Wu Zun level masters. The 2 Taizu uncles guarding the 7-star treasure cave died in the hands of the Wu Zun of the demon sect. Their old bodies were torn to pieces, and the ground was full of blood and bones. Many young disciples of the Marquee House of the Sword Pavilion were blocked at the entrance of the 7-star treasure cave. There were nearly 1,000 people, including the gifted Marquis house child and the beautiful Marquis door daughter. Many of them were of the same generation as Ning Xiaochuan. Some of them even claimed to be geniuses and ridiculed Ning Xiaochuan with fetal disease. However, at the moment, they were all extremely afraid, and many people even knelt down in awe of the breath of the demon sect warrior. The aura of Wuzun level is not something they can resist at all. In the 7-star treasure cave, there are the mysterious weapon soldiers converged by the ancestors of the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion. If we can get these mysterious weapon soldiers from Shura Demon Road and Wuxing Demon Road, our combat power must be improved by a large level. Kill, no one left. In the dark, the figures were disordered, and the masters of the demon sect gathered, all of them were shrouded in a thick magic fog. Shwa. A colorful streamer fell from the sky and condensed into the figure of Ning Xiaochuan, standing between the disciples of the Marquis and the masters of the demon sect. Although Ning Xiaochuan has killed many people, he doesn't have a drop of blood on his body. He looks elegant and dusty. His handsome facial features, outstanding posture, and elegant long black hair are like a relegated fairy in the dust. Yes. Little Marquis is back. Now that the young Marquis has returned, the demon man of the demon gate will be unlucky. Many Tianzhijia women have beautiful eyes, showing a happy look, and their hearts are full of worship for Ning Xiaochuan. They believed that with Ning Xiaochuan's strength, they could support the world and repel all the demons in the demon gate. Many cousins are proud of Ning Xiaochuan. When drinking and having fun with princes in the imperial city, they often mention Ning Xiaochuan's name, which can always make those dandies respect. As for those cousins with thin blood relationship, they all regard Ning Xiaochuan as the lover of their dreams. Every time Ning Xiaochuan returns to the Marquis, there are always some completely unfamiliar 7th aunt and 8th aunt to introduce him to a cousin. Ning Xiaochuan's achievements are indeed amazing, and he has long become the spiritual leader of the younger generation of the Marquis of the Jiang'a Mansion. Because the appearance of Ning Xiaochuan really caught the masters in the magic door unprepared, and they didn't dare to take the first shot. No one was sure to defeat Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan, Jiang'a Ho's house has become a thing in the bag of the magic door. I'm afraid you can't resist many strong people of the magic door with your own strength. Shura in gold stood in the magic cloud, wrapped his body with martial vitality, and spit out an amazing sound in his mouth. Silver Dress Shura said, Ning Xiaochuan, if you lead the children of Jiang'a Marquis to join us in Shura, we can give you a way to live. You killed Kibo? Ning Xiaochuan felt the same breath as Jibo on Silver Shura. It can be concluded that Jibo's death was definitely related to Silver Shura. Shura in gold and Shura in silver are both giants of Shura demon, and they are the junior brothers of the Shura master. The name of gold and silver Shura is absolutely thunderous in the martial arts world, which makes the disciples of all major sects tremble at the news. The martial artists who once slaughtered a fortress alive turned that fortress into a dead city without living people, and also created their name of Shura. In the list of villains, they were ranked 18th side by side. In addition to the gold and silver Shura, another armored god of death of Wuxing Dao also stood aside. There are 3 Wuzuns, like 3 towering mountains, overlooking all creatures on the ground. If the martial masters in other places confront the 3 martial masters, they will escape immediately. However, Ning Xiaochuan cannot escape and can only face the difficulties. Everyone retreat into the 7-star treasure cave. Ning Xiaochuan Road. The battle at Wuzun level must be earth-shattering and extremely destructive. Only by hiding in the 7-star treasure cave can you save your life. Silver Clothes Shura laughed and said, Ning Xiaochuan, do you still want to fight with the 3 martial masters of our demon sect? Ow, ow. The dragon's song sounded in the sky. A huge shadow flew down and rushed out of the clouds. Xiaohong sat on the back of the double-headed stone beast, dived down, and made a cry of ow, ow in her mouth, looking very excited. The body of the double-headed stone beast was 72 meters high, which was larger than a hall. A stone wing suddenly rolled up a huge whirlwind, which swept many demon warriors out. Ho! A cold fog was spit out from the right head of the double-headed stone beast, sweeping the entire Jiangnan Marquis mansion. The Marquis mansion, which had been turned into a sea of fire, immediately became dark, and the flames were extinguished. What's the matter? The Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion has raised 2 magic beasts to protect the house? An elder of the Demon Gate shouted in horror. This is really something that frightens the martial arts of the demon sect. You know, in the intelligence collected by the demon sect, there are only 2 Wuzuns in Jiangnan Marquis Mansion, Jiangnan Marquis and Ning Xiaochuan. Among them, Ning Xiaochuan is taking troops outside, and it will be impossible to rush back for rescue for a while and a half. In other words, when Wu Xingdao and Shura Dao were preparing to attack the Jiangeho Fu, it was estimated that there was only 1 Wuzun in the Jiangeho Fu. With the cultivation of the Lord of the Two Roads, it is enough to contain the Sword Pavilion Marquis. It is naturally easy for other strong people of the demon sect to deal with the Sword Pavilion Marquis mansion. For this kind of collision between big forces, the wise men of the demon sect have already calculated the attack time, strength distribution, and profit gains and losses quite accurately in order to minimize the losses of the demon sect. However, they did not expect that Ning Xiaochuan had actually stepped into the territory of Dizuan and was titled Wuzuan. Moreover, the Marquis of Jiangnan also raised 2 adult 7-grade Shan Beast Kings, plus the Iron Armor God of Death accepted by Ning Xiaochuan. In other words, even apart from the Jiangeho, there are 4 strong men at the Wuzun level in the Jiangeho mansion. Every warrior is like a pillar of God, which is enough to support a large door and a Marquis house. With 4 Wuzuns, the Marquis house has been regarded as the top force of the Yulan Empire. Even if Wu Xingdao and Shura Dao continue to attack, it is impossible to shake the Marquis house of the Sword Pavilion. Moreover, this is also the headquarters of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. Once the masters of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion stand firm, it is time to counterattack. At that time, the party that will suffer a lot must be the demon sect. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong are integrated into one, and become the god of war spirit envoy wearing blood-red dragon armor. With huge dragon wings on his back, he is covered with dragon scales, holding a dragon claw and sword, and fighting alone with the 3 martial masters of the demon sect. The sword in Ning Xiaochuan's hand is condensed from the claws of the dragon. The claw of the dragon is also the most powerful and sharp part of the dragon's attack. With each sword cut, there was a dragon singing sound, which was enough to collide with the 7-grade Xuanqi played by the Wuzun of the Demon Gate. Shura in gold, Shura in silver, and Death in iron surrounded Ning Xiaochuan in 3 directions. Ning Xiaochuan flew up to the clouds above the sky, and they followed and chased into the clouds above the sky. Ning Xiaochuan ran into different time and space, and they followed into different time and space. The 4 martial masters turned the sky over the imperial city into a battlefield. If there were not Tiangang de Luo array to guard the imperial city would certainly have a huge disaster. King Dajinpeng's mansion. King Dajinpeng stood on a cylindrical, star-viewing platform hundreds of feet high, wearing gold armor, carrying arms, and bushy eyebrows, like a martial god standing on the top of heaven and earth. Standing on the stargazing platform, you can see the landscape of half the inner city. His eyes were very deep, staring at the direction of the Marquis house of the Sword Pavilion. He could see that a black giant tiger more than 100 meters high was guarding that huge mansion. His body was so huge that a tiger roar could shake the earth and ring through the imperial city. In the middle of the air, there was a double-headed stone beast as big as a hill. One head could spit fire and the other head could spit cold, which burned many warriors of the demon sect to ashes and frozen into ice crystals. 2 huge mysterious beasts, one attacking on the ground and the other attacking on the sky. The scene was extremely shocking. It was like turning the imperial city into a jungle of beasts in the wilderness era. If it weren't for the demon gate to launch an attack on the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, who would have thought that the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion had hidden so many means? King de Jinping had a few smiles on his face. Next to him, a general who had followed King Dajinping for many years said, "Everyone thought that there were only 2 Wuzuns in the Jiangnan Marquis. Who would have thought that the Wuzun level combat power possessed by the Jiangnan Marquis was far beyond the world's estimates?" King Dajinping nodded and said, "Jiangnan Ho, Ning Qianqing, Ning Xiaochuan, plus 2 7-grade Shan beasts, an iron armor and death servant, and 6 martial masters. Is this all the details of Jiangnan Ho's mansion? Get out of the way, get out of the way, I want to see my father." Yusasai wanted to climb the observatory, but was stopped by 2 generals. King Dajinping gently waved his hand, and the 2 generals immediately retreated. Yusasai said anxiously, "Father, why doesn't the imperial court send troops to support the Demon Gate's attack on the Jiangnan Marquis mansion, openly deal with the court marquis, defy the law and discipline, and destroy the peace of the imperial city?" King Dajinping said, "The Holy Master wants to borrow the hand of the Demon Gate to get rid of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. Who dares to send troops to support?" Yusasai clenched her fist tightly, bit Bei's teeth and said, "We King Dajinping's mansion won't go to the rescue?" King Dajinping smiled, stretched out his hand and pointed in the direction of the Jiangnan Marquis mansion, and said, "Do you think the Jiangnan Marquis mansion needs our support?" "Silly girl, the Jiangnan Marquis mansion has been inherited for thousands of years and has a deep foundation. It's impossible to rely on the Wuxing Dao and Shura Dao alone." Yusasai was still very anxious and said, "However, I heard that 3 Wuzuns of the demon sect are chasing Xiaochuan. Are you worried about him?" Big Jinping Wang laughed. Royal Sissy said, "Yes. Don't worry. Ning Xiaochuan is an unworldly talent. Even the Ghost Bat King and the Iron Armor God of Death are planted in his hands. Unless someone specifically wants to kill him, otherwise, the unseasonable martial masters of the Demon Gate can't deal with him." The way of the great Jinping King. Father refers to the Holy One? Royal Sissy said. "Shoo. Don't talk nonsense. The way of the great Jinping King." Yusasai was more anxious and said, "What if the Holy Lord really sent an expert to assassinate him? Father, you must save him. He must be the best ally of King Dajinping's mansion. He must not die. Haven't you broken up with him? Don't be so nervous." The way of the great Jinping King. Yusasai shook her head hard and said, No, I'm just playing with him, not really." "Oh. So it is. Well, if his life is really in danger, I will save him. But, girl, you should remember, I don't save him, but I want you to be happier." The way of the great Jinping King. As King Dajinping said, the 3 martial masters of the Demon Gate really can't help Ning Xiaochuan. Although Ning Xiaochuan has just reached the territory of Dizuan, he has been far better than ordinary Wuzun. The 3 Wuzuns can only tie with him, which is still under the condition that Ning Xiaochuan did not use the magic sword. Boom! Suddenly, the ground cracked and a dark knight rushed out of the ground. He shot from behind and chopped Ning Xiaochuan's back with a knife. This dark knight's cultivation is extremely strong, and his shooting speed is extremely fast. The sword chi rushes towards Ning Xiaochuan like a mountain. With Ning Xiaochuan's speed, he couldn't escape. He could only condense Wu Dao's vitality into a body shield to protect his back. Bang! The protective cover behind Ning Xiaochuan was instantly cut by the knife gas, and the blade split on Ning Xiaochuan's back, splitting the dragon scale armor into sparks and spilling blood beads. A terrible force across the dragon scale armor bombarded Ning Xiaochuan's back. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan's body flew out and knocked through a 3-meter-thick wall, rolling down Qingshi Street. His body knocked Qingshi Street out of a 7-meter-long tunnel. The billowing smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Ning Xiaochuan propped himself on the ground with his palms, his knees against the ground, and his eyes were fixed on the dark night not far away. His body was in pain, especially his back, like his spine had been cut off. It is conceivable that Ning Xiaochuan's body would have been cut in two by the dark night just now if he hadn't been wearing dragon scale armor. Xiao Hong's mouth also made a scream, and it was she who was most hurt. The unbreakable dragon scale armor was split into a crack and kept emitting blood beads. Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts cultivation is enough to compete with the 3 demon sect martial dignitaries. However, the appearance of this dark night completely broke the balance, and Ning Xiaochuan was badly hit with just one knife. The 3 martial masters of the Demon Gate were also shocked, and they didn't know what the dark night came from. They stood in 3 directions in the distance and dared not act rashly. Dada! The dark knight rode on the back of a black lion camel, wearing black armor and a black hoodie, covering his face, slowly came over and said indifferently, "The first genius of the imperial city is just a general generation." 70% of the body of the lion camel beast is covered with armor, and the huge hooves are also covered with iron. It walks on the ground and makes a loud sound of iron and stone. Are you not a member of the demon clan? Ning Xiaochuan, with a trace of blood hanging from the corners of his mouth, stood up with his sword. You just need to know that I'm the one who came to kill you. The cold way of the dark night. He is the one to be captured by the demon sect. You'd better mind your own business. Silver Shura murmured. The dark knight's eyes were cold, and his body flew up from the back of the lion camel beast. The speed was like black lightning, and he had reached the top of the Silver Shura in an instant. Cut down with a knife. Wow! Dash! The light of the knife flashed on the head of Silver Shura. Silver Shura seemed to suddenly petrify, standing there motionless, not even moving his eyes. The dark knight flew back to the back of the lion camel, wiped the blood on the blade with his palm, and a pool of blood fell to the ground. Silver clothes. The gold clothes Shura gently touched the silver clothes Shura's body, and the silver clothes Shura's body immediately broke into 4 pieces, rolled to the ground, with the head and neck separated, the waist and abdomen separated, and the knees and thighs separated. A Wuzun was killed like this? Obviously, he only saw a knife, but the Silver Shura was cut into 4 pieces. Back. Staring at the dark night, the Iron Death god of Wu Xingdao felt fear, and without any hesitation, immediately spread the iron sword wings and flew away. Sarah in Gold was also frightened by the dark night. He immediately ran away and disappeared in the dark in an instant. On the dark street, only Ning Xiaochuan and the dark night were left. 10 feet away from each other, a fierce atmosphere filled the air between them, making sand fly on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan's armor fell off automatically and turned into strands of red dragon gas, which merged into a red dragon. There was a shocking knife wound on the red dragon's back, and a whimpering sound came out of his mouth. The knife of the dark night caused great trauma to it. Ning Xiaochuan put Xiao Hong into the Qianquan cloth bag. Tiandi blade. Ning Xiaochuan clenched his teeth tightly, with blood between his teeth. Phew! The Tiandi blade flew out of the Xian beast mirror and fell into Ning Xiaochuan's hands. Although Lao Tzu promised to help you cultivate martial arts, after all, Lao Tzu is a supreme soldier. Don't call me around. It's still the old rule. Borrow strength once, a 7th-grade Xuanqi. The Emperor Blade said endlessly, I think that Blood City Iron Seal is good. First take it and let me swallow it up to help me harden the blade. Bargain less, and talk about it after the war. Ning Xiaochuan pinched the handle of the knife and immediately reached the realm of the unity of man and knife, and his breath kept rising. Tiandi blade. The dark knight's eyes shone, the sword in his hand shone brilliantly, his black robe flew up, his body jumped in the air, and chopped down again. This is exactly the same as the knife method of killing silver-clothed Shura, and its speed is as fast as lightning. A white knife flashed over Ning Xiaochuan's head. Ning Xiaochuan's speed is not slow either. Holding the handle of the knife in both hands, he chopped it out with a knife. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan's legs sank under the stone slab, with his legs as the center, and half-meter-thick stone slabs broke into rubble. The Dark Knight also flew back, fell back on the back of the lion camel beast, and said coldly, "The Tiandi blade is indeed the saber that the Tiandi once wore, which has increased your strength by at least 10 times, enough to compete with the masters in the world. However, even if you use the power of the Tiandi blade, you will not be my opponent. Because our martial arts realm is too far away, it can't be made up by a magic weapon." Ning Xiaochuan stood with a knife, his eyes cold, and said, "When you beat me, it's not too late to say that." Ning Xiaochuan launched the magic power of Wings of Wrath Wind, condensed a pair of huge wings on his back, took off, and instantly flew to a height of 100 meters. The lion camel under the Dark Knight spread a pair of scales and wings, and also flew high into the air. Ning Xiaochuan stood high, holding a knife in both hands, and cutting down with a knife. A huge knife print, more than 60 meters long, was cut down and bombarded the head of the Dark Knight. Wow! Dash! The Dark Knight flew directly from the back of the lion camel, turned into dozens of black figures, rushed into the air, and slashed Ning Xiaochuan's waist. So fast! Ning Xiaochuan was slightly surprised. Poof! The lion camel beast was killed by the sword gas of the Emperor's blade and fell to the ground. Ning Xiaochuan was also cut by the sword in the Dark Knight's hand, leaving a foot-long knife wound at the waist, and the blood continued to flow out, dyeing his robe red. If Ning Xiaochuan hadn't launched the martial arts magic of rainbow speed in time, he would probably have been cut off by the Dark Knight. Where on earth did such a strong martial artist emerge? Ning Xiaochuan was shocked. All Wuzuan level figures in the entire Yulan Empire are included in the weapons ranking spectrum, but why can't you remember such a person in Ning Xiaochuan's image? First of all, he is definitely not a person in the demon sect. Although Wuxing Dao and Shura Dao are all masters, except for the 2 Avenue masters, no one can be as powerful as the Dark Knight. Is he a member of the court? Ning Xiaochuan could feel that the Dark Knight was deliberately hiding his identity, and even martial arts magical powers were rarely used. It was not certain that his real identity was probably a prince in the court. Phew! The blade of the Dark Knight chopped over again, and the sky was full of knife chi, transforming the surrounding world into a world of knife meaning. Bang bang! Ning Xiaochuan also kept cutting 120 knives in an instant, forming a spherical knife field, rolling towards the Dark Knight. Their knife fields kept getting closer and finally collided. Boom! Tiandi blade and the sword in the Dark Knight's hand hit each other, and a powerful shock wave broke out. Bang bang! Both of them kept shooting at an amazing speed. Because the speed is too fast, there are human figures everywhere in the void. The sword chi gathered into a torrent, rushed towards the Dark Knight, hit the inner city wall, and pierced the wall as high as 100 meters and as thick as 20 meters. The city wall collapsed, and huge stones rolled down, burying a large area of ancient buildings. The Dark Knight also cleaved a big knife print, condensing the shadow of knife chi more than 100 meters long, which is almost like a huge blade that can open the sky and split the earth. Boom! The huge knife print pierced the knife field condensed by the Tiandi blade, and tore a main street in the imperial city alive with a 3-meter wide gap and a kilometer-long ground crack, as if to split the whole inner city in half. This is also the destructive power caused by the protection of Tiangang de Luo Array. If the Tiangang de Luo Array had not been opened, the knife just made by the Dark Knight would definitely tear the whole inner city. The Dark Knight fell to the ground, and the light on the blade in his hand swallowed and vomited, saying, "I told you earlier that the difference in martial arts cultivation between us is too great, and relying on a powerful weapon can't make up for the gap." Ning Xiaochuan was hacked into the ground by the knife just now, and his body was inlaid in the bottom of the ground fissure. He was covered with mud and dust. Many places on his body were injured by the knife gas, and his blood kept flowing. As the Dark Knight said, in terms of martial arts cultivation, Ning Xiaochuan is indeed quite far behind him. If it weren't for the power of Tiandi blade, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't even catch his knife. Ning Xiaochuan coughed and laughed. "Are you some powerful monarch in the court? Defeating a warrior who is at least one generation younger than yourself is also a sense of superiority for you? I have no idea what you are talking about." The Dark Knight stood above and said condescending, "Ning Xiaochuan, I'll give you one last chance. If you hand over the Beiming divine skill, you may be able to save the lives of some people in the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion." "What if I don't hand it in?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. The Dark Knight said, "Tonight's battle, the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion must be seriously injured, and even the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion may not be able to survive the attack of the masters of the two main roads of the Demon Gate. As soon as the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion dies, the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion will lose its backbone, and the interests and resources of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion will soon be eaten by the kings. Do you think the kings will wipe out the remaining evils of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion? The power distribution in the imperial court is very complex, and it is not as harmonious as it seems. On the surface, the kings and princes seem to be friends with each other, but once a certain house is seriously injured, other princes will certainly take advantage of the fire. In the face of absolute interests, the so-called covenant and friends are very fragile." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Then it depends on whether you have the ability to seriously damage the vitality of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion? Don't cry without seeing the coffin." The Dark Knight turned directly into a black streamer, rushed into the underground crack, and struck Ning Xiaochuan on the chest. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes became sharp, slapped out, and fought hard with the Dark Knight. As soon as the Dark Knight touched Ning Xiaochuan's palm, he felt a huge suction coming. The blood in his body unexpectedly showed signs of countercurrent, and his face changed slightly. Beiming magic. Ning Xiaochuan's mouth was hooked, and his eyes showed a smile. He pinched the Dark Knight's arm, mobilized the power of the magic sword, and frantically absorbed the blood gas in the Dark Knight's body. Boom! The Dark Knight was very decisive, slapped himself on the chest and shook himself upside down. Beiming divine skill is indeed very deterrent, which makes the Dark Knight afraid. Just now, he slapped himself on his chest and hurt himself, so he immediately stepped back and flew back to the top of the ground fissure. Ning Xiaochuan was also injured by the blow just played by the Dark Knight, which aggravated his physical injury. However, now he must not be weak. He must seize the victory and pursue the attack. Only with a stronger momentum can he show stronger combat effectiveness. Phew! Ning Xiaochuan flew out of the earth fissure with the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, his long hair dancing in disorder, and chopped at the Dark Knight with a knife. The Dark Knight was suppressing the injury in his body. He didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan had the power to fight again. He had to rush to fight and play a martial magic power. Chaos Cloud Chop. With one palm of his hand, a chaotic black cloud suddenly appeared in the air, and countless knife lights surged out of the black cloud. With overwhelming power, Ning Xiaochuan was swept out. Ning Xiaochuan fell to the ground, and there were more than 10 bloody knife wounds on his body. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan slapped on the ground, his body turned up, supported his body with a knife, stared at the Dark Knight, and showed a sneer, "Yu Wuyang." Wanyan Cut is Yu Wuyang's martial arts magic. In a hurry, it was used by the Dark Knight. The Dark Knight wore a black hoodie, covering most of his face, and the sword in his hand was still dripping blood. He said coldly, "Ning Xiaochuan, you can force me to use martial arts magic, which is really great. Is the emperor going to kill me, or are you going to kill me? Ning Xiaochuan laughed. You know enough, that's all. The dark knight really moved his killing intention, condensed thick clouds behind him, held the handle of the knife with both hands, and slowly raised the knife. Just then. Dada! Footsteps sounded on the broken street. A medicine farmer with a bamboo basket on his back came out, bent low, gray hair, wrinkles on his face, and a hoe on his shoulder. This was an ordinary medicine farmer, but his appearance was quite strange, which made the dark knight who was going to do it look serious. The medicine farmer walked not far away from the dark knight, stopped, looked at Ning Xiaochuan and the dark knight, raised his head, showed a kind smile, and said, "It's all good. Strong physique, rich blood, vigorous vitality, must be good medicine introducers. 1,000-year-old demon." The dark knight's face changed slightly, and he immediately stood with his knife, propped up a spherical field with his knife Qi, and stared at the medicine harvester like a great enemy. Ning Xiaochuan's heart also sank to the bottom of the valley. It was really a house leak. It rained all night. Tonight, there was a continuous war. He was already injured all over. But at this time, how did the millennium-old demon run out? The medicine farmer stared at Ning Xiaochuan with a smile and said, "7 orifices demon heart, this is a kind heart. I've been looking for you for a long time. Where have you been during this time?" The medicine harvester appeared to be very kind, as if he were asking Ning Xiaochuan for help. With that, the medicine farmer took out a bloody heart from the bamboo basket on his back, held it in his hand, and ate it. "Bravo, bravo!" On his face, there was still a very kind smile. A year ago, the medicine harvester made a bloody storm in the imperial city, which scared many princes out of the imperial city. It was not easy to calm down for a year. Everyone thought he had left the imperial city, but it happened that he appeared again. The dark knight acted extremely decisively and immediately spread his body method. His body was like a ghost, intending to escape. "Don't go. Your Hydra Heart Palace is also a top heart palace. I believe that after eating it, you can also make a big tonic." The medicine collector stretched out a palm and immediately attracted the spirit acupoint and heaven potential in the air, condensing a huge bloody handprint over the imperial city. Bang! Huge blood fingerprints, falling from the sky, took down the dark knight, and hit a huge pit on the ground. Just a handprint, the dark knight was seriously injured, struggling in the huge pit, and he couldn't climb out of it. He's stronger again. Ning Xiaochuan's heart and hair were scared, and he could feel the terrible power of the millennium-old demon, which was definitely much stronger than the last time he saw him. King Dajinpeng's mansion, on the stargazing platform. King Dajinpeng's tiger eyes stared at the huge blood handprint condensed by Tianchi in the sky, and deeply exhaled, "It's back." "Who?" Royal Sissy asked. King Dajinpeng didn't answer. He moved and disappeared from the stargazing platform. At the next moment, he was already standing above the medicine farmer, emitting golden brilliance all over, with wisps of dragon gas running around his body, and every hair seemed to turn golden. This is a huge momentum. Even if you just stand there, it gives people a huge pressure. The medicine farmer looked up and said with a smile, "King Dajinpeng, are we meeting again? Are we going to fight again?" With his arms on his back, King Dajinpeng's eyes were like electricity, and said, "Do you think you will be my opponent? Today is different from the past." The farmer laughed. Shwa shwa. In the dark sky, there were several breaking rumors. The generals of the 4 Wuzun levels of King Dajinpeng's mansion came and surrounded in 4 directions. Among them, the 3 martial dignitaries have made great contributions on the battlefield and have been named Marquis. They are famous figures in the military camp of King Dajinpeng's mansion. Ning Xiaochuan secretly recovered from his injury while paying attention to the development of the situation. He was secretly surprised. King Dajinpeng was indeed the first king in the world, and his power was far beyond that of other royal houses. He could easily recruit 4 martial masters. Obviously, the 4 Wuzuns are all ministers of King Dajinpeng's mansion. The medicine farmer looked around and said with a smile, "Ouch. What a big formation. However, in order to deal with me, your court even dispatched the dragon warrior camp, but it's a pity that I can't do anything at all. Now, my martial arts cultivation has been restored, and my strength is far better than before. Lord, aren't you afraid that these martial masters have become my food and drink?" King Dajinpeng said, "If you think it tastes delicious, try it." At the same time, the 4 Wuzuns offered a dragon skin array to inject the vitality of Wu Dao into the array. This is the Xuanqi array made of real dragon leather. The 4 dragon skin arrays flew up when they were painted, emitting dazzling light and condensing into 4 huge dragons. Ow! Ow! 2 pterosaurs, a Tyrannosaurus rex and a Lilong, with a huge body, were wrapped by Wu Dao's vitality. They rushed towards the medicine harvester with open teeth and claws and launched a crazy attack. Although, it is only Xuanqi refined with dragon skin, but after adding the power of the 4 great martial masters, their power is not weaker than that of the 4 dragons. The medicine harvester was not nervous at all, and once again mobilized the potential of heaven, condensing a huge blood-red palm print. King Dajinpeng snorted coldly, pointed out, and a golden finger sword flew out, like a meteor flying through the sky, smashing that bloody palm print. Boom! King Dajinpeng's sword, his arms outstretched, countless golden ons emanated from his body, turned into a golden ocean, and slapped the top of the head of the medicine collector. The location of the medicine farmer's heart erupted into a blood light, forming a blood-red cloud, and attacked it. Bang! A huge shock wave broke out, lifting the 4 martial statues of King Dajinpeng's mansion and falling into the ruins. The figures of Wuzun level are not enough to see in front of them, and they are simply lifted like flies. King Dajinpeng fell to the ground, and with a wave of his sleeve, all the smoke disappeared without a trace. The medicine farmer retreated more than 10 feet away, and his clothes became ragged. However, his face was still smiling. Yes, it's true that he is the first expert of the imperial court. Today, I feel it again. King Dajinpeng frowned slightly, and the combat effectiveness of the millennium-old demon grew too fast. A year ago, King Dajinpeng was able to beat him to pieces with 1 palm and ran away in confusion. Now, a slap can't hurt him. If he was allowed to practice for another year, I'm afraid no one in the whole Yulan Empire could stop him. The medicine farmer picked up the hoe on the ground, carried it on his shoulder, and said with a smile, unexpectedly, "It's still a little poor." It seems that he can only come back to the imperial city to collect medicine next year. In his opinion, Wuzun's heart is the medicine he wants to take. King Dajinpeng's eyes sank, and there were wisps of golden light on his arm, condensed into a golden dragon. "Don't think about fighting." The medicine farmer turned around with a smile on his face and said, "A year ago, the princes of your imperial city couldn't catch me. Now, don't even try to catch me. If you really want to fight, I don't mind turning the imperial city into an abandoned city. You must believe me, I have this strength." An old eunuch dressed in palace clothes flew in and stood on the top of an ancient castle. He said in a loud voice, "The Holy Spirit has a purpose. Please let the king put the millennium-old demon away." This old eunuch is the eunuch manager in the palace, and also the first strong man in the palace. He is a confidant around Emperor Yulan. King Dajinpeng said in a deep voice, "If you let it go, it's like raising a tiger." The old eunuch was staring at King Jinping and sweating all over. He was under great pressure and said, "The emperor said, please take the overall situation into consideration. If the imperial city becomes an abandoned city, I'm afraid the world will be in chaos and the country will be destroyed. King Dajinpeng is not an impulsive person. Naturally, he understands what Emperor Yulan is worried about. The millennium-old demon is indeed a tricky big demon, with an immortal body. No matter how many masters surround him, they can't kill him. It can be said that its threat is even greater than the demon emperor. Although the demon emperor is powerful, he is still alone after all. If you really fight with the millennium-old devil, even if you reluctantly seal the millennium-old devil, the imperial court will certainly be greatly weakened, and the imperial city will probably become a ruin. If it is true, I'm afraid there will be chaos in the world tomorrow. There will be wars everywhere, and I can't suppress it if I want to suppress it. King Dajinpeng naturally did not want the foundation of Yulan Empire to be destroyed. Seeing that King Dajinpeng didn't mean to continue to fight, the drug collector immediately laughed. No war? Then I'll go first? Go? Where to go? Cough. A series of old coughs sounded. After hearing the sound, the farmer's face changed slightly. An ugly old woman, wearing a gray cloth robe and holding a crutch, came slowly from the end of the street. She was too old to look like, her pace was very slow, and she was so thin that she seemed to be blown down by the wind at any time. Behind the ugly old woman was an old man with disheveled hair. The old man crawled on the ground and couldn't see what he looked like, but his feet, arms, and neck exposed outside his clothes were all golden, and his whole person seemed to be made of gold. However, as long as you observe carefully, you will find that there is a big hole in his chest. It was the location of the heart, but the heart was gone. This is a rather frightening picture, which makes people creepy. The medicine farmer also slightly stepped back for 2 steps, frowned and said, "Who the hell are you? You've been chasing me for a year, why are you still haunted?" Cough. Since you were suppressed in the demon palace, you shouldn't run out. The old woman said as she coughed. She came to Ning Xiaochuan, stopped, stared at him, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, how can you be beaten to death every time you meet?" Ning Xiaochuan covered his bleeding chest, squeezed out a smile and said, "Yes. It's probably bad luck, always unlucky." The ugly mother-in-law frowned slightly and sighed, "As a heart healer, I should refine medicine and come out to fight." Why? Ah. Young people. Just don't cherish their bodies. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the old man walking on the ground behind the ugly mother-in-law. The old man also raised his head and stared at Ning Xiaochuan, with golden beads in his eyes and a ferocious smile. This is the corpse of the Taoist priest Tianmi, because the corpse changed and was accepted by the ugly mother-in-law and turned into a corpse slave. I don't know what experiment the ugly mother-in-law did on the corpse slave, which led to the transformation of the corpse slave, and the body became like a cast iron. Moreover, Ning Xiaochuan saw a strange thing in his eyes just now, as if he had already possessed emotions and became a living creature. Refine a corpse into a golden creature. This living creature also opened his eyes, revealing a pair of reddish gold pupils, staring straight at Ning Xiaochuan, revealing a sharp tooth. Ning Xiaochuan felt a little creepy, and a cold sweat came from his back. He carefully said, "Ugly mother-in-law, are you refining the body again?" "Nonsense. I'm a spiritual master. I'm going to bring him back to life. Don't you see that he is about to rise?" The ugly mother-in-law was very angry and wanted to hit Ning Xiaochuan on the head with a cane. She felt that Ning Xiaochuan was insulting her works. Ning Xiaochuan smiled with a stiff face and said, "Even if you want to bring him back to life, will you transplant a heart for him first?" The heart of the Lord of Tianmi is a big hole, in which the flesh and blood are blurred, and the broken blood can be clearly seen. The ugly mother-in-law said, "Shallow, too shallow. Your Tao is too low, and your understanding of life and death is still superficial. Is it true that without a heart, you must not be a living person? You don't know about heart transplantation, don't you?" Yes, heart transplantation is indeed a major operation, which is very delicate. A cardiologist may be very good at alchemy, but he should rarely study surgery on body anatomy. If you don't understand, I can help you. Ning Xiaochuan wrote. Yulan Empire's great cardiologist, even Ning Xiaochuan's heart and blood blockage, can't be cured well, so naturally he won't understand heart transplantation. Ning Xiaochuan's understanding is also very normal. The ugly mother-in-law had black lines on her forehead and was very angry. She gnashed her teeth and said, "Young generation, you are insulting me. Do you think my attainments are not as high as yours?" No, absolutely not. Ning Xiaochuan felt cold all over, and a cold breath acted on him, making him feel quite uneasy. The ugly mother-in-law is moody. If she really talks about her shortcomings, it's hard to guarantee that she won't become angry. Don't you just press a heart again? What's the difficulty? It's not difficult at all? Dare you say I don't understand? Believe it or not, I'll cut you. It's easy for me. It's a small thing, a small thing. When I have accepted the millennium-old demon, I'll press it, and I'm sure to press it. The ugly mother-in-law glared at Ning Xiaochuan, very unpopular, and then walked staggeringly towards the millennium-old demon. The eyes of the millennium-old demon were full of murderous spirit, and his heart made a huge sound of dong-dong, which was like a magic drum beating in his body, shaking the hearts of all martial artists, as if they were about to jump out of his body. Wow! Dash! A blood-red light wrapped its body and turned into a blood-red ocean. A huge magic arm stretched out from the sea of blood and split a murderous palm knife. Behind the ugly mother-in-law, the golden corpse slave with disheveled hair flew up, and also hit out a palm to bang with the Millennium Ancient Demon, unexpectedly blocking the Millennium Ancient Demon. Every time the corpse slave and the Millennium Old Demon fight, they will make a sound of metal collision, like two iron clocks hitting, and there are flames everywhere. Ning Xiaochuan retreated to the distance and stared. What monster did the ugly mother-in-law refine the body of the Lord Tianmi into? Unexpectedly, it can compete with the Millennium Ancient Demon. Is it true that the monster refined by the ugly mother-in-law is used to restrain the Millennium Ancient Demon? After the death of Lord Tianmi, the combat effectiveness has already become very terrible, and has been refined into an unknown monster by the ugly mother-in-law. Its strength is more fierce, and it is simply invulnerable to weapons and water and fire. Even King Dajinpeng and the 4 Wuzuns of the palace retreated far away, watching the battle in the center of the city. Ning Xiaochuan can only look at this level of battle from a distance. If he really rushes up, he will be extinguished in an instant. The Dark Knight was seriously injured by the medicine harvester and fell into the pit. However, when Ning Xiaochuan found the pit, he found that there was no human figure in it long ago. The Dark Knight must have escaped while I was talking to the ugly mother-in-law. Alas! He missed the best chance to kill him, and it will be difficult to kill him in the future. Ning Xiaochuan took the healing elixir, reluctantly suppressed the injury in his body, threw the red dragon out of the mud, held his hand, and rushed towards the direction of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. As soon as Ning Xiaochuan rushed out of the city, Yu Ningxing flew over in the air and drew a graceful and moving arc over the sky, just like an elf princess walking in the night, beautiful and full of mystery. Ogawa, you've escaped from it. If you don't come out again, I'll break in. Yu Ningxing fell on the side of Ning Xiaochuan, with long hair and charming fragrance. A slender jade hand held Ning Xiaochuan, and injected Wu Dao vitality into Ning Xiaochuan's body to help him heal. Thank you. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yu Ningxing stared at him with beautiful eyes and said tenderly, I heard that King Dajinpeng and the Millennium-Old Demon fought in this city, causing tens of thousands of deaths, and almost all of them were fleeing. Now, even the princes dare not rush in, and this city has become a death-forbidden area. This city is completely destroyed. Ning Xiaochuan was also moved by it, and immediately said, there may be more terrible battles here. Go back to the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion first. By the way, has the Demon Gate been defeated? Ningxiang also felt uneasy. The fighting sound in the center of the city became stronger and stronger. The ground was shaking, and the houses and walls were collapsing. It was almost like the end of the world. Say as you walk. Ning Xiaochuan and Ningxiang spread their body methods at the same time and quickly moved away from this city. The battle of the Marquee House of the Sword Pavilion has ended, because Ning Xiaochuan has restrained the 3 martial masters of the magic door, and there are 2 7th-grade Xian beasts, namely double-headed stone beast and roaring tiger, to deal with the masters of the magic door. The elders of the Marquee of the Sword Pavilion soon stood firm and launched a counter-attack, beating the demon gate to the ground and driving it out of the marquee. However, the Marquee House of the Sword Pavilion also suffered heavy losses, and many martial arts masters fell. When Ning Xiaochuan returned to the Marquee Mansion, the guards of the Marquee Mansion in Jiangya were cleaning the battlefield. The little Marquee is back. The little Marquee is back. The elders, young children, maids, and servants in the Marquee House rushed out to meet them one after another, as grand as taking the Marquee back to the house. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the dense corpses on the square, and his mood was quite complicated. He said, "Report the casualties." An elder came out and bowed respectfully to Ning Xiaochuan Avenue. 31 elders in the Marquee died miserably, and 321 martial arts masters above the divine body level died. As for the young disciples, guards, and servants, the number of deaths exceeded 1,000, which is too huge to be completely counted now. However, the casualties of the demon sect are more than 4 times that of us. Wu Xingdao and Shura Dao must have been seriously injured, and it is difficult to recover without 20 years of cultivation. In general, this one the Marquis of Zhangjian Pavilion won a great victory. Another elder also laughed red and said, "That's right. In this war, the demon sect has fallen 3 martial masters in a row, which is definitely a huge blow to them. If you don't give them a little color to see, you really think the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion is easy to mess with. It's all the credit of the little Marquis. If it weren't for the little Marquis, the Marquee House of Jiangya might not be able to achieve such a big victory. After this battle, I believe all kings and princes have seen the power of our Jiangya Marquee House. In the future, do they dare to challenge the Jiangya Marquee House?" Almost everyone in the Marquee of the Sword Pavilion was excited. After all, being able to repel the 2 evil ways made many people feel the taste of victory, which greatly increased their confidence and momentum. Ning Xiaochuan was still very serious and asked, "Did the Marquis come back?" "Not yet, but with the cultivation of the Marquis and the strength of the Sword Pavilion, I'm not afraid of Wuxing Taoist Master and Shura Taoist Master at all," an elder said. Ning Xiaochuan said solemnly, "Immediately send someone to clean the battlefield, repair the array of the Marquee House, and rebuild the houses and buildings of the Marquee House. At the same time, send the army to guard the main city gates, and kill those who encounter the Demon Gate martial arts. As for the families of the dead, if you can pay more compensation, pay more money to them." Ning Xiaochuan issued several orders in a row. If in the past, these old people of the Marquee would not have paid attention to his words at all, but now they all stood aside and listened respectfully to Ning Xiaochuan's orders. After hearing the order, someone immediately went to carry it out. After this war, Ning Xiaochuan's prestige in the Jiangya Marquee Mansion has been established, and he has become not only the spiritual leader of the younger generation, but also the uncle of the older generation. "Little Marquis, what about the captives of the demon sect?" someone asked. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes sank and said, "First, put them in custody. Tomorrow at noon, take them to the center of the imperial city and kill them all. The corpses will be exposed for 3 days. For the ruthless people in the demon sect, we should treat them with ruthless means, fight violence with violence, and return blood with blood. Only in this way can they feel afraid and know who should be offended and who should not." Dada. Outside the Marquee Mansion, there was a big sound of iron hoofs. The black armor army of the imperial city came and gathered outside the marquee house of the sword pavilion. The marquis in the cloud rode on the back of an armored beast and came out of the army. Lang said, the marquis in the cloud, Yu Wuyang, obeyed the will of the Holy Lord, and led the army to help the marquis in the sword pavilion against the evil people of the Demon Gate. It's so hypocritical. The army was brought here after the battle was over. The time is very accurate. They came as soon as they drove the Demon Gate back. Those old people in the marquee mansion of the sword pavilion were very angry. They were so angry that they blushed and their necks were thick. They felt that the show of Emperor Yulan was disgusting. No one was going to go out to meet the black armor army at all. After hearing the name of Yu Wuyang, Ning Xiaochuan frowned and said, let's go out and see how many troops the emperor has sent to help Jiangna Marquee House kill the enemy. The streets outside the marquee mansion in the sword pavilion were full of sergeants in black armor, riding black beasts and colts, holding black iron steel knives. The specific number of people was simply incalculable. A large number of black armor troops came, and Yu Wuyang led the team, surrounded outside the marquee house of the sword pavilion. It is very doubtful whether they came to help the marquee Jiangna house deal with the Demon Gate, or whether they wanted to take advantage of the strong strength of the marquee Jiangna house and prepare to destroy the marquee Jiangna house. Ning Xiaochuan went out to meet with the warriors of the Marquis of Jiangna, stood in the front, stared at Yu Wuyang, and smiled at the corners of his mouth. Thank you for your love, and thank the soldiers of the Black Army for coming to help punch. However, the Marquis of Jiangna has defeated the Demon Gate. Ning Xiaochuan added, Qua qua. The Marquis action is really fast enough, which is admirable. Ning Xiaochuan's words are a pun, and only Yu Wuyang understands the meaning. Yu Wuyang was wearing thick armor. His eyes were sharp and magnificent. He couldn't see whether he was injured or not. He said, the emperor asked the marquis to inquire about the casualties in the Marquis of Jiangna. Is it necessary for the imperial court to allocate funds to rebuild the marquis? An ancestor-level figure of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion said in a deep voice, the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion has a deep foundation, and a mere demon gate can't hurt the foundation of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, so there is no need for the imperial court. Ning Xiaochuan immediately interrupted the old man's words and said, Thank you Lord Longzhen. Everyone in Jiangna Marquee must bear in mind the emperor's care for Jiangna Marquee. The marquis has indeed suffered heavy losses and needs the allocation of funds from the imperial court. Then, I will have someone count the list of losses and give it to the marquis, hoping that the marquis can allocate the disaster funds as soon as possible. Many sergeants in the black armor army looked at each other and gnashed their teeth. Ning Xiaochuan really climbed up with a stick. His cheek is not ordinary. He really thought the imperial court would allocate funds to the Marquis of Jiangna? Yu Wuyang also frowned slightly. Originally, he said the imperial court allocated funds, but he just wanted to ridicule the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. If someone else in the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion would definitely not ask for the allocation of funds from the imperial court. He felt that this was a charity and an insult to the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. However, Ning Xiaochuan should not only make a list, but also make a list. This is simply taking the imperial court as an enemy. Ning Xiaochuan soon put a list into Yu Wuyang's hands. When Yu Wuyang saw the numbers on the list, his lips couldn't help moving. He was really cruel. Yu Wuyang was cold and calm, and said with a smile, I will submit the list to the saint. As for how long I can. Ning Xiaochuan couldn't let Yu Wuyang give him a slap in the face, and hurriedly said, the Holy Master is the 9th 5-year-old. He will never break his promise to the people in the world. I believe he will transfer the funds in 3 days at most. What do you think, Marquis? Yu Wuyang hummed with a smile, Tai Ching's face, put the list into the heaven and earth cloth bag, and said, the emperor's words are naturally 9 words. Another thing, the emperor sent the marquis to ask whether the old marquis has returned to the mansion? Yu Wuyang led the army to the Jiangnan Marquis mansion. In fact, there was another purpose, that is, to find out how many casualties there were in the Jiangnan Marquis mansion. If the Marquis Jiangnan was really injured, he would take out the imperial edict of Emperor Yulan, read out the criminal responsibility of the Marquis Jiangnan, and then annihilate the Marquis Jiangnan at one stroke. Yu Wuyang was observing Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, and wanted to know whether the Jianga Ho had returned to the Ho mansion. If the Sword Pavilion Marquis had died in the hands of the masters of the two main roads of the Demon Gate, he would have no worries at all. With a gentle wave of his arm, the Black Armor army would rush into the Sword Pavilion Marquis mansion. Shenlong Palace, come to help Jiangnan Marquis House deal with the powerful enemies of the Demon Gate. Yuqing led an army and rushed to the outside of Jiangnan Marquis mansion. King Dajinpeng's mansion, come to help the Marquis mansion of Jiangnan retreat from the enemy. Yu Sisai also dispatched the army of King Dajinpeng's mansion to rush to the other side of the Black Armor army. The troops of the two royal mansions came, and Yu Wuyang frowned deeply, knowing that the general situation was gone. It was impossible to uproot the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion today. He stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply and said in a deep voice, "Retreat." Yu Wuyang led the Black Army to retreat like a tide. Ning Xiaochuan invited Yu Sisi and Yu Qing to the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, and immediately a maid presented precious tea. Yu Sisai slightly lowered her head, pursed her red lips, and said apologetically, "Ogawa, because the situation in the imperial city is very delicate, my father ordered not to assist the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion before. I can't bring the army to support until the Demon Gate retreats." Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "I have to thank you both. You don't know how dangerous it was just now. If you hadn't arrived in time, Yu Wuyang might have led the Black Armor army into the Marquis of Jiangnan. Yu Wuyang has such courage? Openly dealing with the princes of the imperial court is a deadly crime involving 9 families." Yu Qing rode. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "Yu Wuyang is the holy man. It's not a day or two for the holy man to deal with the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. If the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion is seriously injured, will the holy man miss this opportunity to kill the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion?" Yu Sisi gently nodded, and immediately took out a green gold box, quietly stuffed it into Ning Xiaochuan, and said, "This is the senior healing pill, bone body pill, I asked from the master. I know you are seriously injured, you take it first." Ning Xiaochuan took the box and stared deeply into her eyes, with a warmth in her heart. "Take it quickly. As long as you are okay, I will rest assured." Yu Sisi's bay teeth bit her lips, and a pair of beautiful big eyes gently blinked. All the feelings were concentrated in those eyes, as if they could melt the stones. Ning Xiaochuan is not a pinching person. Now the Marquis of Jiangnan is in danger. He really needs to recover from his injury immediately, so he took the bone body pill. The healing elixir that can reach the level of advanced Shandan must be the top treasure elixir. As long as there is still one breath, the bone body elixir can save his life. The medicine power of advanced Shandan is much higher than that of intermediate Shandan. When the pill enters the body, it immediately melts into the blood and bones, and quickly recovers Ning Xiaochuan's injury. After all, Yu Sisai and Yu Qing led a large number of troops, and they couldn't stay in the Marquis of Jiangnan for a long time. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan's injury had recovered 7788, they led the troops back to the barracks outside the city. "Brother, the elders brought a big guy back. I don't know how to deal with it. Go and have a look." Ning Xiner rushed into Ning Xiaochuan's room and saw that Ning Xiaochuan was still healing, so she stuck out her tongue and wanted to quit quietly. "Show me." Ning Xiaochuan opened his eyes and stopped recuperating. On the square of the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion, 8 elders from the secular realm stood in 8 directions, holding a thick iron chain at the mouth of a bowl, and were jointly suppressing the 7-grade Xian beast in the center. 8 iron chains, which are locked in 8 key parts of the beast, suppress the movement of vitality in the beast and suppress its power. This 7th-grade Shan beast is the mount of the Ghost Bat King, the black-haired Ghost Bat Beast. The black-haired Ghost Bat Beast was injured by Ning Xiaochuan and nailed to the ground with a huge sword. Later, it was captured by the martial arts masters of the Xinjiang Palace and escorted to the Marquee House of the Sword Pavilion. There's another guard beast in the Marquee of the Sword Pavilion. Ning Xiaochuan laughed. Ning Shiner said, "Brother, is there a way to subdue it?" Ning Xiaochuan nodded and took out the Shan beast, Jian. Take a drop of blood from the black-haired Ghost Bat Beast and drop it on the Shan beast, Jian. The Shan beast Jian immediately erupted into a bright glow, emitting a black hole-like suction, and took the black-haired Ghost Bat Beast into the Shan beast Jian. The fourth Shan beast palace was born in the Shan beast mirror, and the black-haired Bat Beast turned into a bat the size of a palm and curled up in the Shan beast palace. Congratulations, the little Marquis accepted another 7th-grade Shan beast. From now on, the Marquee House of the Sword Pavilion will have 3 magic beasts guarding the house. Those elders rushed over and bowed to Ning Xiaochuan with flattering smiles on their faces. Phew! A white light flew into the Marquee mansion of the Sword Pavilion and disappeared in an instant. Only Ning Xiaochuan found that light, and other martial artists didn't even see a shadow at all. At this time, a voice sounded in the depths of the Marquee mansion of the Sword Pavilion. Ning Xiaochuan immediately came to the Sword Pavilion to see me. The voice of the Marquis. The stone in Ning Xiaochuan's heart finally fell, and the old Marquis came back. In the depths of the Marquee mansion of the Sword Pavilion, there is a golden hall. When Ning Xiaochuan walked into the hall, in addition to the Marquis, there were 4 old people with white beard and white hair. The 4 old people have the highest seniority in the Marquee of Jiangya, 1 generation higher than the Marquis, and are the only 4 first-generation old people in the Marquee of Jiangya. Ning Xiaochuan belongs to the 4th generation of disciples of the Marquee House of the Sword Pavilion, and the old Marquis belongs to the 2nd generation of old people. The 9-story Sword Pavilion, suspended in the center of the hall, is bright and translucent, emitting a strong breath, making people feel a great sense of oppression. This is the Jinzu magic weapon of the Marquee House of the Sword Pavilion. Once it is fully operational, it can destroy a small city with 1 blow. Ning Xiaochuan, meet the Marquis and the 4 ancestors. The last time Ning Xiaochuan came here, his accomplishments were still very low. He couldn't see through the accomplishments of the 4 ancestors, only knowing that they were extremely powerful and unpredictable. This time, Ning Xiaochuan came, and his cultivation has reached the territory of the land. Naturally, he can see through the martial arts cultivation of the 4 ancestors, and his heart was suddenly surprised. This is the strength of the 4 territory of the land, and it is not as simple as entering the territory of the land. Ning Xiaochuan was not only surprised by the martial arts accomplishments of the 4 ancestors, but also curious about why the 4 ancestors didn't fight when the Demon Gate attacked the Marquee House of the Sword Pavilion. If there are 4 martial masters, the Demon Gate must not cause such heavy casualties to the Marquee of the Sword Pavilion. An old man with 3-foot-long white eyebrows saw through Ning Xiaochuan's doubts and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, sit down first. Since you have entered the land of reverence, there are some things you should know." Ning Xiaochuan sat on the ground, knowing that what they were going to say next must be the top secret of the Marquee of Jiangya. As if the 4 ancestors themselves were a secret, it is estimated that only 3 or 5 people in the Marquee House knew their existence. First of all, congratulations to the other side. Become the 5th leader of God, Demon and God. Old 9 has always wanted to gather 10 alliance leaders. The last book wrote more than 4 million words, but he didn't reach 10 alliance leaders. I hope this book can reach 10 alliance leaders. It is reasonable to say that the birth of a new leader is to add more. However, recently, Lao Jia was ordered to save the manuscript, and has been in contact with the other side. It was discussed that it would be later to add more. In general, thank you for your support for God, Demon and God. Among the four ancestors, one of the ancestors said, 60 years ago, our 4 brothers and 8 other strong men, a total of 12 Wuzun, followed the previous generation Jiang Ho to slaughter the dragon. Others were poisoned by the dragon, and soon all died. Only our 4 brothers were the least poisoned, took the heart of the dragon, and narrowly saved their lives. However, our 4 legs were also useless, and we can only stay here to guard the Jiangya and the treasure house of the Ho's house. Another old man said, everyone thought we had died 60 years ago, so our names have long been forgotten. Time is the most ruthless, not to mention 60 years, that is, 10 years, enough to forget a person completely. 60 years ago, the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion was several times stronger than it is now, and even compared with the current King Dajianpeng House, it would not be much weaker. At that time, the Duke of the Sword Pavilion was known as the strongest in the imperial court. He even fought with the then head of the school palace once, and took the 12 moves of the head of the school palace. Although he was defeated, he was still defeated. You know, at that time, the head of the academy was invincible, and few people could catch his move. 60 years ago, there were also a large number of martial arts masters in the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, with countless generals under their command. Even many martial dignitaries came to take refuge in the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion and became the generals of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. It was also at that time that the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion led 12 strong men of the Wuzun level to slaughter the dragon. Although the dragon was killed, the 12 Wuzuns were completely destroyed. The Marquis of the Sword Pavilion was also vicious. After 10 years of hard support, he finally fell down relying on strong cultivation. Also at that time, the Marquis of Jiangya gradually declined, and the whole Marquis was supported by the old Marquis alone. However, no one knows that the Marquis of Jiangya did not really kill the strong. In fact, at that time, there were 4 ancestors who did not die under the venom of the dragon and survived fortunately. Ning Xiaochuan said, since the 4 ancestors are all in Jiangya Ho Mansion, why did you? An old ancestor said, it's not that we don't want to fight, but that we have no time to separate ourselves, and have to deal with another great enemy. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes shrunk and said, is there a strong demon? The old ancestor nodded and said, just when the Marquis of Jiangya was attacked by the Demon Gate, the tomorrow king of the Demon Gate came here. The 4 of us joined hands with him to fight against him, and then reluctantly beat him back, otherwise the evil dragon ball would surely fall into his hands. Unexpectedly, there are people of the Heavenly King level. Fortunately, there are 4 ancestors in charge. Otherwise, I'm afraid the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion will really be destroyed by the Demon Gate overnight. Ning Xiaochuan also pinched a cold sweat. The Magic Gate has 3 heavenly kings of bright and dark stars, namely, Tomorrow King, Dark King, and 36-Star King. The status of the 3 heavenly kings in the Demon Gate is second only to the Demon Emperor, and 1 notch higher than that of the 6 Avenue Masters. Every heavenly king is an unfathomable figure. The 4 ancestors of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion can block a heavenly king-level figure. It can be seen that the 4 ancestors are definitely not fuel-efficient lights. Ning Xiaochuan said, why did you tell me all these secret things? The old Marquis's face was a little pale, and he was still imposing. However, as long as he observed carefully, he would find that the blood gas in his body was very weak, as if the oil was running out and the lamp was dying. He squeezed out a kind smile and said, because you are about to become the master of the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion. It is time to let you know the secret and tell you. Ning Xiaochuan said, the Marquis is in his heyday, and he can be a Marquis for at least 50 years. The old Marquis shook his head and said, my body has suffered from an incurable wound in the war with Lord Wuxing and Lord Shura, and my life expectancy has decreased sharply, with only 4 years left at most. It is time for you to take over the Jiangya Marquis Mansion, and I believe you will be able to lead the Jiangya Marquis Mansion to create brilliance again. The old Marquis no longer had that irresistible momentum, but became a little lonely. He knew that his life was not long, and he wanted to transfer the Marquis House of Jianghe to Ning Xiaochuan. No wonder when Ning Xiaochuan first saw the old duke, he felt that the old duke's blood was weak, far worse than before. Is it because of multiple traumas that a powerful warrior will exhaust his life? In Ning Xiaochuan's view, there are only two relatives in Jianghe Marquis mansion, one is Ning Xiaochuan, the other is the old Marquis. Both of them are really good to themselves, so that Ning Xiaochuan really feels the existence of family affection. But now, the old Marquis was going to die. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was naturally very sad. He shook his head vigorously and said, "No. There must be a way to prolong his life. I'm going to ask Master Hua now. He is a great heart-nourishing master and is sure to cure the Marquis's injury." The old Marquis shook his head and said, "Before returning to the Marquis house, I went to find Master Hua, and he can only help me extend my life for 4 years. There is another way." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Master Hua can't help you renew your life, just because Master Hua can't find rare drugs. In fact, the trauma of the body and the overdraft of potential can be compensated by heaven and earth essence. As long as enough heaven and earth essence can be found, it can not only help the Marquis recover from the injury, but also help the Marquis break down and then stand up, and repair to a higher level. Any martial artist is born out of thin air and must be conceived by his parents. From birth to the day after tomorrow, he finally grows into a martial artist. In fact, the whole process is inseparable from heaven and earth essence. Heaven follows the earth is a legal person, man follows the Tao, and Tao follows nature. Nature is heaven and earth. Heaven, earth and man are fundamental to each other. People can fill the sky with their bodies, and heaven and earth can also make up for the lack of the human body. The old Marquis thought that Ning Xiaochuan was comforting himself, and said with a wry smile, that heaven and earth essence is harder to find than the magic medicine of channeling. There are indeed several bottles of heaven and earth essence stored in the Marquis house, but the quantity is too small to repair the injury in my body. I may be able to find enough essence of heaven and earth." Ning Xiaochuan rode. With these words, Ning Xiaochuan walked out of the Golden Hall. Ning Xiaochuan came to the courtyard where Ningxing lived and saw Xiaoling playing with Xiaohong in the distance with her 2 white and tender feet bare. Xiaohong was seriously injured, but it was a different kind. She didn't take any mysterious medicine to heal her wounds at all, but her injuries had healed. Ningxing walked on the edge of the green pool, with a flower basket in his hand, picking petals in the flower garden. There are many butterflies flying around her body, some on her head, some on her shoulder. Her attraction to butterflies seems to be greater than the gorgeous begonia flowers. Ning Xiaochuan stood outside the flower garden, staring at her, feeling like a flower fairy walking among the flowers, the green silk swaying in the wind, and the skin as delicate as ice and snow, making people feel that they can only look from a distance and can't play with it. Ning Xiaochuan sometimes thinks, is a beautiful woman like Ningxing really a mortal woman? Does she really have feelings for herself, a layman? In Ning Xiaochuan's view, she should be a fairy who doesn't eat human fireworks. If she is really emotional, then this man must be the happiest man in the world. Ningxing naturally knew that Ning Xiaochuan was coming, so he stopped and stood in the flowers, staring at him quietly. Although she wore a veil, Ning Xiaochuan could still see the smile in her eyes, which was as beautiful as the stars and as bright as the moon. "The Marquis is injured?" Ningxing came out of the flowers with a basket in his hand. His white skirt was dragged on the grass leaves, stained with many petals. Ning Xiaochuan walked side by side with her and said, "How do you know?" Ningxing said, "Your eyes have told me." Ning Xiaochuan stared at her. She smiled and said, "The old Marquis forced to sacrifice the sword pavilion with the power of one person. At the same time, fighting with the 2 main roadmasters of the Demon Road, it must have been devoured by the power of the Jiuping Xuanqi and consumed a lot of longevity dollars." She is smart and observes carefully. She can see a lot from Ning Xiaochuan's eyes. Ning Xiaochuan nodded with a smile, and was about to say what he didn't want to say. Ningxing already knew the purpose of his coming. Before he said it, he took out a 6th-grade Xuanqi jade tripod and handed it to Ning Xiaochuan, saying, "The jade tripod contains the essence river of heaven and earth collected in the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven. I intended to save it for the future to impact the realm of heaven and man. Since you need it now, I'll lend it to you first." Ning Xiaochuan breathed out a long breath. For the first time, he felt understood and helped share the pressure. It turned out to be such a wonderful thing. Even if a man is strong and determined, he must need a harbor of his heart. This is like a towering mountain. If there is no mountain stream water, it will never breathe life, but will become a dead sand dune. Men are mountains and women are streams. Ning Xiaochuan received the jade tripod in his hand. His mood was very complicated. He stared deeply at her bright eyes and said, "Thank you." "Don't thank me. I'm just lending it to you. In the future, you have to repay me a river of heaven and earth essence." Ningxing's eyelashes are slender, and her star eyes are rippling, so beautiful that they look like a picture scroll. Ning Xiaochuan gently touched his nose and said, "Are you sure it's just borrowing?" Ningxing leaned slightly, gently pursed his lips, and said with a smile, "The little Marquis of the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion, what a heroic young talent, is it willing to accept the alms of a weak woman? Well, I owe you a favor. I'll send the heaven and earth essence to the old Marquis first, Ningxing. Thank you very much, and I'll return it 10 times or 100 times in the future." Ning Xiaochuan was concerned about the injury of the Marquis, so he immediately left this other hospital with heaven and earth essence. Ning Xiaochuan's ability to walk to a river with so much essence of heaven and earth excited the 4 ancestors, and felt it was simply too unreal. It was not until they asked Ning Xiaochuan about the source of the essence of heaven and earth that they suddenly realized that such a huge amount of essence of heaven and earth could be bred only in the temple of heaven and earth. Jiang Aho took the jade tripod, his hands trembling and tears filling his eyes. He thought that his life had come to an end. He handed over the Jiang'a Marquis to Ning Xiaochuan, and he could die. However, the essence of heaven and earth contained in the jade tripod is too much as a river, which can completely help him recover from his injury, and even make his repair to a higher level. "Xiaochuan, I just asked about the identity of Miss Yu. Thank her for me. The Marquis of Jiang'a will certainly repay her this favor." After all, Jiang Aho was a person who had experienced great storms. He soon suppressed his excitement and said with great dignity, "With the martial arts cultivation of the old Marquis, we can naturally clearly observe all the disturbances in the Marquis house. Just now, Ning Xiaochuan went to Ningxing to borrow the essence of heaven and earth. Naturally, he couldn't hide the 5 senses and 6 senses of the old Marquis. Therefore, the Marquis guessed that Ningxing must not be a green Lu woman is so simple, but their young people didn't say it, and it's not good for them to continue to ask. Ning Xiaochuan is already a Wu Zun. He doesn't need to teach him how to do things. Moreover, Ningxing's ability to hand over such valuable treasures to Ning Xiaochuan shows that at least she is absolutely sincere to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan took out 5 yuan ming pills and handed them to the old Marquis, saying, "The Marquis body is almost destroyed, and it needs to be rebuilt with the essence of heaven and earth. In fact, this is the process of breaking the cocoon and turning into a butterfly. If you can take the 5 yuan ming pills, the Marquis talent level will definitely improve by leaps and bounds, and you can't say that you can step into the level of hard to meet in 1,000 years. With the martial arts cultivation of the Marquis, the body has long been shaped, and it is almost impossible to improve your potential. However, the old Duke's body is now broken and his potential is exhausted, so he needs to be reshaped. In the process of reshaping his real body, he can actually take Swandanki medicine to improve his potential and talent." Naturally, the old Marquis also knew the value of Yuan Ming Dan, so he carefully put it away and said, "Next, I want to close down for a period of time, and the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion still needs you to take care of it. Ning Xiaochuan said, I have an idea. The Marquis of Jiang'a has been pushed to the forefront of the wave in the war with the Demon Gate, but this is not a good thing. It will only attract more enemies to the Marquis of Jiang'a. Now, we need to show the enemy that he is weak, hide his strength, and bide his time, and bear it temporarily. What do you mean? The old Marquis said. Ning Xiaochuan said, let everyone know that the old Marquis has been seriously injured and is in danger. As long as the towering tree of the old Marquis falls, I believe everyone will turn their attention away from the Marquis Jiang'a. Only in this way, the Marquis Jiang'a can have more chances to survive in the troubled world. Okay. Just do as you say. The Marquis laughed. It was already dusk when Ning Xiaochuan came out of the Golden Hall. Ning Xiaochuan, an old man in the Marquis of Jiang'a, is a genius of the younger generation. They were all waiting outside the Hall of Deliberation, and everyone was worried, as if something big had happened. Brother, now it is said in the imperial city that Grandpa and the Lord of the Devil Gate have been seriously injured in the first battle, and their lives are in danger. Is this true? Ning Xiaochuan tightly pursed her lips, and her eyes were round, obviously anxious. Only Ning Xiaochuan can see the old Marquis in the whole Jiang'a Marquis mansion, and they can only wait outside. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes also had a strong melancholy, took a deep breath, and sobbed, Who did you listen to? This thing? That's true. The elders in the Marquis house were trembling and panicking. It must be from the demon sect. They want to revenge the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. It's over. The old Marquis is the pillar of the Marquis house. If even his old man. Crow mouth, can you speak? The Marquis will be fine, it will be fine. The old Marquis can be called the backbone of the Jiang'a Marquis mansion. He has supported the Jiang'a Marquis mansion alone for decades, and has a high position in the hearts of the elderly. Now, this backbone is about to break. If the backbone is broken, I'm afraid the Marquis of the Jian Pavilion will sink again and become a second-rate Marquis. Ning Xiaochuan's body exuded a strong momentum of martial reverence, startled everyone present, and said in a deep voice, Even if I exhaust all the resources of Jiang'a Marquis, I will cure the old Marquis's injury. In addition, no one is allowed to spread the old Marquis injury. Once I find it, there will be no amnesty for killing it. From now on, all people in Jiang'a Marquis will obey my orders, which is what the old Marquis means. Everyone present was silent and more convinced that the old Marquis must be dying. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Marquis's position will be passed to Ning Xiaochuan. Now Ning Xiaochuan has begun to take over the Jiang'a Marquis mansion. Fortunately, there are successors in the Marquis house of the Sword Pavilion. Although the little Marquis is still very young, he has already stepped into the territory of Dizun, which is enough to provoke the girder. In the next period of time, rumors in the imperial city became more and more intense, and many people said that the Marquis of Jiang'a was critically ill and would soon die. This is indeed a heavy blow to the Marquis of Jiang'a. The major Marquis in the imperial city are happy to see such a situation. Only when the Marquis in the Jian Pavilion declines, can they get more resources and territory. Palace, Main Hall. Yulan Emperor stood in the center of the hall, wearing a 9-dragon gold robe, carrying his hands, looking through the window and overlooking the towering and huge imperial city buildings. Yu Wuyang stood aside and said, If the Marquis Jiang'a dies, there will be no top experts in the Marquis Jiang'a mansion, and its strength will certainly decline by a large margin, which will no longer pose a threat to the imperial court. Now, the only place that can shake the foundation of the imperial court is King Dajinpeng mansion. There was a huge golden dragon shadow behind the Jade Orchid Emperor, emitting a torrent of dragon gas, causing terrible pressure. Even Yu Wuyang was sweating, and he felt like standing next to a scorching sun. Jian Geho is really critically ill? Yulan Emperor rode. Yu Wuyang said, Originally, I was not sure, but according to the information from the detailed work hidden in the Demon Gate and the Jiangnan Marquis Mansion, this matter should be absolutely true. Moreover, even Ning Xiaochuan personally admitted it and gave a command not to let anyone publicize it. But after all, Ning Xiaochuan was still too young to know that there was a holy man among the direct descendants of the Jiangnan Marquis Mansion. Emperor Yulan's eyes were cold and said, Ning Xiaochuan is a big threat. When he is full-fledged, he will definitely oppose the imperial court. Only if he is removed, the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion will really lose its threat. What does the holy mean? Yu Wuyang rode. Emperor Yulan went to the jade table, unfolded a roll of golden silk cloth, lifted a bronze imperial pen, and wrote on it, "The world is in disorder, and the country is in danger. The empire is in full swing. All major sects have the heart to rebel against the empire, and should use the momentum of thunder to eliminate their evil heart. I ordered the Shenlong King, the Qi Tian Ho, the Yunzhong Ho, the Jiangna Ho, and the Luoshan Ho to lead the imperial army to the south to eliminate the sect bandits. Anyone who does not obey the court will be killed without mercy. The Shenlong King is in charge of the commander, and the Qi Tian Ho is the left-hand army, the Yunzhong Ho is the middle-hand army, and the Sword Ge Ho is the commander of the right route army, and Luoshan Ho is the supervisor." After writing, the pen is put down. This is a volume of imperial edict. Ho in the cloud said, "The Holy Master is clever. Now we can try to find out whether the Jian Ge Ho is really dying?" Emperor Yulan said, "If his life is really in danger?" Marquis in the cloud said, "Since the emperor has made an order, the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion must send someone to replace the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion to fight against the major sections. This person must be Ning Xiaochuan. Smart. The emperor is really smart. This is simply a plan to kill two birds with one stone. It is entirely possible to get rid of Ning Xiaochuan with the help of the martial masters of the major sects, and then it will also intensify the contradiction between the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion and the major sects, and let them fight each other. This is the way of emperors. Some things don't need to be done by yourself." Yulan's eyes were deep, and a faint killing intention flashed in his eyes. After a battle with the Dark Knight, Ning Xiaochuan guessed that the identity of the Dark Knight was probably Yu Wuyang. However, the Dark Knight's martial arts cultivation is indeed too much higher than Ning Xiaochuan. Even if Ning Xiaochuan borrows the power of Emperor Blade, he is not his opponent. The Dark Knight hid his identity at that time, and his combat effectiveness was naturally not suppressed. If he had no scruples, I'm afraid even if Ning Xiaochuan borrowed the power of the Emperor's blade, he would not be his enemy. The martial arts accomplishments of the Dark Knight have at least reached the 4th level of the Land Respect realm, and may even be higher. But now I am the 1st level of the Land Respect realm, and I must work hard to cultivate. After Ning Xiaochuan entered the territory of Dizuan, his cultivation speed slowed down a lot. If he absorbed the mysterious qi of heaven and earth at the current speed, it would take at least a year before he could break through to the 2nd level of the territory of Dizuan. If I can cultivate into the 8th layer of the mysterious qi of heaven and earth, the speed of absorbing the mysterious qi can reach 128 times. Although, it seems that the absorption rate increased from 64 times of the 7th layer to 128 times of the 8th layer, and the absorption rate of Xian Qi only doubled. However, there are qualitative changes between the two, which is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2 at all. Other changes will certainly occur, making Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation speed faster. If the speed of absorbing Xuanqi reaches 128 times, Ning Xiaochuan will become the martial artist with the fastest speed of absorbing Xuanqi in the Yulan Empire, surpassing the speed of absorbing Xuanqi in all the miraculous scriptures of the Yulan Empire. It can be expected that if it can be cultivated into the 8th layer of the mysterious qi of heaven and earth, the time required for Ning Xiaochuan to reach the 2nd level of the land will certainly be shortened by several times. Ning Xiaochuan has been practicing the 8th layer of the mysterious qi of heaven and earth, but the cultivation difficulty of the 8th layer is greater than that of the previous 7 layers, and there has been no breakthrough so far. Ning Xiaochuan held the white bone bead in his hand and continued to try to hit the 8th floor of the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth. The double monthly ticket is coming to an end. Everyone vote for Lao Jiao. The blood flow rate in Ning Xiaochuan's body gradually became faster, and the blood gas boiled up. Every drop of blood was like a blood-red dragon, emitting a roaring dragon. In the heart palace of martial arts, a huge vortex condenses, and the mysterious Qi of the surrounding heaven and earth is rolled into the vortex, integrated into the blood, and infiltrated into the body. Qi. The white bone beads he held in his hand exuded milky brilliance, and even merged into his palm and into his blood. Ning Xiaochuan is not the first time to use white bone beads to practice, but this is the first time that white bone beads have turned into the body. The sudden change made him confused and wanted to force the white bone beads out of his body. Foreign bodies enter the body, which is quite terrible. It shows that the white bone bead itself has spirituality, like the blade of the Emperor of Heaven. In case there is an evil spirit in it, Ning Xiaochuan's body may be taken away. The light emitted by the white bone bead is not evil, but very soft, invading and soaking in the blood like a god bead. The white light overflows in circles, and then constantly integrates into the blood. Absorb white light, and the blood turns crimson. The blood in the body, like out of control, ran frantically, faster and faster, reaching the endurance limit of Ning Xiaochuan's blood. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan's body flashed slightly, and there was a thunder-like loud noise in his brain, and then there was a blank. Ning Xiaochuan resisted the pain, quickly condensed his consciousness, looked into his body, and found that the blood vessels in his body became broken, and there were cracks everywhere, just like broken glass that would break with a touch. However, Ning Xiaochuan also found that although the blood vessels were broken, they expanded a lot, and the blood flow rate in the body became faster. Voila! The faster the flow rate of blood, the faster the absorption of Shen Qi. Inside the heart palace of martial arts, there is a vast ocean of vitality, in which there are 9 huge whirlpools of vitality, frantically absorbing the mysterious Qi of the outside world. You know, when Ning Xiaochuan was on the 7th floor of the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth, there was only one vortex in the heart palace of Wu Dao, but now there are 9 vortices. Moreover, the 9 whirlpools are still rotating with each other, forming a larger whirlpool, which bursts out a terrifying suction force. Ning Xiaochuan reached the 8th floor of the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth. The speed of absorbing Xuanqi reaches 128 times. You should know that the first treasure of the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion, the Heart Furnace Scripture, is cultivated to the 9th floor, and the speed of absorbing Xuanqi is only 90 times. The first magical skill of the royal family, Tyrant's Rhyme, is only 108 times faster when practiced to the extreme. The mystery of the top skill is not only to accelerate the absorption of Xuanqi, but also to refine Xuanqi, harden the body, enhance potential, develop magical powers. These aspects are related to the level of the skill. Raising a level is a big leap, which is not just as simple as speeding up the absorption of Xuanqi. Take Ning Xiaochuan, for example. It takes a year to cultivate the 7th layer of the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth in order to reach the 2nd level of the Earth Suanjing. However, he has now reached the 8th level of the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth, and has become the fastest martial artist in the Jade Haze Empire to absorb the mysterious Qi. The speed of absorbing the mysterious Qi has even exceeded that of the Jade Haze Emperor and the King of the Golden Rock. Now he only needs to practice hard for 1 to 2 months in order to reach the 2nd level of Dizun. On the contrary, if his practice of heaven and earth Xuanqi is still on the 6th floor, and the speed of absorbing Xuanqi is only 32 times, then it will take him at least 10 years to break through to the 2nd level of Earth Zun. If you cultivate some lower cultivation skills, no matter how talented you are, I'm afraid you can't achieve the second level of the Earth Respect realm after practicing for a lifetime. This is the importance of practicing Kung Fu. It is also the reason why so many people want to capture Northern Hell magic. Ning Xiaochuan was in a good mood. He took out a small bottle of 9-color Xian water and poured it into his palm, transforming it into a liquid mass emitting 9-color brilliance. The 9-colored light emitted illuminated the dark room with 9 colors, like turning it into a spiritual place for cultivation. Wow! He runs the blood in his body, and his blood gas is mobilized. Inside the heart palace of martial arts, the 9 whirlpools began to rotate and absorbed the 9-colored Xian water crazily. The 9-colored magic light continuously flows into the pores, integrates into the blood, refines into the vitality of martial arts, and quickly improves martial arts cultivation. In just 1 hour, a small bottle of 9-colored Xian water was completely absorbed. You know, the xuanqi contained in a drop of 9-colored Xian Shui is comparable to a piece of inferior Xianshi. A small bottle of 9-colored Xian water has at least 100 drops, which is comparable to 100 pieces of inferior Xian stones, containing a huge mysterious gas. Other Wu Zun, I'm afraid it will take a month to completely refine, but it was refined by Ning Xiaochuan in an hour. This refining speed of 9-colored Xian water is enough to make the king of the golden rock out of reach. Ning Xiaochuan once again looked inside his body, and the broken blood was completely repaired. Moreover, it is more tenacious than before. How can the white bone beads reach the center of my eyebrows? Ning Xiaochuan's eyes suddenly opened, he could feel the existence of white bone beads, his heart was shocked, and immediately took a bronze mirror. Face the bronze mirror and stare at the center of your eyebrows. There is no obvious change in eyebrow center. However, once he operates the mysterious qi of heaven and earth, an ancient white mark will appear in the middle of his eyebrows, which is very similar to the seal of heaven, which is recorded in the ancient books of Daomen mythology. This is an extremely ancient mark, which can be seen in almost every Taoist temple. It is said that in a very long time, there were 3 extremely powerful ancestors of Daomen, all of whom had thoroughgoing Taoism, and were able to change the world and overturn the rivers and seas. They were honored as the 3 saints of Daomen by Daomen disciples. Among them, the Taoist name of a holy ancestor is Infinite Heavenly Buddha. Tianzuan seal is the mark created by the immeasurable Tianzuan, which represents a supreme seal method of Taoism, and is also the mark created by the immeasurable Tianzuan with his mind by integrating all his life's Taoism. In fact, the seal of the heavenly God is widely spread in Taoism. Many disciples of Taoism want to understand the Taoist Dharma left by the immeasurable heavenly God from the seal, so as to be invincible in the world. Since ancient times, saints and great sages have always been born in Daomen. They really understand many extreme Taoism from the seal of heaven and pass it on to future generations. Most of the magic methods in Qi Men, Dang Jia originally originated from the seal of heaven. The Taoist saints of all dynasties will record their experience, Taoism, morality, and Kung Fu from the seal of heaven, and then integrate them into their own understanding and interpretation to create a more perfect cultivation system. Later, Daomen compiled the notes, quotations, and moral interpretations of the saints of all dynasties into a volume, which became the strange Dang Jia. Qi Men Dang Jia is also one of the 3 supreme mysteries of Taoism. Therefore, Qi Men Dang Jia is not written by someone, but a secret scripture compiled with the seal of heaven as the source, combined with the thoughts of the sages of the past dynasties of Taoism, and combined with the wisdom of the sages of Taoism for millions of years. As for the supreme secret code of Daomen, Qi Men Dang Jia, why it fell into the hands of the Emperor of Heaven, it is unknown. As for why the white bone beads are integrated into Ning Xiaochuan's body and also show the seal of heaven, Ning Xiaochuan is even more unclear about the reason. Ning Xiaochuan wants to force the white bone bead out of the body. After all, it is a foreign object. However, the white bone bead actually fused with the bone in the center of his eyebrow, and it couldn't shake it at all. Unless Ning Xiaochuan lifts his skull, it is impossible to separate the white bone beads from the body. Is it because I practiced the mysterious qi of heaven and earth and the strange Jiu Dang Jia, so the white bone bead chose me? However, the white bone bead is really terrible, with hundreds of millions of words burned on it. Even if I reach the talent level that is difficult to encounter in 10,000 years now, it is impossible to engrave so many words on a bone. How can a bone have such great potential? I'm curious, whose bone is it? It can't be the bone of a Taoist figure who has been cultivated into the supreme body. Ning Xiaochuan had a crazy idea in his mind, thinking that the owner of the white bone bead was probably a Taoist sage who cultivated into the supreme body. You know, the Emperor of Heaven has not been cultivated into the supreme body. Those who can cultivate into the supreme body must be terrifying figures like the ancestors of the way to destroy the world. How can they fall? And left bones. The voice of the Emperor's blade rang out. The origin of these two bones is really different. At least they are the bones of the secondary god, and they may even be the divine bones that fell from the nine-heaven divine world. However, the divinity on the bones is corroded by the power of time and refined into utensils by people, so it can be obtained by you. If the divinity on these two bones is not lost, just the power of one bone, you can kill a warrior. It refers to two bones, one of which refers to the white bone bead and the other is the Xian beast Jian. These two treasures were refined from the bones of the same person, and both of them happened to fall into Ning Xiaochuan's hands. I don't know whether it was just a coincidence, or there was an invisible force in the dark, which made them find Ning Xiaochuan. If it is really a supreme body divine bone, maybe I can understand the way to practice supreme body from it. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was a little excited. Ning Xiaochuan can feel that the white bone bead is not only integrated with the bone in the middle of the eyebrow, but also with the martial magic power scorching sun burning the sky in the middle of the eyebrow. Ning Xiaochuan moved his vitality and wanted to show his magic power of the scorching sun burning the sky. The center of his eyebrows immediately burned, like a huge flame, and the scorching sun suspended in the center of his eyebrows. Once rushed out of the center of his eyebrows, he could destroy the earth. Ning Xiaochuan immediately withdrew his magical powers. How can the scorching sun burn the sky be so powerful? The power erupted is simply more powerful than the 10th magical power, the monument of the god of destruction. Ning Xiaochuan was shocked. Although it was just a simple mobilization of martial arts magic, and did not really display it, Ning Xiaochuan could clearly evaluate the power of this move after it was displayed. White bone beads, just like a planet. After merging with the scorching sun burning the sky, it is like a flaming planet, which is about to beat out of Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows. Let Ning Xiaochuan have an uncontrollable feeling, and the power burst out is absolutely more powerful than the stone tablet of the god of destruction. This situation completely exceeded Ning Xiaochuan's expectations. Martial magic, it seems that new changes have taken place. After all, Tiandi Blade has followed Tiandi for a long time, and his knowledge of martial arts is much broader than that of Ning Ogawa. He said, "This is the realm of concrete magic." Another explanation is to visualize the magic of martial arts. Generally speaking, only those who have reached the realm of heaven and man can begin to cultivate concrete magic. The main reason is that only the body of the martial artist in heaven and man can withstand the concrete divine power. If the martial artist in Earth Zune territory forcibly practices the concrete divine power, he is likely to be broken by the divine power and finally die. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Can you say it in more detail? What is the concrete magic power?" The Emperor of Heaven Blade said, "The martial arts magical powers you cultivate now are just a power attack, and the power that can erupt is limited. Just like your martial arts magical power, Lightning Beast, it seems to be very powerful and devastating. In fact, in the eyes of top martial artists, it is still just a bolt of lightning, and you can break the lightning beast by raising your hands and feet. But imagine, if you can subdue the Mount of Thor and refine it with Lightning Beast, who else can catch your magic power at that time? Ning Xiaochuan said with a sweat, how dare you think about refining the Mount of Thor into the magical power of martial arts? It's just an analogy. In fact, the meaning of concrete supernatural power is to refine powerful Xuanqi or Xuanwu with Wu Dao supernatural power, so as to make Wu Dao supernatural power more powerful and irresistible. Tiandi Blade Road. Ning Xiaochuan showed a meditative look and said, but you said that only the martial arts in heaven and man can withstand the concrete magic power. And now I respect the territory. Why do the sun burning the sky and white bone beads fuse into the concrete magic power? The Emperor Blade said, maybe it's because of your special physique. You know, not everyone can reach the level of hard to meet in 10,000 years. The avatar magic is indeed extremely powerful. Ning Xiaochuan is imagining that if he beats out the scorching sun burning the sky now, can the power burst out compete with Jiuping Xuanqi? If so, the other party is also the most important cultivation in the territory of Dizun. Even if he sacrifices the 9th grade Xuanqi, Ning Xiaochuan is also confident to fight him with the magic power of scorching sun burning the sky. In the same realm, no matter what means the other party has, Ning Xiaochuan is confident that he can defeat him. Ning Xiaochuan, you still owe me a 7th grade Xuanqi. Pay quickly, or I won't lend you strength next time I fight with the Dark Knight. Tiandi Blade Road. Rather than talk nonsense with the Emperor Blade, Ning Xiaochuan took out the Blood City Iron Seal and threw it directly. It took only 3 breaths for Tiandi Blade to absorb the soul and essence of this 7-level Xuanqi, leaving only a pile of scrap iron. In fact, I really can't blame you for losing to the Dark Knight that day. After the Emperor's blade absorbed the soul of the soldiers with Qi Xuanqi, the breath became stronger again, and the blade continued to breathe light. Ning Xiaochuan said, don't you claim to have killed a secondary god? The Emperor of Heaven said, that's because my strength is completely stimulated. However, with your current cultivation, you can only use me as an ordinary Xuanqi saber. The vitality of the martial arts in your body is far from enough to support the operation of an array in the blade. Even in a moment, you can be sucked into a corpse. A 9-grade Xianware can make a strong man like the old Marquis lose his life yuan if it works completely. The grade of Tiandi Blade must be more than Jiuping Xuanqi. If Ning Xiaochuan wakes up the power of Tiandi Blade completely, his body will certainly be unable to bear it. Ning Xiaochuan nodded. The key to how powerful a weapon can explode is not how powerful the weapon itself is, but how powerful the people who use it are. The imperial edict has arrived. An old eunuch with white beard and white hair, holding a golden imperial edict in his hand, and taking a team of palace guards, went straight into the marquee house of the Sword Pavilion. This old eunuch, named Ji Gonggong, is the first master in the university and a confidant around Yulan, the great emperor. His cultivation is unpredictable. He ranks in the top 100 in the weapons ranking spectrum and belongs to the top level in the Wuzun. Holding the imperial edict, Duke Ji had a frightening chill emanating from his body, which seemed to turn the whole Jiangnan Marquis mansion into a cold winter and a full moon. Seeing the imperial edict, the maidens, servants, and disciples of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion knelt on both sides of the road. Jian Geho, accept the order. Ji Gonggong's voice is sharp and thin, giving people a feeling of yin-yang weirdness. Ning Xiaochuan drove out with the elders and housekeepers of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. Everyone except Ning Xiaochuan immediately knelt down. The Marquis of Jiangnan is practicing in seclusion, which is inconvenient. Now I take care of the Marquis of Jiangnan, and I can receive the imperial edict on behalf of the Marquis of Jiangnan. Ning Xiaochuan stood tall and ignored the martial authority of Duke Ji. Ji Gonggong sneered. Ho Mingming in the Sword Pavilion was dying and said he was practicing in seclusion. This boy was clearly deliberately covering up the truth. Knowing that Ning Xiaochuan had a royal decree, Duke Ji didn't force him to kneel down and said in a gloomy way, "Carry it by heaven," the emperor said. "The world is in disorder, the country is in danger, and the empire is in full swing. At the time of the war, all major sects have the heart to rebel against the empire, and they should use the momentum of thunder to exterminate its chaos. I order that the Dragon King, Qi Tianhou, Yunzhongho, Jiangahou, and Luoshanhou, lead the imperial army to the south to eliminate the sect bandits. Whoever does not obey the imperial court will be killed without mercy." The edict was read out. Ji Gonggong said in a shrill voice, "Ning Xiaochuan, after receiving the order, he will enter the palace to face the saint. At that time all the princes and princes will gather in the court hall to discuss the matter of eliminating the sect. Since the old princes are closed, who will your Jiangna Marquis send to fight?" Ning Xiaochuan had long learned from Yuqing that the imperial court was going to deal with all the major gates, so he was mentally prepared, but he didn't expect that Emperor Yulan would order the Marquis of Jiangna to send troops. Emperor Yulan's edict definitely has its deep meaning. It's simply a different way to deal with the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. If you send other people from the Marquis of Jiangna to fight, you may repeat the mistakes of 14 years ago and be charged with collaborating with the enemy and betraying the country by Emperor Yulan. Anyway, now there are 4 ancestors in the Marquis, which is enough to cope with the sudden crisis. Ning Xiaochuan decided to lead the troops himself. Ning Xiaochuan pondered for a moment and said, "I can go to war instead of the Marquis." "Very good. Before noon today, the little Marquis will enter the palace to face the saint." "The little Marquis, take the order." Ji Gonggong seemed to have expected that Ning Xiaochuan would say so. His heart sneered, and his eyes were like hawks and falcons, extremely sharp. The moment Ning Xiaochuan's fingers touched the imperial edict, he immediately felt a cold surge, freezing his hands into frost. The cold air penetrated into the blood, trying to freeze Ning Xiaochuan's blood. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Ji Gonggong's eyes, and saw a cold smile in Ji Gonggong's eyes. His eyes also sank violently, running the mysterious qi of heaven and earth, and the blood in his body immediately flowed rapidly, like a flame, dissolving the cold into invisibility. "Thank you, Grandpa Ji." Ning Xiaochuan took the imperial edict with a faint smile on his face. With a cold smile on his old face, Ji Gonggong snorted coldly and said, "It's true that heroes are young. No wonder His Highness Royal Highness Princess is deeply attracted to the little Marquis." With these words, Duke Ji brushed his sleeves and left the palace with the palace guards. The old eunuch's cultivation is really terrible. It is estimated that he is better than Yu Wuyang. Ning Xiaochuan's hands are full of ice dregs, and his palms are very stinging. If Ji Gonggong knew that the Marquis was not seriously injured, he would not dare to be so presumptuous. After all, in front of the old Marquis, Duke Ji, no matter how high his cultivation, can only be regarded as a eunuch, with a low status, and beat him into a pig's head every minute. Prepare the car and enter the palace. Ning Xiaochuan is more aware of the importance of martial arts cultivation. Even if he reaches the land of respect, he can't relax and should continue to work hard. The imperial palace is located in the center of the imperial city, which gathers the qi of the whole empire. It is the supreme place of the Yulan Empire. For ordinary people, the imperial palace is the Jiuchong Tiankei, and ordinary people for a generation may be exposed to the world in the palace. Those who can enter the palace are absolutely the top figures in the empire, just like princes and national masters. When Ning Xiaochuan entered the palace gate, a luxurious car drove head-on. The car is huge, like a small palace mounted on the shaft. Even if there are 10 people in it, it will not appear crowded. The cart is pulled by 18 first-class Xian beasts, each of which has a different kind, but the color and fur are all pure white. A delicate white hand lifted the curtain of the car, revealing a delicate and beautiful face, long black hair, as soft as a waterfall, delicate facial features, slender snow neck, is simply a beautiful woman. Mrs. Yingqi's hair was tied in blue, like a 28-year-old beauty. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan standing at the gate of the palace, her eyes also showed a trace of surprise. Even with a soft smile, she called, "Ming'er, the palace is here, it's time to get off." Just now, the four eyes collided, causing ripples in Mrs. Yingqi's heart, like a deer bumping around, revealing the shy appearance of her little daughter. Ning Xiaochuan was quite surprised that the famous Lady Yingqi was also shy. Immediately, Qiming came out of the carriage. Qiming is the Marquis of the Marquis House of Qitian. This time, the imperial court encircled and suppressed the Zoman rebels, and the Marquis of Qitian also received a decree. Mrs. Qiming and Mrs. Yingqi will go to battle on behalf of the Marquis of Qitian. Congratulations to the book friend with the nickname of 1120030562 who has become the sixth leader of God, Demon and God. Brothers and sisters should work hard, and there are still 4 leaders to 10 alliances. Who will become the 7th league? 8th league? Compared with a year ago, Qiming has grown a lot, and has cultivated divine power and martial arts, and successfully stepped into the realm of divine body is the first priority. His progress is amazing, and he feels that he is a top genius. "I'll see you, little Marquis." Mrs. Yingqi was graceful, walking a lotus step and saluting Ning Xiaochuan respectfully. Her bright star eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan closely, like 2 sparkling moons in the water. Although she didn't deliberately show any flattery, her charm has been integrated into her bones. Even if it's just a simple salute, it will show the softness of her body, which makes people fantasize. Mrs. Yingqi is in charge of the whole Qitianho mansion, and can be called the behind-the-scenes master of Qitianho mansion. However, in the face of the truth, she is only the widow of Qitianho, and her status is far inferior to that of Ning Xiaochuan. When she saw Ning Xiaochuan, she naturally wanted to salute. Compared with the change of the same name, the change of Mrs. Yingqi is greater. It can be seen from the clothes on her that she is much more conservative than before. Blue embroidered satin, white cloud shoulder, gold and silver belt, and even buttons are neatly buttoned. In the past, Ning Xiaochuan believed that she could take off all her clothes with just a pull. Of course, what's more important is her temperament. Even if she is naturally obsequious, she also gives people a fresh and refined feeling. A long immersion in meat. A woman in lust can never have such temperament. What's the reason for a person to be a whore? Woman, become a clean woman? Mrs. Yingqi can change and no longer spoil herself. Ning Xiaochuan is naturally happy for her. Who can avoid mistakes in life? If you can wake up in time and reform yourself, is it not a good woman? Yes, madam. Ning Xiaochuan bowed to Mrs. Yingqi, with a sunny smile on her handsome face. Qiming didn't know that Ning Xiaochuan was his master, Gong Zichuan. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan and his mother salute each other with a smile, he was very unhappy. He crossed between them and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, how many troops are you planning to send this time?" Qiming is not old, but his mind is very mature. Ming'er, the little Marquis, is the first genius of the imperial city. He has entered the territory of Dizuan at a young age. You should be polite to the little Marquis and learn from him more. Mrs. Yingqi's voice is soft and sweet, which is more crisp than those of girls aged 14 or 5. She is not like the same famous mother, but more like the same famous beautiful sister. Qiming knew that many people in the imperial city were thinking about their mother. He felt that Ning Xiaochuan was such a person, so he didn't have a good face for Ning Xiaochuan, and said, "What about the first genius in the imperial city? This Marquis is the Marquis, and now he is only the heir of the Marquis. It is reasonable that he should salute when he sees this Marquis." Mrs. Yingqi showed a helpless look and shook her head at Ning Xiaochuan with a wry smile. Ning Xiaochuan naturally wouldn't take this matter to heart and said with a smile, Hou Yi is so young that he has such a proud character that people admire him. I don't know where to learn from Hou Yi. Qiming proudly said, my master is a wonder in the world. Even a finger can defeat you. Mom, let's go to the palace. Mrs. Yingqi tried her best to spread a message to Ning Xiaochuan and said, Xiaochuan, don't be general with Minger. He regards you as a tramp. He thinks that you, like those grandsons, want to sleep with me. Ning Xiaochuan nodded with a smile, and also conveyed his voice with his mind, saying, Minger knows to protect you, and I hope Madam won't let him down. Mrs. Yingqi gently pursed her lips and wanted to tell Ning Xiaochuan that she was no longer the Lady Yingqi once was. Over the past year, she has indeed changed a lot. Although there are times when her body is empty and lonely, Ning Xiaochuan always appears in her mind, which makes her lose interest in other men. After all, a woman like her who has indulged herself for 10 years, if she suddenly leaves a man, she will really feel uncomfortable, painful, and infinite loneliness and desolation. She doesn't know how she got through this year? Until the moment I saw Ning Xiaochuan outside the palace just now, my cold and empty heart seemed to warm up, and I felt that the previous emptiness and loneliness were worth it. At that moment, she suddenly realized that she might have fallen in love with Ning Xiaochuan. This is the first time she fell in love with a man. This feeling is very wonderful. It makes people miss, worry, laugh alone, cry alone, feel sweet and painful. That is to torture people, but also let people sink endlessly. However, when she wanted to tell Ning Xiaochuan that she had been clean, she realized that her past could never be changed. It was eternal dirt, not change. If she regretted, she could start over again. Men are dirty for a while. Women are dirty all their lives. This may be the most painful part for her, which finally makes her speechless. Perhaps she is not qualified at all. Aning Ogawa is not qualified at all. In the palace hall, Emperor Yulan sat at the top, emitting dazzling brilliance and forming a golden cloud. If the martial artist whose cultivation did not reach the land respect, he could not see the real body of Emperor Yulan at all, but could only see a faint dragon's shadow. In addition to Ning Xiaochuan, Qiming and Lady Yingqi, there are the older generation of princes, Dragon King, Yunzhongho, Luo Shenhou, and the younger generation has Crown Prince and Yuqing. In addition, 2 second-class national teachers and 6 third-class national teachers participated in the military and political deliberations. Luo Shenhou frowned slightly and said, tell the emperor that the imperial army is to eliminate the rebels, and the strength of each major sect is extremely strong. If you don't send out elite people, it's afraid it's difficult to have a deterrent to make an example of others. Yulan's voice was very dignified and said, Luo Shenhou is not satisfied with the candidate for this expedition? Luo Shenhou directly said, the Dragon Lord and the Yunzhongho are both famous figures in the imperial court. As long as the taboo is spread, it is guaranteed that those martial artists of the sect will flee at the sight of the wind. But the Marquis House of Jiangya and the Marquis House of Qitian. It is obvious that Luo Shenhou disdains to be with Ning Xiaochuan and Mrs. Yingqi at all. In his opinion, only princes at the level of Yunzhonghao are barely qualified to discuss business with him. Luo Shenhou is called the first Marquis, and he is one higher than the Marquis of Jiangya in the weapons ranking spectrum, ranking 15th. It is normal to be so arrogant. Emperor Yulan said, the rebels are mainly concentrated in the Yuan domain, Wugong domain and Tiandu domain. There are a large number of territories and garrisons in the Qitian Marquis mansion. Therefore, the Qitian Marquis naturally wants to go out with the army. The Jiangya Marquis mansion has just defeated the Demon Gate, and the morale is booming. Naturally, it is necessary to use this morale to continue to make contributions to the empire's suppression of the enemy. Marquis, do you have any other questions? Luo Shenhou was just complaining. Naturally, it was impossible for Yulan to take back the emperor's order and send other princes to fight. After an afternoon of discussion, a preliminary plan for the march was worked out. The Dragon King took charge of the seal and was the commander-in-chief of the three armed forces. Tianho is the capital of the left route army, Yunzhongho is the capital of the middle route army, and Ning Xiaochuan is the capital of the right route army. Luo Shenhou led the Dragon Elephant Shenwu camp and supervised the three armed forces. The Crown Prince, Yuqing, and some outstanding princes in the imperial city will go out with the army. In fact, they will go to the army to experience. This is definitely the largest internal use of troops in the Yulan Empire in the past 100 years, which is many times stronger than the army sent by the last time to eliminate the Demon Gate. The last time the Demon Gate was eliminated, it was only the strategy of Emperor Yulan to deal with the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, and he didn't really want to uproot the Demon Gate. However, this time is different. Now that the country of the empire has been threatened, we must take it seriously and suppress the rebellion with an iron and blood policy. The Marquis of Qitian, the Marquis of Jiangge, and the Marquis of Yunzhong are naturally led by the private troops of the Marquis. The vast majority of the troops of the Marquis of Jiangge were stationed at the border, under the command of Ning Xiaochuan's second uncle, Ning Qiancheng. Of course, outside the imperial city, the Marquis of Jiangge also has its own barracks, which can temporarily transfer 400,000 troops to form a mighty right route army. Yun Cunghao had already assembled 1.2 million troops, which had been stationed at the border of Tiandu region. The fief of Qi Tianho's mansion is in Wugong area, which can easily draw out millions of troops. Therefore, in the third route army, only the right route army led by Ning Xiaochuan has to march for thousands of miles and rush to Yuyuanyu without stopping. If you don't arrive at the Yuan domain within 5 days, you will also be subject to military justice. On the open official road, the army of the Marquis of Jiangge is marching in a hurry. 400,000 troops is a huge number. If they are arranged in a square way, they can be called a sea of people. There are more than 10,000 soldiers, boundless and boundless. 400,000 troops marched on the official roads, plus chariots, mounts, and grain and grass, pulling out tens of miles of troops. Ning Xiaochuan was sitting in a mysterious beast chariot at the moment. On the wooden table in front of him, he supported a map with a wry smile on his face. Emperor Yulan was really thoughtful, and he had arranged everything for a long time. The Marquis of Qitian was responsible for suppressing the rebellion of Wugong Domain, and the Marquis of Yunzhong was responsible for dealing with the rebels of Tiandu Domain, but the hardest bone Yuan Domain was left to us. Ning Xiaochuan only led 2 heart slaves around him this time, that is, with red and iron armor death. They were all wrapped in black robes and gold masks, with empty eyes, and followed Ning Xiaochuan at any time, emitting a dead cold breath. It's like 2 gods of death, following behind Ning Xiaochuan. The 4 generals of the Marquis of the Jian Pavilion also sat on the chariot, staring at the map on the table, with a look of resentment on their faces. Ning Ren patted the table and snorted coldly. Emperor Yulan knew that the Sword Pavilion Marquis House and the Demon Gate had a war, and the losses were heavy. He also sent the Sword Pavilion Marquis House to eliminate the rebels. It was simply deliberately aimed at us. Rather than go to the Yuan domain to die, it would be better for the little Marquis to lead us to fight. This is a word of treachery. If it is heard by outsiders and spread to Emperor Yulan, it will implicate 9 families. However, this sentence is indeed the voice of everyone present. It is really no different from dying that the Marquis of Jiangge led 400,000 troops to eliminate the rebellion in the Yuan region. Yunari Field is called Yunari Field for the reason. That is because there is an ancient large gate in the monastic domain. 1 Yuan sect. A Yuan sect, known as the first of 10,000 sects, has been inherited for 1800 years, which is much longer than the history of Yulan Empire. The disciples of a Yuan sect are all over the world, with many martial arts disciples and masters. The status of a Yuan sect in the major gates is as high as that of King Dajinping's mansion in the imperial court. It has a great influence in the martial arts world, second only to the Demon Gate. The influence of monogamy in the monogamy is naturally more extraordinary. It can be said that in the Yuan domain, even ordinary people who just don't know how to cultivate martial arts, 1 in 10 people belongs to the Yuan sect. The influence of the imperial court in the monistic domain is extremely weak. It can even be said that the monistic domain is like an independent civilization, which is not managed by the imperial court of Yuan Empire at all. Almost all of the small clans, families, and wufu in the Yuan domain are peripheral forces of the Yuan sect, and they are completely at the disposal of the Yuan sect. Yu Yuanzong did not directly participate in the rebellion, but those who openly claimed to break away from the control of the imperial court and form a private army were all disciples of Yu Yuanzong. Many of these disciples are the patriarch of a small sect and the head of the family. Not to mention the 400,000 troops, even the 4 million troops may not be able to uproot the one Yuan sect. If a Yuan sect was so easy to be destroyed, the court would have destroyed it long ago. How could it wait until now? Moreover, a Yuan sect also has a supreme master of martial arts, the Sword Saint. As long as the Sword Saint doesn't die, who has the courage to attack Yu Yuanzong? If so, Ning Xiaochuan really took 400,000 troops to attack Yu Yuanzong foolishly, and promised to die without residue. Boom! Outside the chariot, the sound of iron hoofs sounded. A sergeant with a tiger back and a heavy waist rode a green deer horse, stopped beside the battlefield, and announced, "Young Marquis, someone stopped the army and said he wanted to see you." It's brave to intercept the army. Just left the imperial city soon, I encountered this kind of thing. It seems that the march will never be smooth. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, "Who wants to see me?" Wow! As soon as Ning Xiaochuan's voice fell, a grey wind blew from the official road in the distance. The next moment, an old woman with a bent body stood in front of the chariot. She held a crutch in her hand, followed by a golden monster behind her, with disheveled hair. I don't know whether it was a person or a ghost. Ning Xiaochuan immediately jumped out of the chariot, bowed respectfully to the old woman and said, "Younger generation, I'll see the ugly mother-in-law." "What's the matter with my mother-in-law?" The ugly mother-in-law was indeed a little terrifying, which was even more terrifying than the fierce ghost, and made the 4 battle-hardened generals feel creepy, and the soles of their feet were cold. The ugly mother-in-law's body was haggard, her skin wrinkled, and her voice was hoarse. She said, "Ning Xiaochuan, you have become a senior cardiologist at a young age. It's really valuable. My mother-in-law wants to teach you more medical skills. Do you want to learn?" "Well, is my mother-in-law sure to teach me?" Ning Xiaochuan felt strange in his heart. He always felt that the ugly mother-in-law was not a person who had the leisure to teach his disciples. The ugly mother-in-law nodded and said, "You just need to study with an open mind. What are you doing with so much nonsense?" "Good. I'll definitely benefit from my mother-in-law's advice." Ning Xiaochuan immediately ordered, "The whole army will slow down, march during the day and rest at night. Little Marquis, if you slow down your marching speed, I'm afraid you can't reach the 1 Yuan domain in 5 days. At that time, no one can afford to blame the Lord." A soldier said. Ning Xiaochuan waved his hand and said, "I will not accept military orders outside. I said to slow down the marching speed, so everyone can rest assured to slow down, adjust the combat state, and strive to reach the Yuan domain with the best mental outlook, and raise the military prestige of the Marquis of Jiangya." Ning Xiaochuan said this, and then asked someone to find a chariot as the driver of the ugly mother-in-law. The marching speed of the Marquis of the Jiangya mansion slowed down significantly, and it was like going sightseeing. It was not until 15 days later that it reached the border between the Yuan domain and the Wugong domain. 400,000 troops were stationed outside a government town and a military camp was temporarily built. At night, Yuqing took a team of armored sergeants into the barracks, jumped down from the back of a mount of 6th-grade Xian beast, and strode into Ning Xiaochuan's camp. "Brother Ning, you're going to have bad luck this time." Yuqing walked into the camp and his face was very dignified. It was obvious that something important was really going to happen. Ning Xiaochuan sat in the camp to discuss medical skills with the ugly mother-in-law. Seeing Yuqing breaking in from the outside, he immediately laughed and said, "Little prince, what gust of wind has blown you?" Yuqing glanced at the ugly mother-in-law, and was also startled. His hair stood up, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, saying, "Is this elder?" Ning Xiaochuan said with a smile, "This elder is a great heart trainer. As for the taboo, it's inconvenient to disclose." Hearing the words, "great heart-nourishing master," Yuqing immediately stood in awe, bowed respectfully to the ugly mother-in-law, and said, "It's really admirable. Brother Ning can invite not only the great master of forging tools, but also the great heart-nourishing master. It's really magical." Ning Xiaochuan said, "What happened to the little prince who just said I was going to be unlucky?" Yuqing's face was solemn and said, "I heard in my father's camp that the generals of all chaos armies wrote military articles and asked my father to deal with you by military law. Moreover, Lord Luo has also rushed to Yuyuanyu, and he will arrive tonight. He is the supervisor of the 3 armies. If he catches the handle, Brother Ning's life will be very difficult." "Oh." Ning Xiaochuan looked very calm and said, "Just because my marching speed is a little slow?" Yuqing was a little speechless and said, "You're a little slower? The Lord asked you to arrive at the Yuan domain in 5 days. You're only here now, 10 days late. You know, how many great events have happened in these 10 days? How many big events?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yuqing said, "Yun's Honghao gathered 1,000,000 troops, defeated the 17th Route rebels at Puman Pass, killed 370,000 enemies and captured 500,000, which can be called the first victory of the insurgency army. It is said that the good news was sent back to the imperial city, and the emperor led the imperial concubines and ministers to celebrate with a banquet, calling Yunzhanhao the pillar of the country." Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "Yu Wuyang is indeed a genius. It is naturally easy to lead the elite army of the imperial court to defeat those mobs." Yuqing added, 3 days ago, the Marquis of Qitian led 600,000 troops and wiped out the 15th largest sect Wushuan sect. In addition to the Lord of Wushuan sect, other sects were either killed or imprisoned." Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "Wushuanzong is a major sect that has been inherited for 500 years. It can destroy Wushuanzong, which shows the military power of the imperial army and greatly boosts morale." "Good. Little prince, let's have a toast." Yuqing was not in the mood to drink, and said, "Other princes have killed the enemy and made contributions, but you have not arrived at the battlefield for a long time, which will certainly cause great controversy in the imperial city. If the Lord protects you again, the pressure will be greater. To be honest, the Lord sent me here this time to urge you, so that you will not be held back by the anti-chaos army. Brother Ning, you are a smart man, and I really want to know your true thoughts." Ning Xiaochuan was silent for a moment and said, "Well, since we are all friends, I'll tell you the truth. In fact, I deliberately slowed down the marching speed, just like waiting for Marquis Yunzhong and Marquis Qitian to settle the Wugong domain and Tiandu domain, and then integrate the forces of the 3 marquis to launch the final decisive battle in the Yuan domain." Yuqing said, "What do you mean?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "The rebels in the 3 regions seem to be numerous and powerful, but they are just a mob. If there is not Yuyuanzong and Tianyinzong behind them, who has the courage to oppose the court? If they want to completely suppress the rebellion, they must destroy Yuyuanzong and Tianyinzong. Yuqing's eyes widened and said, "Yuan sect and Tianyin sect are difficult to deal with. Even if the three armies of the imperial court go out at the same time, they may not be able to attack. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "Do you think the emperor only sent us to quell the chaos? In fact, we are all used to confuse the advance troops of various major departments and open the way for the imperial army. This rebellion will harm the foundation of the empire, and the imperial court can't just make a small fight. Killing a few cats and dogs is the end, which is the previous practice." Yuqing patted his thigh and said, "Yes. The imperial court's march has always been extremely secret, but this time it went to attack major gates with great fanfare. It was so noisy that everyone knew it, so I said something was wrong. But why did I not know such a secret thing? Brother Ning, how did you know?" "I guessed." Ning Xiaochuan's solemn way. Yuqing was stunned. "Then how are you going to deal with Lord Luo? He is the supervisor of the army and has the power of life and death. If you let him rush to Jinzhou Mansion, you may be directly imprisoned." Yuqing rode. Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment, then stood up and said, "I'm not afraid of the shadow. Even if Luo Shenhou really came, what can I be afraid of?" With these words, Ning Xiaochuan went out of the camp. Half an hour later, a green deer horse pulled a bronze ancient car out of the military camp, disappeared on the official road, and rolled up a burst of choking smoke. Yuqing sat in the ancient bronze car and stared at Ning Xiaochuan sitting on the other side of the carriage. After a long pause, he finally asked, "Brother Ning didn't say that he was not afraid of the shadow. Why did he escape from the military camp overnight?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "I didn't run away. I just planned to go to the Yuyuanzong to investigate the terrain and spy on intelligence. Only by knowing myself and the enemy can I win every battle." Cut. In Yuqing's view, Ning Xiaochuan was clearly afraid of being dealt with by the military law, so he escaped overnight. Yuqing's eyebrows were raised, and a bad smile appeared on his face. "I heard that Yinan Tian and Niao Lanqin will be married in 4 days. Don't you want to go to Yuyuanzong drinking bar? Get married in 4 days?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. "You don't know?" Yuqing rode. Ning Xiaochuan thought of Niao Lanqin's figure in his mind. It was slim and beautiful, pure but not demon, and always gave people a hazy beauty. How can you forget that beautiful night in the cave so easily? Whether it was because of animal poison or impulsive, after all, it was the first night of Ning Xiaochuan and Niao Lanqin. At least at that time, it was incomparably beautiful. Now in retrospect, I won't regret it. I was locked in the little black room today, so the update was late. Please understand. I still hope you read books in the morning. Don't wait too late. Don't delay your work and study. If you can, I can adjust the update time." 3 days later, Ning Xiaochuan and Yuqing came to an ancient city at the foot of Xuanji Mountain. This ancient city has a long history, with people shuttling and bustling. Shops selling weapons and xianyao can be seen everywhere on both sides of the street, with a strong flavor of martial arts. Yuyuanzong is about to have a big wedding, and martial artists from all major sects come one after another to congratulate. Martial artists in uniform can be seen everywhere in the city. Just a moment ago, more than a dozen martial artists wearing blue robes and heavy swords strutted past Ning Xiaochuan and Yuqing, emitting a deep aura of martial arts. That's the disciple of Chongxian sect, and the old man who leads is the elder of Chongxian sect. His cultivation has reached the level of immortality. Otherwise, take them? Yuqing rode. Good. Ning Xiaochuan smiled and nodded. Yuqing and Ning Xiaochuan followed the warrior of Chongshuanmen, walked out of the ancient city and came to the foot of Xuanji Mountain, which was sparsely populated. Further on, they were about to enter the barren mountains. Looking from a distance, they could see the ancient camphor forest. The elder of Chongxian Gate suddenly stopped and said, "Aren't you tired, two friends, from the city to the outside of the city?" The martial artist in the refined realm has cultivated mind induction and can clearly perceive all the movements around him. Even if there are two ants fighting 10 miles away, they can be known by the martial artist in the refined world. The elder of Chongshuamen is the martial artist in the refined realm. Of course, this is because Ning Xiaochuan and Yuqing don't want to hide. Otherwise, even with the cultivation of martial artists in the secular world, it is impossible to detect their breath at all. Ning Xiaochuan and Yuqing came out. Seeing that the two of them were young and obviously not martial overlords, the elder of Chongshuamen sighed with relief and said, "Which sect are you two disciples?" Yuqing sneered and said, "Don't worry, old man. Our brother came to you just to borrow something. How dare you to hit the door of Chongshan? Do you know who I am?" As soon as the elder of Chongshuamen had finished speaking, he was beaten out by Yuqing with a fist, his teeth fell off the ground, his jaw was dislocated, and his old face swelled with burning pain. The elder of Chongshan Gate covered his mouth and wailed on the ground, his mouth bleeding constantly. Shwa shwa. All the martial artists of Chongshan Gate pulled out the épée, and the dazzling black Wu Dao Xian Qi came out of the blade, emitting a cold murderous gas. They quickly formed a sword array, and more than a dozen sword qi were chopped out, and at the same time, they cut to the vital points of Yuqing's body. Boom! Yuqing's vitality surged, and 13 disciples of Chongshan sect were blown out. Each martial artist was spitting blood in his mouth and suffered a heavy blow. A huge momentum of Wu Zun broke out from Yuqing's body, and the martial artist who suppressed Chongshuamen lay on the ground and couldn't stand up. Wu Zun. The elder of Chongshan Gate stared at Yuqing in shock, and his heart was extremely afraid. Yuqing walked over, squatted down, and said, "Old man, hand over the wedding invitation sent by Yu Yuanzong to Chongshuamen." Although the martial arts cultivation of the elder of Chongshuamen is very high, he is still not enough to see in front of Wu Zun and has to give in. A pair of wrinkled veterans tremble and take out the wedding invitation and hand it to Yuqing. Yuqing held the wedding invitation carved from blood jade in his hand, stepped on the back of the great elder of Chongshan Gate and said, "Thank you. Now, you can all go to hell." "No. Let me die. I promise I won't tell you about today." The elder of Chongshan Gate shouted with tears in his heart and lungs. A female disciple of Chongshan Gate also begged, "We won't say it. Let us live, please Lord Wu." Yuqing said, "The devil believes your words. It's safer to kill you, or our brother will be in danger if you leak it out." Ning Xiaochuan walked over and said, "Let them live. I have a better way." Ning Xiaochuan mobilized the power of Qiqiao Demon Heart to erase the memories in the minds of the martial artists of Chongshuamen, making their sea of consciousness become a blank. "Hey! Who am I? Why am I here?" The elder of Chongshan Gate pointed at himself with his fingers, with a blank look on his face. "Where is this?" Most of the memories in the minds of the martial artists of Chongshuamen disappeared, and the memories after practicing martial arts were completely erased by Ning Xiaochuan. The memory before practicing martial arts is preserved. Ning Xiaochuan's control of Qiqiao's demon heart is not clever enough. He can only erase all their memories. If his cultivation is more powerful, he can use his mind to break into their memory sea and erase only a specific part of their memories. Whoa! What's this means? Why is it so weird? They don't seem to know us at all. Yuqing was quite excited, his eyes lit up, and chased after Ning Xiaochuan, saying, "Hey, brother Ning, you must teach me such a good martial arts magic. If any woman refuses to follow me, I will erase all the memories in her head. It's best to step back to 3 or 5 years old, so that I can do whatever I want." Haha. Haha. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "This magical power can't be passed on to you. Don't. Imagine if Niao Lanqin's wisdom retreats to only 5 years old, he must be cute, but he has a face that looks like a nation and a city. Would you feel very exciting? Yuqing rubbed his palm and drooled at the corners of his mouth. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to continue to discuss this problem with Yuqing. He took a white jade bottle from the Qianquan cloth bag, poured out a wrong bone pill from it, handed it to Yuqing, and said, "Take this pill." Later, Ning Xiaochuan also took a bone fault pill. After taking the pill, Ning Xiaochuan began to shift his bones, changed his face and body shape, and soon became a tall and thin man of vicissitudes. He looked like he was in his 30s. Yuqing became short and fat, and her face turned yellow. Ning Xiaochuan and Yuqing wore martial robes focusing on Xianmen, with a heavy sword at their waist, and walked towards Tianji Mountain. Tianji Mountain, a total of 7 peaks, towering into the clouds, is covered with white fog all year round, and the mountains are covered with emerald green camphor trees. There are many mysterious beasts in the mountain. Sometimes, you can see the huge bluebird flying through the sky. It seems that someone is standing on the back of the bluebird, just like a fairy in the clouds. Yuyuanzong is located in Tianji Mountain. Tomorrow is the great day for the eldest martial brother of a Yuan sect to marry the Tianzhijio girl Niao Lanxin of Tianing sect. All major departments have received invitations. Many distinguished guests who have made friends with Yuyuanzong will go up the mountain tonight to congratulate them. Ning Xiaochuan and Yuqing also went up the mountain with the people and lived in the guest room that Yuyuanzong had already arranged. Disciples of all major sects gathered here, and naturally, there were outstanding talents. Some even went to the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven, got the treasures left by the Emperor of Heaven, and made rapid progress in cultivation, becoming a man of the moment who can compete with the older generation of martial artists. All the young heroes who have been to the temple of the Emperor of Heaven have made great progress in physique, and their potential has been greatly developed, which is far beyond ordinary people. Not to mention being a genius in the Yulan Empire, even if they go out of the Yulan Empire, they are supreme Tianjiao and will emit dazzling brilliance. This is a legacy left by the Emperor of Heaven to future generations. It is doomed that many peerless heroes will be born in the hometown of the Emperor of Heaven. When it was time for dinner, everyone came to the back hall of Yuyuanzong. There were handsome geniuses with great looks, Tianzhijio women with beautiful faces, and of course, there were some older martial artists with less outstanding accomplishments. All real martial overlords were placed in separate houses with servant clothes. I once saw Nia Xianzi in Longo. At that time, she was as beautiful as jade. A shallow smile would be unforgettable forever. She was as beautiful as a scroll. I really envy elder martial brother Yi. Being able to marry Nia Xianzi, the two people are simply gods and immortals. A warrior from Lingxi sect said. What's the use of envy? Elder martial brother Yi is the dragon among people, and fairy Nie is the phoenix among people. They are a pair made in heaven. A genius from the 5 Element sect said, I heard that fairy Nia has a sister named Niao Lanji, who is more talented than her sister. She is also beautiful and has a beautiful appearance. Niao Lanji also came to Yuyuanzong. Several talented heroes were chasing her, but they were all rejected by her, including Huang Shiji, the second master of the younger generation of Yuyuanzong. I'm kidding. Niao Lanji is a proud girl who can't be met in 60-100 years. Her future achievements are unlimited. Just a Huang Shiji wants to eat swan meat? Haha. Ning Xiaochuan and Yuqing sat in the corner, just sulking and eating. Yuqing used her mind to transmit a message to Ning Xiaochuan, saying, tomorrow is the day when Niao Lanxin and Yinan Tian get married. Why don't we kill Yinan Tian tonight? Yinan Tian once sneaked into Yuqing and almost killed him. Therefore, Yuqing hated Yinan Tian to the bone, and Ning Xiaochuan wanted to kill him. Ning Xiaochuan picked up his glass, took a faint sip, and said, the Sword Saint is in Tianji Mountain. No wind or grass can hide his mind. Kill Yinan Tian? and we can retreat all over? Yu Qing said, Brother Ning, if Yi Nantian doesn't die tonight, he will enter the bridal chamber with Niao Lanqing tomorrow night. Don't you mind? Even if you don't mind, Yi Nantian won't mind? Once he knows that Niao Lanqing's body has been used by you, at that time, I'm afraid you will be posted on the must-kill list by Yi Yuan sect and Tianyin sect, and Niao Lanqing will also die. Instead of waiting for death, it's better to take the initiative. Ning Xiaochuan is a cautious person, but he is not a timid person. The purpose of coming to Yuanzong is to kill Yi Nantian before the wedding. However, he didn't want to implicate Yu Qing, so he said that just now. However, since Yu Qing also wants to kill Yi Tiannan, there is no concern. Follow my orders and leave Tianji Mountain immediately after killing Yi Nantian. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Okay, that's it. Yu Qing saw that Ning Xiaochuan finally made up his mind, and the blood in his body boiled. He slapped the table and laughed. He has wanted to kill Yi Nantian for a long time. Together with Ning Xiaochuan, he has at least a 90% chance to take Yi Nantian's life. This is naturally a happy thing. Hearing Yu Qing's laughter, many martial artists stared at him. Brother, what are you laughing at? Yu Qing coughed dry and said, What didn't you laugh at? I didn't laugh. Crazy. Yu Qing and Ning Xiaochuan hurried out of the back hall, and then immediately disappeared into the dark night. Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Qing are masters at the Wuzun level. Once they use their body methods, they are as fast as ghosts, exceeding the naked eye reaction speed of those guards, and they unconsciously break into the inner door of a Yuan sect. Naturally, the inner door of the One Yuan sect has also arranged many arrays, but for Ning Xiaochuan, these arrays are useless. By using the Taoist method of 9 palaces and 8 winds, these arrays can be easily broken. Not long after, the two came to Yi Nantian's practice center outside. Yi Nantian is a descendant of the Sword Saint and a Wuzun. His treatment is better than that of the elders of a Yuan sect. He can own a Taoist temple alone. The 31 monasteries of a Yuan sect are all built on this spiritual cultivation ground. The mysterious atmosphere of heaven and earth is extremely rich. Only Wuzun can enjoy the treatment of practicing in a separate Taoist field. Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Qing hid outside the dojo, gathered their breath, and sat on a thick tree, with wide and thick leaves covering their bodies. Through the high wall, you can see that in the center of the ashram stands a hall with red walls and green tiles. In the hall, the lights are bright. Through the window, you can see that Yi Nantian and Niao Lanqing are both in the hall. What do they seem to be talking about? Because Yi Nantian and Niao Lanqing are both the cultivation of the land reverence, and their vigilance is very high, Ning Xiaochuan dare not rashly mobilize his mind to listen to their conversation, for fear of being detected by them. Yu Qing laughed and said, They are getting married tomorrow. What are they talking about tonight? I guess Niao Lanqing, like us, also wants to kill Yi Nantian. Why? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yu Qing said, She is no longer a virgin. This secret will never be kept until tomorrow. Once the East Window incident happens, you cannot pay any responsibility at that time, but she can't escape death. If I were her, I would try my best to kill Yi Nantian. Ning Xiaochuan said, That's you. I don't think Niao Lanqing is a cruel woman. Yu Qing showed disapproval and said, Do you know more about women, or do I know more about women? Ning Xiaochuan stared at him. Yu Qing patted his chest and said, I don't dare to boast about anything else, but for women. Hey. Reading Women 3000, Little Dragon in the Waves, this name is definitely famous in the Imperial City, but it can't be blown out just by mouth. Your nickname is not the stripper in the Wind and Moon Field? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yu Qing laughed and said, That was my nickname before I was 20 years old. After I became the heir of the Dragon Palace, my nickname became Little Dragon in the Waves. He pulled his finger and counted, what kind of woman have I never tried? Once a woman is ruthless, she is definitely more terrible than you think. The princess in the palace, how dare you do it? Ning Xiaochuan roared. Yu Qingxi didn't feel embarrassed at all. Avenue, what's the matter? The princes of our 4 royal mansions have excellent friendship with the princes and princesses in the palace, and they go to the West Mountain to hunt every year. Hey. They go to shoot Xian beasts, but I specifically shoot beautiful women. To be honest, there are 6 beautiful princesses in the palace, all of whom have been put down by me in the wild mountains. I believe they will never forget that kind of sentimental, but unfortunately, the most beautiful Princess Lanfei in the palace has never been. This little girl is so clever when she has a chance. Ning Xiaochuan has a wry smile on his face. It's really impossible for people not to admire him. Yu Qing sighed, however, compared with Brother Ning, I'm far from it. The women that Brother Ning handles are not ordinary women, such as Nyesher Xuanzhu, Yu Ningxing, and Cici Princess. Everyone is a beautiful woman. In fact, Brother Ning, I find that you and I still have a common language, and our hobbies are very same. Cut. Stay away from me, I have no common language with you. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the hall in the distance again. Through the window, he saw that Niao Lanqin handed Yi Nantian a bowl of soup. Yu Qing was immediately happy and said, haha. I bet you that there must be a strong poison in the soup. Yi Nantian immediately turned into pus and blood after drinking it. Ning Xiaochuan also frowned slightly and stared at the 2 people in the hall. After Yi Nantian drank the soup, he continued to talk with Niao Lanqin with a faint smile on his face. He didn't die of poisoning like Yu Qing said. The smile on Yu Qing's face gradually disappeared, spitting fiercely in his mouth, and said, well, this time you are right, it seems that we still need to do it ourselves. However, they are really kind enough to send soup to Yi Nantian so late, which is enviable. Ning Xiaochuan, you have killed a couple of lovers. Before long, Niao Lanqin walked out of the ashram with a food box in his hand. His figure was as slim as jade, and a white cloud condensed under the soles of his feet. Unexpectedly, he walked off the ground without touching the dust. Her face was covered with a white veil, and wisps of spiritual smoke flowed around her body. Her long black hair swayed in the air like catkins, giving people a poetic and picturesque feeling, really like a jade man coming out of the scroll. She stopped slightly and stared at the night sky. Her body moved and her slender and gentle posture flew off the ground. Niao Lanqin's white dress, blowing with the wind, disappeared in the hazy night. After Niao Lanqin left, Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Qing looked at each other and were ready to take action. Leave Yi Nantian to me, and the people outside to you. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yu Qing said, make a quick decision. Phew. Ning Xiaochuan launched the martial arts magic of Rainbow Shift, and in just a moment, he broke into the Taoist center and stood in the center of the hall. Without any hesitation, Ning Xiaochuan chopped at Yi Nantian with a palm. Yi Nantian is worthy of being a top master. He immediately reacted, and a flame burst out on his arm, sending out a crackling burning sound, and slammed out with a fist. His fist, completely wrapped in flames, arched the air, as if to smash the space. This is the power of Wuzun. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to disturb the master of Yu Yuanzong, so he immediately withdrew his palm, rotated his body, and stood behind Yi Nantian. Yi Nantian's fist with the momentum of thunder hit in the air, but did not hit the enemy. Who? Yu Yuanzong is not a place where you can come if you want. Yi Nantian murmured. The man who killed you. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized the power of the magic sword, and a huge vortex appeared in the palm of his hand, slapping it again. Yi Nantian's face sank, and he read a sword formula in his mouth. A purple light flew out of the copper column at the top of the temple, dragging out more than 10 meters of sword gas, and stabbed Ning Xiaochuan's heart with a sword. Qiping Xuanqi, Ziyan Flying Sword. It is also a 7-grade xuanqi. When it falls into the hands of different people, its power will naturally be different. Yi Nanjun's physique is amazing, which has reached the level of difficult to meet in 40-100 years, and there is a heterogeneous heart palace, Shanyang heart palace, which can be called the top physique in the martial arts world. What he showed was the sword formula handed down by the sword saint. A sword stabbed out, and 74 sword flowers appeared. Each sword flower condensed into a purple lightning, blocking all the retreats of Ning Xiaochuan. However, he noticed something bad when he stabbed it with a sword, and felt that Ning Xiaochuan was like a black hole, pulling him away. Blood-eating demon skill. Are you from the demon sect? Yi Nanjun's face changed greatly, and he knew the horror of the blood-eating demon skill. He immediately showed his Shanyang sword intention, and a flame-wrapped vitality divine sword appeared at the position of his heart. This is a sword spirit created by Yi Nantian, which is specially used to restrain the blood-eating demon skill of the demon gate. However, only half of the Shanyang sword was used, and a sharp stabbing pain came from the heart. How could this happen? Yi Nantian found that his heart was melting, and a terrible black poison fog spread from the blood, wrapping the heart and corroding the flesh into pus and blood. Unintentionally. Dan. Yi Nantian didn't know when he was poisoned by this strange poison. At this moment, it was too late to find it. Heartless pill is a deadly poison. Even if the 9th heaviest martial artist in the territory of Dizun is poisoned, he will be poisoned and his heart will be dissolved. On a small hillside not far from Yi Nanjun's practice center, under a millennium camphor tree, stood a beautiful woman covered with white gauze, beautiful and moving, with bright eyes, staring at the brightly lit hall. Niao Lanqin's mood was very calm, with no sorrow or joy. His temperament was ethereal and elegant. A white martial spirit appeared on his slender jade arm, and immediately shattered the food box in his hand into pieces. With a wave of her sleeve, all the vermicelli scattered with the wind and disappeared without a trace. In the hall, Ning Xiaochuan noticed something wrong with Yi Nantian. The vitality of martial arts in his body seemed to stop suddenly, and even his martial arts magic stopped halfway. However, Ning Xiaochuan did not stop, and continued to use the magic sword to suck the blood gas in Yinan's celestial body. Yi Nanjun's heart was corroded by venom and absorbed by Ning Xiaochuan. He suffered from internal and external troubles, and finally had no power to fight back. He was sucked by Ning Xiaochuan into a mummy. Although the toxin of Wuxinden is terrible, it is still purified by the magic sword when encountering the magic sword, which does not pose a threat to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's blood was boiling all over, and the heart palace of Wu Dao emitted colorful brilliance, and his strength gradually rose. The whole person was wrapped in a blood-red fog, which was about to break through the second level of Dizun. Today, a female author of the website passed away, Biking Luo, the author of Unparalleled Xianben. Lao Jiu's heart is very heavy. Every once in a while, the author always dies, which is quite touching. Writing really kills brain cells. Once you stay up late, it will hurt your body. The update is late, and there is a lot of scolding in the book review area. There are all kinds of ugly words. No one will understand you at all, and you don't know how hard and tired this job is. In addition, to explain, first, I never said that the time of explosion is the beginning of this month. Second, 500 monthly ticket plus change is the activity of last month. Third, I have discussed with both of the two alliance leaders that the increase will be postponed. I hope more qualified book friends will continue to pay attention to Lao Jiu's book and can give comments and suggestions. I will read it carefully. When a martial artist cultivates to the realm of Dizun, he enters the palace of martial arts. If he wants to break through the realm again, it becomes quite difficult. Every small realm is a natural moat. Of course, once we break through a small realm, our combat power will increase exponentially and step into another level. Ning Xiaochuan is a physique that is hard to meet in 10,000 years. After the title of Wuzuan, every time he breaks through a small realm, he consumes dozens of times more resources than other martial artists. Although Yi Nanchan's whole body blood gas was absorbed, it was still not enough to break through to the second level of Dizuan territory. Now is the best time to make a breakthrough. Naturally, he will not miss this opportunity. Ning Xiaochuan immediately took out 10 bottles of 9-color Xian water, took them all, refined them into blood, and operated the skill of heaven and earth Xian Qi. 9-color Xian water circulated all over the body, and each blood vessel became 9-color. Wow! In the body, 9 colorful lights burst out. There was a roar in the heart palace of martial arts, and 9 huge whirlpools spun up, frantically absorbing the 9-colored Xian water and transforming it into the vitality of martial arts. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan's strength keeps rising, his essence and qi are integrated into flesh and blood, and meridians are born in his bones. He has entered the second level of the Land of Honor. Ning Xiaochuan absorbed all the blood gas into his body. When he pinched his fingers, he immediately made a thunderbolt sound of lightning, and every bone emitted 9 colors. His body is full of power, like a stove. If he fights with Yi Nantian now, he can kill Yi Nantian with only one move. The power is much stronger than before. Although a lot of resources are consumed, the power obtained is also considerable. In the same realm, even if we fight with 5 or 6 masters of the land reverence realm, we will not fall into the disadvantage. Yu Qing killed the warriors and servants outside and entered the hall. Seeing that Yi Nantian had become a mummy, he immediately felt very disappointed and said, "Is Yi Nantian dead like this?" Thanks to him, he also claimed to be the first master of the younger generation of the sect, which is simply not worthy of his name. I don't know what's going on. He should have been injured before he fought with me. Otherwise, if I want to kill him, I'll definitely spend more time. Ning Xiaochuan picked up the Ziyun flying sword on the ground and put it into the Qianquan cloth bag. Ning Xiaochuan didn't know that Yi Nantian was poisoned by the heartless pill. Ziyun flying sword is Yi Nanchan's saber. It is of the level of 7 grade Xuanqi. It is invaluable and can't be wasted. Before the martial arts masters of a Yuan sect noticed it, we left immediately. Yu Qing just planned to leave, and then took a step forward, and was dragged back by Ning Xiaochuan. Be careful. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes sank, slapped out and bombarded the ground. The ground of the hall was torn open, and a biting chill burst out. An arm made of stones was bombarded out. The palm was as big as a grinding plate, and the teeth were staggered, and the palm was full of sharp stones. Ning Xiaochuan fought with that stone hand, and the continuous lightning in his body filled the whole hall with lightning, and countless lightning gathered in the palm of Ning Xiaochuan. Boom! The two forces collided, and suddenly the sound of earth shattering broke out, shaking the whole hall to collapse. Damn, the master of Yuyuanzong came so soon. Yu Qing's heart trembled, and the smell from the ground was terrible, like a huge monster hiding below. Just now, if Ning Xiaochuan hadn't dragged him back, he would have been crushed to death by the palm of a stone. It's not a person of a Yuan sect, but the young master of White Beaver. Why did he come to Xuanji Mountain? Ning Xiaochuan recognized the owner of the stone arm. The breath was too familiar, strong, thick, cold, with a fierce evil spirit. Ning Xiaochuan's face was dignified, his mind was completely unfolded, and he stared at the ground with vigilance. After the White Beaver master refined the stone beast giant, his cultivation was quite terrible and stronger than many martial masters. Moreover, it also cultivates an immortal stone body, and its body can be changeable. It is a very difficult enemy to deal with. Yi Nanchan's life belongs to me. You two dare to kill the person I want to kill. Then go and bury Yi Nantian. The little master of White Beaver rushed out from the ground and lifted the stone slabs on the ground. His body was up to 10 meters high. The stones all over his body were black, with flowing metallic luster. He held a huge stone axe in his hand. It looks like a stone statue and a statue of a martial god. It was also a murder of Lai Yuanzong, who wanted to take Yinan Tian and Miao Lanqing's life, but it was preempted by Ning Xiaochuan. The axe chopped down and fell on Ning Xiaochuan's head. Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts cultivation is not what it used to be. Naturally, he is no longer afraid of the little master of the white beaver. His hands merge, and the dazzling purple glow rushes out of the palm of his hand, condensing a huge vitality war sword. Destruction sword wave. The big purple sword stabbed at it and made a gorgeous sword light, forcing the little master of white beaver back. The cultivation of young master, Bai Li, also made progress. He rushed up immediately and laughed wildly. I know who you are. Ning Xiaochuan, although you have changed your appearance, the breath of martial arts will not change. Haha. I want you to die without a burial place. Compared with the hatred of Yinan Tian and Miao Lanqing, it has a greater hatred with Ning Xiaochuan. Even if Ning Xiaochuan is broken into thousands of pieces, it is not enough to calm the hatred in his heart. Boom. The little master of white beaver chopped down with an axe, smashing the array under the ground, tearing the earth open, and a huge gap was born, which continued to spread far away. Crackling. Ning Xiaochuan and Yuqing both spread out their body methods and quickly retreated. The master of a Yuan sect has noticed that there are masters coming. Don't fight with this madman. Go. Ning Xiaochuan launched a colorful movement, turned into a colorful streamer, and rushed out of this Taoist field. In fact, this Taoist temple has long been destroyed by the Battle of Wuzun level, and turned into ruins, leaving only ruins. He's really crazy. Yuqing also quite agreed with Ning Xiaochuan's evaluation of the little master of white beaver. He immediately escaped from the ruins and was ready to leave Xuanji Mountain. Phew. Phew. In the night sky, there was a sharp wind, and more than a dozen streamers flew over, like a meteor shower flying across the sky. More than a dozen huge breaths of Wuzun followed, all of which were martial overlords. Before they arrived, they gave people a huge pressure. Dare to make trouble in a Yuan sect, and want to escape? An old man with 3 iron swords on his back flew quickly. Each rise and fall was more than 100 meters away, and his mouth made a huge sound, condensed into a deafening sound wave. Each word was like a sultry thunder, which sounded in Ning Xiaochuan and Yuqing's ears, shaking their blood, almost suffering internal injury. What a terrible master. I didn't expect that a Yuan sect had such a powerful figure, besides the sword saint. Yuqing's heart cursed his mother. He could have killed Yinan Tian without knowing it. Who knows, a little master of white beaver was killed on the way, which startled the master of a Yuan sect. If they are besieged by masters of various major sects, even if they are both martial masters, I'm afraid they will fall into Xuanji Mountain. The little master of white beaver turned into a stone and sank to the ground. His breath was completely integrated into the earth, and he just disappeared. Ning Xiaochuan also wanted to scold his mother, but he still kept calm. His brain was running fast. After a short time of thinking, he pointed to a group of dimly lit temples in the distance and said, "Go to the central hinterland of Yuanzong." You are crazy. We are not escaping from Xuanji Mountain now, but to the depths of Yuanzong. Isn't it a trap? Yuqing rode. Just jump off the cliff, you can escape into the dense jungle. With Wuzun level cultivation, you can escape from Xuanji Mountain in half an hour. As long as they are normal people, they will choose to jump off the cliff and escape. Yuqing also thinks so. Listen to me, you must be right. This is our only chance to live. Ning Xiaochuan set out first and rushed to the distant palaces. Yuqing gritted her teeth and rushed over with Ning Xiaochuan. Yinanzhen's Taoist temple is located on the hillside of Longyue Peak, one of the 7 main peaks of Xuanji Mountain. On one side, there are bottomless cliffs, and on the other side, there are dense palaces. Most of the disciples of the Yuan sect practice in the palace group under Longyue Peak. There are many courtyards, caves, and terraces with bright lights, and no less than 10,000 martial artists live there. Because the martial artists of all major sects came to a Yuan sect, which made it more mixed. There were so many martial artists and human figures everywhere. It would be safe if we could escape into the palaces below and hide among the warriors of the main gates. Yuqing finally understood Ning Xiaochuan's intention, and immediately admired him and caught up. Boom! 3 huge iron swords flew from the sky, cutting off Ning Xiaochuan's path. An old man in his 50s flew down with big sleeves and stood on the iron sword in the center. His body erupted into a vast ocean of vitality. The old man's martial spirit Dharma body rushed out from behind and condensed into a giant martial shadow with a height of more than 10 meters. Wu soul changes. The old man's eyes were glowing with anger. His index finger and middle finger were pinched together and pointed to Ning Xiaochuan. The Wu soul Dharma body behind it absorbed the mysterious qi of heaven and earth crazily, just like a shining god, suppressed towards Ning Xiaochuan. A crushing pressure surged over, and before it hit him, it had crushed the ground under Ning Xiaochuan's feet, and his legs made a clucking sound of bones. When you reach the first level of cultivation, you can cultivate Wu soul Dharma body, but the power of Wu soul Dharma body is very limited. Only those who have reached the 4th level of cultivation in the territory of earth respect can condense enough powerful spirit of martial spirit and cultivate into martial soul transformation. Once the martial spirit transformation is performed, the soul of the opponent can be directly suppressed. If the cultivation can reach the 7th level of the land respect, it can also cultivate a more powerful Wu soul seal. In other words, the martial arts accomplishments of the old man in front of him, at least, have stepped into the 4th level of the land of reverence. My God! Martial spirit changes. Masters at this level can't defeat the enemy. Let's retreat quickly. Yuqing rode. However, as soon as he turned his head, he saw 6 rays of light flying over, and each ray of light was wrapped with a Wu zun. 6 Wu zuns flew in and cut off their retreat. Only in Xuanji Mountain can we see so many Wu zuns at the same time. Some of them are elders of a Yuan sect, but also figures at the patriarchal level of other sects, each of whom is a prominent overlord. A person of Wu zun level found Yi Nanshan's body, widened his eyes, and reported to the old man standing on the sword, Peak Lord. Yi Nantian died and became a mummy. The blood gas in his body was sucked dry, and he died under the blood-eating demon skill. They are the martial masters of the demon sect. The face of the patriarch of Kaiyuan sect changed greatly. The demon sect dares to kill Yuanzong. It's too lawless. They must be broken into pieces. Another patriarch-level figure said in a deep voice. More and more powerful people came, and experts from all major sects gathered. There were more than 10 people at the Wu zun level. Ning Xiaochuan clenched his teeth and said in a deep voice, "There's no other way, rush over." Ning Xiaochuan called out the magic sword, and a blood-red magic light burst out, dyeing the whole night sky blood-red, and the earth on the ground was seeping blood. Huge claws appeared and disappeared in the blood light. A huge female demon shadow rose behind Ning Xiaochuan, with an unparalleled ferocity that destroyed the sky and the earth. Destroy the world sword soul. Magic sword, chop it down. The huge demon shadow behind Ning Xiaochuan also stretched out an arm, turned into a huge sword shadow, and bombarded it with a sword. Boom! The Wu soul of the Lord of Yuanqing Peak was broken by Ning Xiaochuan's sword, tearing a hole, and finally the Wu soul was broken. The Lord of the Predestined Peak is one of the 7 peak masters of the Yuan sect. His cultivation reaches the 5th level of the Lan Zun realm. He is definitely the strong one among the martial zuns. He rarely meets an enemy. This is the first time that someone can break his martial spirit. Go. Ning Xiaochuan grabbed Yuqing's shoulder, spread out quickly, turned into a ghost shadow, and galloped past the Lord of the Predestined Peak, rushing towards the palace group not far away. Ghost Demon Sword. He is the Manor Master of Spirit Mountain Manor, Gong Sichuan. How could Child Chuan devour the Blood Demon skill? Can it be said that Ghost Mountain Manor is the force under the demon clan at all? Let alone Child Chuan, even if the 3 heavenly kings of the demon sect come to Xuanji Mountain, it is also a dead end. Stop them for me, and don't let them escape into the hinterland of Yuyuanzong. Ning Xiaochuan was about to break into the hinterland of Yuyuanzong. Suddenly, a 40-year-old martial artist flew out with a bronze sword on his back and cut at Ning Xiaochuan with a sword. The strong of all major departments will catch up. Just stop Ning Xiaochuan for a breath, and the strong will catch up. Get out. Ning Xiaochuan naturally knew that time was pressing. With a wave of the magic sword, a bloody sword light cut through, and immediately split the martial artist whose cultivation reached the 9th level of the secular realm into 2 parts, lying on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan took off and fell and flew into the palace group. Finally safe. Yuqing breathed out a long breath. Where to escape? An old man sat on the back of the Shan beast, caught up with him as soon as possible, played a martial magic, condensed a huge flame palm, and pressed down to Ning Xiaochuan from the sky. This is an old Wuzun. The power of his martial arts magic is not trivial. He has a powerful momentum and uses his power very subtly. Ning Xiaochuan fell to the top of a palace, stood on the glazed tiles, and his arms were propped up. Suddenly, the magic gas was vast, and there were magic clouds in a radius of several kilometers. A huge god tablet was born from the magic cloud, and the inscription kept beating, and the iron chain dragged it, clattering. The stone tablet of the god of destruction erupted a terrible gas of destruction, sweeping the whole Xuanji mountain. Almost everyone can feel the magical power, which scared many young martial artists into a soft body and kept sweating. What a devil! Poof! The stone of the god of destruction was suppressed on the body of the old Wuzun, knocking him down from the back of the Shan beast, so that he lay on the ground. The blood and flesh on his body were crushed by the stone of God, making a sound of bone fragmentation. A Wuzun was crushed to death by a god tablet. In the distance, those martial overlords who were chasing after them felt frightened. Just now, they clearly felt the breath of the stone of the god of destruction, which was a force they could not resist. Child Chuan is indeed worthy of being an evil overlord. His cultivation is too terrible. This kind of magic power is unheard of. Its power can crush a city. It's really a great demon. Maybe only the Sword Saint and the Patriarch can suppress him. After Ning Xiaochuan killed the old Wuzun to Zhen, he immediately ran away and disappeared into dense and disordered palaces and courtyards. Even if they hide, their breath can't be hidden. The elders of all major sects go to recruit the disciples of their sect. Once they find the 2 great demons, they will jointly kill them. Lord Yuanqing's face was livid and extremely angry. He immediately sent someone to report this matter to the Lord. Tomorrow is the day of great rejoicing, and the strong men of all major sects came to congratulate them. However, the night before the wedding, the groom did not kill the 2 demons of the demon sect. Most importantly, the bridegroom is also the heir of the Sword Saint. Provocation. This is definitely a provocation to all major sects and an insult to Yuyuanzong. The major peak masters of the Yuan sect were angry and sent elite disciples to surround the whole Xuanji mountain. The residents of Yuyuanzong has become a mess, and the disciples of all major sects have been shocked. All kinds of news have been spread, and everyone is talking about it. What happened? It is said that 2 Wuzuns of the demon sect came to Xuanji Mountain and killed Jinan Tian, the successor of the Sword Saint. What? How is this possible? This is Xuanji Mountain. The demon head of the demon gate is really crazy and bold. I'm afraid Yu Yuanzong won't give up. Ning Xiaochuan and Yuqing both took the wrong bone pill again and changed their looks, becoming two strange faces outside and hiding in the martial arts of each major sect. Yuqing stared at Ning Xiaochuan from time to time. His eyes were very complex. He wanted to ask several times, but finally he resisted. Ning Xiaochuan naturally knew what he was thinking in his heart, and said with his heart, "About the Ghost Mountain matter, I will tell you the truth when I escape from Xuanji Mountain. I'll go." So, you're really Child Chuan? Why are you so awesome? Yuqing rode. It's a long story. Please keep it secret for me. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Of course it's no problem, my brothers, who? Yuqing frowned and said, they have started searching from clan to clan. If we wait like this, we will be found sooner or later. Ning Xiaochuan said, then you can only find someone to help. Yuqing said, there are people in your Spirit Mountain Manor in a Yuan sect. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, there is no helper in a Yuan sect. Maybe someone in Tianyin sect can help us. Ning Xiaochuan and Yuqing quietly left, shuttled between courtyards, dodged the disciples patrolling by Yu Yuanzong, and came to a rather quiet courtyard. This courtyard is the residence of the disciples of the Tianyin sect. The environment is quiet, and rockeries and pools can be seen everywhere. The garden is planted with medicinal seedlings, which are irrigated by lingquan, emitting the medicinal gas suitable for the cultivation of martial artists. Because Tianyin sect is the second largest sect and the in-laws of a Yuan sect, it naturally gets special care, and few people will come here to search. Inside the courtyard, young and beautiful women can be seen everywhere. They also learned that something important had happened in Xuanji Mountain and were on strict alert. The disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect are all young and beautiful women, who mainly practice the melody. Later, they evolved the melody into martial arts, created magical powers and skills, became a family, continued to develop and grow, and finally became the second sect in the world. It can be called the second sect in the world. Naturally, it is extremely powerful. Even if it is not as powerful as a Yuan sect and demon sect, it will not be too far apart. Yuqing saw a gorgeous girl holding a pipa by the side of a pool, and immediately couldn't walk. Looking at the past from a distance, he sighed, the scenery is picturesque, and the beauty is like poetry. As expected, Tianyanzong is a beauty, and he really wants to exchange feelings with her. The gorgeous girl stood by the water, holding a lute in her hand, black silk like a waterfall, her eyes were bright, emitting a powerful mysterious gas of martial arts, and she was on alert around, very afraid of the big demon head of the demon door rushing here. Ning Xiaochuan also looked at the girl, some speechless, whispered, Queen Wanning may also come to Xuanji Mountain. If she finds out, we will die. Yuqing shivered all over and hurriedly withdrew her eyes. The girl standing by the pool was on alert for a long time. Seeing the devil without the magic door breaking in, she walked along a path towards the inside of the courtyard. There are many arrays in this courtyard. Once touched, it will definitely make a lot of noise, which will lead the masters of major doors. We will not touch the array after her. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Xiaochuan and Yuqing followed the girl behind, always outside a 3-story house. Jia. The girl holding the lute opened the door and went in. Elder martial sister, Qingqing, what's going on outside? Niao Lanji asked. Niao Lanji was wearing a light blue luo shirt, with green silk like a waterfall, and his figure was very slender, just like a bright crescent moon. With a roll of leather book in her hand and a pen holder in the other hand, she is studying the metaphysics of 9 palace divination taught by Ning Xiaochuan. She has changed her unruly character and looks like a talented woman with a scholarly family. The girl named Qingqing said, the elder sent a message that we should not walk around everywhere. The great demon of the demon sect came to Xuanji Mountain. It is said that they killed elder martial brother Yi. Ah! How can this be possible? Elder martial brother Yi's cultivation is so high. Niao Longji hurriedly said, what about my sister? Qingqing said, elder martial sister hasn't come back yet. Bang! Suddenly, Qingqing felt a big hand on her back, and a force of martial arts rushed into her body. Immediately, her eyes were black, and she fell head heavy to the ground. Niao Longji panicked and hurriedly hugged Qingqing, Qingqing's senior sister, Qingqing. A cold wind blew in from the door. The next moment, Ning Xiaochuan and Yuqing had rushed into the house, and then immediately closed the door again. Two strangers rushed in and made Niao Longji instinctively retreat 2 steps. Just about to call people, Ning Xiaochuan covered her mouth and whispered in her ear, Miss Nia, you owe me a life. Now it's time for you to give it back to me. Niao Longji's bright eyes stared round and gently blinked twice. Although he couldn't open his mouth to speak, he could use the power of his mind and said in great fear, are you going to kill me? Ning Xiaochuan's palm pressed on her vest, playing a martial spirit to suppress the cultivation in her body, so that she wouldn't resist. Cluck. The bones on Ning Xiaochuan's face moved, and his face changed back to its original appearance. A very handsome face. I won't kill you, but you have to help me escape from Xuanji Mountain. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes are very deep, giving her a strong pressure. After Niao Longji stared at Ning Xiaochuan's face, her eyes widened, her golden pupils were as bright as 2 Venus, and her snow-white chin was carved from ivory, and she kept nodding. Ning Xiaochuan slowly released her hand to make her free. Niao Longji inhaled deeply, and her pretty face was full of joy. She stared at Ning Xiaochuan with some shyness, and said in a timid low voice, Little Marquis, how did you come to Xuanji Mountain? Listen to the master, the imperial court and major gates are carrying out, and water and fire are incompatible. How dangerous it is for you to come to Xuanji Mountain. Yuqing came over and said, you can't let her help us? Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, Miss Nia, I believe you also know that something big has happened in Xuanji Mountain. To be honest, it was the 2 of us. Now, I hope you can let us hide here, which can be regarded as returning the favor I once saved you. Niao Longji said incredulously, Brother Yu was killed by you? Ning Xiaochuan didn't have any taboos and said, that's right. But why? Niao Longji was very sad. Elder martial brother Yi and the little Marquis were both great heroes and heroes in her heart. She admired them very much and couldn't accept this fact in her heart. Ning Xiaochuan said faintly, no why? This sentence again. Ning Xiaochuan would not explain anything to her. Her serious expression made her afraid and dared not ask again. Ow! Ow! In the sky, the sound of Xian beast flying will be heard at any time. Flying over the sky, there are powerful martial artists standing on the back of Xian beast, emitting a powerful martial art breath. Outside the courtyard where the disciples of Tianyin sect live, there are also noisy voices. The disciples of the Yuan sect have searched here. Yuqing was impatient and said, it's really not possible, so we'll hijack her. This girl is the first genius of Tianyinzong. I believe that the elders of Tianyinzong won't see her die in our hands. With her as a hostage, we have at least a 30% chance to get out of our body. Even if they hijack Niao Longji, they have only a 30% chance to escape, and there can be no more. You know, if the Queen of 10,000 Tones and the Sword Saint level figures take action, they can be killed in a moment, even if there are hostages in their hands. If you are not cornered, you must not choose this extreme way. Niao Longji pursed her lips, fingers kept pulling her hair, and said, you hide here. I promise not to say it, but I still want to know, little Marquis, why did you kill elder martial brother Yi? Yuqing smiled and said, Brother Ning, didn't you teach her that women don't care about men's affairs? In Yuqing's view, Niao Lanji has long been Ning Xiaochuan's woman, so she said so. However, in fact, Ning Xiaochuan and Niao Lanji have nothing to do at all. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Yuqing. Yuqing immediately stopped talking and retreated to the window of the door to release his mind and investigate the movement outside. Niao Lanji put Qingqing on the bed and said with some worry, "Elder Martial Sister Qingqing, will it be all right?" Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "I just sealed her blood. After an hour, she will wake up." Everyone in the room became silent. After a while, "Little Marquis, I know why you want to kill Elder Martial Brother Yi." Niao Lanji lowered her face and stared at the ground, her eyes rolling, her eyelashes flashing. Elder Martial Brother Yi and Elder Sister, respectively, represent the most outstanding heirs of the two major sections. Once they marry, they represent the alliance between Yuan sect and Tianyin sect. Naturally, the court doesn't want the alliance between the two major sections. It's the imperial edict of Emperor Yulan, right? You are a member of the court, and you must be involuntarily. You know that killing Elder Sister must be very sad for me, so you only killed Elder Martial Brother Yi, right? She raised her head and stared at Ning Xiaochuan with expectation in her eyes. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the middle of the room with his hands on his back and told himself not to cheat her. But how to explain if you don't cheat her? Tell her that Yinan Tian must die after sleeping with her sister? Finally, Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "The storm tonight is estimated to last for several days. When Yu Yuanzong's prevention is slightly relaxed, I will leave." "Oh. Don't worry, hide here. I won't tell anyone, just, if the court and the voice of heaven fight in the future, will the little Marquis kill me?" Niao Lanji bit her lips tightly, and her heart was very frightened. Who can tell the future? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yuqing's voice rang out and said, "Someone is coming this way. Now, what should I do?" Ning Xiaochuan closed his eyes and opened his mind. An imaginary image of a human figure appeared in his mind and gradually condensed into a concrete human form. "It's Niao Lanqin." "Sister." Niao Lanji's heart trembled and said, "If you kill Elder Martial Brother Yi, my sister will definitely kill you. What can I do now?" Yuqing laughed and said, "Your sister didn't dare to expose us. It's a big deal. We'll die with her." Niao Lanji couldn't understand Yuqing's words, but Ning Xiaochuan could understand them. Bang! A soft sound. Two purple wood gates were knocked open by an air wave, and a lightning sword shadow flew in from the outside. The next moment, it had stabbed Yuqing's neck. Niao Lanqin stood in the room, holding the sword handle in his hand, and the white vitality of martial arts flowed all over his body. A pair of beautiful Fang eyes stared at Yuqing tightly. As long as her mind moved, Yuqing's head would fly out of his neck. Niao Lanqin also has the martial arts cultivation of the Earth Reverence realm, and the speed is extremely fast. Yuqing can't escape the sword in her hand. Yuqing was fearless and said with a smile, "Fairy Nya, long time no see. I also remember that I happened to meet Fairy and Brother Ning in the MTO forest that day. At that time, the fairy was so hurried that she didn't even say a word. It's really my biggest regret in this life." Niao Lanqin naturally knew what he meant in his words. The glittering white center of his eyebrows, a light spot flashing constantly, and the coldness on his body was getting stronger and stronger. The cold air passed over the sword body, freezing Yuqing's neck. His body was covered by a layer of white fog, and his eyes were finally a little restless. Did she really want to kill people? Pa. Niao Lanqin finally didn't stab down with a sword, and slapped the sword horizontally on Yuqing's head. "You! How dare you!" Yuqing's head was hit hard, and stars constantly appeared in front of him, and then he fell to the ground with a bang. Niao Lanqin, with a lightning speed, knocked Niao Lanji down again, staring at Ning Xiaochuan. His eyes were both complex and indifferent, and said, "You shouldn't come to find Lanji." Ning Xiaochuan waved his sleeve, closed the door and said, "Naturally, I cannot find her, but the premise is that you can help me escape from Xuanji Mountain. If I am caught by the people of the Yuan sect and tortured by them, guess I will tell everything? What if I don't agree?" Niao Lan thought. "You have no choice at all." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Niao Lanqing's face was veiled, and she couldn't see what she looked like at the moment, nor could she see any fluctuations in her beautiful eyes. Shua. Finally, she put away the sword. Niao Lanqing's body is graceful, just like an orchid in an empty valley. The fragrance is diffuse in the air, very fragrant. Her voice was soft, "I can't escape at all. 4 of the 7 peaks are in Xuanji Mountain. Plus a patriarch of the One Yuan sect whose cultivation is unfathomable. It's impossible to save you even if the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion comes in person. The patriarchs of all major sects are also looking for your traces. None of these characters is weak. Now in Xuanji Mountain, King Dajianpeng and Emperor Yulan dare not break into it alone. You dare to kill people. I really don't know the greatness of heaven and earth." Niao Lanqing continued, "One more thing, even if you hide here, it's not safe, and it will only cause trouble to the Tianning sect. The peak master of the predestined peak has fought with you, and he has mastered your martial art mark, and will find here soon." Ning Xiaochuan's eyes shrunk and said, "How did you know that I had a fight with the master of the predestined peak? Were you nearby?" Niao Lanqing's eyes were cold and said, "I don't care about my business." Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "When I killed Jinan Tian, I clearly felt that his body was damaged. I thought he was injured before, but now it seems that he was poisoned." "You poisoned him. You really didn't go far at that time, so you hid nearby. You can't rest assured until you saw Jinan Tian poisoned and died with your own eyes." Niao Lanqing was still very calm, with no waves in her beautiful eyes. She was ethereal and quiet, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, you are too smart." Ning Xiaochuan said, "It doesn't matter whether you have poisoned Jinan Tianxia or not. Now, I just hope you can take me away from Xuanji Mountain immediately. I believe you must have a way. Don't dream of killing me. With your cultivation, you're not my opponent." Niao Lanqing's heart was shocked. Just now she did have a killing idea, but the idea was just a flash, and she didn't expect to be noticed by Ning Xiaochuan at all. Can he see through the thoughts of others? Niao Lanqing's 5 jade-green fingers tightened slightly, and finally put away the killing thoughts in his heart, saying, "You are not a senior heart-nourishing master, and you can use Dan medicine to change your face for yourself. As long as you change your face into the shape of the 7 peak masters of the One Yuan sect, no one dares to stop you. It's not easy to leave Xuanji Mountain?" "Good idea." Ning Xiaochuan immediately took the Quogu pill and changed his appearance again. Soon, he became the master of Yuanqing Peak and hid the fainting Yuqing in the Qiankuan cloth bag. Yuqing is the cultivation of Wuzun territory. Even if you stay in a sealed cloth bag for half a month, you won't suffocate. Come with me. Ning Xiaochuan's voice became hoarse, just like the owner of Yuanqing Peak. Why? Niao Lan thought. First, if I happen to meet the Lord of the Predestined Peak, I won't help immediately, so you have to help me explore the way. Ning Xiaochuan added, second, there are many masters of a Yuan sect. In case my identity is exposed, you can also be my hostage. Third, you want to kill people so much. If you want me to die, won't I die very wrongly? Ning Xiaochuan hates ruthless women, especially Niao Lanqing, who is pure and holy on the surface, but vicious in the heart, which makes him really unhappy. Of course, Niao Lanqing was really forced. If she didn't kill Yinan Tian, then waiting for her was also death. If it were Ning Xiaochuan, I'm afraid she would be the same, and would never sit idly by. Kill Yinan Tian and save yourself. This is the wisest way. This matter is indeed understandable, but her unscrupulous way of doing things really changed Ning Xiaochuan's impression of her. If you make enemies with her, Ning Xiaochuan will keep a few more eyes, so as not to be plotted by her. Like Yinan Tian, when he died, he didn't know who killed him. This is a kind of sadness. Niao Lanxin's martial arts cultivation is weaker than Ning Xiaochuan, and there is no room for resistance at all. He can only take Ning Xiaochuan out of this courtyard. Niao Lanxin led the way ahead, avoiding the strong ones of a Yuan sect, and soon led Ning Xiaochuan out of Xuanji Mountain. Standing on the wide official road, Ning Xiaochuan glanced back at the dark mountains in the distance. The 7 towering peaks were like the 7 pillars supporting the heaven and earth. He had a feeling of survival in his heart. It's really too risky to kill Yinan Tian this time. Niao Lanxin, like a fresh and beautiful white lotus, stood under the camphor forest, stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and said faintly, "You saved me once, and I saved you once, and we don't owe each other. If we meet again in the future, I'm afraid it's life and death." Ning Xiaochuan's mood was very complicated, and he said, "If one day." Haha. Ning Xiaochuan and Niao Lanxin, you are both here, so don't go. Underground, there was a heavy voice, like the roar of the devil of hell. The huge sound waves shook the sand and rocks in the mountains, and the cold wind hunted. Niao Lanxin's face changed slightly. Boom. The earth shook, and it continued to crumble, and boulders rose from the ground, like a bamboo shoot rising from the ground, condensing into a huge human-shaped stone mountain. A giant stone beast with a height of more than 100 meters emerged from the ground, holding a battle axe. Its body can be as high as the sky, emitting a terrifying wave of power. Ning Xiaochuan was a little speechless, and he was about to escape from Xuanji Mountain quietly. The madman, young Master Bai Li, was killed again. Isn't this intentional trouble? If you bring the strong of a Yuan sect, it will be a big deal. Boom. The young master of White Beaver waved a huge stone axe, chopped it down, and fell on the top of Niao Lanxin. Niao Lanxin immediately summoned a 7th-grade Xuanqi level sword, and the vitality of martial arts was continuously injected into the sword. Wow! The sword is full of energy. The original 4-foot-long sword expanded and became a 40-meter-long giant sword. The body of the sword was more than 3 meters wide, like a huge bronze ancient ruler, which collided with a stone axe. Bang! The power of the stone axe, extremely terrible, crushed the sword formula that Niao Lanxin showed, and cut it on Niao Lanxin. Her slender body was like a broken kite, which was thrown out, and more than a dozen blood vessels in her body were cut. Just as soon as there was a confrontation, she suffered a lot of trauma. On her body, she was wearing a moon-white soft armor, which was engraved with array lines to form a circular array disk, like many galaxies rotating around her body. It is precisely because this soft armor protects her body that she is only injured. Otherwise, with the power of the little master of White Beaver, the axe just now is enough to chop a Wuzun into meat sauce. The power of the little master of the White Beaver is not so powerful in itself, but after integrating the power of the stone beast giant, its power has far exceeded that of ordinary warriors. Wow! The White Beaver little master's mouth sent out ferocious laughter, waved his axe again, and chopped at Niao Lanxin. Ning Xiaochuan had intended to leave immediately, but he didn't escape in the end. After all, he and Niao Lanxin did have an ambiguous relationship. It's not that if they don't owe each other, they can really let go. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan's feet kicked fiercely on the ground, and his body rushed up and fell on the shoulder of the little master of White Beaver. Crackling! Hundreds of purple lightning appeared on Ning Xiaochuan's arm, illuminating the black night sky extremely bright. The soil on the ground was flowing with fine electric lines, and the vegetation instantly turned into fly ash. He let out a loud drink in his mouth, and hit the White Beaver on the shoulder. Boom! Huge stones weighing 10,000 kilograms fell from the body of the little master of the white beaver, and his body cracked into a huge gap. His thick arms separated from his body and crashed to the ground. One of its arms weighs tens of thousands of kilograms, smashing the earth into a huge pit. Of course, the stone axe in its hand also fell to the ground, and did not chop Niao Lanqing's body. Niao Lanqing also had lingering fear, and stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply. If Ning Xiaochuan hadn't shot just now, the axe of the young master of white beaver would be enough to take her life. Shua. Her body glowed white, and her graceful body took off, retreated quickly, and pulled away from the little master of the white beaver. Although she is about to be granted the title of Wu Zun, there is still a big gap with the little master of white beaver. I am an immortal body. Condense my broken arm again. The little master of white beaver roared loudly, and his voice spread hundreds of miles away. I'm afraid even the Yuan sect master of Xuanji Mountain can hear his voice. Voila! The gravel on the ground automatically flies back and condenses into arms again. The strong of Xuanji Mountain will come here soon. Let's go. Niao Lanqing's back spread a pair of huge light wings, and his whole body was emitting white brilliance, just like a beautiful white feather angel flying up from the sky. Ning Xiaochuan also spread a pair of wings, which were filled with lightning, and flew up at a very fast speed and rushed into the clouds. Where to escape? With a long roar, the little master of the white beaver rolled the stones on his body and moved in a staggered manner. Soon, he became a huge white beaver with stone wings, and also flew up to pursue Ning Xiaochuan and Niao Lanqing. Who? Its mouth spits out a flame, condenses into a huge fireball with a diameter of 10 meters, and attacks Ning Xiaochuan, who flies in front. Ning Xiaochuan dodged the fireball attack with a fast body method and flew away from Xuanji Mountain. The fireball with a diameter of 10 meters fell to the ground, and with a terrible high temperature, it hit a small town, turning the whole town into a sea of fire in an instant, and several mountains around it burned. The attack power of fireball is quite terrible, and even ordinary martial masters can't resist it. The little master of white beaver spits out another fireball and attacks Niao Lanqing. Fireball is a burning spherical rock, red in color, with the terrible high temperature of burning the sky and boiling the sea, which is almost like a flaming meteorite hitting down from the sky. Niao Lan dodged dangerously. If she hadn't been wearing white soft armor, her body might have been ignited by the fireball. That fireball fell into a lake on the ground. In just a moment, it made the whole lake boil and burst into huge bubbles. All aquatic organisms in the lake were burned to death and surfaced. The martial arts exerts the martial arts magic of flying, which consumes the martial arts vitality in the body. Ning Xiaochuan has a strong physique and deep vitality. Naturally, she doesn't worry about consumption. However, Niao Lanqing is far less than Ning Xiaochuan. After flying 600 miles, her flying speed slows down significantly. It can't be consumed like this. Now it's far enough from Xuanji Mountain to fight it to the death. Ning Xiaochuan took the lead in stopping, stretched out his arm, and 7 blood-red airflow rushed out of the palm of his hand, condensing into a monstrous evil sword. A dark magic cloud was born above Ning Xiaochuan's head. A lot of huge magic claws could be seen faintly, and a breath of death was emitted, which made fish, insects, and animals on the ground feel fear. At his feet, he stepped on a magic map of Corpse Mountain and Blood Sea, behind which a huge ancient tripod of Wu Soul was condensed, and many inscriptions rose and fell on the tripod. Now, people of the Yuan sect have known that Gong Zichuan has cultivated the blood-eating demon skill, and is likely to be a member of the demon sect. However, they may not doubt Ning Xiaochuan. And the only person who knows Ning Xiaochuan's identity, and is likely to spread this matter, is the young master of White Beaver. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan will get rid of the little master Bailey at all costs. Ning Xiaochuan's momentum continued to rise, and the demon gas surged. Holding the magic sword, it turned into a red light, and a sword stabbed it. Ning Xiaochuan, you are not my opponent. The little master of White Beaver hugged his fists with both hands, and without flinching, bombarded the past. However, it still underestimated the power of the magic sword. A pair of giant stone fists were broken by the magic sword and hit a huge hole. Ning Xiaochuan and the magic sword flew directly into the body of the little master of White Beaver, fast as lightning, powerful and magnificent. That force was far beyond the imagination of the little master of White Beaver, cutting the stone into stone powder and cutting the body of the little master of White Beaver into holes. The magic breath of the magic sword has an ancient flavor, which seems to have been inherited for millions of years, thousands of years. Its power is extremely sharp, and it seems to be able to cut everything in the world. Although Ning Xiaochuan hasn't cultivated the 9 world-destroying qi, his body seems to have been integrated with the magic sword, and his dead spirit is high-spirited, just like an unparalleled demon. The body of the young master of White Beaver was cut into dozens of huge holes. Ning Xiaochuan rushed out of its body and killed it again, breaking the huge stone body to pieces. Phew! Ning Xiaochuan flew out of the 87th hole, his body soared up, his hands holding the magic sword, his eyes were cold, and he chopped down with a sword, "Die for me. This is a fatal blow." Boom! The huge body of the young master of White Beaver suddenly collapsed, like a mountain collapsing, turning into a lot of gravel and falling to the ground. Ning Xiaochuan held the magic sword, suspended in the void, stared at the White Beaver little master who broke into rubble indifferently, took a deep breath, took a bottle of 9-color Xian water, and began to quickly recover the vitality in his body. Just now, he cut at least thousands of swords, and then cut 87 holes in the huge body of the little master Bailey, completely destroying its body. Ning Xiaochuan's body consumes a lot of martial energy, so it must be restored immediately. Young Master Bailey died like this? Niao Lanqin stood in the distance, staring at Ning Xiaochuan, who was full of demons, and his heart was shocked greatly. Although Ning Xiaochuan was only a little higher than her, Ning Xiaochuan's combat effectiveness was more than 10 times her. In her heart, there was an ominous premonition that the little master of White Beaver was still alive. Chi. On the ground, those stones flashed and danced, and unexpectedly began to condense with each other. Boulders collide with each other, emitting sparks. Then, they condense with each other, and continue to combine. Finally, their bodies become larger, and soon they condense into a white beaver. Ow! The stone beast roared. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the behemoth below, and his heart suddenly shook, saying, "How can this be possible? The vitality is too strong." Although the stone beast is known as the immortal body, it is not a real immortal body. As long as the trauma reaches a certain degree, it will still die. Ning Xiaochuan had just broken the white beaver into millions of pieces, but it still didn't fall. It condensed its body again, rushed up, spit out a thick flame in its mouth, and rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan. Heart nourishing is really tripod. Ning Xiaochuan's heart rushed out a huge tripod stove, emitting red and blue colors. The mouth of the stove was opened and the huge white beaver was put into the stove. Bang! The heart-nourishing tripod, which was originally 9 meters high, was supported more and more by the white beaver stone beast, reaching 20 meters high, 30 meters high. Finally, it reached more than 100 meters high, and the tripod furnace was supported as if it was going to break. Ning Xiaochuan put more martial energy into the heart-nourishing tripod, which condensed yin and yang open fire, and began to burn the little master of white beaver. The heart-nourishing tripod sometimes turns red, sometimes turns dark blue, and is beaten by the white beaver master to be concave and convex, and its shape is deformed. Wusol Dharma body. Ning Xiaochuan's martial spirit Dharma body is in the shape of a tripod, which is engraved with inscriptions to destroy the world. With the original power of destroying the world, it was mobilized by him, integrated with mental calmness, and refined the little master of white civet together. A magic map of Corpse Mountain and Blood Sea appeared from the heart-nourishing real tripod, condensed the vitality of death, rushed towards the interior of the heart-nourishing real tripod, and suppressed on the body of the little master Bailey. After about an hour, the movement inside the heart-nourishing tripod became weaker and weaker, and the tripod body gradually returned to its original size. Ning Xiaochuan separated a mind into the heart-nourishing tripod. The little master of white beaver has been refined into red magma, which emits gorgeous light and breathes huge energy. If it drops out, I'm afraid it will melt the earth into a huge pit. Although the little master of white beaver has been tempered to death, his strength has not disappeared. Ning Xiaochuan released the double-headed stone beast in the Xian beast Jian and entered the heart-nourishing tripod. If the double-headed stone beast can absorb the power of the white beaver, its combat effectiveness can definitely climb to an extremely terrifying level, which is more powerful than the white beaver. After the double-headed stone beast flew into the heart-nourishing tripod, the heart-nourishing tripod became smaller again, only the size of a palm, suspended in the palm of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan took out a large amount of 9-colored Xian water and poured it into the heart-nourishing tripod to help the double-headed stone beast become more powerful. After absorbing the power of the white beaver master and the 9-color Xian water, the double-headed stone beast is afraid to have the 5th highest combat power in the territory of Dizun. If combined with strong vitality, it is estimated that it can fight with the 6th highest figure in the territory of Dizun. Ning Xiaochuan has high hopes for the double-headed stone beast, which will certainly become one of his most powerful war pets in the future. The 5th heaviest combat power of Dizun territory can tear many princes to pieces. If it is put on the battlefield, it is simply a combat machine. The destructive power erupted is stronger than that of some dragon families, which is enough to change the outcome of a battle. Ning Xiaochuan's mind moved, and Yangxin Zhending flew back to his heart. It takes at least 3 days for the double-headed stone beast to fully absorb the power of the white beaver. You killed the young master, Bailey, and the old Bailey who cut the Sky Baron Ridge will never let you go. Niao Lan thought. Ning Xiaochuan stared at her and said, "Will you say it?" Niao Lan thought, "Naturally, I won't say it, but you don't think that Bailey's ancestor will know it?" With Bailey's cultivation, the Jade Lan Empire can't hide anything from it at all. Besides, Bailey's young master is the only descendant of the Bailey family who awakened Jiupin Xian animal blood. Do you think Bailey's old grandfather will arrange means on Bailey's young master? When you kill Bailey's young master, I'm afraid that Bailey's old master has seen you hundreds of thousands of miles away your appearance. Anyway, it's not my real face now. It may think that the Lord of the Predestined Peak killed the young master of the White Beaver. Ning Xiaochuan's face was smiling. Since he had been killed, he would never regret it. Niao Lan said, "The appearance can be changed, but the mark of martial arts will not change." That's right. Once the mark of martial arts is written down, you will be found even if you escape to the ends of the earth. 3 battle swords flew at the feet of the Lord of Yuanqing Peak, and the imperial sword flew, leaving 3 bright lights in the sky, and a loud roar from afar, "Child Chuan, you have been unable to escape, so don't let Niao Lanqing go immediately." The Lord of Yuanqing Peak came after Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts mark. Seeing Niao Lanqing and Ning Xiaochuan together, he instinctively felt that Niao Lanqing was captured by Ning Xiaochuan. Shit. This old man is one of the 7 peak masters of the Yuan sect. His martial arts cultivation has reached the 5th level of the land respect. His combat power is definitely much more terrifying than that of the White Beaver Master. Ning Xiaochuan didn't hesitate. He grabbed Niao Lanqing's wrist and dragged her over. A vitality sword condensed in his hand was horizontal on her snow-white neck. Lang said, "Old man, if you don't want her to die too ugly, you'd better stop where you are. People in our demon sect have always been cruel and ruthless. Don't force me." Niao Lanqing didn't want to be known by the Lord of the Predestined Peak that she let Ning Xiaochuan go. Therefore, she cooperated with Ning Xiaochuan quite well, and her delicate body was tightly attached to Ning Xiaochuan's chest, so she didn't mean to resist at all. "How dare you?" The master of the Predestined Peak gave a loud burst of drink. Although he was angry, he finally stopped. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "Why don't I dare? It's not to kill a woman. On the contrary, you should think twice before you act. If it's really because of you, Fairy Nia accidentally died in the hands of this seat, I'm afraid Queen Wanyin will never let you go." Since they all think that Gong Zichuan is a member of the magic door, Ning Xiaochuan naturally plays the big devil in the magic door. The Lord of the Predestined Peak had intended to take a risk, but the thought of the Queen Wanyin immediately restrained him. Niao Lanqing is the most outstanding disciple of Queen Wanyin. With the character of Queen Wanyin to protect her shortcomings, if Niao Lanqing really died in the hands of Child Chuan, she will certainly find her own account. Queen Wanyin is one of the few people who are taboo by the Lord of Yuanqing Peak. Lord Yuanqing clenched his teeth and said in a cold voice, "Child Chuan, you are also the overlord of evil. What ability is it to take a woman as a shield? You have the ability to fight with me openly. Do we need to talk about so many rules?" Ning Xiaochuan's cold way. Ning Xiaochuan's appearance at the moment is exactly the same as that of the Lord of Yuanqing Peak, just like looking at himself in the mirror, giving people a rather strange feeling. Another quarter of an hour passed, 5 Xian beasts flew from the horizon, and a Wu Zun stood on the back of each Xian beast. 3 men and 2 women. The 2 female Wu Zuns look only about 30 years old, wearing white palace clothes, with black hair coiled on their heads, and a red mark like a flower bud on their eyebrows. They are the 2 hall masters of the Heavenly Sound sect, Mo Shiwei, the hall master of the Yueqin Hall, and Morong Kanjiing, the hall master of the Lanshao Hall. Their real age is more than 80 years old. However, because of their profound martial arts cultivation and long-term use of Xianyao, years have hardly left traces on their bodies. Their snow-white skin is as delicate as that of a 16-year-old girl, and there is no wrinkle on their faces. The other 3 male Wu Zuns are, the eldest disciple of the Lord of Yuanqing Peak, the Lord of the 5 Elements sect, and the head of the Huanhua family. The 6 masters stared at Ning Xiaochuan covetously and stood in 6 directions, surrounding Ning Xiaochuan in the center. The Yueqin Hall master's eyes were cold, holding a purple guqin, and said in a deep voice, "Child Chuan, let go of Lanqing, and forgive you not to die." Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "Spare me from dying? Will you be so kind-hearted, old witch?" The Yueqin Hall master was so angry that there was smoke on his head. He hated people saying that she was old and wanted to tear Ning Xiaochuan apart. Land Shao Hall master hurriedly said, "Child Chuan, although you have done many evil things, killing people like hemp, death is not a pity. But if you let Lan Xian go, I can let you go, and do what you say." Ning Xiaochuan accurately caught the loophole in her language and sneered, "Even if you can let me go, the people of Yuyuanzong will let me go? Don't play word games with me, make away immediately, or I will let Nia Xianzi die now." The Yueqin Hall master sneered and said, "We can't help you. Someone can take your life. Soon the Lord will come in person and kill you with his martial arts cultivation. It's just a matter of fingers." The patriarch, she said, is naturally the patriarch of Tianyin sect, Queen of 10,000 Sounds. If Queen Wanyin Xian came in person, she really had the power to kill Ning Xiaochuan in an instant. Even if Ning Xiaochuan hijacked Niao Lanqing, it was useless. Ning Xiaochuan will not sit idly by and decide to break out. Phew! The magic sword flew out of the body, a evil spirit spread out, and condensed into a thick magic cloud on the sky. Ning Xiaochuan held Niao Lanqing in one hand and a magic sword in the other, flying in the direction of the owner of the Huanhua family. A sword cleaves and cuts out, forming a demon sword wave. A huge dark cloud demon column followed behind the sword, making a sweeping sound, with a terrible pressure, like a giant beast roaring. Ning Xiaochuan chose to attack the master of the Huanhua family because his cultivation was the weakest and was the easiest to be broken. Huanhua master only has the first level of land respect. Ning Xiaochuan must kill the head of the Huanhua family at the speed of destruction, so that he can escape from the encirclement. Otherwise, the other 5 Wuzuns will definitely come to the rescue immediately, and then he will be trapped in the center. Poof! The sword chi of the magic sword broke the defense vitality of the Huanhua master, and the sword chi passed through his body and knocked him out. The Huanhua family master dodged the key position of the heart, but the lung was severely injured and pierced by the magic sword. He vomited blood in his mouth, and a terrible evil gas ran around in his body, destroying his internal organs. Ning Xiaochuan raised his magic sword with both hands, intending to give the Huanhua master a fatal blow. Sun Chuan, die for me. Yuan Shengfeng played 3 huge swords and flew out of the air, just like 3 meteors flying, hitting Ning Xiaochuan's body. Ning Xiaochuan originally planned to chop at the Huanhua family owner, but immediately, he turned his sword and chopped at the 3 battle swords, chopping out a red sword wave. Voila! 2 powerful sword chi collided, and countless sword chi escaped. Some flew to the sky, and some stabbed into the ground. A powerful shock wave hit Ning Xiaochuan and pushed him back hundreds of meters. With the help of this force, Ning Xiaochuan spread his wings, walked against the wind, and quickly fled. Pusu, you stay and look after the Huanhua master. The lord of Yuanqing Peak gave an order, so he stepped on 3 iron swords and continued to pursue Ning Xiaochuan. Yuqin Hall Lord, Lanshao Hall Lord, and the Lord of the 5-element sect also caught up. Only Pusu, the eldest disciple of the Lord of the Predestined Peak, stayed to look after the Huanhua master. Huanhua's lung was punctured by the magic sword, and the wound was difficult to heal, and the blood flowed outward constantly. Master, I'll help you heal. Pusu mobilized the vitality of martial arts in his body, and gently pressed his palm on the chest of the Huanhua master. Suddenly, there was a change. There was a gloomy light in the pupil of the Huanhua master's eye, and the martial magic power condensed in the palm of his hand. His arm turned golden and patted on the heart of Pusu. Crackle! Pusu's heart cracked, like ceramics, with many cracks. Pusu fell to the ground, clutching his heart tightly, his eyes full of unbelievable looks. You. Why do you want to give me a hand? The Huanhua master stood up and straightened his robe. The position of his chest was still bleeding, but he seemed to feel no pain and said coldly, this is what the master means. Master? Who is your master? Gong Zichuan? Pusu stared. Huanhua's master's eyes were indifferent, and he condensed an iron chain with thick arms with martial energy to bind Pusu. The mount of Huanhua master's 6th-grade Xian beast, 3-winged thunder beast, carrying Huanhua master and servant Su, flew into the clouds and disappeared into the sky. It turned out that when Ning Xiaochuan stabbed the Huanhua master's body with a sword, he mobilized the power of Qiqiao demon heart, controlled the Huanhua master's mind, and turned the Huanhua master into a servant. This is the reason why the Huanhua family master shot Pusu. Hundreds of miles away, Ning Xiaochuan is running away with Niao Lanqin in his arms, and the Yuqin Hall Lord and Lanshao Hall Lord are closely following. They took out an ancient zither Xuanqi and a jade flute Xuanqi respectively, and launched a sound wave attack, which could bombard Ning Xiaochuan's body dozens of miles away. The master of Yuqin Hall is one of the 8 hall masters of Tianyin sect. The cultivation of martial arts reaches the 4th level of the earth. With a finger on the string, the vitality of martial arts is integrated with the string, and a sound wave flies out of the string. The sound wave condensed into a huge blade more than 10 meters long and cut into Ning Xiaochuan's back. Wow! The tripod-shaped Wu Soul Dharma body flew out of Ning Xiaochuan's body and blocked the sound wave blade. The Lord of Yuqin Hall said in a deep voice, "Attack with all strength." Lan Xiao Master was worried and said, "Lan Xian is still in his hand. What if he hurt her? If Child Chuan really wants to kill Lan Xian, he can use Lan Xian as a shield to resist our attack." However, he hasn't done so from beginning to end, which shows that he doesn't want Lan Xian to be hurt at all. Yuqin Hall Master said. Lan Xiao Master pondered for a moment, and also felt very reasonable. Therefore, the two main hall masters simultaneously displayed the sound wave magic power and played the fairy sword attendant, the first martial magic power of the Tianning sect. Countless sound waves flew out, and each sound wave condensed into a fairy in white with a jade sword. Their bodies seemed real and unreal, and their speed was as fast as a wisp of white light, stabbing at Ning Xiaochuan. Looking from the ground to the sky, it was like 10,000 immortals dancing together, and countless fairies holding war swords flew across the sky like a meteor shower. At the same time, they cut at Ning Xiaochuan with their swords. "The sun is burning." Ning Xiaochuan stopped, mobilized the vitality of martial arts all over the body, and all condensed to the center of the eyebrows. At the center of the eyebrow, a reddish mark appeared, flashing constantly, and its shape was very similar to the legendary seal of heaven. A huge force condensed in Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows, like a huge flame star burning in the bone. Phew! A red glow flew out of the center of the eyebrows and hit the two hall masters of the Heavenly Sound sect. Inside Guanghua, there is a white bone bead wrapped. On the surface of the bone bead, there are hundreds of millions of words beating. Each word is wrapped by fire and rotates constantly. The white bone bead flew out and punctured the martial arts magic fairy sword attendant displayed by the two hall masters. Those fairies in white condensed by the sound waves were ignited by the fire, and their bodies burned into flames, falling down from the sky like fire rain. Boom! The white bone beads, with flames all over the sky, bombarded the two hall masters. The two hall masters could clearly perceive the terrorist forces carried on the white bone bead, and quickly mobilized the Wuhuan change to resist the attack of the white bone bead. Two huge martial spirits rose from behind them, both more than 10 meters high, emitting dazzling white light, which made people unable to open their eyes. Bang! The white bone bead defeated the two martial spirits and bombarded the two hall masters. Two broken voices sounded, and the guqin and yuxiao in the hands of the two hall masters suddenly broke into pieces. Their bodies were also thrown out by the impact, their hands became bloody, and the blood gas in their bodies was constantly shaking. The master of Yuqin Hall stood still and stared at Ning Xiaochuan in the distance. His eyes were extremely shocked. Figurative magic power. Child Chuan actually cultivated figurative magic power. How can this be possible? Only when the cultivation reaches the realm of the unity of heaven and man, can it be possible to cultivate concrete magical powers. Child Chuan's cultivation is just to respect the realm. Lan Xiao Master also couldn't accept this fact. The power of combining the two hall masters was defeated by Child Chuan. Child Chuan's cultivation is absolutely strong in the magic door. I'm afraid his status is only under the Lord of the 6th Avenue, and there is another strong person in the magic door. The Lord of the 5 Elements sect said with a dignified face. They all thought that Child Chuan was a member of the demon sect, and they didn't think of Ning Xiaochuan and the Marquis of Jiangya at all. Ning Xiaochuan took back the white bone bead in the center of his eyebrows, and a feeling of weakness suddenly came from his body. It was too expensive to use the concrete magic power, and he was a little overwhelmed by his 10,000-year hard talent constitution. Ning Xiaochuan held Niao Lan's heart and turned into a streamer, flying towards the sky. Yuqin Hall Master, Lan Xiao Hall Master, and the sect master of the 5 Elements sect did not catch up, because Child Chuan's cultivation is too strong. Even if he catches up, he may not be his opponent. Lan Xiao Hall Master, you should immediately send this matter back to the Heavenly Sound sect and report it to the sect master. Only the sect master can kill the child Chuan to Jinsha. The Yuqing Hall master's face was very dignified. Elder Martial Sister, what about you? Main Road of Lanshao Hall. The master of Yuqing Hall said, I have written down the martial art mark of child Chuan. Even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, he will be found by me. I want to follow behind him. Although I can't defeat him, I can prevent him from doing unbearable things to Lan Xian, so as not to ruin the reputation of our Tianyinzong. Niao Lanqin is the most outstanding disciple trained by the Tianyin sect. If she is taken away by the demon head of the demon sect, it will definitely be a great blow to the Tianyin sect. Gong Zichuan sneaked into Xuanji Mountain and killed the most outstanding disciples of a Yuan sect, which had already caused a huge blow to the morale of a Yuan sect. If the morale of the Heavenly Voice sect is also hit, the alliance formed by the major sects will suffer an unprecedented blow, and it is impossible to resist the attack of the Imperial Army. Not long after the master of Yuqing Hall left, the master of Yuanqing Peak caught up with him. His face was very dignified, and said, Servant Su and Huanhua Master are missing. The Lord of the Five Element sect said, will they have returned to the One Yuan sect? The Lord of Yuanqing Peak shook his head and said, there are traces of battle on the ground. Obviously, they didn't leave by themselves, and they may have encountered accidents. We all ignored one thing. There were 2 demon sect masters sneaking into Xuanji Mountain, but we only met Gong Zichuan. Where was the other demon sect master? The Five Elements Patriarch's face changed, and said, the Peak Master suspects that the servant Su and the Huanhua Master were captured by that demon master? It's not impossible. Yuanqing Peak Master said, please go to Xuanji Mountain and report the matter of Gong Zichuan to other Peak Masters. I hope they can come to support as soon as possible. Dealing with the demon head of the demon gate is originally the responsibility of the Five Element sect. The Five Element sect Road. The Lord of the Five Elements returned to Xuanji Mountain, and the Lord of the Yuanqing Peak continued to trace Ning Xiaochuan's whereabouts according to the Wu soul mark of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan had wings on his back, like a big bird. He flew more than 1,000 miles with Niao Lanqin, stopped outside a small county, and then walked into the county. Ning Xiaochuan, your martial soul mark has been collected by my 2 martial uncles, and it is impossible to walk away. They will catch up soon. Niao Lan thought. After entering the county, Ning Xiaochuan released Niao Lanqin. Niao Lanqin's body is graceful, her chest and hips are full, her skin is white and delicate, and she is full of the fragrance of orchids. Although he covered his face with white yarn, he was still beautiful and refined. He didn't look like a mortal woman, which made many martial artists in the county turn around frequently and exclaim in his mouth. Ning Xiaochuan walked into a restaurant, ordered a table of dishes and wine, ate wine and food, and said, of course I know they will catch up, so instead of running so hard, it's better to sit down and eat a good meal of wine and food, fill your stomach, and compete with them. Nie Shenzi, why don't you have a drink? Ning Xiaochuan handed a glass wine cup. Niao Lanqin's cheeks were full of light, and Daimei was slender. His eyes just stayed on the glass for a moment, and then he took back his eyes. He didn't mean to drink at all. Ning Xiaochuan was a little angry. He put the wine cup handed to her back to his lips, drank it in one gulp, and put the empty glass back on the table. The wine in this small county city is really not as mellow as the mysterious liquor in the imperial city. No wonder Farinha despised it. However, the intensity of this wine is as strong as vodka. I never touch wine. Niao Lanqin's voice was clear and sweet, with a somewhat unhappy expression. Of course, she has never heard of vodka. Ning Xiaochuan pursed his lips, stared at her deeply and said, you can leave now. What do you mean? Niao Lanqin raised her cheek, and her star eyes were like apricots, staring at Ning Xiaochuan's eyes so closely. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Do you really think I want to take you hostage? I just don't want them to suspect you. To be honest, if you follow me, it will drag me down." Ning Xiaochuan really never thought that it was not too difficult for him to take Niao Lanqing as a hostage and escape from the two main hall masters of Yuanqing Peak and Tianning sect. The reason why he did this was just that he didn't want the two temple masters of the predestined Peak Lord and the Heavenly Sound sect to suspect Niao Lanqing, so he created the illusion that Niao Lanqing was hijacked by himself. Niao Lanqing was smart, and naturally soon understood the reason why Ning Xiaochuan did this, saying, "Your martial arts mark has been mastered by the Yuqing Hall Lord and the Yuanqing Peak Lord. If you escape back to the Imperial Court Barracks, Child Chuan is Ning Xiaochuan's secret, which will be immediately known by everyone. At that time, there will be many people who want to take your life. Ghost Mountain Manor and Jiang'a Marquee House will no longer have a place in the Imperial City." Ning Xiaochuan naturally knew this better than anyone. His eyes were slightly cold and he said, "So they must die. Now that you have made a decision, take care of yourself." Niao Lanqing stood up and flew out of the window of the restaurant, spreading his white wings and flying quickly towards the outside of the small county. She was also very fast and soon disappeared. After a while, Ning Xiaochuan put a big coin on the table and caught up. Not long after Niao Lanqing flew out of the small county, he met the Yuqing Hall master who followed him and shouted from a distance, "Martial uncle, help me." The Lord of Yuqing Hall sat on the back of a blue crane at the level of 6th grade Xian beast. Originally, he was chasing the Wu Dao mark of Gong Zichuan and came to the outside of the county, but he saw Niao Lanqing flying face to face. He was happy and said, "Lanqing, how did you escape from the demon head of Gong Zichuan?" Niao Lan's heart fell on Qinghe's back with a lingering fear. "Martial uncle, Child Chuan was bitten by the divine power when he used the concrete magic power, and I escaped when he used his skill to heal." "Okay." I said, how can he use his cultivation to show concrete magic power? It turned out that he was forced to use kung fu and had hurt himself. This is a good time to get rid of him. A cold smile appeared in the eyes of the Yuqing Hall Lord. "Niao Lanqing, where did you escape?" Ning Xiaochuan chased out of the small county. Since you want to help Niao Lanqing get away, acting naturally requires a full set. Seeing the master of Yuqing Hall, Ning Xiaochuan immediately stopped, deliberately showing a surprised look in his eyes, and said angrily, "You're lucky, I'll let you live today." Ning Xiaochuan was sure that he could defeat the Yuqing Hall Lord, but he was not sure that he could kill the Yuqing Hall Lord, so he immediately turned around and left, intending to find another opportunity to kill the Yuqing Hall Lord. It is reasonable to say that if he wants to leave, the Yuqing Hall Lord will not fight again. After all, she is not Ning Xiaochuan's opponent. However, Ning Xiaochuan didn't know that Niao Lanqing told the Yuqing Hall Lord that he was backfired by the avatar magic. Therefore, the Yuqing Hall Lord decided to kill Child Chuan to Jinsha, and said coldly, "Child Chuan, do you still want to go? Today is your death." Ning Xiaochuan was a little surprised, stopped and said, "Old witch, are you so confident that you can kill me?" If the Yuqing Hall Lord really wants to fight, Ning Xiaochuan will naturally accompany him to the end, and there is no fear in his heart. In the eyes of the Yuqing Hall Lord, Ning Xiaochuan has been seriously injured. Now is the best time to kill him. Naturally, he will not miss this opportunity. Her arm was raised, and the palm condensed a piece of white martial vitality, which turned into a storm vortex, which spread from the palm to the clouds, stirring up the mysterious chi of heaven and earth in this space. The Yuqing Hall is mainly refined into a celestial body, which can control the power of the wind. When you raise your hands and feet, you can attract a storm. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized the power of the magic sword, and also formed a devouring vortex in his body, and slapped the lord of the Yuqing Hall. "Child Chuan, the blood-eating demon skill you cultivate is not strong enough, and it is impossible to break my Juku vortex wind strength. With a sneer on the face of the Yuqin Hall master, he tried his best to mobilize the vitality of martial arts in his body and rotate the vortex in the palm. The storm became stronger and stronger, reaching Ning Xiaochuan with all his strength. The devouring power came from the palm of his hand. Right here, a sword flashed. Poof! A white sword tip rushed out of the heart of the Yuqin Hall master. On the tip of the sword, blood beads kept rolling down. The vitality in the main body of the Yuqin Hall stagnated, staring at the blade that pierced the body. Then, he looked back and stared at Niao Lanxin standing behind her. His eyes were full of questions. Ning Xiaochuan's palm was directly pressed on the palm of the Yuqin Hall master, and the magic sword automatically operated, making a blood-devouring sound, frantically absorbing the blood gas in the Yuqin Hall master. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were also full of surprise. He didn't expect that Niao Lanxin would kill the Yuqin Hall lord. Poof! Niao Lanxin's eyes were very indifferent, and he took the sword out of the body of the Yuqin Hall lord, and the crimson blood suddenly shot out of the blood hole. The master of Yuqin Hall gave a cry of pain, and then he was completely swallowed by the magic sword. The blood in his body was absorbed by the magic sword and entered Ning Xiaochuan's body. After all, Ning Xiaochuan is only the second level of the territory of Dizun, and it is still very reluctantly to absorb the whole body blood of a martial artist who is the fourth level of the territory of Dizun. Blood gas swells the blood vessels in the body, and there are wisps of blood gas flowing in every pore. Fortunately, Ning Xiaochuan cultivated into the 8th layer of the mysterious qi of heaven and earth. The speed of refining blood gas reached 128 times, and he began to refine blood gas in his body crazily. Niao Lanxin put away the sword and went to the corpse of the Yuqin Hall master. He took down the Chankuan cloth bag around the waist of the Yuqin Hall master, searched in the cloth bag for a long time, and found a blue elixir. This cyan pill is only as big as a thumb finger. It is crystal clear, like a cyan jade bead, emitting light fluorescence. This is a rare high-grade dan, called Diwu Dan. This elixir is a rare mysterious medicine collected by the Yuqin Hall master. It was refined by a senior heart-nourishing master and was specially used to impact the 5th level of the earth. However, before she had time to impact the realm, she died under Niao Lanxin's sword and became a ghost. Ning Xiaochuan temporarily sealed the blood gas in his heart palace, stared at Niao Lanxin and said, "Just for a Diwu pill, did you kill your martial uncle?" I don't know why. Niao Lanxin clearly helped him get rid of the enemy, but he couldn't be happy anyway. Niao Lanxin put the Diwu pill away, and there was no fluctuation in his eyes. He said faintly, "Am I not helping you get rid of the enemy? If she doesn't die, your identity will be exposed. You don't care about my business." Ning Xiaochuan stared at her deeply, threw his sleeves mercilessly, showed his magic power, moved his body, turned into a colorful streamer and disappeared in the jungle. Niao Lanxin stood on the open earth, slim and beautiful, beautiful and holy, much like a bright moon without dust. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan's leaving figure. His long eyelashes gently blinked twice, and a bright flame appeared from his fingertips, burning the Chankuan cloth bag in his hand to ashes. Then she left with the bones of the Yuqin Hall master, leaving only a faint orchid fragrance in the air. Ning Xiaochuan once again determined that Niao Lanxin was indeed a very dangerous woman, with an icy surface and a knife in her heart. She looked as pure as a fairy, but her real mind was elusive. Ning Xiaochuan never thought he would do something he regretted before, but this time he really regretted that he shouldn't have anything to do with this woman from the beginning. If he hadn't had a relationship with Niao Lanxin, he could calmly get rid of her to avoid future troubles. But now, if he was allowed to kill Niao Lanxin, even if he had this idea in his heart, the sword in his hand could not be cut off. With such a character, he should not have become the successor of the world-destroying Tao, but fate played a joke on him and let him embark on this road of no return against the whole world. Recommend a fantasy novel. Immortal Warrior. Niao Lanqin is a smart woman, and should not tell me my identity. Now, there is only one threat left to the Lord of Yuanqing Peak, who has written down my martial arts mark. If I return to the military camp now, my identity will certainly be exposed. However, if I don't repent of the military camp, and wait for the strong of a Yuan sect and Tianyin sect to find me, then I can't survive. Now the only way is to break through to the third level of Dizuan territory, and then it is possible to bring Yuanqing Peak. The Lord was killed. Ow! On the horizon, a huge 6th-grade Xian beast flew, carrying 2 Wuzuns on its back, and stopped in front of Ning Xiaochuan. The Huanhua master and his servant Su jumped down from the back of the Xian beast, knelt on one knee in front of Ning Xiaochuan, and said respectfully, "See your master. Here you are at last." Ning Xiaochuan's face showed a happy look. Pu Su was bound by the strength chain of his arms, and his neck, chest, waist, abdomen, and legs were tied. He kept struggling, his face was red, biting his teeth, and scolded angrily, "Huanhua Nanqing, you are also a martial god, and you actually submit to Gong Zichuan. You have lost the face of the ancestors of the Huanhua family." The Huanhua master kicked Pu Su's knee, and a force of martial arts entered his body. Pu Su's knees were hit, his legs bent, and he knelt down in front of Ning Xiaochuan. "I disagree." At the heart of Pu Su, a blood-red light burst out, turned into a pillar of light, and rushed straight into the sky. Poof! The chain of vitality tied to him was broken, turning into wisps of smoke and disappearing into the air. With a kick of his legs, his body suddenly catapulted up, rushed more than 100 meters high, and shot into the distance like a shell, landing on the top of a hill. Then, he ejected again and ran away quickly. However, after escaping more than 10 miles away, he stopped and stared at the figure on the top of the opposite cliff with a look of despair in his eyes. Ning Xiaochuan had come in front of him, and stood on the top of the cliff overlooking Pu Su below. At the top of the cliff, the cold wind hunts. Ning Xiaochuan's robe was blown up by the wind, and he folded himself with a poof-poof. Fight! Pu Su's body curled up, his palms became the shape of claws, grew fine cyan scales, and his nails became longer and extremely sharp. His body turned into a bow, and then rushed to fly again, like a flying arrow away from the string, rushing towards Ning Xiaochuan. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan just casually stretched out his hand, and blocked his thunder, and tightly squeezed his claws. How can it be so strong? Pu Su's face became distorted, and he felt a powerful devouring force coming from Ning Xiaochuan's palm. The blood gas in his body runs retrogradely, which is not under his control at all. He rushes out of the palm of his hand and flows into Ning Xiaochuan's body. In Ning Xiaochuan's heart blood orifices, the magic sword kept rotating, and 7 world-destroying gases flowed on the sword, forming a vortex that absorbed the blood into the vortex. On the surface of the magic sword, there are many veins like blood, just like a sword-shaped heart. After absorbing the blood gas into the sword, the other 2 forces flow out of the sword. One of the forces flowed into Wudoxin Palace and was absorbed by 9 whirlpools rotating rapidly in Wudoxin Palace, and another force, which flows into Ning Xiaochuan's 10th magical power, the monument of the God of Destruction. The magic sword and the stone tablet of the God of Destruction are homologous gods, which are stored in Ning Xiaochuan's body at the same time. Only by gestating the magic sword and the stone tablet of the God of Destruction into a part of the body and taking full control of them, can Ning Xiaochuan truly become the successor of the Tao of Destruction. At this moment, the 8th world-destroying gas was born in Ning Xiaochuan's body. Qi of destroying the world is the original Qi of destroying the world. It is a force that transcends metaphysical Qi and vitality. It exists in every corner of the world. Only the heirs of destroying the world can cultivate the Qi of destroying the world. If you cultivate the 9 ways of destroying the world, you can fully control the power of the magic sword, and you can officially start to cultivate the skill of destroying the world. Now he has cultivated the 8th world destroying qi, only the last step is needed. Ning Xiaochuan sat on the cliff, refining the blood of the Yuqin hall master and servant Su. Between his palms, a 9-colored water ball was suspended, and wisps of 9-colored water flew into the pores of his palm and merged into his blood. He plans to use the blood of the 2 martial masters to impact the 3rd level of the territory of Dizun. After 3 days in a row, Ning Xiaochuan finally refined the blood and qi of the 2 martial masters, and his cultivation improved a lot. However, he did not enter the 3rd level of the Earth Zun realm, and was still a step away from breaking through the realm. Cultivation is becoming more and more difficult to improve. If you want to improve a realm, you need countless resources and time to accumulate. If you can refine a Diwu pill, you should be able to easily break through a realm. In fact, there is a big gap between the martial artists in Dizun realm and each realm. Only Ning Xiaochuan, a genius who cultivates a physique that is hard to meet in 10,000 years, can he defeat his opponent across 2 or 3 realms. It is quite remarkable that those other physical geniuses who are hard to meet in 1,000 years can at most cross a realm to kill the enemy. Fortunately, cultivating the 8th world destroying qi can make the magic sword burst out more powerful. Ning Xiaochuan changed back to his original appearance, put on a golden mask and covered his face. Wow! As soon as the arm was raised, the magic sword appeared in the hand. Overhead, the wind and cloud changed rapidly, and a black cloud came over, suspended above Ning Xiaochuan's head. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the cliff, waved the magic sword and cut it out, and immediately cut out a blood-red sword shadow more than 300 meters long. Kaka! Below the cliff, a big river was cut off, and along the scar of the sword, the river turned, and the rushing river flowed in the other direction. The Huanhua master stood by the broken river, surrounded by water waves more than 10 meters high. The waves hit the riverbank, and the rocks pierced the air, breaking out a huge sound of boom. Congratulations to the master for breaking through to a new level. Huanhua's master knelt by the river. Shua! A 7-color brilliance flew down from the cliff, condensed into Ning Xiaochuan's body, stood by the bank of the river, and looked out at the mountains in the north. Yuqing rushed out of the mountains and left a series of figures on the earth. He stared at Ning Xiaochuan in surprise and said, "Did you really break through to the 3rd level of Dizun?" The day before yesterday, Yuqing woke up and was released from the Qiankuan bag by Ning Xiaochuan. He took the vitality bead condensed by Ning Xiaochuan, and led the Lord of Yuanqing Peak in the wrong direction, so as to buy time for Ning Xiaochuan to break through the realm. There is the Wu Dao mark left by Ning Xiaochuan in the Yuanqi bead. Yuqing has been playing hide and seek with the Lord of the Yuanqing Peak these 2 days. It is estimated that the lung will explode when the Lord of the Yuanqing Peak finds the Yuanqi bead. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "It's not so fast to break through to the 3rd level of Dizun. I also don't think it's possible to have such a fast cultivation speed, otherwise it would be too rebellious." Yuqing rode. Ning Xiaochuan said, "How long will the Lord of Yuanqing Peak find here?" Yuqing said, "That old guy's martial arts cultivation is quite powerful. I almost fell into his hands several times. With his speed, estimate the time, and I'll find us tonight." "Are you sure to kill him?" "If it's really not possible, I'll inform my father. If he is willing to fight, even if the old guy has 8 lives, it's not enough to die." Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were deep and he shook his head and said, "The Dragon King is the commander of the 3 services. How can he leave the barracks and come to the hinterland of the enemy? It's best not to disturb the Lord. With our current strength, as long as we carefully arrange it, there is at least a 40% chance that we can kill the Lord of the predestined peak. 40% chance, it's still worth fighting. Kill this old guy. Hey, I'm afraid Child Chuan's name will become louder." Yuqing joked. Ning Xiaochuan's face was very serious, and he said, "The martial arts cultivation of the Lord Yuanqing Peak is terrible, and I don't know if he has other means, so I hope you don't participate in this matter. What? I can't participate in such a challenging thing, the fifth strongest person in the land of killing respect? Yuqing shook his head hard and said, I won't go. Anyway, I'm also a martial master, and I can help more or less. To kill such a big man as Yuan Shengfeng master, Ning Xiaochuan is really not sure at all. If it weren't for the master of Yuan Shengfeng holding his martial arts mark, Ning Xiaochuan didn't plan to fight with the master of Yuan Shengfeng now. Therefore, he didn't want Yuqing to stay. This is his own business, and he doesn't want to drag others down. Yuqing wrote, I got a treasure in the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven, which is enough to protect myself. At the critical moment, it may even be a fatal blow to the Lord of the predestined peak. If I really kill the Lord of the predestined peak, I don't want anything else, I want the head of the Lord of the predestined peak. Haha. This is the fifth most important martial arts master in the territory. If I bring it back to the imperial city, won't everyone be stupid? Then, my reputation in the younger generation will surpass you. I don't know if there is how many young girls will take the initiative to throw themselves into the arms, how wonderful life is. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to stick to it anymore, and said, okay. Then fight side by side and get rid of a great enemy of the Lord of the predestined peak. Yuqing suddenly put away his smile and said in awe, I heard another news this time. I heard that you killed the Yuqin Hall master of the Tianning sect. Ning Xiaochuan was silent for a moment, and Niao Lanxin was quite in his mind. Then he nodded. Then you're going to make a big deal. I heard that the leader of the Tianning sect, Queen Wanyin, has spoken to take your life personally and raise the whole Ghost Mountain matter. Queen Wanyin is a ruthless character. 40 years ago, she was called the most beautiful woman in the world, the strongest woman in the world, and the fiercest woman in the world. Now 40 years later, no one knows how high her martial arts cultivation is, and even some people speculate, she has the strength to compete with the Sword Saint and Demon Emperor. If she talks about killing you, it's estimated that your life will be very difficult in the future. Yuqing said again, moreover, there is news that a big man from the demon sect came to Yuan domain. You pretended to be a member of the demon sect and killed Jinan Tian and the Yuqin Hall master. If the demon sect offended a Yuan sect and Tianyin sect at the same time, the demon sect will definitely send someone to find you. If the big man of the demon sect finds you, it is estimated that he will also attack you. Anyway, you are very good now. In addition to the imperial court, you offended the three most terrible forces in the world. Others, even if you offend one of them, you will die. It is recommended to recommend the novel Dragon Blood Emperor by Sad Jianling and the hot-blooded fantasy novel. At the same time, I'm afraid not even the princes of the imperial court have the courage to offend the three top forces of Demon Sect, Yuan Sect and Tianning Sect. Ning Xiaochuan had no way. When it was time to offend, even Emperor Yulan still wanted to offend. It's a big deal that it's better to live in anonymity for the rest of your life than to live in poverty now. After killing the Lord of Yuanqing Peak, Gong Zichuan's identity must be hidden for a period of time and can no longer easily appear in the Jade Haze Empire. The top priority now is to get rid of the Lord of the predestined peak. At least the identity of Ning Xiaochuan will not be exposed as long as the owner of Yuanqing Peak is removed. Ning Xiaochuan took out a large bag of inferior shancher and put it in his hand. According to the records in the strange Jiu Dang Jia, he planned to arrange an aggressive array, the Eight Winds God Array. Ning Xiaochuan has studied this array for a long time, and he has been very thorough about the structure of the array. However, this is the first time. It takes 8 martial artists in the territory of Dizun to preside over the array, and the power can be brought into full play. According to the records, once the 8 Winds God Array bursts into full power, it can refine a city into a piece of water and melt all creatures. However, Ning Xiaochuan can't find so many powerful people at all now, and it's impossible to give full play to the full power of the 8 winds god array. He counts himself as 1, Yuqing as the 2nd, Huanhua family master as the 3rd, double-headed stone beast as the 4th, and black-haired ghost bat beast as the 5th. 5 martial arts masters of the earth honor level will preside over the 8 winds god array, which can at least exert the 30% power of the array, and have a great chance to refine the lord of the predestined peak to death. Ning Xiaochuan buried 333 pieces of low-grade basalt into the ground, and then, in the surrounding 4 mountains, 2 canyons, a river mouth, and a cliff. 8 positions, arrange array platforms. Each array platform is hidden in a relatively hidden place. It is made of 1 medium-grade basalt and 8 low-grade basalt, hidden 3 meters deep under the ground. Arrange the 8 winds and gods array, which covers the resistance of dozens of miles around, and enclose the 4 mountains in the array. A total of more than 400 pieces of basalt were consumed, worth more than 100 million coins. Even if ordinary people get the array spectrum, they can't afford to arrange it. Not only is refining medicine a skill that costs money, but also arranging arrays costs money. Yuqing stood by and watched, touched his chin, and said with great interest, "Brother Ning is really a rich man. However, this array can really suppress the 5th strongest person in the territory?" Ning Xiaochuan smiled and said, "The current array is just a remnant array. If you can find 8 masters of the Earth Zune realm and arrange a complete 8-wind god array, even the 9th heaviest martial artist in the Earth Zune realm can be trapped in it." Boast. Even the Tiangang de Luo array in the Imperial City can't be trapped by the 9th heaviest martial artist in the territory. You know the Tiangang de Luo array, but the array arranged by the Imperial Master at that time. Can your array be stronger than the array arranged by the Imperial Master? Yuqing rode. Ning Xiaochuan said, "The Tiangang de Luo array is mainly used for defense, and it needs to cover 600 miles around the Imperial City. The power of each array unit is weakened, and naturally, it can't help respecting the 9th heaviest martial artist in the territory." Ning Xiaochuan naturally will not naively think that his attainments in array have surpassed the Grand Master. After all, the Grand Master has been immersed in the array for hundreds of years, and he is also the first master of Taoism. Even if Ning Xiaochuan has mastered Jiu Dang Jia, he cannot surpass the Grand Master in a short time. It is already the season of late autumn. After nightfall, the cold wind of hunting blows in the mountains and forests, rolling up the yellow leaves on the ground, like yellow butterflies flying all over the mountains and fields. Shua. A thin figure flashed through the forest as fast as a ghost. On the ground, rolled up a bunch of flying leaves. The figure stopped and fell on the edge of a huge lake. Above the sky, the bright moonlight fell, leaving a moon reflection in the lake. Blood-red moon reflection. This is a rather strange picture. The moon above the sky is bright and bright, the moon in the lake is bright red and strange. It gives people a bad feeling. Yuan Shengfeng stood by the lake, staring at Ning Xiaochuan standing in the center of the lake, and said coldly, "Child Chuan, don't you finally plan to escape this time?" Ning Xiaochuan stood in the middle of the lake, wearing a dazzling black robe, with a gold mask on his face and a magic sword in his hand. Behind his body was a blood-red magic gas, in which there was a huge ancient tripod. That ancient tripod is Ning Xiaochuan's martial spirit Dharma body. What is different from before is that the second magic picture appears on the ancient tripod sky fire burning body. When Ning Xiaochuan cultivated the 8th world destroying qi, Gu Ding automatically condensed the magical power between heaven and earth and branded the second magic map. The power of Wu Soul Dharma body has become more powerful and has the power to break the Wu Soul change of other Wu Zuns. Barren mountains, cold lakes, blood moon. There is a monstrous man standing in the lake, which gives people a very strange feeling. If ordinary people see this scene, they will think it is the birth of an evil god. Ning Xiaochuan laughed coldly, "Lord Yuansheng, you dare to catch up here?" It seems that you really don't want to die. In that case, I will take your life today and throw it into the lake to feed fish. What a big tone. The face of the Lord of the Predestined Peak is a little twisted, which is the first time that he has been despised. He had fought with Xiaochuan and had a certain understanding of Xiaochuan's martial arts cultivation. Although he was not sure that he could kill Xiaochuan, it was not too difficult to defeat Xiaochuan. 3 huge iron swords on the back of the Lord of Yuanqing Peak rushed out at the same time and suspended on the top of his head. Each iron sword is at the level of 7th-grade Xuanqi, and the power it carries is different. It is an ancient sword famous in the martial arts world. The sword in the middle, called Tailong sword, has the power of water attribute, and its power is the most powerful, which is extremely close to the level of 8th-grade Xuanqi. The other 2 swords are called Cloud Sword and Jingmu Sword. Tailong sword is blue. It is the widest and is 1 foot long. It looks like a huge blue door panel. Jingmu sword is the narrowest. It is carved from wood. Its surface is flowing with metallic luster, just like it is made of bronze. Shua. The Lord of Yuanqing Peak pinched the sword formula, pointed to Ning Xiaochuan, and Tailong sword flew out, with a blue tail, stabbing Ning Xiaochuan's heart. When Tailong sword flew out, the water in the lake immediately froze and turned into blue ice, making a chi-chi sound. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan also chopped down with a sword, and the magic sword bombarded the blade of Tailong sword. The 2 swords collided, causing an explosion of air waves, knocking down a large area of trees around the lake, and the branches and leaves of many trees were cut off, leaving only bare trunks. In the mountains, sand flies and rocks fly. Shua. With 2 other swords, the Lord of Yuanqing Peak stepped on the lake and flew quickly. The cloud sword stabbed Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows, and the sword breath was like a snake's letter spitting out. Jingmu sword was inserted in the lake. After absorbing water, dense vines and branches grew on the sword, turning into a sword tree, entangled Ning Xiaochuan's legs. Jingmu is also a kind of shanling wood, ranking 16th in the shanling wood code. It is a rare wood species, and its value is far more than that of blood-toad wood and golden purple wood. If you carve a piece of wattle wood into a wooden sword, its power is comparable to that of a 7th-grade Xuanqi. It can be seen from this that the value of Jingmu is indeed frighteningly high. Even a small piece as big as a matchbox is worth thousands of gold. Wow! The vines wrapped around Ning Xiaochuan are as tough as iron bolts, emitting cyan brilliance. The branches and leaves turned into sword tips and stabbed Ning Xiaochuan at 36 key positions of his body. Lightning! Ning Xiaochuan shouted loudly, and purple lightning rushed out of his body. Hundreds of lightning burst out, all splitting on the body of Jingmu sword. Thunder and lightning are the nemesis of Zuanlingmu. Those branches and leaves soon withered and lost their vitality. Ning Xiaochuan took this opportunity to take off immediately, his feet on the ice, his body shot up, and ran towards the mountains and forests. He flew to the top of an ancient tree and flew to the depths of the mountains again. Ning Xiaochuan's goal is to introduce the Lord of the Predestined Peak into the 8 Winds God array, so there is no need to waste energy fighting with him. Where to escape? The Lord of Yuanqing Peak took back 3 ancient swords and chased Ning Xiaochuan. Shua. The Lord of Yuanqing Peak flew on the top of the treetops, pinched the sword formula, and the Tailong sword flew out quickly and stabbed Ning Xiaochuan's back. Ning Xiaochuan noticed the crisis behind him, immediately turned his body, held the sword in both hands, and chopped back with a sword. A sword with a length of hundreds of meters flew out, and with the mighty magic power, it crushed a large area of trees in the mountain forest, leaving a 7-meter wide sword path. Tailong's sword was hit and flew back. Yuansheng Fang adjusted 3 ancient swords to form a sword array, which blocked Ning Xiaochuan's sword. However, his body retreated more than 10 meters. The power of Xiaochuan is so powerful. The Lord of Yuanqing Peak can clearly perceive that the power of Gong Zichuan is much stronger than when he was in Xuanji Mountain. This is a pretty bad signal. Old man, you'd better not catch up, or this seat will take your head up. Child Chuan's voice came from a distance, with a very arrogant tone. The Fate Peak Master's face sank, his 5 fingers tightly pinched together, his heart was extremely angry, and he caught up again. Seeing that the Lord of Yuanqing Peak caught up, Ning Xiaochuan was finally relieved, flew to the top of the cliff and stood in the center of the array. The light of the array rose and wrapped Ning Xiaochuan's body. The Lord of the predestined peak has now flown into the range of the array and landed on the edge of the river, below the cliff. Start the battle. Ning Xiaochuan gave an order, and the light of the array became more powerful, turning into a column of light rising into the sky. The light was extremely powerful, and punctured the clouds in the night sky. At the same time, a light column rushed up in the other 7 directions, and the array platform was completely activated. Boom! The huge array disk is activated, covering an area of more than 30 miles, forming a circular array circle. 333 flame meteorites emerged from the ground, suspended in the void. Some flaming meteorites are only 1 meter above the ground, while some flaming meteorites are more than 30 meters above the ground. 333 flaming meteorites slowly rotate, trapping the Lord of the Yuanqing Peak in the center. Yuqing, Huanhua Master, double-headed stone beast and black-haired ghost bat beast stood on their respective array platforms, and their bodies were wrapped by Xian light, making the light of the array more and more powerful. At this moment, Yuqing was able to see the whole picture of the 8 winds, God array. It was unspeakably magnificent, connecting heaven and earth, including rivers and mountains. He secretly thought that he might really be able to kill the Lord of the predestined peak in the array. His blood was boiling in his body. It was really exciting to kill a martial overlord he could only look up to before. He shouted, "Lord Predestined Peak, I want to cut off your head today, so that thousands of girls all over the world can see my supreme demeanor." The Lord of the Predestined Peak stood in the array, the earth and sky were burning flames, and 333 scorching suns were suspended in the void, baking his body. Yuqing's voice came into his ears endlessly, "My king? Are you a member of the court?" Yuanqing Peak Master's heart began to doubt that Child Chuan was a member of the demon sect? Or people in the court? Yuqing noticed that he had slipped his tongue, coughed twice, and said gruffly, "This seat is the 36-star king of the demon gate. If you know the truth, you will kneel down on the ground to this king of heaven. Otherwise, once this king of heaven works, you will be beaten out of your wits every minute. Then I'll see what great means your demon sect has." Relying on the power of his mind, the Lord of Yuanqing Peak sensed the orientation of Yuqing and pinched the sword formula with his fingers. The cloud sword that was originally suspended behind him appeared a layer of white brilliance. Shua. The 5th most powerful person in the territory of Dizun beat out the 7th-grade Xuanqi level war sword, and the power that erupted was naturally not trivial. Yuqing he smiled, mobilized the power of the array, and collapsed the cloud sword back. What a strong array. The Lord of the Predestined Peak felt bad. Although the 8 winds God array is an aggressive array, its defensive power is also quite terrible, and the 7 Xuanqi can't break through the array. The Lord of the Predestined Peak began to break through the formation with all his strength and flew towards the sky with his sword, but he was blasted down by 333 extremely hot suns, his clothes were burned with holes, and even his hair was scorched. The Lord of the Predestined Peak chopped the earth with his sword and wanted to escape from the ground. However, a large amount of faint yellow water poured out from the ground, turning the ground into a lake. The water surface was very flat, and there were no ripples, just like a yellow mirror. The Lord of the Predestined Peak chopped his sword on the water surface of the water, and the yellow water was corroding the sword, corroding the Tai Long sword to make a chi-chi sound. The lord of the predestined peak immediately took back the Tailong sword. He saw that the war sword at the peak of the 7th-grade Xuanqi was actually corroded yellow, and its aura was sharply reduced, which was almost abandoned. Water. Yuan Xingfeng's eyes widened, staring at the yellow liquid surging below. Su water, Huang water and weak water are called 3 waters of hell. When the 3 waters of hell come together, they will turn into the most terrible water, yellow spring. Water exists in the depths of the earth, which is precipitated by the most evil and filthy things between heaven and earth, and can corrode the martial god body of martial artists. Once the martial body is corroded, the physical potential of the lighter will be sharply reduced. In serious cases, all martial arts accomplishments are lost. The lord of the predestined peak was naturally quite afraid. He stepped on the sword and avoided the water far away. There is a scorching sun above and water under your feet, which really drives the lord of Yuanqing Peak to a desperate situation. There is no way to heaven and no way to earth. As soon as the lord of Yuanqing Mountain bit his teeth, the vitality of martial arts in his body ran frantically, and his back made a cluck sound, and his back made a golden light. Even across a layer of flesh, he could see a golden line on his back. What's the situation? Has this old man cultivated into a King Kong's not bad body? Yuqing rode. It's not that King Kong is not bad, but Tongbei magic power, which is called the first fighting magic power of physical skill. As expected, the lord of the predestined peak hit a hand and actually cultivated such a powerful magic power. The combat effectiveness must be quite terrible. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't want to wait any longer, and plans to start the array completely. There are many similarities between the 8 winds and 8 winds array and the technique of 9 palaces and 8 winds. It is for this reason that Ning Xiaochuan chose to study this array. Ning Xiaochuan has practiced the art of 9 palaces and 8 winds, and naturally, he can make the 8 winds god array exert its ultimate power. Thor Electric Wind. Ning Xiaochuan is the backbone of the array, and the whole array is under his control. Point to the middle of the array. In the array, the situation changes rapidly. Thunderbolt. A flash of lightning cut through the array, like a purple sky knife, from the sky to the earth, and fell on the lord of the predestined peak. The lord of the predestined peak showed his all-back magic power, his spine emitted golden light, his eyes turned into golden pupils, opened his mouth, and directly swallowed the lightning that fell from the sky. He ate the lightning, which was like eating tonic. The light in his eyes was stronger and the momentum was more fierce. Bang! He tore a claw and immediately tore a huge flint to pieces. The flint exploded like fireworks and turned into a rain of fire. Yuqing's forehead kept sweating, and he saw that the lord of the predestined peak was attacking him, tearing the array, as if to escape from the array. He hurriedly said, "This old guy is too strong. His body is as strong as a unicorn. Can the god array hold him down?" Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect that the lord of the predestined peak had practiced such magic martial arts as Tongbei magic. However, he didn't panic and put more power into the array. Boom! In the array, there are hundreds of lightning, which constantly converge into a river of electricity, just like a lightning waterfall rushing down from the sky. A gust of wind was born. The strong wind composed of thousands of lightning surged towards the lord of Yuanqing Peak. This is the real Thor electric wind, the primitive wind in the 9 palaces and 8 winds. The lord of Yuanqing Peak stretched out his arms, and the golden brilliance on his back extended from the position of his shoulders to his 2 arms, turning his arms, wrists, and palms into reddish gold, supporting a golden cloud. Bang! Stabbed. Thor electric wind suppressed the lord of the predestined peak, breaking the Tongbei magic power. The backs of his golden hands were blackened by lightning, with flesh and blood blurred. Poop. The lord of the predestined peak vomited a mouthful of blood and fell into the water below. The water is extremely dense, and it can drill into the smallest gap in the world. Even a 1-meter thick iron wall can't stop the water. Water can pass through the iron wall and flow to the other side of the iron wall. When the Lord of the Yuanqing Peak fell into the water directly drilled into the skin pores of the Lord of the Yuanqing Peak, dipped into the body, flowed into the blood, and corroded the spirit of the martial arts. The Lord of Yuanqing Peak felt a tingling in his body, and his body was corroded. He was stunned and quickly mobilized his strength to fly out of the water. Do it! Ning Xiaochuan took out the magic sword and killed it into the 8 winds god array, with a sword on the head of the Lord of the Yuanqing Peak. The Lord of Yuanqing Peak summoned 3 battle swords and condensed them into a sword array to block Ning Xiaochuan's sword. However, the huge impact made him fall quickly and fall into the water again. Child Chuan, don't mess with these crooked ways if you have the ability, and fight with me fairly. The Lord of the Predestined Peak was afraid of the 8 winds god array. Trapped in the array, he had no chance to escape even if he wanted to. Ning Xiaochuan stood on a huge flint with a diameter of more than 10 meters, stared at the Lord of the Predestined Peak below, and said, "Why didn't you guys propose to fight me fairly when you besieged me? Why are you talking so much nonsense with this old guy? Give me a group fight." Yuqing also flew into the array, swung a huge flint of 100,000 jin and threw it at the Lord of the Predestined Peak. Bang! The Lord of the Predestined Peak smashed the flint with a punch and broke it into more than 10 pieces of gravel. At the same time, with a poop, he fell into the water again. Huanhua Master, black-haired ghost bat beast and double-headed stone beast also entered the array and began to frantically besiege the Lord of Yuanqing Peak. The power of the double-headed stone beast is the most terrible. Its body is up to more than 100 meters, which is like a huge stone mountain. Every slap can hit the Lord of the Predestined Peak and spit blood, and several bones of its body will be broken. With the current fighting power and strong vitality of the double-headed stone beast, it is enough to fight the 5th heaviest strong man in the Lanzun territory. Yuqing stared at the lake like the ocean below and said, "This array is really awesome. Brother Ning, why don't you teach me how to arrange the array?" Ning Xiaochuan was not stingy. He directly handed the array spectrum of the 8 winds god array to Yuqing and said, "It's not just an array. Take it and study it slowly." Yuqing took over the array spectrum, and his tongue added his lips again and again. He said incredulously, "Just give it to me? If you want to spend money on it, I won't refuse." Ning Xiaochuan rode. No, my brothers are too cynical about money." Yuqing hurriedly took out a dark iron box and carefully put the array spectrum into the box. He had seen the power of the 8 winds god array. Just a remnant array trapped a 5th heaviest martial overlord in the territory. How powerful is it if you show a complete array? Yuqing thinks he has no attainments in array, but there are many array masters in the Shenlong Palace. He is sure to be able to arrange the 8 winds god array. If this array is arranged on the battlefield, it may be able to kill millions of enemy troops. The array spectrum of this level of array can't be bought even if it costs the wealth of 10 cities. Ning Xiaochuan is really enough friends. Yuqing didn't know that thousands of arrays were recorded in Jiu Dang Jia. The 8 winds god array can only be regarded as one of the relatively simple attack arrays, which is not a great strange array. Almost. It's time to take him on the road. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the rough water below. The Lord of Yuanqing Peak was struggling in the water and had been beaten to the death by the crowd. Phew! Ning Xiaochuan held his sword in both hands and fell from the sky, drawing a blood-red light between the sky and the earth, just like the stars falling to the earth. Poof! The magic sword stabbed down from the head of the Lord of the Predestined Peak and penetrated his body. The Lord of Yuanqing Peak was shocked, his eyes protruded, and the corners of his mouth bled with blood marks. His vitality was cut off by the magic sword. A strong man with the 5th highest level of the land honor fell and was pierced by the magic sword. The magic sword automatically sent out a phagocytic force, and the sword body emitted a bleeding red glow, and began to devour the blood gas in the main body of the predestined peak. The blood gas in the main body of Yuanqing peak flows into the magic sword madly. After the magic sword absorbed Wu Zun's blood gas, it also released another force into Ning Xiaochuan's body, so that Ning Xiaochuan was wrapped in blood gas all over, and his cultivation climbed rapidly, starting to impact the third level of Dizun. Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts cultivation has already reached the peak of the second level of the Lanzun realm, and he is only 1 foot away from the third level. With the support of the huge blood and gas of the Lord of the Predestined Peak, his cultivation has been steadily improved and quickly hit the bottleneck. Boom! Suddenly, the 8 winds god array shook violently, and cracks appeared in many places of the array plate, which seemed to be breaking. What is going on? Ning Xiaochuan was originally in the realm of impact, and his heart felt. His eyes immediately opened and looked out of the array. I don't know when, a mass of magic gas flew outside the 8 winds god array. Lord Wuxing came out of the demon gas, wearing a gray robe, with silver hair and long beard. With every step he took, the ground shook violently. His eyes were filled with a sneer of death. How did the Lord Wuxing appear here? Ning Xiaochuan's heart was shocked. The old demon wouldn't run to the Yuan domain for no reason. Was he coming for himself? He rushed to the realm at a faster speed. Boom! Wuxing Dao Lord hit a punch, directly smashing the 8 winds god array that no one controlled. At the same time, due to the influence of 8 arrays, 4 mountains in the distance were knocked down by the power of Wuxing Dao Lord, and a cliff not far away also collapsed, filling the canyon below. This is the power of Wu Zun level, which can change the landform of mountains and rivers and cause great destructive power. Yuqing's face changed, and he glanced at Ning Xiaochuan, who was impacting the realm, so he bit his teeth and punched the Taoist priest Wuxing. Ant-like existence. The Taoist priest of Wuxing disdained him very much. He didn't look at him at all, but with a wave of his sleeve, a wave of magic rolled over and hit Yuqing's chest. Yuqing flew out like a fly, hit the cliff, and then fell into the rubble. His body curled together, kept twitching, and his mouth kept spitting blood. The same is Wu Zun, and the power gap is not generally large. The double-headed stone beast also suddenly attacked, stretched out a huge stone claw, and slapped it on the head of the Lord of Wuxing. The speed of the Taoist priest Wuxing suddenly accelerated, leaving a series of shadows on the ground. When he stopped again, he had already stood under the double-headed stone beast, and with the help of a pointer, he smashed the double-headed stone beast into millions of pieces of gravel, which fell to the ground one after another. The master of Wuxing walked through the gravel and walked leisurely, looking at Ning Xiaochuan, who was breaking through the realm. Chi-chi. The rubble on the ground soon coalesced and gave birth to the birth machine. The master of Wuxing uttered a light sigh, and a mysterious tool in the shape of a millstone flew out of his sleeve, emitting monstrous demon light, which suppressed the double-headed stone beast to death. He did not intend to kill the double-headed stone beast. The Xian beast with such strong vitality should be used to subdue it. He stopped, and a cold smile appeared on his old face. Li Huan is also an old man who has lived for more than 100 years. He is one of the 7 peak masters of the One Yuan sect, and unexpectedly died in the hands of your younger generation. He is also tragic. Ning Xiaochuan was wearing a golden mask at the moment, and the Lord of Wuxing did not recognize him. He changed his voice and tried to keep calm, saying, "The Taoist Lord is the master of the demon sect. Why did he come here with 1,000 gold bodies?" The master of Wuxing Road said, "Child Chuan, you fake a member of the demon gate, killed a sword saint disciple Yi Nan Tian, and one of the 8 hall masters of the Tianyin sect Yuqin Hall, who are the 2 strong enemies under the demon gate tree. I am ordered by the demon emperor to bind you to the 9 death cliff for trial. Do you do it yourself or do I do it?" Shua. Ning Xiaochuan's body was full of blood gas, which took the magic sword out of the body of the Lord of the Predestined Peak, bringing out a large amount of blood gas, and the sword was emitting a bloody red demon brilliance. Ning Xiaochuan's body is like 10,000 dragons galloping, magnificent, vigorous, and full of endless power. The cultivation of martial arts has entered the third level of the land of reverence. The cold wind swept in the air. Ning Xiaochuan's black robe kept rolling. Not far away, the double-headed stone beast struggled under the mysterious tool in the shape of a millstone. However, the power of the millstone was so terrible that even the double-headed stone beast could not rush out and was suppressed. Ning Xiaochuan said, "What if I don't want to go to Jiushi Cliff? If you break through the realm, your wings will be hard?" The Taoist priest Gaga smiled, and green veins appeared on his arms. Anyway, the devil didn't say whether to take the living back or the dead back. I think it's more convenient to take a dead person on the road than a living person. Ning Xiaochuan's heart also hesitated at the moment. The cultivation of Taoist priest Wuxing is indeed quite terrible. He is far from his opponent now. I'm afraid I'll hate him here if I fight him forcibly. If you go back to Nine Death Cliff with him, in the Demon Gate, the blood-devouring Taoist Lord Duan Mulinia is his uncle, and maybe you can save your life. However, when the Lord of Wuxing knows his true identity, will he really live and bring him back to the Nine Death Cliff? After careful calculation and weighing the pros and cons, Ning Xiaochuan finally decided to fight to the death. In this way, he might be able to fight a way to survive. If you compromise, there is really no way to survive. Just when Ning Xiaochuan was ready to take action, the Taoist priest Wuxing frowned slightly, narrowed his eyes, and stared at the river behind Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan also felt something and turned to stare at the river. On the river, a leaf of boat floated. On the boat sat a girl in white, with long black hair falling down, some floating on the boat, some falling in the water. Holding a white jade shing in her hand, her slender jade finger pressed in the hole and played a drizzle of nocturnal music. However, the Lord of Wuxing did not stare at her, but at a human-shaped black shadow in the river. Yes, there is a black shadow on the open river. No one knows where this black shadow comes from? Because there is no one on the river. There is no one in the water. Dark King, you are a step late. I have caught Child Chuan. There is no way for the main cold measurement. The shadow in the river actually made a human voice, which was like the spirit of the river god, saying, "Why capture him?" Wuxing said, "This is the order of the Demon Emperor." Child Chuan borrowed the name of the Demon Gate and became the great enemy of the Demon Gate. The great enemy? It's not a Yuan sect and Tianyin sect. Will the demon sect be afraid to offend them? In the river, sound came again. Wuxing said, "Sooner or later, the demon sect will destroy a Yuan sect and Tianyin sect and dominate the world." However, Child Chuan did borrow the name of the demon sect. If the demon sect didn't judge him, wouldn't any cat and dog be able to do evil under the banner of the demon sect in the future? Oh. So it is. What if Child Chuan is indeed a member of the demon clan? Wuxing said, "What does the Heavenly King mean?" Ning Xiaochuan also showed a puzzled look. The voice in the river became clearer and said, "Child Chuan is the only disciple accepted by this Heavenly King. Do you think he is a member of the demon sect?" Impossible. All people in the demon sect will be registered on the list of Nine Death Cliff. The Tao of Wuxing is determined. It's a pity that the people of the Dark King are not on the list. I can tell you very clearly that Child Chuan is the heir of the Dark King. I will go to the Nine Death Cliff to report this to the Demon Emperor. Lin Tianyi, you can go back. Well, since it's the disciple of the Heavenly King, it's naturally a misunderstanding. The Lord of Mishidao put away the vitality of Wu Dao and said, "However, the King of Heaven's move is not very clever. Queen Wanyin has spoken to take his life. Is the King of Heaven sure that he can protect his disciples? Don't bother. Hey, hey. All right. It's very good. Lord Wuxing stared at Ning Xiaochuan mercilessly, snorted coldly, put away the mysterious weapon in the shape of a millstone, and then whisked away. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the dead Taoist lord disappearing on the horizon, then put away the magic sword, stared at the black shadow in the river, and said, "Thank you." You don't have to thank me. If you want to thank me, thank Ningxing. When she learned that you went to Yuyuanzong to kill Yi Nantian, she knew that you had caused great trouble, so she begged me to save you. The shadow in the river disappeared out of thin air, leaving only a boat, and the girl playing Xing music in the boat. Ning Xiaochuan walked in the wind, flew to the boat and sat opposite her. Yu Ningxing put Yuxing away. His bright eyes were like two secluded springs. With a shallow smile, he said softly, "It's too risky for you to go to Shuangji Mountain alone to kill Yi Nantian." Who does this mean? Is it the secret order of Emperor Yulan? When Yu Ningxing got the news, he also thought it was the secret order of Emperor Yulan to kill Ning Xiaochuan by the hand of a Yuan sect and Tianyin sect. Therefore, she immediately went to ask the Dark King to come with the Dark King to Yuyuanyu to save Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "This matter has nothing to do with Emperor Yulan. It's a private matter. I will tell you in the future." Yu Ningxing gently nodded and said, "If you don't say it, you have your own reason." On the bow, a man appeared out of thin air, dressed in blue Confucian clothes, neatly dressed, and with a golden mask on his face, covering half of his face. After the Dark King appeared, Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Ningxing were silent and did not speak again. The Dark King stood in the bow with his hands behind his back, as if looking at the night scenery on both sides of the river, slowly said, "Ning Xiaochuan, when your father was alive, I did marry him for you and Ningxing, but of course you were born with fetal disease, so the marriage was rejected by your father. However, you and Ningxing are in love now, and today, you owe Ningxing a life. It can be seen that all this is providence. Ningxing is a daughter's home, so it's hard to speak, so I'll ask for her. Should you promise her something?" "Dad." Yu Ningxing showed a rare trace of coyness. "Immediately don't turn your head," and your heart kept jumping poop poop. This is indeed the answer she also wants to know. How does Ning Xiaochuan give her a future? One is the little marquis of the imperial court, and the other is the saint of the demon sect. They are their own masters, and have their own camps. Is it true that they want to go on like this? Ning Xiaochuan was very careful about feelings, and didn't dare to make a decision easily, saying, "Senior, I want to think again." Still need to think? Ningxing has already checked into the Marquis mansion. Do you want to drive her out? Dark Sky King Wei. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Now is the turbulent situation in the world. If you have a long relationship with children, you must be short of heroism. It's a good sentence, long love between children and women, short of heroism. Since you talked to me about the current situation, I'll talk to you about the current situation." The King of Dark Sky said, "The Yulan Empire has been inherited for 846 years and experienced 61 emperors. On the surface, the empire is a scene of prosperity. However, in fact, the interior of the imperial court has long been corrupted by long-term stability. The kings are arrogant, extravagant, drunken, and the lower masters are greedy for pleasure and convergence of wealth. In the imperial court, all kinds of factional disputes and interest struggles, even the Yulan emperor can't contain. Do you know why Emperor Yulan is in a hurry to abolish the princes and seize the military power in the hands of the princes? In fact, Emperor Yulan is also aware of the crisis of the empire and wants to centralize power and bring the military power into his own hands, so as to better stabilize the empire. However, by doing so, he is destined to touch the interests of the kings and princes, but accelerated the division of the empire. You can also see that now the major prefectures of the Yulan Empire are full of flames of war, and all kinds of rebels are springing up like mushrooms. Countless, and everyone wants to be king. In fact, this crisis should have come as early as 100 years ago, but the head of the academy suppressed the fate of the Yulan Empire with strong cultivation, delaying this crisis of overthrowing the empire for 100 years. Now, the Yulan Empire can block the sky when the head of the academy leaves under the attack of all major forces? Ning Xiaochuan wrote, the Jade Haze Empire can inherit for more than 800 years without declining. It has its own reason. The children of the kings and Ho mansions have indeed been corrupted by the wealth accumulated by their ancestors. They are not enterprising and are greedy for pleasure. However, there are still many talented heroes. If the imperial court really wants to fight, I'm afraid it will only take 3 years to uproot the Demon Gate and the major gates. I believe the predecessors know better than me how powerful the imperial court is. The King of Dark Sky said, if the imperial court is really monolithic, even if the Demon Gate has any great power, it can't shake the foundation of the Jade Haze Empire. But is the imperial court really monolithic? Take the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion for example. Don't you want to control the imperial city by secretly establishing Ghost Mountain Manor? Don't you want to control the forging and trading of weapons by establishing Sword Palace and compiling the weapons ranking manual? Don't Ning Xiaochuan wantonly buy pastures in the border area, cooperate with the big Shan beast lords, and don't you want to cultivate war horses? Don't the Marquis of Jiana want to oppose the imperial court? The voice of the Dark King is resounding, with a strong aura. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes shrunk and said, the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion just wants to protect themselves. Whether it's self-preservation or rebellion, it can only show one thing. All the kings and princes in the court have their own thoughts. Many of them actually want to leave the court and build a country by themselves. That's still the case. How can the court be monolithic? It can be said that as long as the imperial city is broken, the whole Yulan Empire will collapse. Dark Sky King Wei. Ning Xiaochuan said, what do you mean, master? Is the Demon Gate going to attack the imperial city? Today, we only talk about the current situation, not the future situation. I just want to ask, when the national destiny of Yulan Empire ends, without the shackles of imperial power, will you marry Ningxing? Dark Sky King Wei. Yu Ningxing's fingers tightly pinched the corners of his clothes, and a pair of bright eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan. It's really quite difficult to make a decision. Once you say something, it's impossible to take it back. Once some words are said, it means unshirkable responsibility. Ning Xiaochuan's heart is also struggling, thinking, hesitating, but he can't get the answer for a long time. Yu Ningxing's eyes grew a little gray and said, Dad, I hope we can decide the matter between me and Ogawa by ourselves. Ogawa hasn't thought it over yet, in fact. I haven't thought it over yet. We are all young now, and the future is still far away. How can we know whether each other is really willing to accompany you to the end without experiencing the tempering of time? The Dark King stared at her deeply and said, okay. This is your decision. I hope your decision is correct. In the night sky, there was a rustling wind. Child Chuan, my lord finally found you. A bright glow flew from the sky, flew by the moon, and fell on a cliff not far away. This is an old man who looks about 60 years old. He wears a white jade crown on his head, has many wrinkles on his face, and his clothes are well dressed. Every button is buttoned neatly. With a sword on his back, he exuded a sharp momentum and did not look at all old. The Dark King stood in the bow of the boat, staring at the old man on the cliff, and his eyelids shrunk, master of the One Yuan sect, Ruxing. Ru Xinghe is coming. Soon after, a large number of martial artists from a Yuan sect followed, almost all riding Shan beasts. There were more than 40 people, all of whom were martial arts masters. God! The leader of Yuanqing Peak was killed by Child Chuan. Lord, this revenge must be avenged. Child Chuan, our Yuyuanzong will never die with you. A Wuzun of the Yuan sect stood on the back of the Xian beast, offered a Xian ware, and shouted at Ning Xiaochuan sitting on the boat. The warriors of the Yuan sect were so angry that their mouths were crooked. Child Chuan was so bold that he first broke into Xuanji Mountain and killed the heirs of Jiansheng. Now there is a peak master who killed a Yuan sect. This is the existence against a Yuan sect. If you don't get rid of him, a Yuan sect can't save face. Ru Xinghe's eyes also became gloomy. As the patriarch of a Yuan sect, he had to capture Gong Zichuan and bring him back to Xuanji Mountain. Only in this way could he give an account to the disciples of the whole sect. Ru Xinghe, long time no see. The Dark King Lang said. Ru Xinghe had noticed the Dark King for a long time. He didn't recognize the Dark King until the Dark King made a sound. His eyes showed a trace of surprise and sneered, no wonder Child Chuan was so brave. It turned out that there was the Dark King behind him. Ruxing is already 100 years old. He is a famous Taishan in the martial arts and Taoism world. In addition to the Sword Saint, he has the highest status in the Yuan sect, and the cultivation of martial arts and Taoism is naturally at its peak and unfathomable. The Dark King of Heaven is only half the age of Ruxing, but his martial arts cultivation makes Ruxing cannot be underestimated. 10 years ago, the Dark King had a fight with Ru Xinghe. At that time, the Dark King was younger than now, but his martial arts cultivation was not weaker than Confucianism. The battle between the two didn't really start. As soon as they fought, it ended. They just tried to find out the general cultivation level of their opponents. The world thinks that only the Sword Saint is the most powerful in the Yuan sect, but few people know that Ruxing is also the supremacy of martial arts and Taoism. Dark Sky King Wei. Hearing this, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help looking at Ru Xinghe and carefully looking at the old man with the sword on his back. It seems that the patriarch of the One Yuan sect, who can be called the Supreme Master by the Dark King of Heaven, is not just a name. You know, the fighting power of the Dark King can overwhelm the Taoist priest Wuxing. Wuxing Taoist master's martial arts accomplishments are at least above the 7th weight of the Earth Zone territory. The cultivation of martial arts and Taoism of Ruxing is naturally impossible to be worse. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized the power of Qiqiao's demon heart to induce Ru Xinghe's martial arts cultivation, and wanted to see how powerful he was. After the power of Qiqiao demon's heart was sent out, there was an endless stream of information feedback. Ru Xinghe seemed to be just an ordinary old man, but his heart was like a vast ocean with endless power. His body seems to be pregnant with a god, which can break out the huge power of cutting mountains and rivers. Ning Xiaochuan can't judge how powerful his cultivation is, but according to the breath emanating from his martial arts heart palace, it can be judged that his martial arts cultivation should be a bit stronger than the master of Wuxing. At this time, Ru Xinghe noticed that someone was peeping at his Wudoxin palace, and a cold hum came out of his mouth. A stream of blood rushed out of the Wudoxin palace, condensed into a sword, and stabbed Ning Xiaochuan's heart. This is not the attack of martial arts, but the attack of mind, which outsiders can't notice at all. In Ning Xiaochuan's view, it was like a sea of blood red pressing over, wrapping his body tightly, squeezing him almost to suffocate. Shua. Just then, a bloody sword flew over from the ocean and stabbed him in the middle of the eyebrow. Ning Xiaochuan clenched his teeth, his body exuded colorful brilliance, and 7 rings flew out of his heart. There was crimson blood flowing in the rings, and he bombarded the bloody sword. Boom! The sword was immediately repulsed, and the sea of blood wrapped around Ning Xiaochuan's body was torn to pieces. Ning Xiaochuan hurriedly withdrew his mind and was soaked with cold sweat. Just now it was too dangerous, and he was almost cut off by Ru Xinghe. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Qiqiao Shenma Heart Palace showed strong power to repel Ru Xinghe's mind. Under the counterattack of Qiqiao Demon Heart Palace, Ru Xinghe was absolutely uncomfortable. Ru Xinghe also withdrew his mind, and his heart ached slightly. With a surprised look in his eyes, he stared at Xiaochuan, his lips moved, and said to himself, Chichao Demon Heart Palace. Xiaochuan has such a talent, so we must kill him today, or it will be a disaster in the future. Shua. The sword on Ru Xinghe's back flew out of the sheath and turned into a bright scar. A sword pierced the sky and flew towards Ning Xiaochuan. The speed of the sword was so fast that it rubbed with the air and burst into flames. The body of the sword was full of flames, and the space was sunken, as if it was going to be punctured by the sword gas. The Dark King's mouth read 2 words, Xiaoyang. Suddenly, 4 animal shadows of the divine figure rushed out of his body, namely, the green dragon shadow, the white tiger shadow, the phoenix shadow, and the basalt shadow, suspended in the 4 directions, forming the form of the reincarnation of the 4 elephants. The body of the green dragon is more than 30 meters long. It is covered with blue dragon scales, sharp claws, sharp horns, and bright longans. It is like a real green dragon rushing out of the body of the Dark King. The cultivation skill of the Dark Heavenly King is different from that of ordinary people. Other martial artists can only cultivate 1 martial soul Dharma body, but he can cultivate 4 martial soul Dharma bodies. Green Dragon Dharma, White Tiger Dharma, Phoenix Dharma, Xuanwu Dharma. This is the 4 elephant soul of the Dark King. The cultivation method of the Dark King of Heaven is called 4 elephant reincarnation skill, and the 4 symbols refer to Green Dragon, White Tiger, Phoenix and Xuanwu. They correspond to the 4 Wu soul magical powers, Xiaoyang, Sun, Xiaoyin and Taiyin. When the skill works, the 4 images come out of the body. The word Xiaoyang came out of the mouth of the Dark King. The mouth of the Green Dragon Dharma body spits out a blue lightning, and the lightning is very dense, condensed into a lightning dragon ball. Bang! The Dark King of Heaven and the Ruxing flew out at the same time, and their magic fighting methods were launched. The sword light and lightning collided in the sky, bursting into dazzling brilliance. The huge vitality fluctuation forced all martial artists on the scene to retreat one after another, afraid of being hurt by the scattered sword gas and lightning. This is the peak duel of martial arts. The patriarch must be able to defeat the Dark King. The warriors of the Yuan sect all know that the martial arts cultivation of the sect leader is unpredictable. To defeat a mere Dark King is like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Suddenly, all the sword light and lightning disappeared from the sky, and the Dark King and Ru Xinghe also disappeared. Even a person could not be found. They entered the alien space to fight. Standing on the boat, Ning Xiaochuan could feel the weak vitality wave in the space. Fluctuations in different time and space. The warriors of the Yuan sect all stared at Ning Xiaochuan covetously, but they all taboo Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts cultivation, and no one dared to take the first shot. You know, Child Chuan can kill the leader of the predestined peak, which can be called the peerless murderer of the demon sect. Plus a saint of the demon sect, how many people dare to fight them? The battle between the Dark King of Heaven and Ruxing did not last long, and the door of different space opened again. Wow! The Dark Heavenly King flew out from inside, the Green Dragon Dharma body was coiled on the top of his head, the Phoenix Dharma body was stepped on his feet, the left hand was the White Tiger Dharma body, and the right hand was the Xuanwu Dharma body, forming a 4 elephant reincarnation. He slapped it out, and the green dragon flew out, knocking Ru Xinghe into the void, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ru Xinghe's martial arts cultivation can also be called shocking, and it is difficult to meet an enemy. However, he was soon defeated when he encountered the Dark King. If he didn't have an 8th-grade Xuanqi level heavy iron ancient sword, he doubted that he couldn't resist the blow of 4 elephant reincarnation. Shantai ancient sword is a sword ruler handed down by the founder of a Yuan sect, and it is also the keepsake of the patriarch of a Yuan sect. It is made of a piece of hard iron under the ground, weighing 100,000,30,000 gene. In the sword body is sealed a ruins world with a radius of thousands of miles. This is a rare ancient mysterious weapon. After thousands of years of cultivation, the iron-sinking ancient sword has become more and more powerful. Although it is only an 8th-grade mysterious weapon, its power is not much weaker than the 9th-grade mysterious weapon. However, even if Ruxing holds a heavy iron ancient sword, it is still difficult to resist the 4-elephant reincarnation of the Dark King. How can it be so powerful? Ru Xinghe fell to the ground, staggered back 2 steps, and finally stood firm. With a flick of his sleeve, he wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, and stared at the Dark King in shock. Have you practiced the reincarnation of the 4 elephants to Mahayana? Ruxing, in the past 10 years, your accomplishments have not improved much. The Dark King of Heaven stood high, surrounded by 4 elephants, like a demon god overlooking the earth. Those warriors of the Yuan sect had been scared with fear. Ru Xinghe clenched his teeth and said, "If you really want to fight to the death, the winner is still unknown." The voice of the Dark Heavenly King was very indifferent, and said, "Just now, this Heavenly King has also exerted half of his strength. If you really want to fight to the death, then this Heavenly King will let you see the power of the 4 symbols reincarnation Mahayana. At that time, I'm afraid your life will be handed over here." Ruxing has lived for nearly 100 years, and is the leader of the martial arts and Taoism world. Naturally, he will not be frightened by the words of the Dark King. Then I'll see how strong the 4-elephant reincarnation of the King of Heaven is. The vitality of martial arts in Ru Xinghe's body spurted out like starlight, and his body became extremely bright and radiant, so that the earth on the ground was covered with a layer of starlight. After absorbing the starlight, the heavy iron ancient sword in his hand turned into a huge piece of stubborn iron, and even the blade disappeared, leaving only the jagged body of the sword, like a sword-shaped iron mountain. The strength of the iron ancient sword was completely stimulated, and a surge of sword intention came from the sword, which made everyone present feel great pressure and retreated towards the distance. The magic sword in Ning Xiaochuan's body was also affected by the heavy iron ancient sword, and made a sword sound, as if it was going to fly out of Ning Xiaochuan's body to compete with the heavy iron ancient sword. The power of Bapin Xuanqi is really strong. Ning Xiaochuan hurriedly mobilized the spirit of annihilation and suppressed the impending magic sword. When Ru Xinghe wielded the iron ancient sword, the Dark King also played the reincarnation of the 4 symbols, turned into a black light and directly rushed into the sword, pointing on the iron ancient sword. What? The Dark King unexpectedly used his fingers to resist the heavy iron ancient sword? Even the fingers made of gold and iron will be cut off by the heavy iron ancient sword. No matter how tough a person's fingers are, they can't compete with Bapin Xuanqi. The Dark King is too conceited. Just when the finger of the Dark King of Heaven came into contact with the heavy iron ancient sword, a green dragon rushed out from the fingertip and wound on the heavy iron ancient sword. A flame spits out from Qinglong's mouth, and the whole space is covered by the flame, turning into a sea of fire, and the temperature rises rapidly. Poof! At the next moment, Ru Xinghe's body flew backward, and there was a huge blood hole in his chest, which was as big as the mouth of a bowl. He cut his ribs and penetrated into the back of his body. His body was pierced by the palm of the Dark King, whose palm was still stained with blood. If ordinary people suffer such a heavy blow, they will surely die. However, Ru Xinghe's martial arts cultivation is profound, and the vitality of martial arts in his body is running, and the wound is healing slowly. Ruxing, you are also an elder in the martial arts and Taoism world. You should understand the cruelty of the martial arts and Taoism world. Today is the time for you to die. Dark Sky King Wei. Dark King, don't hurt our lord. A Wu Zun of the Yuan sect showed his martial arts magic power, slapping his hands out at the same time to block the footsteps of the Dark King. With a wave of the Dark King's arm, a big handprint slapped it down, and immediately killed the Wu Zun. He was beaten to pieces, and his spirit and form were all destroyed. The momentum of the Dark King was the same. He stepped out and immediately crossed more than 40 meters. Standing in front of Ru Xinghe, he slowly raised his arm and pointed to the center of Ru Xinghe's eyebrows. His action seemed slow, but in fact it was as fast as lightning, which made it difficult for strong people like Ru Xinghe to fight back and escape, and he could only watch the Dark King give directions. Shua. On the eastern horizon, a blue glow came, illuminating the whole earth. One light hit the fingertips of the Dark King, and the other light wrapped around Ru Xinghe, forcing the two to be separated. The Dark King put his fingers away and looked out into the sky. His eyes became dignified. I saw the blue light outside the sky becoming brighter and brighter, blooming a blue lotus, and the light rain from the 9 petals scattered on the earth, giving people a feeling of incomparable softness. There are green lotus in the void. Heaven and earth turn into daylight. Below the green lotus, a sea of blue clouds appeared, and the clouds were steaming. A sword breath could be seen vaguely shuttling through the clouds. Under the light of cyan brilliance, the wound on Ru Xinghe's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a holy light possessed by the body, with buds growing in the flesh and bones emitting white brilliance. The swordsman is coming. It's the swordsman. All the warriors of Yuyuanzong immediately knelt down and kowtowed to the green lotus above the void. There is a white sword in the green lotus. With a flash of white light, the sword turned into a young man, wearing a white robe, with blue hair and eyebrows like 2 green peaks. His seemingly young eyes were full of wisdom. Is this the sword, Saint Yuanluo? I heard that he is 140 years old. Why does he look less than 30? Yuningxing rode. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was also very shocked, and he said, if you reach a certain level of cultivation, you can use the vitality of martial arts to nourish the body and keep the flesh and blood body from being corroded by time. However, if you do so, you will certainly consume some vitality, resulting in a slower speed of martial arts cultivation. Except for female martial arts, few people will use vitality to nourish the body. After all, for men, strength means everything. The Yuyan pill refined by Ning Xiaochuan is used to help martial artists resist the corrosion of time, so that martial artists can stay young forever without consuming their own martial arts vitality. Yuningxing said, the sword saint's cultivation is at its peak. This is a big trouble. Ning Xiaochuan's heart also became heavy. Although the white-robed man was only a sword body of the sword saint, he still gave people a strong pressure, as if no one in the world could compete with him. Sword intention body is the body condensed with its own sword intention, which is not the real body. If you want to condense the sword spirit body, naturally, it is not possible for ordinary sword cultivation. Only by cultivating the sword spirit to the realm of sword chi, follow your heart, can you cultivate the sword spirit body. A sword will fly out of the body, even if it is thousands of miles away. It can condense a body. The sword saint stood among the green lotus, young and handsome, and said strongly, Dark Heavenly King, this is the territory of a Yuan sect, and you have to be a little measured. Leave Xiaochuan, and you will leave. The Dark King stood by the river, with a slight hook in the corner of his mouth, and said, if I have to take him away? Do you think you have that power? The voice of the swordsman became sharper. The King of Dark Sky said, if you don't try, how do you know what you can't do? It's said that the martial arts cultivation of Sword Saint Yuanluo is about to enter the realm of the unity of heaven and man, but you don't know whether it's true or false. Can you discuss 1 or 2? For the sake of the Demon Emperor, I don't want to take your life. Since you have to defy the law, I'm afraid you will pay a price today. As soon as the Sword Saint stretched out his arm, the green lotus under his body turned into a blue ancient sword. There was no fear in the eyes of the Dark King, and the phoenix shadow condensed under his feet, just like stepping out of flame, flying to the sky and facing the sword saint from afar. Both of them are extremely powerful, changing the colors of heaven and earth. On one side, the sky turns into a sea of fire, and on the other side, the sky is covered with blue glow. The two strong players shot at the same time to play the most powerful power wave. The warrior below, no one can see the battle above the sky at all, even the human shadow can't see, can only feel the powerful power fluctuations constantly spread out. The Dark King of Heaven is dead. He even wants to fight the Demon Emperor. The immortal Luo can't save him. Look. Soon the Dark King will fall. Yu Ningxing also showed a worried look. After all, the man who fought was the Sword Saint, one of the most powerful people in the Jade Lan Empire. Ning Xiaochuan said, although the cultivation of the Sword Saint is strong, after all, what comes is only a sword body, not a real body. The King of Heaven may not necessarily lose. Yu Ningxing shook his head and said, the cultivation reached the level of the Sword Saint, even if it was just a sword, the body is quite strong, and can easily penetrate the body of Wu Zun. 30 years ago, my grandfather, the previous generation of Dark King, died under the Sword Saint's sword body. No wonder the Dark King will risk a war with the Sword Saint. It turns out that their family and the Sword Saint still have such a deep hatred. My master left me a treasure, which may help the King of Heaven. Ning Xiaochuan spread out his body method and flew towards the sky. No. Danger. Yu Ningxing wanted to stop Ning Xiaochuan, but Ning Xiaochuan's speed was amazing. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared into the chaotic clouds. Although Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts cultivation is very high, the two people who fight are the Dark King and the Sword Saint. If he is careless, Ning Xiaochuan may be crushed by the power wave of the two strong men. Ning Xiaochuan is not a reckless person. He is not close to the battlefield of the two giants. He just wanders around the periphery, looking for opportunities to hand over the phoenix feather to the Dark King. Phoenix feather is a phoenix feather left by a mysterious woman. It breathes huge energy and has the martial arts of phoenix. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't know how powerful it can explode. The Dark King cultivates the 4-elephant reincarnation skill, one of which is the phoenix. If he lends the phoenix feather to him, he may be able to exert the power of the phoenix feather and repel the Sword Saint. When Ning Xiaochuan came out of the battlefield, he really felt the terror of the Dark King and the Sword Saint. The power that erupted in every confrontation can easily shock the general martial god to death. With the power of magic sword, Ning Xiaochuan can stand firm on the edge of the battlefield. However, it is difficult to hand over the phoenix feather to the Dark King, because their speed changes very fast. If they are a little careless, the phoenix feather may be taken away by the Sword Saint. After watching the war for half an hour, Ning Xiaochuan found that the momentum of the Dark King was stronger and stronger in the Vietnam War, and there was no sign of weakness at all. You and Luo, how little means do you have? It seems that the battle will end ahead of schedule. On the arms of the Dark King of Heaven, the power of the 4 elephants condensed, and the demon chi on his body writhed, and his body became 10 times larger, turned into a huge demon body, stretched out a pair of huge palms, and tore up the body of the Sword Saint. Bang! The blue clouds in the sky receded like the tide. Many people saw the scene when the Sword Saint's body collapsed, and their hearts were shocked inexplicably, just like a god was torn to pieces. Is he already climbing the ladder? Ruxing had tightened his fingers, knowing that he was definitely not the opponent of the Dark King of Heaven. He played a piece of martial vitality, wrapped all the martial artists of the Yuan sect in the vitality, and instantly became invisible. Ning Xiaochuan was also shocked. The huge demon body condensed by the Dark King just now was so terrible that it seemed to be able to tear the earth to pieces. What is this realm? Can the realm of Wu Zun be so powerful? In Shuangji Mountain, thousands of miles away, the Sword Saint sat on the top of a mountain, with thick snow on his head and shoulders. He didn't move. I don't know how long he sat in the snow. He is practicing the unknown sword formula on the stone wall. Suddenly, he seemed to feel something. A white shadow stood up from the body, like a soul out of the body, stood in the snow, looked at the west, and said, "Except for the demon emperor, there are actually people in the demon gate who can reach this realm." After saying this, the white shadow returned to the body of the sword saint. The fire clouds above the sky gradually dispersed. The dark king stood on the bank of the river, like a vigorous ancient pine, motionless, as if he was understanding something. The war just now made him gain a lot. He must digest it immediately before he can become his martial art. Ning Xiaochuan and Yuningxing sat on the boat and did not disturb him. The voice of Tiandi Blade rang out in Ning Xiaochuan's mind and said, "It's a strange thing that the four-elephant reincarnation skill unexpectedly appeared in the Jade Haze Empire." Ning Xiaochuan's heart moved, and he communicated with the Emperor Blade with his mind, saying, "Has this skill ever appeared in other places?" The Emperor Blade said, "The person who created this kind of skill is a great rebel." Great rebellion? Ning Xiaochuan rode. The Emperor Blade nodded and said, "That man was a disciple of Buddhism, but he defected from Buddhism and joined Taoism. His Taoism is different from the traditional Taoism, and he has a unique style. He created a great religion, compiled his own doctrines, created his own skills, and recruited disciples. What's more surprising is that this great religion really flourished, and it can compete with the traditional Taoism and Buddhism." The Four Symbols Reincarnation skill is a skill created by combining the strengths of Taoism and Buddhism. Of course, the Four Symbols Reincarnation skill is only a basic skill. Like the general outline of every sex skill, it seems to be all-inclusive, but in fact it just introduces you. In fact, the most powerful of that great religion is the 4 chapters, the Shaoyang Sutra, the Sun Sutra, the Shaoyin Sutra, and the Taiyin Sutra. The 4-chapter sutra is derived from the 4 images, one like one chapter sutra. If you get any chapter of the 4-chapter sutra, you may cultivate the supernatural power of Taoism. Ning Xiaochuan was not very interested in the 4-chapter sutra and asked eagerly, "Is there really a Buddhism in this world?" Of course, there are Buddhists. In a civilization where Buddhist culture is very prosperous, almost everyone believes in Buddhism. It is only because there is a heavenly emperor in Yulan Empire, and the heavenly emperor has a great relationship with Daomen, that Yulan Empire has become a civilized country of Daomen. Almost no Buddhists of Buddhism can be seen in Yulan Empire. Even if Buddhists of Buddhism come to Yulan Empire to preach, they will be eliminated by masters of Daomen. Ning Xiaochuan said bitterly, "The Emperor of Heaven has been a god for thousands of years, and his influence on future generations is still so great that he is really worthy of being a god." Tiandi Blade said with some disdain, "Cut. That's because there is Tiandi Mountain. Otherwise, 10,000 years have passed, who will continue to channel? I don't see that Yulan Empire is almost full of martial arts cultivation now, and how many people are really practicing Taoism? Where is Tiandi Mountain?" Ning Xiaochuan asked. Tiandi Blade said, "The Tiandi once received a disciple to spread his Taoism, and then that disciple founded Tiandi Mountain. It can be said that Tiandi Mountain is a holy land for cultivation of Taoism. All civilized countries under the management of Tiandi Mountain must rule the country with Tao, and Yulan Empire is one of the civilized countries subject to the management of Tiandi Mountain. With the current power of Tiandi Mountain, it covers 12 5-level civilizations, thousands of 4-level civilizations, and countless civilizations below the 3rd level. It is also a famous great power in the northern Xinjiang of Tianshu continent." Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath and said, "Yulan Empire should also be managed by Tiandi Mountain?" Tiandi Blade said, "It's not about management. Anyway, Tiandi Mountain won't directly intervene in the internal struggle of major civilizations. They are all bent on pursuing the ultimate martial arts, and they don't care about these things. Do you know where the head of the academy left Tiandi Academy? Is it Tiandi Mountain?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Tiandi Ren nodded and said, "That's right. The master of the school must go to Tiandi Mountain to continue his cultivation. Only by going to Tiandi Mountain can he break through to a higher level. Ning Xiaochuan finally knew the whereabouts of the master of the academy, but another doubt rose in his heart, saying, since Tiandi Mountain was founded by the disciples of Tiandi, why not build Tiandi Mountain in Yulan Empire, which is the hometown of Tiandi? Tiandi Blade said, it's useless to tell you more now, and you will naturally understand in the future. When your cultivation is stronger, we can go to Tiandi Mountain for a walk, and maybe we can dig out some of the treasures I left in those years. Are you sure you left the baby? Ning Xiaochuan didn't believe what Emperor Ren said. Of course. The way that Emperor Blade swore. Sitting beside Ning Xiaochuan, Yu Ningxing sensed that the power of mind was flowing on Ning Xiaochuan and said, who are you communicating with? Ning Xiaochuan took his mind back, stared at her beautiful eyes and said, have you ever heard of Tiandi Mountain? Yu Ningxing was slightly stunned. It was obvious that he had never heard such a strange name. The Dark King flew to the bow, sat down, stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and said, how do you know Tiandi Mountain? Ning Xiaochuan said, I heard a friend mention it. The Dark King did not doubt Ning Xiaochuan. Tiandi Mountain is beyond the 5-level civilization, not in the Yulan Empire. It is hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Yulan Empire, and ordinary people can't get there even if they are in a lifetime. Even martial artists at the level of Wu Zun, who want to find Tiandi Mountain, many of them also die in the vast wilderness. They either become the rations of high-level Xian beasts, or die in some desperate secret places left in ancient times. Very few people can return to the Yulan Empire. Tiandi Mountain is too ethereal for the warriors of Yulan Empire. It is far away. It is like being located outside the sky, giving people a feeling that it will never be reached. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, you need to know that the circumference of the Earth's equator is only 80,000 miles, that is to say, if you want to drive from Yulan Empire to Tiandi Mountain, you must go so far as to circle the Earth for several times. Such a long journey must be full of crises. Many places are covered by primitive ancient forests, and there may even be no human presence for tens of thousands of miles. There are ferocious high-level mysterious beasts, dead Jedi left over from ancient times, and days full of wild poison gas. It can be said that Tiandi Mountain is just a legend for the vast majority of martial artists. The legendary Holy Land of Daomen. Yu Ningxing said, Dad, why have I never heard of Tiandi Mountain? Your cultivation is not strong enough. If I told you before, it will only make you ambitious and uncertain. You may also become one of the people who go to worship Tiandi Mountain. In fact, that road is extremely dangerous. With my current cultivation of martial arts, you may not be able to reach Tiandi Mountain smoothly. The Dark King said meaningfully. Yu Ningxing said, why did Dad tell us now? The King of Dark Sky said, you and Ogawa have got the treasures in the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven, and their talent and physique have reached a level that ordinary people can't catch up with. In the future, the achievement of martial arts is not just a Yulan Empire that can trap you. You are sure to go out and know more, which is also good for your future. Hearing the existence of Tiandi Mountain, Ning Xiaochuan really had an impulse to set out immediately to worship. As soon as this idea came into being, Ning Xiaochuan immediately ran the mysterious qi of heaven and earth to suppress the idea, and soon adjusted his mood and restored calm. Yu Ningxing was also running the skill to control his emotions. He was only a beat slower than Ning Xiaochuan and then stopped his mind. The Dark Heavenly King stared at Ning Xiaochuan, nodded admiringly, and asked, when I fought with the sword mind of the Sword Saint, I felt a breath of different fire coming out of your body, which resonated with the 4-elephant reincarnation skill I practiced, and broke out 12% of the power. It is also because of the power of that flame that I defeated the sword mind of the Sword Saint. I am very curious, what is affecting me? Ning Xiaochuan took out the phoenix feather, whose red feather contains the power of life, fire, and destruction. To Yu Ningxing, it was like a red flame, which suddenly appeared in Ning Xiaochuan's palm, making the temperature in the air rise rapidly. The water in the river seems to boil. Jia. The phantom of a foot-long fire phoenix flew out of its feathers, waving its gorgeous flame tail and flying around the phoenix plume. The pupils of the Dark King of Heaven were slightly enlarged, and the 4-elephant Wu soul rushed out of the body and suspended above the head, including the green dragon Dharma body, the white tiger Dharma body, the phoenix Dharma body, and the Xuanwu Dharma body. Among them, the breath emitted by the phoenix Dharma body is the most powerful, forming a subtle connection with the phoenix plume in Ning Xiaochuan's hand. This is Zhenfeng's feather. The martial arts cultivation is as powerful as the Dark King, and he can clearly perceive that the phoenix feather is pregnant with huge power, which is the feather of the real phoenix. Zhenfeng is a legendary bird. Even if it is only a phoenix feather, it must contain the essence of Phoenix's martial arts. If you can understand the martial arts of Phoenix, it is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Can you lend it to me for 3 days? The martial arts cultivation of the Dark Heavenly King has stepped into a critical point, and it is difficult to make a breakthrough. We must look for opportunities. However, if you can understand the martial arts of the Phoenix, the martial arts cultivation is likely to break through to a higher level, just like the real Phoenix, soaring into the sky and flying around the world. Of course. Ning Xiaochuan hands the Phoenix feather to the Dark King. With the martial arts cultivation of the Dark King, if you want to snatch Ning Xiaochuan's Phoenix plume, Ning Xiaochuan will never be able to keep the Phoenix plume. Since he didn't rob, he just said to borrow, it must be borrowed. After receiving the Phoenix feather, the Dark King of Heaven entered the state of enlightenment, and the whole person seemed to become a stone statue, motionless. Ning Xiaochuan said goodbye to Yu Ningxing and made an appointment to return to the imperial city. Goodbye. He must leave, because he has more important things to do. The Lord of Yuanxing Peak was killed by Ning Xiaochuan, and the Lord of Wuxing Taoism and Ru Xinghe all retreated one after another. This land was affected by the battle and turned into a dilapidated mountain and river. The mountains collapsed, the rivers changed their course, the flames in the valley lasted for a long time, and the black clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, revealing a round of stinging sunshine, emitting warm sunshine. Ning Xiaochuan dived into the river and fished out the 3 battle swords left by the Lord of Yuanxing Peak. Tailong Sword, Cloud Sword, Jingmu Sword. The 3 battle swords are all Qi Pin Xian weapons, which have been corroded by water, and the sword body is full of rust. However, the aura in the sword body did not disappear and was not destroyed. It still belongs to the 7th grade Xuanqi. If it can be refined again, it will be able to restore the brilliance of the 7th grade Xuanqi. Ning Xiaochuan opened the heaven and earth cloth bag of the Lord of Yuanxing Peak, searched it and found 5 low-grade Xuanqi, 2 secret scriptures of skill methods, Xuanwu skin and bones, a large number of Xianshi and Xianyao, and many finished pills. It deserves to be one of the 7 peak masters of the One Yuan sect. It's really rich. The value of these treasures adds up to 6 billion coins. Ning Xiaochuan naturally politely put away the Qiankuan cloth bag, took out 5 high-grade precious Xianyao collected by the Lord of Yuanxing Peak, studied carefully, and finally came to the conclusion that this is the medicinal material for refining Diwu Dan. It's really a broken iron shoe. There's nowhere to find it. It takes no time to get it. Ning Xiaochuan just planned to collect materials and refine Diwu pill, breaking through the 4th level of Dezunjing. Unexpectedly, he found more than half of them on the Lord of Yuanxing Peak. When you have bad luck, drink cold water and stuff your teeth. When fortune changes, you can see gold coins even when you wrestle. Ning Xiaochuan felt that his unlucky days had come to an end, and now began to turn around. These 5 mysterious drugs are all above grade 7, which are extremely precious. Even in the heart-nourishing hall, they may not be able to buy them. If Ning Xiaochuan is allowed to collect it by himself, it is estimated that it will take a year and a half to complete the collection. There are only 2 or 3 main drugs needed to refine Di Wu Dan to get these 5 xianyao. Ouch. Grandma's, ah. Yuqing got up from the ground, rubbed the back of his head, and kept spitting rude words. Brother Ning, where is the old skin of Taoist priest Wuxing? I want to duel with him. Yuqing looked around and found no trace of the Taoist priest Wuxing, saying, he won't be beaten away by you, will he? Ning Xiaochuan didn't want him to know about the dark heavenly king. While putting away the mysterious medicine, he said, the Lord of Wuxing is a devil with real value. I'm not his opponent. He was defeated by the Lord of a Yuan sect. After I was hurt by that old leather, the patriarch of a Yuan sect came? He didn't kill you? Yuqing stared at Ning Xiaochuan carefully until he saw the shadow on the ground. He was not sure that there was a ghost in front of him. He didn't die? It was hard for him to believe that Ning Xiaochuan could survive when he met a person of the same level as the patriarch of the Yuan sect. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, as soon as they meet, they fight. There is no time to care about me. I picked you up and ran away. No wonder we are still alive. Hiss. Ah. It hurts. When my cultivation becomes stronger in the future, I must beat the old skin of Taoist Wuxing into a pig's head. Yuqing stared at the corpse of the Lord Yuanqing not far away. His eyes lit up and said, doesn't that mean that we can now take the head of the Lord Yuanqing back to the imperial city to claim credit? Boom. At this time, the mysterious air in the air fluctuated violently. Ning Xiaochuan and Yuqing raised their heads at the same time and looked up at the sky. They saw a purple light flying over the sky, marking a purple path in the void and flying in the direction of Xuanji Mountain. Then, more than a dozen purple lights flew from the sky to Xuanji Mountain. Yes. It's the basalt crystal light cannon bombarded by the basalt chariot. Yuqing pinched his palm tightly. Ning Xiaochuan has seen the terrible power of the Shancher chariot. Just the human-level Shancher chariot has a range of 800 li. It has the power to hurt Wuzun, and its destructive power is extremely amazing. Seeing the number of basaltic crystal light cannons that flew past just now, we can judge that there are absolutely no less than 10 basaltic chariots mobilized by the imperial court this time. This is to raise Xuanji Mountain to the ground. I don't know whether the ground-level Shancher chariot has been mobilized. The range of the ground-level Shancher chariot is 6,000 miles, and Wuzun will be killed. Yuqing Road. The battle between the imperial court and the major sects has finally begun. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes are dignified. Ning Xiaochuan and Yuqing cut off the head of Yuanqing Peak and rushed back to the barracks immediately. At the moment, Xuanji Mountain has become a sea of fire. Under the attack of 18 Shancher chariots, it took only 3 hours to blast away the mountain protection array. 7 towering peaks were bombed and collapsed by chariots. Some peaks broke from the hillside and fell upside down, filling a valley. I don't know how many warriors were crushed to death under the huge mountain. Some peaks were flattened by dozens of basalt crystal light cannons and completely collapsed. You know, the 7 main peaks of Xuanji Mountain are all large mountains several kilometers high. Even Wuzun, the 9th heaviest in Dizuan territory, can't push down such a huge mountain with his own strength. Only the repeated bombing of the basaltic chariots can be achieved. Boom. A white basalt crystal light cannon fell from the sky, and dozens of martial arts masters were blown to pieces, leaving a pit with a diameter of more than 40 meters on the ground. Thick black rocks erupted from the pit, and many stones burned, as if to melt. The surrounding ground was also blasted and cracked by the basalt crystal light cannon, with many huge cracks. The power of the spar battlefield is quite terrible. Once a battle formation is formed, it can sweep the whole battlefield. For the enemy, it is simply a massacre. The soldiers of each major sect suffered heavy casualties, and each led his own troops to escape before the imperial army surrounded the mountain.